Yo, my cultured kings, hang on to your hats because today we're diving into pure cinema. We kick things off with classic spooky castle energy, bats tearing through the sky, and that creepy atmosphere so heavy you could practically slice through it. Dean's just standing there, full-on goth Chad energy, acting like he's been waiting forever for some hero to finally show up. Dean is the top-tier demon lord, and that dark riz of his makes every NPC tremble on the spot. This guy Lyle storms in to challenge him, but the second you see Lyle's face, you can tell he's about to break down and start crying. Dude's got beta energy written all over him. Dean stares him down hard because he can tell this guy S built different. He's straight up frying the guy's gear while they're still fighting, yelling that the sword is the only thing worth a damn. Talk about pure, reckless audacity. Dean erupts into wicked laughter, then roars at the Elysium Temple for daring to send a weakling. Lyle's shaking so violently he might drop his sword any second. Somebody get him a glass of milk, right now. Dean's actually drilling him on how to grip a weapon, because that stance of his is straight up garbage. At just 20 years old, Lyle already looks like he's spiraling through a full-on midlife crisis. Dean steps up like it's a championship night, blaring his full title as if he's about to introduce the main event. But Lyle's grip still trembles, bro is down bad. And Dean is out here screaming at him to step up, so tell me, are you a hero or just a wannabe? Then snap, the tension shatters out of nowhere. Lil snaps yelling cut it out, and just like that, the whole epic battle vibe collapses in an instant. Turns out it's all staged. Yeah, they're actually rehearsing a fake fight, and I feel totally played, but the twist, honestly, it goes hard. Lyle S. ripping into the script, calling it stupid, and honestly, he's not wrong, but he's doing it like a total crybaby. He's bawling like crazy because he can't bring himself to kill his lord. Bro's a full-on simp for his boss. Dean just lets out a heavy sigh, snaps at the idiot to quit the crying, and shoves the sword into his hands so they can finish the rehearsal. The stakes are brutal because the whole village has to please the Elysium Temple NPCs by hunting down and killing the demon lord. Dean launches into a swaggering monologue about his titles, Lord of Nosferatu, Vampire Lord, but underneath all that cool talk, he's basically just a lonely god with nobody to share it with. Look at that face, this is a man who's done with everybody's nonsense. Lyle calls Dean out, saying he hasn't drained a single drop of blood, like, dude's a vampire with zero vampire moves, pure fraud energy. Dean finally cracks, yeah, he's not like humans at all, but even he can't figure out where he really came from. One day, he just appeared out of nowhere, then started wandering the world like some glitchy, forgotten NPC with no idea where to go. He spent years drifting around, hunting for some thick waifu that never showed up. His blood is straight up ridiculous, 10 billion times the magic power of a normal human's, like he was overleveled the second he was born. He burned his days running experiments, hunting for some next-level potions like his life depended on it. But the villagers caught him playing with blood and instantly screamed monster, like it was obvious, classic NPC panic, always rushing to the worst conclusion. They rolled in with torches and pitchforks like they'd crashed straight out of a Shrek scene. The noise never stopped, and the hate never let up. Imagine being a gigachat and getting bullied by farmers day after day. For 50 straight years, they treated him like a monster. No invites, no mercy, just total exile. He had no peace in his life, just endless rain and a sadness that never let up. But then everything flipped the moment he spotted a brand new hiding place. He stumbled on an abandoned castle and thought, yes, this is finally my shot at silence. But the nearby villagers were totally chill, didn't care who he was, as long as he wasn't stirring up trouble. They even rolled up their sleeves and helped him fix up the whole place. These villagers are the real MVPs. Dean finally cracked a smile and lived his best life as a shut-in researcher. Even the village kids couldn't resist. Some tiptoed up to his windows just to catch a glimpse of what that terrifying lord was up to. He somehow went from battling a demon lord to running the village school, teaching the kids magic and math, and honestly, that glow-up is unreal. They even rolled out a fancy chair for him like it was his throne, nothing flashy, but at least it's real work. For 150 years, he shielded them like a sacred guardian. Then, at last, he found a family to call his own. That's why Lyle's sobbing uncontrollably, because in Dean, he doesn't see a monster anymore, he sees a father figure. He's still in shock. How does the good guy get killed, while the villains slip away scot-free? Dean lays it out plain. Everything traces back to one deadly disease called Shimunbeu. A year ago, this plague kicked off in the capital and started carving people out of the world one after another. The Elysium Temple's holy knights stormed in, swearing that only faith and holy water could cure it, and I'm telling you, these dudes reeked of a scam. The crowd roared like they'd just crowned saviors, but deep down, all they wanted was power. More than 10,000 people died, and the holy water turned out to be a straight-up scam. The temple leader started to lose it because his fake cures were failing, big time. Then he got word about a village called Fiera, where nobody was dying at all. Dean felt it hit at last. The disease had finally crawled into his own home. He snapped into lockdown on the spot, hauling the infected straight to his castle so he could treat them. Dean's out here playing doctor, giving medical advice like it's nothing and whipping up masks too, because yeah, he's basically a real-life doctor with a cape. Lyle stormed in shaking with fear for his family, terrified they were in danger. Alice had finally caught the disease, right in its tracks, like it was hunting her down. Dean stormed into her room, vowing to do whatever it took to save her. Poor Alice looked absolutely wrecked. This disease clawed through her skin, leaving dark, brutal marks all over, and yeah, it's as gnarly as it sounds. Her condition was the worst by far, and Dean knew he had no choice. He had to pull out his secret weapon. He looked at those people like family, and there was no way in hell he was letting them die. He pulled out Misty Blood and purged them with it, then flat out poured his own life force into the process to save the village. Absolute Chad. But the temple caught wind of it, and they were furious, because someone else was handling their job way better. They finally figured it out. The Lord of Nosferatu was the one secretly saving their village. They tore through dusty old records, hunting for any proof that could ignite their hatred for him. They didn't just accuse him, they tried to pin the disease on him from the very start, like that was the whole truth, and it was pure, jaw-dropping audacity. They fed the public a lie. The demon lord caused the plague, so they could cover up their own total failure. They even tried to pin it on black magic, claiming the villagers were hexed by him. Pure fake news, no truth at all. They handed Lyle a brutal choice: slay Dean with a holy sword, or watch the entire village get erased. Yeah, they really shoved that man into a corner with no way out. No escape remained. This decree was final, ironclad, and absolute. Dean, the ultimate gigagachad, looks Lyle dead in the eyes and orders, "Just end me," ready to throw his life away to keep everyone else safe. He's fully aware the village is trapped by that decree, and this is the one move that can still save them. Once Lyle crushed the demon lord, the temple would finally trust him, and he'd stand guard to keep the people safe. Lyle is crushed to the bone, because the one thing he can't stand is being the guy who has to do it. He blurts, "What am I supposed to tell Alice?" right when she demands, "Where did my favorite lord go?" Alice spent her whole life dreaming of becoming Dean's bride, and it's beautiful until the reality hits, and it hurts so bad. Lyle throws himself at Dean, begging him to run, swearing the village will hide the truth and cover for him. Dean knows the temple can't be tricked that easily. They've got ancient relics and god-level power, so if he even dashes, the whole village gets wiped out. Right on the dot, the clock screams, "Time's up," and the knights are battering the door. The holy knights crashed in, screaming that they'd purge the evil magician. Dean, okay, the play is starting for real now, no more messing around. Dean slips on his villain mask, lets out a wicked laugh, and plays the absolute monster so perfectly that nobody even blinks. Lyle rips the sword through the air, and that brutal shink cracks the silence. Blood erupts everywhere. This isn't a show anymore. It's turning into something real and brutal. Dean let a blade sink straight through his chest, didn't even flinch or dodge. He murmurs that it honestly hurts. No joke, bro, you just got a holy blade slammed right through the lungs. With death closing in, he clings to memories of the family waiting back in the village, and somehow, that's all he needs. As he clung to the memory of Alice's smile one last time, he snapped, "Don't worry, I'm not crying, you're the one crying." He tells Lyle, "Don't waste the life I'm handing you, because this kind of weight crushes even someone like Lyle, a total simp under the pressure." The knights erupt in cheers, praising the hero for crushing the evil lord. But Dean's fading fast, real pain claws at him, and the horrifying truth hits: he's not immortal at all. The whole vibe is flipping to dark. He shoots Lyle one last look and tells him, "You're not done yet, get back to work." Lyle just freezes in place, eyes wide, realizing he's murdered his best friend. And with a savage lift of his bloody sword, he declares his victory to the holy NPCs. The knights are roaring in triumph, convinced they've already won. Dean's finally done, his job is over, and he collapses onto the ground, utterly drained. But wait, he's got a backup plan. He's transferring his soul into a bat familiar, because a real man of culture always has a plan B. But he's dropping way faster than he ever planned. This holy sword absolutely wrecked him. He goes for mind transfer, but his magic sputters out. Yeah, this is exactly when the bad guys start closing in. His eyes start losing their grip, and it's like the whole world just whispered, this is game over for our demon lord. And his hand drops limp into a pool of his own blood, pure, brutal tragedy. He spirals through every failure, then his eyes land on the people he saved. He finally gets it. Yeah, he bombed as a demon lord, but he still crushed it as a human. He locks eyes with his other friends one final time. Then out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the silence. So, will you reincarnate? Dean is drifting through the darkness when a voice roars from beyond the veil. Then the voice hits him with it. He's earned his shot at reincarnation, and you can't even deny it. This is pure plot armor. Back in the real world, Lyle is totally unraveling, spiraling hard over Dean's body. The demon lord is officially wiped out, gone for good. Dean's final thoughts begged for one thing, just a normal life for once. A voice cuts through the air and announces, "We've reached an agreement." He's about to be reborn as a human, bye-bye pointy ears, and say hello to a life with zero blood magic. Lyle is still bawling his eyes out like a baby. Someone please, get this man a tissue. The throne room sits silent, dead monster, empty halls, and every night vanished without a trace. Lyle can't shake Dean's final words until the next time. 10 years pass in a flash, and then, bam, a brand new pair of eyes opens like something just woke up. The deal wasn't a joke, it was the real thing. A young boy thrusts his hands skyward, like he's begging the heavens to answer. It's Dean on his 10th birthday. The memories just slammed into place, all of them. Now the superior demon lord is back, but this time he's trapped in a normal human kid's body. Trust me guys, you're in for a roller coaster. So hit like and subscribe if you want to see how this absolute Chad survives life as a human. Alright boys, grab your popcorn, because we're diving headfirst into some straight-up cinema. Imagine waking up and the very first thing you hear is a cosmic voice asking, "Wanna run it back in another life?" Our boy lunges for the last slice of pizza like his life depends on it, but his mind won't stop circling that mystery voice. What the hell was it even yapping about? He snaps his eyes open and stares at a body that's totally not his, like his life just spawned on easy mode, starter pack and all, wondering, did I mess up and switch reality? He springs out of bed, and the floorboards practically beg for mercy, but our MC is too busy trying to lock in his bearings in this wild new world. Turns out this kid's been cooking with 2 sets of memories for the past 3 years, ever since he clawed his way back into his past life as that legendary vampire lord, D. Nosferatu. Imagine being a 200-year-old ancient power trapped in a 13-year-old body, because that's the kind of nerve it takes to mess with your own stats. Now he's Yuki Grosseria, the Baron's second son, and trust me, that fancy title can't hide the fact that his family life is totally in ruins. Back then his death was pure skill issue. He tried to shove his soul into a bat familiar, and it blew up in his face. Look at him sprawled on the floor in that full despair pose. He's basically grieving his own backup plan like a real gamer who hit continue without ever saving. He tries to brush it off by claiming failure was inevitable because it was his first time dying, and honestly, that's a pretty wild excuse. Right after that legendary fumble, that eerie voice came back, and his consciousness instantly slipped away into the void. Before he can even process it, he's reborn as a human, already probably staring at his reflection like, yep, I still got that main character energy. He's locked onto the window, baffled at who in the world thought, let's reincarnate him, and freaking out over how long it's been since he was a literal god. He's trapped out in a baron's countryside, total middle-of-nowhere stuff, especially brutal for someone who's only ever known the comfort of castle life. Here's the family tree, and yeah, it's a total mess because Yuki, turns out he's an illegitimate child. So yeah, he gets absolutely zero say in inheriting the family business, which turns him into the ultimate underdog in a house packed with snobby nobles. Now it's crunch time, pick your path. Hit the classroom or dive headfirst into adventuring, basically the real-life choose-your-class screen. But before he can start messing with Chad for real, he realizes he has to figure out how humans actually work, because his last attempt at socializing was a complete train wreck. Back in his past life, he was a monster who couldn't hide in plain sight, so he rose up to become a guardian deity, only to get absolutely deleted by a hero. And the fallout from that disaster was him collapsing into a puddle on the floor, because yeah, that's not exactly the kind of legacy you want to leave behind. He looks like a normal kid, but don't be fooled. His blood is that missile mystic stuff, so he's got vampire power and he won't even age like everyone else. He tightens his fist and decides, this time he'll play it cool, act like a regular human until he's finally ready to take over. He's about to fire up his magic just to make sure his cover stays officially shattered, and yeah, that's some next-level stealth gaming. Out of nowhere, a wild bat lands on the windowsill, and our boy just stares at it like he's seeing a long-lost homie. He finally clocks it. bats have always been down bad for him, and it's probably because, back in the day, he used to be the lord of vampires. It's time for an experiment, so he snatches a letter opener and starts drawing blood, while the bat just stands there, doing nothing like a scripted NPC. He hands over a drop of his missile blood, like slipping a bat a super soldier serum, then hits you with a shot of espresso to power it all up at once. He leans in and asks the bat if it wants to grab wisdom and join his kin, and honestly, that's a sweet deal for some random sky rat. The bat takes one epic lick of that legendary juice, and you can practically watch the level up bar rocket upward in real time. Suddenly, the bat starts bouncing like it's possessed and yaps in full human speech. Bet that's its new master calling the shots for the huge buff. It's already swearing loyalty and begging to be useful, and that's the exact kind of riz our MC has, even when it's dealing with animals. Yuki cuts through the rumors and says, "This isn't some forced domination fantasy. This is a fair deal where both of you get stronger from each other's power." He leans toward the bat and asks where he can test his magic nearby, somewhere out of sight of nosy humans. The bat points out mountains packed with rage rabbits and shadowy bears, and honestly, that sounds like the perfect grind spot for a low-level vampire. Right as they start laying out their plans, bam, someone knocks at the door, and the bat has to bolt out fast before things turn weird. It's his little sister, Rumia, the cutest thing in this whole manga, showing up right now to tell him, hey, it's time to eat. She starts rambling about her day, and then she mentions how their older brother, Zeros, warned her not to go anywhere near that detached building. But of course she ignores him like his rules don't mean a thing. Yuki's acting like a total ice-cold brother, and Rumia snaps back, pouting like a pro, as she tells him to remember what it feels like to be a woman. He clocks that he's being a total jerk, so he shoots his hand out to help her back up, straight up a Chad move that instantly fixes the whole vibe. She shoots out with a huge smile and grabs his hand, and I swear, this wholesome moment is so pure you almost forget he's an ancient vampire. While they stroll, they chat about the Magic Guild, and Yuki can't help noticing how the wind in this dusty old building is straight up unbearable, so it sparks an idea in his head. Rumia tells everyone their older brother Zeros is headed for the Lindabar Magic Guild, and Yugi's ears snap up the moment high-level magic research is mentioned. This guild is the Harvard of magic, built for the rich and royal to flex their power and dig up ancient spells like they own the past. But Yuki can't shake it. Ancient magic just drags him back into his old life, straight to a place called the Elysium Temple. Rumia snaps him out of his headspace because he's clearly not even listening to her poetry practice, and that's a straight-up L on him. He throws out a quick apology, swallows a deep breath, and then lets her go, walking down the hallway with her like a couple of mindless NPCs. She launches into a spell chant, and Yuki realizes the pronunciation hasn't shifted a single bit in 2 whole centuries, like that's even possible. It rips him out of the present and slams him back into his old village, back when he taught the kids, proving he wasn't always just a terrifying monster. Back then, his classroom was basically a throne room, an absolutely legendary flex compared to a regular schoolhouse. He took a bunch of total randoms and forged them into top-tier scholars, straight-up city-building game energy, right there. But the fun dies the second they reach the dining hall, because now the brutal truth about his social status is about to slam him in the face. Yuki's forced to eat in a separate room like some nobody because he's an illegitimate child, so he snaps at Rumia to quit being selfish about it. Her eyes shine like she's one breath away from tears. Then bam, the arena door flies open and a brand new challenger storms in. Step aside, enter Catchel Megan, a dude who looks like he lives in front of the mirror and fully believes he's starring in the world's biggest main character spotlight. This guy gets hired to tutor Zeros, and the second he shows up, he struts around like he owns the place, snapping at Yuki to know her place. He launches into this rant about social rank, like people are born with a set tier from the start, and honestly, it's the most NPC villain speech I've ever heard. Yuki slams him with the facts, ranking humans, elves, and beastmen, then casually tosses in liches and vampires just to flex how much he knows. Cackle cackles and fires off, so what's the ranking in a noble house, clearly trying to lure our boy straight into a trap. Yuki stays cool as she lays out the whole hierarchy. Father sits on top, the wife comes next, and then the legitimate children fall in line. Then he hammers the truth. Yuki Grosseria is sitting at the very bottom because they label him illegitimate. Cackle sneers right into his face, claiming an illegitimate child shouldn't even get to touch the family name. What nerve, honestly. Yuki coldly slaps him with, "Pardon my rudeness," looking utterly bored as this mid-tier hater tries to act tough. Little sister Rumia is having none of it. She bursts into furious shouting, declaring that Yuki is a real family member and deserves respect. Cackle scans the Zeros for a backup move, but Zeros is acting like a total beta, fully dodging eye contact like he's trying to disappear. Zeros is sweating buckets because he's terrified of upsetting his tutor, and the truth hits hard. He's got zero backbone, especially compared to his illegitimate brother. Cackle keeps sneering about noble status, insisting it's unforgivable for a noble to sit at the same table as someone with commoner blood. Zeros finally breaks the silence, telling Rumia that nobles don't just ride on power, they need brutal self-awareness, which is just a fancy way of saying, "Yep, keep me your obedient status quo simp." Yuki simply pats Rumia's back to snap her out of it, because he's got that cool guy aura, and he's not letting some NPCs ruin his vibe. He shoos Rumia into the fancy hall to eat, then heads off with his helper like, "I'm not playing your stupid social games, I don't care." Rumia's eyes shimmer with heartbreak, but she swallows it, because she knows she can't break the rules of this toxic household just yet. As they stride off, Yuki keeps staring after them, grinding his teeth. He's already itching to level up and smash that smug smirk off Cackle's face. Before Cackle can even slip out the door, Yuki reels him back and presses him for one final answer, like he's about to unleash some forbidden knowledge any second now. He asks about the Elysium Temple, and Cashel instantly snaps, gritting his teeth as he yells never to say that name again. Saying the word temple is an absolute taboo here, and Yuki is stunned by how violently everyone reacts. Bro's just standing there like, "What did I do?" while the pressure in the air starts piling up until it could crush a normal person flat. Cackle sucks in a breath and decides to answer the question like he's doing everyone a favor, because honestly, he just loves hearing himself talk. He blurts out that 220 years have passed since the Elysium Temple was discovered, then drops the bombshell that confirms Yuki's entire timeline. He snapped at Yuki, telling him never to ask questions like that again, like he'd just saved the day and done him some huge favor. A shadowy outline of the temple looms in the dark, and a tight crew of mysterious figures slips into view, like they're begging us to uncover the deep lore we haven't even brushed yet. Yuki realizes the world he just woke up in is still packed with mysteries, and he's the only one holding the keys to crack them wide open. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? Welcome back to the channel where we only cover the absolute peak trash. Today we're jumping into a wild one. Our boy gets reincarnated and starts living that budget life fast, then straight up crunches a poverty meal, leftovers from the main house like he's the biggest peasant alive. But wait, who is asterisk this? We've got Martha the maid, and then there, Lord of Mercy like, okay, seriously, the skills on this woman are insane. I'm telling you, I'd trust her to take care of me any day of the week. Yuki steps out and freezes. There's Rumia, laughing with their dad, George, right out in the open. Her little sis is busting her butt to throw out some light magic, chanting like she's 1 second away from unleashing the hottest spell of the year. George is clapping like a proud NPC over here, because she just pulled off making a tiny glowing ball. She's playing it humble, acting like there are tons of people way better, but her dad is just relieved she's not some total flop. Then George decides to flex his own lighting spell, and I'm not even kidding, it's painfully mid. Our boy Yuki watches it all unfold and realizes, 200 years after he kicked the bucket, magic hasn't changed a single bit, and society is officially cooked. He's hunched over the numbers like that meme lady, and the moment the truth clicks, he realizes he's been dead for 2 whole centuries. Turns out a temple unearthed ancient magic about 20 years ago, then he died not long after, as if it all swallowed him. It's basically an entire timeline screaming the same thing. He's a fossil trapped in a teenager's body. He rips through memories of his old homies, Lyle and Alice, but they're gone for good, real ones, R.I.P. He flops onto his bed, stunned to realize the country's name got changed, but everyone's still stuck using the same dusty, ancient magic grammar. And of course that ancient magic gets locked up for the upper-class snobs, just like his brother Ketchel. Classic, right? Yuki snaps into action and demands answers for what really happened while he was out cold for 200 years. In the main building, there's a library that definitely holds the lore, but trust me, there's a catch. Because he's the family's illegitimate kid, they won't even let him set foot inside. Pure disrespect, no mercy. But trust me, our boy's got a plan. First, he's gonna test his powers, and second, he's starving for some real meat, not that sad salad life anymore. Look at this dinner, guys, bread and some totally mystery slab. That's not a meal, that's a warning, and I swear that's why he's desperate to go hunting. First, he double-checks his fake status, then his D-rank stats slam across the board, and on paper he's getting exposed as a total beta. Then he checks his real stats, and whoa, S-rank magic plus A-rank agility. The Riz is so overpowered it's basically cheating. Look at this skill list, float ice magic, missile blood, he's straight up cracked. He slams the flight button and rockets out the window like he's straight up in the Matrix. He's literally stripping off his own weight to slip past the guards, like stealth is on a whole different level. The guards are completely clueless, like straight-up NPCs with zero situational awareness, no joke. He bursts into the woods, pumped and ready to kick off his late-night grind session. Then bam, a wild bat bursts into the scene, and it's no random flyer at all. It's his familiar, just waiting for him like it's been holding its breath. The bat can barely contain the excitement, bursting with energy as it rushes toward its master and demands, "What's your name?" Yuki locks eyes with that bat, and no joke, names him Dick, because from that moment on, it's pure absolute menace behavior. Turns out the bad guy is asterisk so excited about it, because back in the day, Yuki had a homie named Dick. We get a quick flashback to the original Dick lying on his deathbed, RIP to the OG. The bat clocks Yuki's seriously young age and can't believe she's this cool, but Yuki's not fazed. She just wants to know where the food is. They spot a giant rabbit, basically a horned bunny with the biggest, meanest attitude you've ever seen. Yuki knows this stuff hits harder than a mule kick, so he's not taking even one risk. He's not here for close quarters brawling. He's here to blow your mind with pure magic and deliver some absolute cinema. He shuts down the fireworks and chooses ice magic instead, because fire is way too loud and flashy for a stealth build. He slams down a freezing net, and just like that, it's game over for the rabbit. That poor thing gets trapped in an ice cage before it even has a chance to figure out what just happened. No sound, no light, just a perfect, bloodless end. Our boy is the real professional. He yanks out his blade to finish the job. "Sorry, kid," he smirks, but the MC still needs his protein. He strings the rabbit up to bleed it out, and the bat's just stuck there, glazing over him like it's seen something it can't unsee. Yuki shrugs it off like it's nothing, calling it plain magic, but Dick can't miss the truth. Game recognizes game. Yuki digs up the ancient magic from the Elysian Temple, where one priest once erased an entire squad of bandits with it. That priest was an absolute savage. He hunted down those thieves with zero mercy. Yuki tells them straight up, regular magic is all about luck, and it guzzles your mana until you're left empty. But with ancient magic, you can spam that stuff nonstop, no strain at all, straight up cheat code energy. He can't stop wondering, if he'd been stronger back then, would Lyle's fate have turned out any different? Now the Magic Guild has locked down every ancient secret, and they're giving off nothing but hostile vibes. Watching Keckle strut around like he owns the place makes Yuki realize the guild is basically packed with arrogant nobles who are begging for a reality check. Suddenly, Dick rockets back in, grinning as he blurts that his buddies spotted another target. Yuki stays totally lost, until Dick casually reveals he brought the entire squad with him. And yeah, by squad, I mean a literal cloud of bats. They're pouring in from every single side, like something straight out of a horror movie. Just look at this, he inherited an entire air force like it was nothing. Every single one of them is dying to serve the great master, so yeah, their egos are getting a god-tier boost. They lean in and tell him, "We know everything that goes down on this mountain," and just like that, he's got eyes on him 24/7, non-stop. Yuki flashes Dick a tiny head pat for being such a good boy, and yeah, a wholesome moment in my trashy manga. Honestly, it's way more likely than you think. He declares this mountain his secret base of operations, Gigachad-level move. He orders Dick to choose a few commanders to keep in close contact with him. They'll act as his early warning alarm, clocking any hostile forces or monsters that creep too close. If it gets too spicy for the bats, Yuki steps up fast, no backing down, just handling business. All right, time to hunt another rabbit and claw our way to those gains. Yuki tears through his skill checklist, making sure he has every tool he needs to crush this new world. The plan's dead simple: act like a regular human, but keep the truth hidden. You're the most dangerous man alive. He's not done yet. He's gonna stalk a little longer before he heads back to that dusty mansion. Everything's finally clicking into place. Next stop, the main building library. You guys have no idea what's about to hit you next. Yo boys, first up, Yuki comes back from a hunt with a massive rabbit, and the moment he's ready to light up the win, there's always some annoying NPC waiting at the gate to kill the vibe. Sir Catchell is already stomping through the halls, already pissed, because Yuki didn't ask permission. Just look at his face. He totally looks like the kind of guy who'd run to the teacher to remind everyone about homework. But Yuki doesn't even blink. He just smirks, knowing he's about to fry this fool. At school, the kid just casually parades his dinner like it's no big deal, acting like he didn't hear a single word Q-Call said. He even drops that Martha the maid is gonna cook it for him, then pauses like, "Look at those assets on her. Yeah, she's 100% top-tier waifu. Cackle is snapping completely, yelling that Yuki's just a commoner and accusing her of being selfish. Out here, he's straight up labeling our boy an illegitimate brat and a servant. Like, the nerve on this hater is absolutely unreal. Just look at that glare. This dude's craving power so bad he's lashing it out on a literal kid. Yuki tries to slip out to get his meat processed, but Cackle won't shut up, barking in the background like a salty fan. Suddenly, the real gigachat, Lord George, steps in, gripping a sword so heavy it makes Cackle's entire ego look weightless. Cassiel instantly tries to snitch on Yuki for wanting to keep the rabbits all to himself. What a total beta move. But hey, Dad's a total bro, and when Yuki catches those rabbits, he declares they're hers. Nope, his asterisk, simple as that. He pats Yuki on the head, praises his talent, and you tell Yuki he actually respects that old man for real. Turns out the dad is a total martial arts beast. He didn't just get that nobility by luck, he earned it with raw skill, pure riz, and sheer strength. He leans in and warns the kid about the deadly beasts hiding in those mountains, while Catchell just stands there like a totally rejected side character. Dad keeps firing off defenses for his son, while Ketchel keeps pounding the illegitimate child excuse like a stuck broken record. Cackle flashes that creepy villain grin and leans in to remind the Lord about his hiring terms that Sousa definitely isn't going to like. Basically, Keckle is blackmailing him. He'll only help the other son zeros if the Lord stops butting into his teaching. Dad finally cracks under the pressure, and Yuki snaps on his "I'm a good boy" act to make it all feel like a game. Yuki shoves the rabbits into his dad's hands, kissing the piece like a master strategist. Then he pleads for permission to step into the library as payment, and you can practically see the gears grinding in his mind. He insists he wants to make up for what he doesn't know, but trust me, he's about to stumble onto some seriously game-breaking secrets. The instant they glance away, he flashes that wicked grin and smashes forward, because every step is landing exactly as he planned. Bro straight up memorized his dad's training schedule for 3 whole years just to nail this confrontation on the dot. That's next-level plot armor, no joke. Dad is so blown away by that humility that he nods and grants the green light, only to leave Cackle totally furious, frozen in pure rage. Operation's a success. Now our boy sprints into the mansion to size everything up. Cackle is lurking in the hallway like a full-on creep, probably cooking up his next nasty L. Yuki locks eyes with the butler, Neil, pure class in human form, the kind of distinguished gentleman you swear you've seen in stories. Neil used to be an absolute beast on the battlefield back in the day, so trust me, he's not some random NPC. Yuki asks if Keckle was just there too, like he could feel that hate energy still buzzing in the air. They finally burst into the library, and turns out books here are so rare they're basically like a girl who never uses filters. The butler's freaking out that Yuki can even read, but our boy isn't even worried. He's just hunting for that sweet history lore. He stumbles on a history book about the kingdom, then grins and braces himself to plunge straight into the story. He lunges for the shelf, but it won't budge, stuck tighter than a simp's grip on a streamer's merch. Even after the butler unlocked it, the door just won't budge, and Yuki instantly knows something's seriously wrong. Look at that butler dripping sweat. He knows Cashel is behind this petty sabotage. Turns out the door was sealed tight with a magic gadget, Cutchell's basically giving them a high-tech middle finger. Yuki finally clocks that Cackle's been toying with him from the shadows, and it instantly pisses him off. The butler slips in to grab some tea, and Yuki clamps down on his urge to complain, because he refuses to make his family look bad. He smirks to himself that aristocrats are a total weird species while he glares at the locked shelf. Then he decides it's time to get into some missile blood hacking, like the most brutally edgy move I've heard all day. He tells them he can smash magic to pieces by using his own blood as a power line, and honestly, it's absolute cinema. Our boy is straight up hacking the spell with his blood, slicing through every layer like a pro gamer. He studies the lock's insides like a map, then starts tampering with the magic supply to break it. Riz is almost finished. He yanks the spell to a stop and flexes, letting everyone see what MC energy looks like. Success hits, those lops finally swing open, and he dives in to read, then scrubs the whole mess clean so nobody ever suspects. The butler returns with a tray of tea, and Yuki just sits there, acting like an innocent little lamb. But Neil can't shake the feeling. Something in the room feels seriously off. Panic mode hit. Yuki suddenly realized the magic tool was flipped upside down, and he knew he'd done it in a total rush. He shrugs it off, claims the tutor must have messed up, but the butler just keeps staring him down. Neil still remembers that one seal from the battlefield, how it took 3 elite magicians just to crack it, so now he's dead sure Yuki is on another level. The butler basically straight up admits he hates Catchell too, and yeah, it's a full-on bro moment. Cackle's off somewhere else, probably wallowing as a total loser, while Yuki races back to his research. We hit a quick little reading montage, because this dude is a true scholar and a proper gentleman to boot. An hour later, he finally slams the last page shut, and you can tell every bit of that lore drained him. He hears the truth about the Elysium Temple, an ancient magic crew that somehow played with every cheat code turned on. But then he reaches the moment where they all perish, and he's honestly stunned, like how could they just vanish like that? Turns out they were stirring up territorial wars and ripping each other apart with internal power struggles, exactly the kind of mess that gets everyone cooked. They thought their ancient magic and powerful gear made them untouchable, but the truth hit hard, they were dead wrong. Right in the thick of the war, every one of their magic weapons suddenly died on them, like the universe just pulled the ultimate rip bozo move. The warring nations didn't hesitate, they slammed into them all at once, because everyone was fed up and wanted them gone. Every last soul in the organization got wiped out, and they vanished like they'd never existed. Their legendary magical gear vanished like smoke, sure, some jerk stashed it somewhere, and you just know it'll be back later for the next big plot twist. Yuki sprawls on his bed, lost in thought, glaring at how today's humans are wasting their true potential. He's daydreaming about how much easier life would be if they just used magic to heat their homes and fetch water, no more hauling wood. He snaps that humans are idiots for trashing holy swords and for causing more trouble than a demon lord ever could. And in the end, he struck out, finding nothing about his old village, which was the exact reason he hauled himself to the library in the first place. He's hit with this sweet flashback to a girl named Alice, and trust me, you already know what you're thinking. Yeah, she's the one that got away. He decides he has to head straight to the royal capital if he wants the real scoop on history, the good stuff, no shortcuts. He's sure there are bigger libraries out there, and historians who aren't just NPCs. Now he's staring at two brutal paths he can take to shape his future. Choice 1 says you walk straight into the school, soak up the world's normal knowledge, and blend in like you were always part of it. And that's when he becomes an adventurer, always on the move, so nobody ever clocks the fact that he's an immortal Chad. Choice 2 means ditching everything and hunting the ruins of his village, searching for Alice's descendants. Then it hits him he doesn't have to pick one path at all. Since he's the main character, he just goes and does both. All at once, someone starts yelling his name, and he jerks out of his deep, lost thoughts. A fiery red carriage screeches up to the mansion, and you can practically feel that something huge is about to explode. His dad yells from the window, telling him to hurry up, right now. Up and now it looks like the Zeros just got great news, plus Kaki is actually smiling, and that's a total red flag. Yo, what is up, my cultured kings? Welcome back. Today we're cracking open the trashiest, most absolute cinema stories you've ever seen. And trust me, this one's spicy. Our MC is living his best life as a low-key legend, while everyone else keeps glazing his mid-tier brother. Let's jump right in. First up, we've got this catch-all guy who's basically the biggest NPC on the planet, grinning like he just discovered a legendary waifu, because Zeros is apparently a wonderful elder brother. Our MC Yuki's just standing there like, bruh, for real, while this cackle dude cackles like he's the main character of the plot. Dad struts in like a full-on Chad with that beard blazing, then leans toward Yuki and drops the bomb. There's huge news for the Zeros about the Magician Guild. Yuki keeps his cool, casually asking if his brother finally landed an internship, or maybe something along those lines, trying hard to keep the whole vibe calm. Then Zeros hits us with a bombshell. His 8th princess, Iris Tuat, or Rustia, is showing up just to watch him flex his powers, and the way he grips that scroll like it's a sacred relic is wild. The Riz might not exist, but his ego sure does, and it's absolutely exploding. Yuki's over there grinding through the math, and then it hits. This princess is basically getting shoved into the same apprentice path too, and that's a perfect setup for some plot-important culture later. He spells it out for the slow ones in the back, because the princess is basically a guild scout, here to sniff out whether Zeros is truly built different, or just another big, shiny fraud. Yuki can't stop staring, baffled that an actual princess is showing up in some backwater barony, while Cackle lurks behind her, hating on everything like he always does. Cackle starts cackling and going off about how it's all his fault, his recommendation letters, his insane, high aptitude, like he's the one who caused all this. The whole squad is buzzing to see Zeros get evaluated, and the dad's grinning like he just found proof that his retirement plan is finally locked in. Then Catchell flips into full villain mode. He jabs a finger at Yuki and orders him to stay home, go nowhere, and act like he should basically stop existing while the princess is around. The nerve on this guy to call our boy a bastard, bro, that's not a warning, that's a death wish. Even the dad and the Zeros look shaken like, damn Catchell, it's not that deep, but nah, this man has zero chill. Ketchel is out here twisting the Zeros until they start hating his own brother, snapping that he's a bastard little brother, and acting like Yuki's some kind of stain on the family name. Yuki's just standing there, no reaction at all. I'm ready to end this guy's whole career, but for now, he's choosing to stay silent. He stares at the Zeros and thinks, man, I look just like their dad, and since Yuki's had a brutal past, he decides to back his brother for real instead of hating. And Zeros is already getting swept up in the propaganda, convinced it's unforgivable that a lowly commoner like Yuki even dares to exist anywhere near royalty. Cackle's grin spreads like a Discord mod who just snagged admin rights, shoving Zeros forward to spell out exactly where Yuki belongs. Zero snaps into full beta mode and spits that Yuki was born from some random commoner on a battlefield, then demands she not be allowed anywhere near the princess, while Keiko's nonstop glazing has fully rotted his brain. He jabs a finger like he's calling the shots, barking at Yuki to stay trapped in her room like she's Cinderella. And Yuki, my man, just breaks into the sweetest smile and says yes, eyes glowing like an angel and honestly, absolute cinema. He's thinking who in their right mind wants to wade through royal drama and stuck-up princesses, and Zeros is totally thrown off. He figured he'd get a fight, not this. Right at the start, we slam into a fast flashback of Yuki's old life as a demon king, except he wasn't the monster type. He was a total gigachad, feeding the hero instead of trying to kill her. And yeah, just look at that girl's assets. She was clearly being spoiled with good food. Turns out the girl he spared didn't just survive. She busted her tail and climbed all the way up to become a guard. And that's proof our MC has always been the real deal. All culture, all kindness. She's actually the grandma of one of his current homies. Tell me you don't think that connection is totally wild. Now we're back in the present. Yuki plants his feet and snaps. I'm staying in my room. Just promise you'll all shut up and let me have some peace. He even pushes the idea of bunking in a town or hitting the road for a fresh start, just to be extra safe, grinning like a kid desperate to escape those NPCs. The dad's confidence crumbles into full-on failure when he realizes he's forcing his own son to act like a pariah just to get closer to the high-ranking aristocrats. Zeros thinks Yuki's being sarcastic, snaps into a full-on tantrum because he can't stomach the MC's energy, and honestly, I don't care. Yuki leans in like, no bro, I'm your biggest fan. But the second he says it, you can feel the ache for family from his past life crashing back in. He yells that he wants nothing to do with the guild or the princess at all, and that brutal line just slices clean through Zero's pride. Yuki blurts out that he's just embarrassed and could mess up the etiquette, so he insists the Zeros should feel like he's the only one tough enough to carry the pressure. He prays that Zeros finds his footing and bolts out, only to find Zeros spiraling, yelling, don't be stupid, because he's convinced everyone's judging him. Zero snaps when he thinks Yuki's throwing shade, convinced she's saying he doesn't belong in the guild talk about insecurity on overdrive. He snaps back at the illegitimate child insult because he's got nothing else, pure, textbook beta behavior. Dad finally steps in and shuts the bullying down, and meanwhile Zeros just grinds his teeth like he's seconds away from snapping. Zero tells Yuki, watch this, I'm going to prove my power and show you what real ancient magic looks like. Cackle spots a crack in the plan and immediately begs for a favor, bet it's something wicked. He's trying to beat ancient magic into Yuki just to teach him a lesson. Look at that evil smirk, he's absolutely itching for a violent showdown. Data agrees to a mock battle, because everyone wants to find out just how strong Zero really is now. The hype is real, Dad yells for a practice sword and gets ready to school his son. Yuki's ordered to sit in the corner and stare, while the servants get kicked out, because no one is allowed to see the secret ancient magic sauce. Cackle plays judge, and the rules couldn't be clearer. Whoever drops their sword first is the loser. The fight explodes into motion. Zero barrels in full throttle like he just stepped out of a whole other manga and stole the spotlight. Yuki clocks Zero dragging runes through the air with his own fingers. Apparently, that's how those old-school spells are cast. Zero slams into the power-up mode, and it looks like he's one breath away from going Super Saiyan. Bo's dead still. He locks in his body enhancement and rockets forward like an actual flash. He's so ridiculously fast that he's shoving the dad right back, and Yuki's jaw drops because she can't believe how fast it's happening. Our MC breaks down the fight and snaps to the truth. This ancient magic is wildly more broken than modern spells, giving people a huge, massive percentage boost compared to the little scraps they normally get. Zeros is pumping himself up, grinning because the moment he's waited for is here. He's finally ready to go head-to-head with his old man. He shoots Yuki a look at me glare, trying to flex his power, like he's daring her to feel it. He's convinced Yuki can't even grasp what's happening, and he has no idea our boy is a literal former demon king. Yuki suddenly gets it. If normal NPCs could use this magic, the whole world would get cooked in minutes, and that's why they lock it down tight. He's breaking out in sweat, finally realizing just how massive what he's seeing really is. Yuki blows through finger movement patterns from sheer genius, stuck on one wild thought: could ancient magic be its own language? He tries it himself, scribbles the crest on his hand with a drop of blood, and the air snaps and creaks like it's alive. Suddenly, heat explodes through his limbs, and power rips up from deep inside. Oh no, he just accidentally flipped on God mode. He's snapping back into his true shape, the Lord of Nosferatu, and the aura is just ridiculous, pure peak gigachat energy. Yuki realizes that if he lingers right here, he'll blow his cover, and maybe torch the entire mansion with it. He swallows his pride, apologizes to his dad and brother in his head, and knows he has to bolt right now. He yells that he's sick, then bolts out like he's fleeing a child support hearing. Zero's fumes and barrels after him in that boosted state. Honestly, it's petty as hell. Yuki's panicking like crazy, because that massive aura blasting out of him is one slip away from getting him caught. He rockets off and Zero's is instantly left in the dust, utterly stunned and totally bamboozled. Zero's is sprinting for his life, but Yuki is untouchable. He can't even close the gap. He's panicking like, why won't she slow down? How is she moving that fast? Picture this: ancient magic supercharges you, and you still get left in the dust by some kid who just says he's got a tummy ache. Yeah, Zero's is officially done for. Yuki vanishes into thin air, and those poor Zeros just stand there, stunned out of their minds. The face Zero's making right now is pure gold, because he just realized he might be the weak one. He's scanning the area like a lost puppy, freaking out, trying to figure out where his bastard brother vanished to. Yuki crouches in hiding, breath ragged, staring at the glowing rune blazing on his hand. He's honestly baffled that it worked so perfectly, like the whole thing was magic, just from drawing it with a little blood. The mark starts to fade, but the blow to Zero's pride, that sting won't ever fully heal. But Yuki realizes he just casually nailed ancient magic on his very first try, like it was nothing. This kid is built different, and I'm dying to watch him accidentally stumble into becoming the strongest thing in the world while he's just trying to be a hermit. Yo, what's up my cultured kings? Welcome back. Today we're diving into straight-up cinema as Yuki starts realizing he's built different. Our MC stares at the mark on his hand, and you can practically feel the power flooding out of him, like he's about to unleash the hottest mixtape the era has ever seen. He fires off that edgy promise about coming back as the Lord of Nosferatu, and bro is hitting peak edge, and I'm loving every second of it. Just look at that pose, that straight-up main character energy. Meanwhile, in the hater corner, you've got blonde brother Zeros and that greasy-haired tutor, Cashel, and Zeros is acting like a total beta, panicking because he can't match Yuki's growth. Cackle's over here flat-out glazing Zeros, bragging he can totally shut Yuki down in that mock battle. This dude's a full-on snake in fancy robes, and I'm calling it right now. Zero's absolutely cooked. He straight up says he can't beat Yuki, and I'm like, bro, we've got pride here. You're the heir, not someone simping out of fear for his own insecurities. Catchel leans in close with that vile riz, smugly promising to teach Yuki who really runs the show, because this man has the nerve to plot against our boy while he's just trying to live his best life. Zeros just keeps nodding along like some mindless NPC, totally buying into the manipulation, and watching him fold like this is downright painful. But wait, look who's lurking under the balcony, eavesdropping like a pro. Yuki was right there the whole time, sneak level 100. That was dangerously close, but you can't just catch a former demon lord that easily. He slips off like a ninja, letting out a relieved breath, and honestly, you've gotta love an MC who knows exactly when to bail before things blow up. Yuki scrutinizes everything, and then it clicks, just sketching that crest is all it took to trigger the spell, and yeah, he's a natural-born genius, no cap. Then bam, flashback time to his past as a vampire lord, where he'd scribble memos using nothing but his own blood, and honestly, that's peak culture, writing with premium red ink like it's no big deal. He decides to dig deeper into this ancient magic, and you just know he's about to go full berserk, becoming the most cracked magician in history. Wife you yell and Yuki rips through a window, sorry, mommy, because Martha's right there in the middle of changing, and I can't stop laughing at you for serving up that top-tier fan service. He tries to apologize for accidentally peeping, but Martha's way too chill about it. Like, honestly, if someone as big of a Chad as Yuki barged into my room, I probably wouldn't even be mad. Look at those assets, Martha's pledging loyalty, sure, but we both know what she's really swearing allegiance to, and it's her curves, that waistline. Yeah, she's absolutely best girl material. Turns out Martha's loyalty runs bone deep. Yuki yanked her and her mom out of the streets, and she never forgot it. And our boy, he's been a jigachad since he was basically still in diapers. Look at these little rascals. Right from when he was a kid, he was already sneaking around, serenading his childhood friend with flowers like it's the coolest thing ever. Pure wholesome vibes, right before the tragedy crashes in. Yuki clocks the shift the moment Cackle Bastard rolls into town. The whole barony gets stricter, louder, and way more unbearable, and everyone's got the same target, that fun-killing jerk. Martha's over the moon that Yuki always shows up to see her sick mother, like nothing else matters. And honestly, this main character is so painfully pure for a world this messy, it's unreal. So somehow Mom's health shoots up every time Yuki shows up, like his visits come with miracle powers. Is he secretly a doctor, or does he just have that main character healing aura thing going on? Martha's loyalty is ironclad. She locks eyes with him like, I'll do anything for you, and you can't help but feel the love in that look. Yuki fires off the ultimate line, I'm not treating you like a servant, you're my friend, and the Riz goes nuclear, boys, because Martha is totally down bad now. They lock it in with a sweet little fist bump. If that's not pure friendship goals, I don't know what is. Just look at them, this is peak perfection. One's a future god, the other's a thick maid, and somehow it all clicks like absolute cinema. Yuki finally clocked how insane it looked to just casually slip in through a second-story window. Yeah, it's late, but at least he got there, bro. Martha couldn't care less, everything her lord does, pure awesome in her eyes, and honestly, that's the kind of fire we all should be carrying. Another flashback hits hard. Yuki summons his magic and shields a crying Martha from bugs, and since day one, he's been her knight in shining armor. Martha decides she's done being nice and roasts him for that peeping incident, because she's got him fully cornered, and yep, he's blushing hard. Then she hits him with a crazy offer, let me wash your hair, just to say thanks, and I swear, if you can guess what the culture fans are thinking right now, I'll spot you $10. Out of nowhere, the Baron bursts in and orders Yuki to stay put at an in the moment the princess arrives, because behind that rule, he's really hiding his own illegitimate son. Cold as ice, dad. Yuki's a legit Chad, he just grins, waves it off, and says it doesn't bother him one bit, like he's way too chill for all this drama. The Baron suddenly crumples, pulls him into a hug, and breaks down hard, like he's a failure as a father, because in this family, real emotion like that is almost unheard of. Martha hangs back in the background, watching it all go down, while Yuki's face burns with pure embarrassment, because getting tackled into a hug by your dad in front of your waifu is the ultimate bruh moment. Yuki flashes back to his old life, where he was always the one soothing everyone else, and now being a kid again feels like the strangest ride of his life. But he admits getting comforted isn't so terrible after all. Our boy is finally starting to soften up. In his old life, he never had parents, so being thrown into this world was totally brand new territory for the former demon lord. Turns out he's genuinely grateful for this fresh start. He's got a family, a sister by his side, and even a loyal maid who's got his back. And yeah, he's straight up winning at life. Dad leans in and tells Martha to take care of Yuki like her life depends on it. Then Dad throws in, don't worry, Baron, she's already got it handled. Yuki's soaked in love right now, and this moment is so sweet it feels criminal for a trashy recap. Trust me, the drama's charging in right behind it. Back in the villain's lair, Cackle pounds on his desk like he's straight out of an old movie. Yeah, this guy is cooking up something evil. He's back tossing brainwashing zeros into full-on panic, preaching that only the chosen can wield ancient magic, while shoving a mountain of caps in the kid's face. Look at that face, so punchable it's ridiculous. But Ketchel's way more worried about Yuki, because he can already tell the MC is a real threat. He's mind-warping zeros, convincing him Yuki is out here to steal his inheritance, like the manipulation is actually unhinged. So seriously, someone grab this kid a therapist ASAP. Cackle starts going off the rails, snatching at the zeros and screaming at him, like some seriously toxic one-on-one mentorship. He's even staging Yuki getting handed to Martha like it's some elite recruitment drive. Like, bro, the guy just wanted steak, not some political coup. Zero's getting absolutely destroyed by these lies, and now he's starting to actually believe his own brother is the enemy. Cackle starts calling Yuki a bastard and a pest, and the nerve of this NPC is straight up unbelievable. I'm the one friend you can trust, the exact line every manipulator drops right before they crush your whole life. Zero's is fully brainwashed now, staring at Cackle like he's a savior, while his own common sense is begging him to snap out of it. Look at that creepy grin. Cackle is savoring every second of it like it's his favorite game, and yeah, he's a full-on gigachat-grade douchebag. He pulls out this creepy, cursed-looking amulet and orders Zero to repeat every word after him. Yeah, this is straight up cult stuff. Yuki Grosseria is my enemy, bro, he straight up said it, and now Zeros is officially a full-on hater. Cackle's grinning like he just hit the jackpot, and he's got the air exactly where he wants it. Later on, Neil the butler spots Yuki and slips him a message from the Baron. That mountain is turning into a no-go zone because a massive test is coming. Yeah, the rules are dull, but apparently only dull people need them. Yuki doesn't care about the rules at all. He's already plotting to slip out tonight and start running his experiments. He decides to test his limits right in the safety of his own room first, because even a demon lord knows you don't skip the smart part. Yuki breaks down how Zeros pull off their magic. Those kids have to chant and scribble in the air, but he does it in a blink. He still can't figure out how it worked on him. No explanation, no words, just raw results. That's what they mean when they say Yuki is built different. Alright, let's rip it all back to the start. Fresh experiment, fresh results. Time to play with the real science. We jump straight in. Ancient magic hits like a cheat code, 3 times stronger and way more efficient than regular magic, basically the premium version of reality. He remembers how his body felt lighter during the fight, like the whole battle was on 2x speed and he was just cruising. He snatches a piece of parchment to put his theory to the test. All right, here we go. He starts with regular ink first, then it turns out to be total garbage because nothing happens at all. Then he decides to use his own blood, like the old days, because that's when the real cultured magic kicks in. It works, his body suddenly feels weightless, and he rockets forward so fast he turns into a blur. Look at him go, total speed demon. But then he overdoes it, leaps too hard and wham, his head crashes into the ceiling. Outside of combat, Elmio MC is a full-on klutz, and yeah, that's a simp move. He finally clocks it. The magic only sticks around for about 10 minutes before the blood runs dry, and that's exactly the kind of warning you need before the next boss fight. His missile blood is the real secret. Regular blood won't do a thing, because his is different, and it's what makes everything work. Zoom in on the status screen, bros packing S-rank magic, plus an ancient skill that can actually wreck the laws of magic. At this point, he's basically the most broken character the whole series has ever seen. He remembers getting skewered by a holy sword in his past life. Like, talk about going out in pure, badass metal fashion. He finally realizes the holy sword is smeared with his blood from when he died, like some wild plot armor just stitched his 2 lives together. Since his reincarnation linked him to an ancient relic, he woke up with the gift for ancient magic. Honestly, what a wild lucky break he had. He's blown away that in this era, people still haven't cracked how to use ancient relics to shape their culture. The Magician Guild is stockpiling every scrap of ancient magic, and those greedy NPCs keep getting in the way, always ruining the fun for everyone else. Yuki's head fills with delusions of grandeur. He starts picturing a crazy world of microwaves, steaks, and modern luxury, while bro's ready to slap that fantasy dream into a full-on 21st century resort. He snaps back to reality. No way, no way. He blurts and takes it one step at a time, buddy. He just wants to crack the mystery of humans and finally live in peace. No world domination fantasies, not even close. He's secretly hoping his brother Zeros turns into an awesome man, but man, Zeros is slammed right now, busy hating instead. Outside, Martha and her little sister are buzzing because Yuki just bagged some rabbits for dinner, so loud they're practically yelling about that rabbit meat. Io, calm down, ladies. Yuki's totally fine being treated like an illegitimate kid. No drama, just pressure and pure, it is what it is vibes. He just wants to kick back in the village, live his best life, and chow down meat every single week. Yeah, honestly, same, that's the real GigaChad lifestyle. Don't drag your ghost into my life from the past. He's trying to break free and enjoy what's right in front of him, but trust me, the past will come pounding on the door soon. Yo homies, we're back with another absolute banger. Our boy finally crawls out of bed late as hell, dripping pure lazy energy, but don't sleep on it. He's still got former demon Lord Riz locked in his back pocket. He's absolutely terrified of his maid, Martha, like, she's probably all dummy mommy energy, because she's out here chewing him out for skipping breakfast, and bro is so knocked out on her pancakes he's basically in a food coma. His bat familiar rockets in and calls him Master, like a living hype man with wings. Seriously, that's the kind of top-tier culture you don't even question. Our boy tells the bats to lay low, so nobody thinks he's some kind of weirdo, because out here, nobody wants to be the snitch in the neighborhood. He's itching to try some forbidden magic out in the mountains like a total lunatic, so here's the bet. I'll give you $10 if you can guess whether he blows something up or somehow doesn't. He slams Boost X2 on and starts using those blood crests on his hands. Look at those markings. Bro's basically cooking with pure fire already. He plants one foot, bam. This is straight up absolute cinema. He's flying so fast the frames can't even keep up with his speed. Even he's like, yo, this is way too much riz for one body, and he's sprinting so fast that no level 1 should ever move like that. The whole world turns into a blur, and our boy's low-key terrified, but he's buzzing with adrenaline anyway, speedrunning life at 13. Once more, he slams into the ground with a thunderous impact, crushing everything and ripping out a massive crater. He suddenly gets slammed with flashbacks of his old life, flying through the sky like a total gigachat, and then he flexes on M-King. He clocks it 10 minutes and the effect fades, while he's out here crunching numbers like he's breaking the sound barrier in real time. But here's the kicker, he can stack multiple spells with blood crests, because chanting is for NPCs, not him. Just imagine needing to talk to use your powers. Yeah, that's not our boy. He wants to cast 3 spells at once right now. Bro, you're built like a middle schooler, and you're about to get absolutely cooked. And it's all over for him. He crumples on the floor, screaming in agony, because his body can't take that kind of power, not even close beta move. We'll wave it off for the research. 10 minutes later, he's back on his feet, but his bat is staring at him like he just made himself look ridiculous. No joke, the bat's real name is Dick Asterisk, and our guy decides to clamber onto Dick's body. Yeah, I can hear you thinking the wrong thing, so get those minds out of the gutter. He crests the ridge on the wing like a champ. Look at that glow-up for the little homie. Dick is absolutely flying right now. This power-up is so outrageously bold, it's got him completely overwhelmed. The bat slams forward so fast he breaks the sound barrier, and every pulse of his sound waves hits like a nuke. The bat's totally brown-nosing his master right now, bragging that his power is unmatched. Yeah, we're loving this loyal familiar energy. Turns out every last bat can wield this ancient magic, and the Magician Guild is out here hoarding it like a secret stash, while our boy just hands it over like candy. He's out here saying magic is just a hobby and everyone should stay in school, basically telling the whole crew to touch grass and get an education. He's still freaking out about Martha chewing him out, and honestly, with how terrified he is, Martha's got some real power, probably the kind that shuts him up fast. He's out here dreaming about syrup and bread, but Dick spots some losers nearby, and they're getting absolutely smashed by monsters. It's a pack of dark bears tearing into some travelers, and the MC groans that helping out is pure hassle, cold-blooded through and through. I don't care if they die, straight up, it's giving hardcore red-pilled energy. But if they die, his brother's test site could get shut down, so he's sprinting like his life depends on it, because he'd rather run from the paperwork than face it. He's absolutely terrified that some guy named Castle is gonna blow up. Yeah, that simp energy is real, but we're still pushing forward. We spot a princess and her knight getting totally cornered by vicious bears. Just look at her. Fellas, she's got top-tier waifu energy written all over her. She's bent out of shape because the map flat out lied to her. Those helpful maps are scams, just like those hot singles near you ads. That old man is striding straight into the you shall not pass moment, pure gigachat energy from the Gramps, and he takes the hit himself so the lady can make it. The princess kicks off her origin magic chant like she's done it 1,000 times already. She tells the old man to step back, then she's about to smash these beasts with the hammer. She drops Ifrit's Flame Blast, pure, high-level firepower, and it's absolute cinema. That bear is crispy as heck, but it's still standing, like it's got enough plot armor to tank the whole apocalypse. Things are getting bad, the bear is still deadly, and she's burning through her mana fast. She hears them closing in, and suddenly it hits. This safe mountain is a death trap, and someone set them up to fail on purpose. Gramps is losing it, and the home team is in serious trouble, like real trouble. Just when you thought it couldn't get worse, 2 more bears crash in. Yeah, it's a full-on bear fest, and they're the main course. The princess slams into a tree, yep, full impact. And nope, she's not some waifu either. She's coughing up pain and crumbling right in front of us, and this is exactly where the MC always bursts in to steal the spotlight. The pack has them boxed in from every side, no escape, no mercy, they're already finished. She basically lost everything, her voice vanished, her magic died, and now she's broken in the worst way. She's sobbing hard, convinced this is the final page of her life. The bear looms over her, jaws set to end it, right here, right now. Suddenly, a brutal attack shrieks through the air. That bear's frozen mid-bite, totally baffled. Who on earth just dared to interrupt his meal? Packed up on this mountain are beasts everywhere. Smooth talk. Bro, you really think you're him. Right out of nowhere, our boy bursts in and yanks her to safety at the very last second. Look at this, Princess Carrie, full-on absolute Chad, moving at Mach 10. This is peak culture, boys. He's roasting them for being up in the mountains during breeding season, all while he's the one saving her, still calling the girl an idiot like that's just peak game level riz. He plants her down, then unleashes his vicious army, dicks, mean bats, charging in to help the old man. The bears are getting absolutely stomped by this swarm of bats, and honestly, imagine being some top-tier monster, then getting dunked on by a flying mouse. The princess is straight up losing it. She can't even process how normal bats are acting this utterly unhinged. MC leans in and asks, "You still got mana left?" Then she grins because she's already cooking up her next move. He's dying to see her light up with that fire magic again, and he's basically turning a life-or-death showdown into some kind of let's test this research project. She clocks him as some level 1 scrub, but she has no choice. She's stepping behind him and trusting him with everything because he's her only hope. MC rockets onto the bears, back like it's the wildest playground ever. He drives the blade straight into its neck, brutal, surgical, and totally merciless, and yeah, we're loving every second. He blasts his flash freeze from inside the wound, like, that's 200 IQ street magic at work. The bear's legs are so frozen solid inside that it's like the cold carved them from within. Talk about a brutal cold shoulder. She snaps to it. He didn't fight the fur at all. He blasted magic straight into the wound, and just like that, our boy proved he's a damn genius. The princess is acting like a walking NPC right now. Her magic feels completely useless, like nobody even needs it. MC tells her that the bear is way too strong for him. Yeah, right, he's totally just exaggerating to steal the spotlight. He begs for the finishing blow just so he can stare at her magic up close. Bro's a straight-up geek for culture and ancient spells. She fires off the Flame Blast, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. The MC tells the old man and Dick to step aside, fast, before they get caught in the blast and get toasted. And just like that, poof, the bears get wiped out of existence. They lived through it, but the princess's face is still frozen like she just saw a god step out into the world. The knight bows and calls him a hero, and the MC just shrugs like, "Don't stress, I just wanted to see something cool, absolute Chad." Look at her face, her heart's pounding, and she's totally down bad for our MC right now. They're just locking eyes, no blinking, no breathing, tension so thick it could slice through steel, my dudes. MC suddenly blinks. Wait, why does she look so familiar? Is this about to become that long-lost sister kind of twist? She looks exactly like Alice, the same girl from his past. She looks just like Alice, but who is she really? Is she the former Demon Lord's ex? Stick around, because we're finding out in the next one. Yo, Yuki's out in the woods acting like he didn't just wipe out an entire pack of bears, and now he's staring down this princess with her guard. Like, bro, why are NPCs even rolling around here? That guard won't shut up, rambling that a tutor named Cackle told them this place is safe. But Yuki's got pure movie scene energy right now, because he knows Snake Cackle is 100% cooking up something shady. Look at my man Yuki, he's clocking that look like, I'm about to destroy this dude's whole career, and you can see it written all over his face. Princess Clara starts pressing him for answers. Are you from the Byron family? And Yuki's breaking into cold sweat because all he wants is to stay low-key and dodge royal drama like it's a fire. He's fighting tooth and nail to stay calm, but the panic is blazing in his eyes, like, please don't clock that I'm a gigachad in disguise. He tells her he's just some ordinary huntsman who happens to know a little magic. Yeah, sure, the biggest lie I've ever heard. You literally wiped out those bears with one blast. Clara stares at him like, are you kidding me? There's no way she's swallowing that NPC act for even a second. Right then, she tells him to join the Magician Guild. Like, with that kind of riz, she's already trying to rope our boy into her party. Yuki shrugs it off like it's no big deal. Then the princess finally hits everyone with the late introduction. Say hello to Clara the princess. She's got that top-tier waifu energy, and her guard's burning up like crazy. And while our MC just breezes around, he's out here collecting beauties without even breaking a sweat. They said they were just scouting the test site for the upcoming magic exam, but they had no clue. Yuki had already cleared the entire dungeon ahead of them. They demand he keep their little field trip under wraps. Meanwhile, the guard is straight up bowing to him, and the audacity of this MC's power is unreal. Now they're on their knees, begging for his name, because they're dying to know who this mysterious legend really is. Clara fishes out a token of gratitude, and she's dead set on winning over Yuki early, real fast. Yuki blurts the "I don't need money, bro" card, then tells him to stop acting beta and just grab the loot. She refuses to let them go, insisting those bear corpses were way too crispy to sell. Then she snatches his hand like that's the whole plan, and boom, the chemistry hits instantly off the charts. He finally grabs the gift, and she's beaming. Our boy just pulled off the move and sealed the deal in one shot. Look at that smile. If you're not absolutely down bad for Clara after this page, you're straight up lying to yourself. She keeps thanking him, saying they never would have made it out alive. No cap, because without Yuki, they were totally done for. Yuki gets hit with a quick flashback. Suddenly, he spots the same face from his past life in front of him. He clocks her and instantly thinks, yeah, she looks like the daughter of some idiot I used to know, and somehow, across 2 lifetimes, Yuki's still a full-on professional roaster. He sends them back to their carriage like a full-on gentleman, and even has his pet bat patrolling the area, absolute Chad energy. Inside the carriage, Clara keeps eyeing our boy like he's a masterpiece. She can't stop gushing about how his combat skills are completely unreal for someone his age. She's dead set on finding someone like him, and right now, she's totally freaking out over the MC's raw strength. She's fast asleep, dreaming that he's her most trusted knight, and yeah, she's not just dreaming, she's already plotting the wedding like it's happening tomorrow. She's absolutely fuming that he never gave her his name, and now she's staring out the window like she's the star of a romance manga, caught in the biggest feels. She can't help but wonder if the zero guy who applied is the same dude, oh man, because the next wave of misunderstandings is about to go nuclear. That recommendation letter claims Zero's has blonde hair and blue eyes, meanwhile our MC rocks black hair, and I'm telling you right now, this is about to crash and burn. Even the guard is starting to sniff out that Catchell might be a complete fraud. They look at Ketchel and go, yeah, you're dead weight, then kick him out of the guild. Honestly, it's a huge win for the story. Meanwhile, they're still fixated on that mysterious hunter with the op bats, and Yuki's basically stuck living rent-free in their heads. Clara won't let it go. She's going full detective, digging for more info on that barony, all for her man. Cut to town, festival lights are blazing, crowds are buzzing, and everyone is buzzing with one dream. The princess is finally coming. But Yuki's trapped in his inn room, dying of boredom, and then Martha the maid barges in and oh lord, just look at the way she's built. Damn, Martha is thick with a capital T. Yuki lounges with a cup of tea while Martha leans in and drops the bomb. Tomorrow is Brother Zero's big test day, and Yuki just sits there, unbothered, casually vibing like it's no big deal. The town's jammed to the brim, because the princess is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Every single person's out there drooling over royalty, like it's the endgame. Yuki has to stay hidden until the princess finally walks out, because right now he's in a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek, where one mistake could cost him everything. He's already asking himself one thing: did the guild finally sniff out Cackle's lies, cause he's out here playing 4D chess while everyone else is stuck playing checkers? He starts tinkering with the ancient fire magic he watched Clara use, then he's literally sketching it on his bat, like he's daring the magic laws to stop him. He flashes back to his old life, where magic research was a brutal grind, and he's so done with that, now he just wants to live as a casual god. Martha drops the bombshell that they moved the test site because the mountain was too dangerous, and just like that, Cackle's reputation hits rock bottom. Yuki just blurts out to Martha, so, are you an only child? And I'm like, bro, what kind of insane pickup line is that? He asks if the person looks like her mom, and Martha immediately thinks he's accusing her family of an affair. Then her expression says it all, because her face is absolutely hilarious. Yuki tries to pull it back by bringing up the myth of the 3 lookalikes. Nice save, bro. She almost had him cooked by the maid. Martha kicks things off by talking about her mom's apple pie, and right then and there, my stomach drops because this manga is basically screaming, go get dessert. It's a family tradition. Yuki just sits there sipping his tea while he plays the patient listener to someone's nonstop yap. He clocks that Clara could be tied to his old friends, right down to their crazy food preferences, and honestly, that's top-tier detective IQ. He's stuck on the idea of venison pie, wondering if Claire is about to show up in his life again, and yeah, he's catching feelings hard, so don't let him try to lie about it. Martha tells him she'll follow him the moment he steps out, straight up. She's the ultimate loyal waifu, the kind of girl who stares at you the way Martha stares at Yuki. Martha blurts that her mom got a package stuffed with a dark bear's claw, and Yuki shipped it in secret like an absolute legend. Her mom's glowing with happiness, and Yuki's lurking in the shadows, playing the perfect gentleman, a total gigachad with a heart of pure gold. He figures hanging out with Martha isn't so awful. Look at her. Honestly, how could it be? And just like that, another maid explodes into the room like the FBI, screaming that Lord Yuki needs to get here fast, because something massive is about to go down. Martha's over here cracking jokes, while that other maid looks like she's about to drop dead. Martha's the real deal. The moment the bombshell hits, the princess snaps her orders. Every family member has to march in and introduce themselves, and Yuki's cover is seconds away from getting blown straight into the sky. Look at his face, Yuki's done for. The very person he's been dodging just called him over. We shift straight to the mansion, where the drama is exploding at full volume. Catch-all Maijin tears open a letter from the guild and panics instantly, because they've just uncovered his blunder at the survey site. The guild leadership is grilling him to a crisp, and he's sweating like he just got caught in the most unforgiving spotlight. He starts pointing at Yuki for every single problem, swearing he wanted Zeros to be the hero. Then Yuki snatched the spotlight right out from under him, and now he's nothing but a total loser. He knows if Zeros flunks this test, his career is done, so the fear kicks in, and that's when villains turn the screws and strike hardest. He's betting that a bunch of Zeros will pick him as the teacher, so his job is locked in like he's straight up using a kid as job security. Total trash tier tutor. If Zeros slips up, it's game over, done for. Just look at that salty face, you gotta love seeing it. A sharp knock hits the door. Who in the world just showed up? It's all Zeros, and the brother looks absolutely crushed, like the stress is crushing him from the inside. Zeros is buzzing with pure beta energy right now. Can I really pull this off, bro? Show me some confidence. Cackle jerks to his feet and explodes into screaming, like his mind is slipping away in real time. And he tells the Zeros the princess is already here. No retreat, no second chances. The pressure is crushing him. He kicks off a full-on gaslighting spree, slamming Zeros with lies and calling Yuki a bastard, just to make it seem like she's out to ruin him. And yeah, his manipulation is straight-up level 100. Zeros just sits there getting slammed, completely stunned. Poor kid has no clue what's happening. Cackle snickers at Yuki, calling him a pest in high society, because he's dead set on turning the brothers against each other. He's screaming that his entire house is in chaos because of Yuki's magic skills, and honestly, he's just salty as hell that Yuki's a natural Chad. Stare at Cackle's face in the background. He's got the look of a full-blown demon, and you already know he's scheming up something wicked. He's dumping Zeros into these fake rumors about Yuki trying to get rid of him. This is next-level betrayal, plot armor, the kind that screams chaos. And Zeros is buying every word, like he finally sees the light. Bro, you're getting played hard. He clings to the idea that Cashel is the only person he can truly trust, and it's heartbreaking to watch every second of it. Meanwhile, Zeros has officially turned into a simp, swallowing his tutor's lies like their truth. Cackle straight up tells him, Lord Yuki is your enemy. This betrayal is real, no cap. He hammers Zeros, telling them Yuki's slandering him just to scare him off, and that projection is downright unhinged. He plants his hands on Zero's shoulders like some sweet, caring mentor. Yeah, and I swear, I need to scrub my eyes after seeing that snake act like that. He tells Zeros to unleash the strongest magic he's got to win the princess over, and that sinister grin is back on his face. Zeros is clutching some kind of magic stone, and I'm telling you right now, $10 says it's about to blow sky high or do something absolutely unhinged. Zeros finally agrees, and right then, Cackle's spell snaps into full control over him. Cackle snarls at him to win it for the sake of his house, and he strides off like he just hit the jackpot. Just look at Cashel in this final shot, staring out that window like he's counting his future cash already, and you can practically feel the villainous grin underneath. Check out this sweet family reunion, except our MC looks like he's praying for literally any other place to be. His sister's clinging to him like a lost puppy, and bro can already feel the trouble brewing. A wild royal carriage comes tearing onto the scene, and the dad's already sweating buckets, yelling for everyone to shut up. The royal guards are standing there like unstoppable walls, and you can feel it. The main event is about to walk out any second. Yuki's out here playing hide-and-seek because one glimpse from someone means his peaceful life is done for. He's straight up trying to fade out of existence, but Pops is like, nah, stand your ground and stay tall. Bro realizes the Clara he met earlier is secretly high-tier royalty, and he's absolutely wrecked for keeping it to himself. Every last one of them drops to the ground to bow, while the dad is fawning and flattering the princess for showing up. He's basically on his knees, begging her to let his heirs keep inheriting heirs, so he can prove he's not some walking NPC. And there she is, boys, get a load of that entrance. That leg reveal is straight up cinema. She steps out, shuts down the whole royalty conversation, and tells them to chill, because she's not here to mingle, she's here to work. Then she throws a total bombshell. Zeros doesn't even need a test. The audacity is unreal. Yuki finally snaps to it. He hears her voice, and realizes his Clara is the kingdom's top-tier waifu, no less. Meet Princess Iris Rischa, and yeah, I see you staring because she's got that top-tier riz. Her dad starts glitching and freaking out, while the princess smiles and admits she's been dying to see real magic for real. She's all sweet smiles and deep bows, while dad proudly throws out Zeros like they're trophies, like he's about to walk on stage and be the next GigaChad. Zeros is bowing, but you can practically feel his ego towering over the whole room. Bro's got hater written all over him. The tension is so thick you could slice it with a butter knife, and Yuki just stands there, acting totally whipped. Our boy finally realizes he got played with an alias, and now all he wants is to log out of life for good. The princess is raring to kick things off, but only a select few are allowed to ride into the spotlight. That creepy Cacklewye guy offers to be their guide, rocking the whole cheap villain vibe, while Yuki secretly prays her brother will just ditch him and get out. The MC is racking his brain about his family's happiness, but we all know the plot armor won't let him breathe easy. Princess Iris demands an assistant who truly knows their stuff and won't crumble the second pressure starts to hit. And just like that, Pops shoves Yuki forward, throwing him to the wolves like a sacrifice the moment he gets the chance. He starts hyping up Yuki's genius and magic skills, and inside, Yuki is losing her mind, screaming on the inside. The budget villain, Cactual, starts hurling insults left and right, sneering that our hero's nothing but a commoner, like he's disposable trash. But the princess totally shuts him down on the spot, saying her own grandma was a commoner, pure mommy energy, with that one line. She basically looks him dead in the eye, tells him his opinion doesn't matter, and shuts him down by reminding him exactly where he stands, absolute queen energy. Cackle is straight up finished, and he better slam his mouth shut before he gets cancelled. The dad snaps for Yuki to get in the exam, then turns to Zeros and asks if he's really okay with his beta brother stepping in to help. Zeros nods along, but that stare hits colder than my ex's heart ever did. He shoves in close, eyes locked on Yuki, and warns him straight up, if he even tries to run, he's dead meat. He starts running his mouth about blood and hierarchy like some classic NPC villain. Zeros is itching to remake the house his way, and Yuki spots a strange glint sparking in his eyes. Then he flips the switch and grins at his dad like he just pulled off the slickest little act. Like Cackle's got that smirk plastered on his face, trust me, these two are up to something bad. They finally burst onto the test site, just a brutal forest packed with stuff that's dying to kill them. Cross to the other side, simple as that, just don't get caught and clapped by those monsters. She slaps these ancient replica bracelets into their hands, each one hits them with a wild power-up called Boost. Cackling, he starts glazing the items like they're the greatest treasures ever created. The brothers snatch the items and stare each other down like, all right, let's find out who the real Chad is. Iris shoots them a warning, it's a one-shot deal, so don't you dare waste it. Yuki stares at the tech in front of him, and memories hit hard back when the real stuff actually meant something. The princess tells Yuki, you're here only as the measuring stick. Zeros is the real test to see how far it outclasses you. Yuki pictures himself sprinting like a maniac, and then the terrible truth hits. This is about to go off the rails. The princess flashes him a sweet, innocent smile, yet he instantly realizes they're using him like a human ruler. He just wants to grab the Zeros by themselves, so they can talk man-to-man, no snake teacher lurking and watching. He's hurting because his brother despises him, and he's desperate to clear the air before it all explodes. He can't stop thinking about the maids back home, and honestly, Martha's got some serious curves, I see you, Yuki. But if Zeros keeps messing up, our MC might have to quit playing nice and shut it down for real. Everyone snaps into position as the tension spikes and hits a boiling point. The princess flashes the signal, and you can practically feel the hype surge through the air. And they launch into motion. Both of them are sprinting at full speed like their lives are on the line. Right at the beginning, Cackle is still seething because some commoner got the chance to join in. He fumed the moment someone dared to compare his prized star student to Yuki. It felt like a straight-up insult. He's so locked in on his hard work that he's practically throwing the victory party already. He's bragging that Zeros is pure fire. He'll tear right through any beast that dares stand in his path. Bro's dead set on snatching a promotion, and he's using Zeros like they're his golden ticket. The princess warns that the mountain is a death trap, and Cackle just waves it off like it's nothing. He's dead serious, power is everything, and if you think it's dangerous, then you're just weak. He blurts out Elysium Temple by accident, and the whole room freezes into dead silence. He snaps to it, he just blew it, because that place is a total taboo, and now the secret's already out. He's secretly craving that forbidden power, straight-up classic villain energy. Meanwhile, the forest feels straight-up cursed, and the vibes are screaming something's wrong. The princess is just praying no one gets brutally murdered today. Deep in the woods, Yuki keeps trying to talk to his brother as they push through the trees. Zeros is furious, molding into an accuser and blasting Yuki as a thief who's trying to snatch the inheritance. He swears Catchell told him Yuki spends every single night bad-mouthing him to the maids. Bro's so triggered he's yelling, "Shut up," full toddler tantrum mode. Yuki's trying to explain he doesn't want that trash house, but Zero's won't even hear him. Zero demanded to know how a commoner like him could possibly know the princess. Yuki finally confesses the truth. She's alive because he saved her from the beasts, yet Zero's just refuses to believe it and calls it cap. Hate has slammed the door so hard on his brain that he can't even entertain the wild thought that his brother might be a Chad. Then boom, Zero starts charging up a spell, and Yuki feels that ancient, bone-deep magic energy hit the air. He calls forth a wind spirit and blasts Yuki straight into the next week. But our boy just yanks out his sword and slams it into the attack like it's nothing at all. He just shrugs off the wind blades like it's nothing, zero effort, full domination. This is absolute cinema, guys. Zero slumps into a total faceplant, blustering that Gi is just some commoner, and our MC finally snaps and hits his breaking point. Rage is about to snap in him. Believe me, you do not want to witness a former demon lord when he finally loses it. But then he finally snaps. This isn't just personal anymore, it's family business now. He slams boost double, and that power surge goes absolutely feral. Zero's is officially done. Yuki decides he'll punch his brother down first, then rush back to deal with that snake cackle. Zero's thinks he's got the lead, until reality crashes the party. In a heartbeat, Yuki rockets past him, and Zero's face drains of color like he just saw a ghost. Our boy rockets in with a brutal punch, then snaps at his brother to stop being such a goddamn piece of shit. We kick things off with Yuki and his brother Zero's exploding into a brutal fight right in the middle of the woods. Zero's is absolutely stunned. Yuki is moving like a glitch in the Matrix, and it's freaking him out. Look at how fast our boy is moving. He's practically teleporting at this point. He's closing the gap at lightspeed, like a simp sprinting straight to a brand new, fresh mommy post. Yuki smacks him with the classic, "It's just an ancient item" excuse, but come on, we both know he's built different. Zero starts malting because his little brother is a straight-up gigachad, while he's stuck playing the mid-tier NPC role. Then Yuki drops the ultimate lore bomb. Turns out he's a 200-year-old reincarnated mage. He's weaving through every hit like he's got Ultra Instinct, and it makes making Zero's look totally ridiculous. Family drama is cranking up fast, and Zero's leans in, demanding he shuts his trap. Zero's tries to slam that "I hate commoners" card, but it's coming off pure cope energy. You can practically see the sheer salt radiating off him as he grips his chest, fuming in frustration. We get a fast glimpse of his past, and it turns out he didn't just luck into the guild, he busted his butt to earn it. Bro's straight up sobbing because studying feels like a nightmare, and he even wishes Yuki never existed, pure major beta energy. He finally snaps and yanks out that ancient magic card like it's his last real shot. He calls up a blazing fire lizard and a rampaging wind spirit, and for 5 crazy seconds, he fully believes he's the main character. He orders them to make Yuki kneel, but our boy shrugs and calls them small fries like it's nothing, no hesitation, no fear. Yuki just cuts through that summon like it's butter, absolute cinema, right here. He locks eyes with him, spits out a chilling stare, and asks if he truly thinks he can take down a legend like Nosferatu. Zero's is freaking out, hammering out more spells nonstop before he gets utterly cooked. Yuki shoots back that the summons are insanely quick, then reminds him he's not just dueling anyone, he's up against a literal demon lord. He's done playing with this family feud, he's ready to crush it for good, so he can finally walk away from this mid-barony behind him. The tension is so razor-thick you could slice through it, because this is their final face-off. Yuki's bleeding out, but he's still standing there like a damn legend, right when the Zeros start to crack and waver. He snaps at his brother, pounding the point into his thick skull. He's the real deal. Zeros is gripping his locket so tight his hands are shaking, like he's 1 second away from completely losing his mind. We get this super wholesome flashback. Their dad's a straight-up Chad, and he treats both of them like their family. Turns out Zeros actually cares deeply about his brother. He just shows it in the most brutally clumsy way possible. He's crumpling in tears, realizing just how much of a tool he's been all along. But Yuki won't slow down. He's charging straight in to land that corrective punch. Zeros just stands there, totally locked in place, absolutely crushed by the raw aura pouring off his brother. Yuki snaps, telling him to brace himself, because he's about to slam the door on this heartbreaking chapter of their lives. Look at that face. He already knows he's seconds away from getting thrown into the shadow realm. Boom, right in the bread basket. That's how you deal with a disobedient brother. Zeros slams into the dirt, snaps his locket loose, and instantly looks like a straight-up loser. The fight has ended, and now the woods sit in a crushing silence louder than every punch. Yuki's hand drips with blood, proof he absolutely didn't pull any punches with that strike. Zero's sprawled there, drowning in regret over every single choice he's ever made, while Yuki bears the pain with every heartbeat. They're both sprawled on the ground, just staring like, yep, we're definitely gonna need, like, a whole lot of therapy. Yuki flips into full protective mode and warns him, touch the wafus, and it's an instant, on-site situation. Just like that, the local Nightseer Burns show bursts in and hijacks the whole moment. Yuki thinks he's got his captors cornered, so he starts plotting his escape. Then the plot twist hits and flips everything. Next, Zero straight up stands up for him, claiming it was nothing more than a little brotherly scuffle. He finally admits he can't take Yuki on, and then flips the script, saying he doesn't even want to find out what kind of monster she really is. He finally comes clean. He swallowed the lies because he thought defending the family name was the only way to protect everyone. He pats Yuki on the head and calls him his little brother, then warns him, don't go wandering off on your own like some lone wolf. Then he lunges right back into yelling at him again, because those damn Sundeer genes are just too damn strong. Yuki's just standing there like, ugh, my brother's a total headache, but I swear he loves every second of it. Sir Burns tells Zero, if you want to pass this test, you're fighting me next. But Zero's true grit finally shows. He admits he's not ready and resigns with resolve. Burns yanks out the signal spear and calls the disqualification like a straight-up badass. He fires that thing into the sky, and just like that, the test is officially messed up. Yuki calls him out for lying about the rescue, and Burn just shrugs like, yeah, I got you, fam. Zero's finally breaks into a smile, because he realizes his brother wasn't the threat at all. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tears through the forest. It's the princess, and she's clearly in serious trouble. Burns instantly snaps into high alert, barking, get out now, and orders everyone to clear the area immediately. Yuki doesn't wait for a soul. He slams his crest to life and rockets straight toward the danger. He's wrestling with the fact that these kids are basically one giant walking disaster, but he still has to step in and save them. Meanwhile, the teacher's trap snaps into view. Once he spots that black arrow, he realizes his whole scheme is crumbling fast. He starts cracking up, Zero's botched the test, and all his hard work instantly goes up in smoke. The princess, rocking that dress like a knockout, drops the idea of a retest, and Caxiel completely loses his mind. He launches into that classic villain rant, how humans could never grasp the true order, and how he's clearly superior. Bro's practically vibrating with rage as he snaps about some cult called the Elysium Temple. The guards surge toward him, but the second you see their faces, you realize they're basically walking in as bait. Princess Iris clocks the truth. This guy's a full-blown psycho, and she yells for everyone to scatter before he snaps again. Cachtel snaps into full Plan B, then summons 12 spirits at once like a straight-up supernatural hacker. It turns into a full-on bloodbath as the guards get obliterated in seconds. Iris can only scream in terror as her protector is blasted into a swirling cloud of red mist. This guy's standing over the wreckage like he owns the whole world, so desperate for power it's embarrassing. He's officially done playing teacher. Now he's about to rip off the mask and show his real colors. Iris reaches for the Prime Minister's Sun card, but Kissel shrugs it off like it means absolutely nothing. He reaches into the shadows and starts summoning something far darker, and it looks absolutely terrifying. He blasts out a shout for the black beasts, those nightmare fuel shadow dogs straight out of your worst dreams. Iris is totally rattled, because there's no way a normal teacher should have that much riz. He starts going off about how his dad never picked him, like the airheads got serious daddy issues. He grumbles that teaching these kids is pure boredom, and now he's itching for something far more chaotic. He throws his arms up to the heavens, roaring with villainous intent to resurrect an ancient evil. He's yelling about the resurrection of the great, then boom, look at that psycho grin. Right when everything starts to look hopeless, Yuki bursts onto the scene and shuts down the Elysium Temple's nonsense. Alright homies, buckle up, time to dive back into the Elysium Temple lore, where an ancient crew played themselves as the heroes after they stumbled on a stash of shiny legacy items. These dudes were straight up overdoing it, using Ansik to stomp on demi-humans and carving out more territory like they were untouchable, like the universe handed them plot armor. But eventually, a wise sage shut down their chaos, the stolen stuff scattered everywhere, and everyone started treating those fools like they'd been erased from the history books. The war finally died down, and the NPCs swore it was over, because the temple had crumbled to dust, at least, that's what they believed. Cut to today, and this top-tier waifu is summoning Ifrit Blow. She's cooking shadowhounds left and right, and honestly, the boys are serving like she's doing the Lord's work. Then this clown cackle hits, and he starts glazing the old temple while flexing some ancient artifact like he's got pure main character Riz. This guy is so power-hungry he rants about resurrecting the temple while pulling the most absurdly punchable face Manga has ever seen. His shadow dogs are ripping through the guard fodder right now, and these guys are getting obliterated. It's a full-on bloodbath, and these soldiers are barely surviving ancient magic chaos way beyond what anyone would have paid them for. Then bam, flashback time. That snake Cashel is pulling the strings on our MC, and what kills me is how it uses a kid like a weapon to drag its dead cult back from the grave of pure beta behavior. The princess looks freaked out, and honestly, same, because Cackle is out here tripping over his own problems. He's hell-bent on turning this entire barony into the beating heart of his temple, and bro's totally delusional if he thinks he's the main villain. Suddenly, everything flips. Feel that tension. Just look into those eyes. Someone's about to get absolutely wrecked. Out of nowhere, a storm of bats erupts in the sky, and Princess instantly knows the deal. Those are Lord Yuki's familiars. These bats are straight up throwing magic around. Tell me you're seeing this. They've got way more wrist energy than the entire guard combined. The sky suddenly turns into a battlefield. Fire starts raining down on them like a nasty modern warfare killstreak. The ground gets blasted nonstop, pelted with explosions like incoming fire. Cackle's shrieking like a little girl because his precious shadow dogs are getting turned into hot dogs. The princess can't even process it. Those bats are unleash speed, ancient magic ripped straight out of legend, pure absolute cinema. Cackle has to crack open a barrier just to stay alive in that brutal heat. Look at him drenched in sweat. He knows he's already done for. And right on cue, Yuki steps up like an absolute legend, straight-up confidence, while the princess is giving him pure hard-eyed stare. Calculus spitting mad, screeching that Yuki's using ancient magic. Then he snaps, bastard or not, you're the one getting beaten by a kid. Sit down. Yuki doesn't let him finish. She snaps his sentence in half with a quick spurt of blood, and the villain is already leaking like he's falling apart. Speed blitzed by a kid, and yeah, you can't beat that. She didn't even catch his movement. Just like that, he was gone. That's pure MC speed right there. Cackles sprawled on the ground sobbing. Just imagine being some ancient priest and getting clobbered this badly. Yuki shoots him that icy look. Say it again. What about my family? He freezes him with those words, bro, straight up chills, actual chills. He tells the tutor to act like you've done this before and answer the question, because this guy's already trembling in fear. The princess jumps in to stop it all. She's a saintess, and she refuses to let anyone start killing. She's trying to keep him breathing for answers, because he could be tied to the taboo temple, classic villain plot armor. But Yuki's done playing nice. This guy just trashed his family, and in this life, Yuki doesn't mess around. He's all about protecting his own. He still remembers his past life, where he couldn't protect a single person, and he swears he'll never fail like that again. He locks eyes with her and flat out tells her, nah, I've got to go. Cackle cackles again, slinging trash talk at the brother, claiming Zeros can't stand him. He's yanking mind games even while he's bleeding out, and the sheer audacity of this man is unreal. Yuki shrugs it off like it's nothing, just a run-of-the-mill quarrel, the kind that comes with the territory, and honestly, he's too sharp to even flinch at these mid-tier insults. Then Cackle whips out a feather catalyst, oh boy, and you just know this is the definitely not my final form moment. A monster tornado suddenly starts spinning, hold on, because everything's about to go dangerously wild. The princess is rattled, ancient summoning magic is back, and it's spiraling way out of control. Yuki locks onto that feather, because he's seen this exact scene play out before. He's guessing griffin or cockatrice, but deep down he knows, this isn't just bad, it's something bigger, crueler, and far nastier. Cackle's cackling like he's finally cracked the code, then he slinks right back into his smug, pathetic loser act. Boom, a colossal griffin rips through the air, screaming at the top of its lungs like it's about to tear the world apart. Catchel is already plotting to snatch the princess as a hostage, because this guy, he's the CEO of Down Bad. The guards try to hold the line, but that bird just turns them into crunchy snacks in seconds. The princess fires off an effete blow to finish it, only for that bird to be built different, like it's made of pure chaos. Cackle's cracking up in the background like it's a joke, someone please smack this man. The griffin snaps up a barrier, boom, and then you see it, a bird with a shield. Seriously, that's straight up cheating. The princess is fighting for every breath, her magic won't even scratch that ancient defense. Yuki studies the whole mess, and when he clocks what Cashel's magic power looks like, his stomach drops. There's no way a mid-tier magician could be that strong. Cackle roars an order, butcher every last one, and the beast goes at it. This dude's a straight-up psycho, but But Yuki starts dropping tactical callouts like a total pro gamer, hit it below the wing. The princess blurts, "Wait, how do you even know that?" And Yuki just shrugs, "A friend told me," like that friend is him, straight from 500 years ago. A flashback hits. This guy was out hunting those things for materials, back when he was a straight-up raid boss in his old life. The soldiers actually snap to attention and form up into a deadly shield wall. Look at that teamwork. Cackle's spiraling, losing every last thread. "Damn it, you bastards always get in the way. Now cry it out, buddy." The princess lunges again for her next shot, hunting for that one opening like her life depends on it. But that griffin is juking and dodging like it's playing a rhythm game, so lightning fast the NPCs can't even react. You can't land a shot at something that's already flying while you're stuck on the ground, so it's time to flip the plan and go for a new angle. Caxiel's back to yapping about his legacy again. Somebody grabbed the mute button and cut his mic. Yuki decides he's done waiting. He launches into a sprint straight at the soldiers. He literally turns a soldier's back into a jump pad. Rest in peace to that spine. Our boy is flying through the sky, pure cinema. Just look at that form. Catchall thinks you're a total idiot because you can't fight in the air, kid. He thinks the path is way too easy and that Yuki won't be able to keep up. But Yuki's got the ultimate ace. Boom, he commands it. Assemble my familiars. The bat basically launches itself under his foot and pops him into a double jump. This is peak high-level Riz. He's parkouring across the sky. Like, if you're not hyped right now, go check your pulse. He drops straight onto the griffin's back, right on target. "I'm here, Cackle," and wow, the cold hits like a punch. Cackle is losing his mind. "Tell me, what are you?" He turns the villain's own insult back on him. Yeah, that bastard pulls a straight-up GigaChat move. Yuki suddenly remembers his own warning. Use magic only when you're absolutely 100% sure it'll land. He point-blank blasts the bird with an air freight hit. No dodging this one, buddy. The blow landed square on his neck. Now that bird is about to get fried just like that. And the whole beast is screaming as it burns to cinders. Yeah, it's officially cooked. It's dropping from the sky like a lead weight, crushing everything in its path. Gravity is a ruthless mama, and Kekshul is seconds away from colliding with her. Total crash landing, it's over for the griffin. Yuki drops in like it's nothing, boom, and the guards are straight up starstruck now, and yeah, I get it. Everyone's whispering about his insane power, so is he just a kid or something godlike? Yeah, probably both. Castle is sprawled on the ground like a wreck. Watch him look so pitiful it's hard to believe. Yuki is one step away from finishing the job when the princess suddenly grabs his attention. Don't touch him. She struts in like she owns the whole room, straight up mommy energy. She tells him his magic is drained, and that he's nothing more than a shambling corpse walking around. Her expression is so stone-cold intense that you already know she's the true best girl for this arc. She's pushing for the guild to punish him, so Yuki doesn't have to dirty his hands, and Yuki's basically titch-eye fine. But then they spotted something strange happening to the body. Yuki suddenly catches a sketchy vibe in the air. He snaps his tongue in frustration, because deep down, he already knows he should have finished it right there. We just got hit with some super weird message about a ninth priest, so yeah, lore's about to explode, because something is definitely breaking. A terrifying roar rips the air open, and a creepy cackle follows as everything crumbles into swirling black smoke. He's baffled why didn't he ever get magic. Then it hits, and he realizes you were just a puppet the whole time. A shadowy hand finishes it all, like someone wiped the evidence clean and vanished without a trace. Yuki and the princess just froze there, like, wait, what on earth just happened? Suddenly, this massive guy swings in with an axe in hand. And he's still hauling those zeros like they're burning in his hands. The brother's back, but man, he looks wrecked. What a cliffhanger, seriously. We kick things off with this smug clown cackle, grinning like he owns the spotlight, convinced he's somehow the main character of the whole story. But for our boy Zeros, it's looking bleak. He's coughing up blood, while Sir Burns fights to keep him from meeting his ancestors. Everything spirals out of control as a massive explosion detonates nearby, blasting the place into dust and wrecking the mood for good. Out of nowhere, a massive barrier slams down in front of everyone, and the princess stares at it with what is happening. Energy, somehow looking like a total snack while she scrambles to understand. Cackle S over there stroking his own ego, claiming he'll summon some high-tier monsters, even though he's totally drained and should have zero mana left. Our MC Yuki finally taps into his brain and clocks it immediately. Something about that shiny rock that Zero was clutching is seriously sus. Yuki barrels over to his bro, who's teetering like he's about to drop, and shouts for the suspicious item, right now. He stumbles on this magic-augmented amulet, and the second his fingers touch it, he just knows it's cursed to the bone. Look at those creepy veins bulging out like they're alive. A flashback slams into the story. Caxiel plays a total snake, hands Zeros the amulet, and swears it'll turn him into a god-tier mage. But Yuki cuts through the lie and proves this thing never gave Zero his power. It straight up drains him, sucking him dry like some ugly parasite. Outside the barrier, a gigantic shadow monster starts screaming, and the knight and princess panic as they realize their attacks are bouncing off like nothing at all. Zero finally sheds his beta status and rushes to Yuki, apologizing for being a total jerk earlier. Yuki shoots him that gigachat look like, zip it, then silently dares him to watch how a true master handles business. He's not even mad about that pass. He's got bigger fish to fry, and he's about to freeze the whole pack with ice-cold chill. Yuki grits his teeth, starts pumping his own magic, and can't stop thinking. He just wanted a normal brotherly bond, not this total mess. We get a quick flashback of what normal brothers look like, bickering over dumb stuff, before the scene snaps back to them trying to kill each other with ancient relics. Yuki drags Cackle for being pure garbage and starts gearing up to end this man's entire career for good. He slams his missile blood erosion magic into motion, basically high-level hacking, but for the magical world. His eyes flare up with that "don't mess with me" energy, and he tears into the enemy's spell structure like a hawk breaking down a trap. He realizes the magic is a two-layer trap. It's built to siphon mana while it twists Zero's mind at the exact same time. The amulet starts splintering under the sheer force of Yuki's massive mana pool as he lines up to blow the circuit sky-high. He roars, "Relic of the past," and then he pours every ounce of power into smashing that cursed piece of jewelry to pieces. The amulet bursts into a million shards, and with the final connection snapping shut, Zero lets out one last blood-curdling scream before it all goes dark. At last the magic discharge cuts out. Zeno drops to the ground, gasping and finally free from that leech. Meanwhile, Cackle starts rolling on the floor like a soccer player hunting for a foul, because his plan has just blown up in his face, spectacularly. Yuki explains that because Kekko's body could barely keep hold of that stolen magic, snapping the link basically toasted all his internal systems. That giant shadow monster starts melting into nothing, proving once again Cackle was nothing but a fraud. And Cackle looks like a dried-up prune now, his body and mind shattered by the greed he couldn't control. Sir Burns straight up declares the dude is totally beyond saving. His magical pathways are cooked like a cheap laptop on its last legs. Princess Iris just stands there, staring at the villain's remains, because Cashel basically tore out his own soul and left it to die. Yuki just stands there, stone calm, scratching the back of his head like he didn't single-handedly rescue the whole kingdom. The princess strides up and drops the million-dollar question, "So who are you, really?" Yuki's about to spill some serious lore, but you can tell he's wrestling to keep his secret identity under wraps. Zero's rockets in, crashes the moment, and shouts that Yuki is his brother, and that Yuki's the illegitimate child of the Grossidia family. The princess isn't buying any of it. She shoots back, demanding to know how some random kid can use ancient magic that hasn't been seen in centuries. Yuki tells Zero, "Bro, just help me out. Seriously, I don't want to get into my past life." Even that shadowy mommy spirit lurking behind him is glaring like, "Seriously, you got caught." They cook up a total whopper, claiming Zero's taught him everything he knows from Caxiel, an absolutely wild stretch, but they're running with it anyway. The princess snaps her eyes to him for confirmation, and suddenly the weight of everything hits. He can't afford to mess up now. Zero flips into full bro mode and tells Yuki he's a natural genius, like he's mastered stuff so far beyond him it's straight up impossible. He even admits it, he was jealous of Yuki's talent, so that's why he played the whole simp act for Cashel in the first place. They flat out warn that the Elysium Temple is pure forbidden ground, so everyone snaps their lips shut and refuses to say a single detail. Yuki cranks up the momentum, insisting Zeros couldn't be working with anyone, because if he were an accomplice, he would have struck the princess way sooner. He lifted the shattered amulet pieces like trophies, proving that Zeros was nothing more than another victim trapped in Cackle's schemes. He keeps pointing everything back to Cackle's collapse, proving those two amulets were linked like magical Bluetooth. Princess Iris finally cracks and agrees. Then they're going to use that proof to wipe the family's shame clean and lay Keckle to rest for good. She vows that the moment they're back in the capital, she'll dig into how it all connects to the Elysium Temple. Then she whips around to Yuki and practically begs him for a retake, because the first one got wrecked when a literal demon crashed the test. Zero steps up and snaps that he can't be a mage anymore, so he throws everything he has into his little brother. Yuki just stands there, a giant question mark floating above his head, freaking out about how he got dragged into this in the first place. Zeros ramps up the hype, shouting to the crowd that Yuki is about to become the greatest magician the world has ever seen. The two brothers finally share a moment, and yeah, it's weirdly wholesome, right up until you remember the murder from 5 minutes ago. Princess Iris flashes a top-tier waifu smile and straight up tells us she wants to find out just how much hidden talent Yuki's been sitting on. The crowd erupts in cheers like they just watched their favorite team win the Super Bowl. She makes it official. Yuki Grosseria is a brand new trainee in the Magician's Guild, and those Riz levels are absolutely insane. Every NPC's losing their minds because the Baron's son actually made the cut. Yuki snaps to the truth he's trapped, and he can't refuse a literal princess, so he throws his hands up and goes along with it. Back at the mansion, the rest of the family is completely blown away by the news. We finally get a glimpse of Martha the maid, and trust me, she's not just there, she's woven into the culture of this series. Yuki sprawls on a lounge chair, realizing that being a trainee is the perfect disguise, so he can dig into his past life. He's determined to uncover what happened to his old village, and figure out why the universe yanked him into reincarnation in the first place. That shadow mommy shows up again, and suddenly it hits. This MC's got way more going on than anyone ever realized. His dad's straight up sobbing tears of joy because for once, his son actually pulled his weight and did something productive. Yuki decides that heading straight for the capital is the smartest move, so he can keep a razor-sharp watch on the humans and their ancient magic. Like right on cue, Martha bursts up and knocks on the door, and I swear, I already know exactly what you guys are staring at in this frame. She tells Yuki the princess is waiting for him in the visitor's room, and she makes it crystal clear she won't hear no. Turns out the princess slipped out of the party like a ninja, right to go see our boy, which is huge down bad behavior. Martha pouts hard, burning with jealousy that Yuki's attention is being stolen by the royal competition. She's low-key fuming, and somehow that just makes her even cuter. Martha blurted out that she was heading straight to the Magician's Guild, Yuki, so she could keep a close eye on him. Yuki's completely baffled. He had no idea servants were even allowed to tag along to magic school. She breaks it down. The Baron told her to go, and honestly, we're all eating good because this means way more Martha on screen. Yuki feels like she's failing as a bad master for pushing him to work so hard, but deep down, she's just thrilled to be right there by his side. He orders her to watch his back, and they lock into a fist bump, straight up pure cinema. Look at that smile. Martha is absolutely best girl material, and don't you dare argue with me in the comments. Yuki drops a teasing joke. If she can't snag a husband because she's stuck caring for him, then he'll just have to step up and take responsibility himself. Martha chuckles like it's nothing, but you can tell she's secretly praying he isn't just joking. He bursts into the visitor's room and spots the princess already there, sitting pretty like pure royalty. She leans in and asks for a private moment, and you can already feel it. She's about to hit us with a wild plot twist that changes everything. Yo homies, we're back with the former demon lord, out here hunting top-tier waifus like their limited edition Pokémon cards, and it starts with Princess Iris pouring tea, thanking Yuki for the save like she's already way too down bad. She's lost in the memory of the moment he saved her secret alter ego, Clara, showing us that this silent, undercover Riz is the real deal. The princess is basically trapped in that castle, so she slips outside to do her research, just to steal a little fresh air, while the whole time she's sitting there like pure high-tier waifu material. She blurts out a full apology for calling him a trainee without asking, cheeks burning so hard it's like a simp just got picked by his favorite streamer. She wants Yuki as her personal bodyguard for the Magician Guild, because he's the only person she truly trusts, plain and simple. I want you by my side 24/7. Iris is locked in on one mission, figure out why she's so spellbound, and she pulls him right into her world with a formal invite, and come on, who in their right mind is saying no to a baddie like this? She flashes him a mischievous grin, pure blockbuster energy, and you just asterisk know that royal dress is hiding some seriously spicy secrets. Yuki can't believe it. Why would some royal throw away her life for magic, when most NPCs just loaf around the castle, stuffing cake all day? Turns out she's built different, nothing like those cookie-cutter princesses, obsessed with tea parties and petty politics. She spills the tea. Her grandmother was a low-born commoner with unreal magic stats, basically the perfect man of culture, picked to replace the previous marquis. She's spilling every last secret because she knows Yuki's a legit gigachad. He'll treat her seriously, not just sit there and glaze her royal title. Our boy Yuki barely says a thing, but once he locks in, you can tell he's ready to soak up every crazy secret behind this mysterious bloodline. That grandma had a massive mana pool, but even crazier, her body pulled off something so weird it straight up defied reason. That woman was 50, but she looked 30, like some legendary immortality bug, and Yuki can't help but start wondering if he had a hand in reshaping his own past. Her mom died right after she was born, slapping a brutal backstory onto her the moment she entered the world, and somehow it only turbocharged her insane plot armor. Yuki finally realizes that years ago, he handed his Mistel blood to a girl named Alice, and turns out that stuff is basically a cheat code for an extra long life. He still remembers Alice, the real sweetheart from his past life, before he got reincarnated into this loser's body. But bro was so cracked out on power back, then he can't even remember how much blood he gave her. Now that's a legendary flex. He demanded the grandma's name, praying it was that old flame of his so he could finally prove, down to the bone, that he's the real father of this bloodline. Her name was Rachel, and yeah, it's not Alice, but Yuki's still captivated, craving to meet that mysterious woman. He's mulling over what it even feels like to be immortal, and it hits him. Being on top is brutally lonely, because everyone else is just a temporary NPC waiting to disappear. No one knows why Iris's grandma was built like that. Her own mom can't explain it either, so Iris is left hunting answers in the dark, alone with the mystery. Yuki cuts straight to the real question. Did Iris truly inherit that wild, built different DNA and the massive magic power? She confirms it. Her magic capacity is sky-high, basically a walking nuke wrapped in the prettiest dress you've ever seen. Yuki finally clicks. He's the one who painted those magic crests on his pets, and he may have even sketched the whole family tree, which would mean he's the mastermind behind her power. The royal family couldn't stop whispering about her condition, because apparently, having a power level that hits like 2-op made the normal people feel weird. She joined the guild just to uncover what she truly is, and man, that was some full-on existential meltdown energy. She busted her tail to climb up as a high-rank mage, only to finally uncover her roots and the reason she's so wildly different. She locks eyes with him and begs for his help, basically tugging our boy along as her guide through the chaos. Yuki jerks her hands back, realizing they're trembling, because she just spilled her deepest fears to someone she barely knows, and now she's completely exposed. Yuki finally swears she'll obey her and heads straight to the guild, stepping up with absolute Chad energy like it's no big deal. She lunges for his hands, practically tackles him with how pumped she is, and the pure joy blazing across her face says it all. She's winning. Then she hits him with the ultimate bombshell. She wants him to be her escort knight, the absolute top tier sorry, you're stuck in the friend zone proof. Yuki tries to shrug it off, saying he's nothing but a baron's illegitimate kid, but Iris doesn't care one bit, not when he's got that top tier riz. She's begging for them to be school friends and study together, while Yuki suddenly fears this whole mess could be his fault. To prove his theory, he quizzes her. Does she like venison pie with spicy sauce? Because that was Alice's go-to meal back in the day. She hasn't tried it yet, but she's already confessing she's obsessed with spicy food, while Yuki stays icy and calm, quietly collecting the data. He decides to help her track down those roots, no matter what happened before, because that's what a real bro does for his waifu. He officially takes the escort job, and you can practically see the princess's heart stutter with excitement. Look at him kneeling. He's got main character energy cranked to 11, and the visuals are pure cinematic gold. Iris is blushing so hard she looks like she's about to melt, and after all that, she finally got her man to promise he'll stay right by her side. She's about to go talk to her dad and make it official, like a speedrunner smashing through the final quest before the timer even hits. Orientation hits in 1 month at the royal capital, and you already know the school arc is coming, packed with more wafers to earn and haters ready to get roasted. But before Yuki can even step out to tackle the royal paperwork, she's got one more serious question burning in her chest. He presses on, asking if the Elysium Temple is really dead, because he can feel leftover villains still hiding in the dark. Then we slam into a flashback of that creepy Kitchell, fully cooked after he tried to mess with our boy. They dug up a secret letter in his room about the temple, and suddenly the whole mystery thickened, way faster than oatmeal ever could. Yuki's eyes snap to that scary look, because he knows those temple guys are pure trouble, ready to wreck his peaceful life. Iris steps up and offers to arrange a meeting with the researcher, proving she's not just pretty, she's a total MVP for Yuki's mission. She mutters her goodbyes, slips out of the room, and leaves our boy reeling as all this new lore crashes into his head. Yuki suddenly realizes more cultists could be lurking, so he grabs his magic and stays locked in, because if he doesn't, the temple NPCs will clap him. Later, he's sprawled in bed, racing through countermeasures, because a real gigachat always stays 3 steps ahead of the villains. The very next day, Yuki stormed into the main house, and the atmosphere around him felt completely flipped from the day he was treated like a social outcast. His brother Zeros is waiting, and you can feel that tension between them snapping any second now. Yuki finally steps into Zero's room for the first time in years, and that wave of nostalgia smashes into him so hard it feels like he's been hit with a truck. Zero's about to hit him with something big, and for a split second, I swear I thought he was about to challenge him to a duel. Yuki's like, wait, is this about me and that legendary Lord Nosferatu? And you can tell he's about to drop the truth bomb and shut this guy down for good. But Zero's is the real deal. He shrugs off everything and straight up admits he doesn't care about his secret identity. Yuki's totally thrown off. He came ready for a brawl, but his brother's way too calm, like he's not even worried. Zero vowed to guard his secret no matter what, and with his official graduation, he finally traded his annoying sibling days for becoming a loyal eye. Yuki catches the real sincerity in his eyes and decides to bet everything on him, because that's the kind of bond family homies bring. Suddenly, Zeros yanks his sword out, and for a split second, I swear I thought he was about to go full Yandir on us. He presses the sword to his own throat and dares fate with a life-or-death oath, pure audacity, pure drama, the kind of bold move only this man could pull. He flat-out dares Yuki, tell him to end his life if he ever doubts his loyalty, and honestly, that's some next-level gigachad chaos. Yuki snaps that he's annoying for going so over the top, but you can tell there's respect brewing under the surface for how hard he's pushing. Zero's is weirdly intense, like he's got a family heartbeat buried under all that chaos, and now Yuki's finally starting to feel like she belongs. Yuki swallows the oath like it's a blade, and just like that, the Grosseria brothers are officially the kingdom's deadliest duo. Zero's buzzing with excitement about being the heir and proving himself, while Yuki just wants him to calm down a little. It's lunchtime, and Zero's refuses to back down when it comes to forcing family bonding, no matter what. He practically yanks Yuki all the way to the main house, acting like the overprotective big brother he was always born to be. When little sister Lumia spots them clicking so well, she starts sobbing tears of pure joy, and honestly, it's the kind of thing that could break even a grown man. She barrels into Yuki with this gigantic hug, and the whole moment feels like pure, unfiltered, wholesome cinema. Zeros is just standing there, getting pummeled by psychic damage because he didn't get a hug, looking wrecked, glaring with pure, jealous rage. Yuki tells her he's headed for the royal capital soon, and she's stunned, because her big brother is leaving this fast. From now on, they're eating together as a real family, and Zero's even pulling their dad aside, making sure Yuki gets treated the way she deserves. Even the dad steps in and wraps everyone up in a big group hug, like the biggest family problem just got stamped, SOLVED. That night, Yuki finally sinks into some well-earned rest after surviving all the non-stop family drama. For the first time in ages, his dreams yank him back to his past life, and the lore is about to go way deeper than ever. He's back in the throne room, Nosferatu, sitting in that chair like a total king. Suddenly, someone kicks the door open, screams, "My lord," and rips him right out of his brooding. 8-year-old Lyle Carmine is already sprinting straight into service of the demon lord, like some tiny legend with destiny in his hands. He's bolting off to handle his business, dragging us straight back to the fear of village days. Homies, stay tuned, because the past is finally rearing its head. Yo homies, buckle up, we're sprinting straight into the darkest corner of an old castle, except it's not a dungeon at all, it's a classroom where village kids get to study. Our man, the Lord of Nosferatu, is rocking that long hair like a total gigachad while he keeps watch over a kid named Lyle. MC's out here playing teacher, and he's absolutely not pulling punches. He's roasting these clueless NPCs one after another. He straight up tells Lyle his grammar and math are so cooked they're basically a burnt steak. The sky's going black, and MC shouts at the kid to run, because the monsters are about to crawl out and turn him into a snack. Lyle's acting like a total beta, sobbing over it, so the MC has to kickstart him with some hands-on motivation before he finally moves. Our boy's been alive for 2 whole centuries, and he still can't wrap his head around why humans are so ridiculously obsessed with studying. Turns out Lyle isn't some mystery hero. He's a full-on simp, desperate to marry a girl named Ramilia just because she's into smart guys. MC suddenly clocks that this is a full-blown terminal case of feels, snaps at the kid to get lost, before it spirals even worse. But deep down, MC's got a soft heart, so he tells the kid, show up 30 minutes early tomorrow for a little private payoff. This shameless simp shows up the moment dawn breaks, Like, the audacity of a guy this head over heels is actually wild. Skip ahead a little and check Ramilia's glow-up. She's a certified top-tier waifu, and somehow she actually ended up marrying that little nerd. The village feels downright tragic. Every other man is drowning in despair because this beauty just slipped off the market. Remilia wants to learn restraining magic for her anniversary, so the whole vibe shifts. Mommy, sorry, mommy. She's determined to put it on her husband and lock him down for good. No wandering, no excuses, just pure mind forever commitment energy. Once she locks those terrifying Yandir eyes on him, she swears nobody on earth could ever resist her man. MC has to check in real quick, because threatening her teacher with the magic he taught her is an absolutely unhinged power move. Remilia straight up admits that human girls are terrifying, and honestly, I can't argue with that. They're about to run a whole squad of kids, so the MC hands her a Hermes grass potion and keeps everyone's energy blazing. She crushes him in a warm hug because she's classy like that, and she's got mad respect for her lord. But then she fires a logic bomb, straight up, so the MC starts questioning everything he thought he knew. She declares that their future daughter will love the Lord above all, and tells her she should grow up and become his wife. MC is totally stunned by the wild plot twist this woman just tossed out. The MC gets slammed with the cold truth. Being immortal means he'll have to watch every person he actually cares about fade away one by one. Remilia shuts down that lonely talk fast and goes all in on making babies, tons of them. She's praying one of them strikes genetic gold, grabs immortality, and stays by his side forever. She's gonna go all out to make it happen, no doubt about it if you catch my drift. MC plops a lapis lazuli stone into her hands like a wedding vow, and when she sees that wild sparkle, she can't help but grin. Absolute cinema. Ramilia is over the moon, swearing she'll be the best wife anyone has ever seen. Then the scene snaps to a new room. There's a little girl named Alice, and she looks absolutely wrecked in bed. The MC keeps hammering Purify nonstop, and the way he looks, way more terrified than an immortal king ever should, screams that something is seriously wrong. Alice snaps, "Why are you freaking out? Because you're immortal. You'll never have to worry about the gulag." MC admits it feels wildly unfair, that only he's stuck, not having to deal with the end of the line. Alice may be small, but she fights like a storm. She swears she'll do her best to push through and yeah, she hits him with the ultimate bombshell. Someday, she plans to grow up and be his wife too. Her heart's in full panic mode, but the MC just shrugs off her meltdown with that same lazy, yeah, like he's already seen this exact riz 100 times. She snaps at him, calling him an idiot for dodging her confession like it's poison. Honestly, she's not wrong. MC tells her, "You're healthy enough to complain, so you're probably totally fine." He drops the "maybe when you're an adult" line, because that's the ultimate dodge. He's trying hard to keep himself out of trouble. They turn it into a brutal challenge. Can she hold on to those feelings all the way until she's grown? Alice clings to her feelings for her lord and refuses to ever forget them. If she wins, she's grabbing that wife spot, while Remilia's still back there, looking absolutely unstoppable, heavy with twins. MC snaps at her to shut it, then tells her to hit the bed before she blurts out something even wilder. He stares at the stones, and memories hit him like a wave, one long life flashing by. Then we finally glimpse the trauma MC left behind, because the temple came for him, and the moment it did, everything spiraled straight into chaos. The screen suddenly erupts into brutal static, and it feels like we've been thrown straight into a glitchy horror nightmare. The MC's face suddenly punches through the chaos as his memories start to shatter into pieces. He hears a faint voice cutting through the digital void, calling his name like it knows where he is. We get a flashback of a sword-wielding guy who looks like life has beat him down and left scars everywhere. Lyle and Remilia stumble into the glitch, grinning as they whisper that they'll catch him later. The static screams in your ears, but the message cuts through. He's coming, and they're already waiting for him. No matter how many years roll by, they're still clinging to that promise like it's life itself. Someday they're gonna tearfully reunite, and when they do, it's going to be legendary. Suddenly, MC snaps awake in his new life, and he's lying in bed looking like an absolute snack. Then it hit him, he's just a kid again, and he realized that the whole trip through his memories was nothing but a dream. While his cute maid dresses him, he throws a shout-out to the culture. Then his eyes narrow as he wonders who those mysterious voices really were. He's got zero clue why he got reincarnated, but he's not about to sit there and mope. He has to hunt down what happened to Lyle and the rest in the capital, and trust me, I'd bet everything that everyone's got their eyes on him as he heads there. What's up, my cultured kings? We're back with our favorite ex-demon lord, getting absolutely wrecked by the one enemy even magic can't beat, paperwork. Yuki just barged into the Magician Guild, and now he's sprawled face first on his desk because the grind doesn't quit. Luckily, Martha showed up in that maid outfit looking like a full-on snack, so he could stay on track, because bro's drowning in rules and regulations to the point he's basically an NPC walking around on autopilot. And even Rumia, his little sister, is out here sulking like crazy because her big bro's so wrapped up being a high-tier student. Plus, just look at those cheeks. How are you supposed to say no to that? The old man and the big brother Zeros just stand on the sidelines, watching like it's not their problem, practically relieved they aren't the ones getting buried under those scrolls. And time suddenly zips by because you've got that main character plot armor. Next thing you know, it's moving day. Yuki's out there soaking up one last breath of fresh air, while Martha is busy knocking out the laundry like the absolute top-tier waifu she is. It's finally time for one last supper with the whole crew, and when the leaving hometown title hits, you know things just turned serious. For once, the table's got this wholesome, cozy vibe, and that's exactly when the author's about to blindside everyone with a brutal betrayal or a shocking time skip. The carriage is all geared up, and the familiars are circling tight like they're about to crash a boss fight. Yuki's rocking fresh travel gear and slams a no-nonsense handshake with the old man like he owns the road. He even pats Rumia on the head, and Zeros finally steps up and acts like a real brother instead of playing the beta hater. Dad launches into the "don't embarrass the family" speech, grinning as he reminds him that their barony is basically the brand new kid on the capital's block. Then the old man casually drops that he's been bragging about Yuki to every noble family in town, and bro's face instantly screams, "I'm cooked." He knows exactly what this is, yet another bunch of smug nobles trying to bait his riz or get him to throw down. Yuki already feels that nasty headache creeping in, because being a genius basically puts a bullseye on him for trouble. Meanwhile, Martha's out here going savage, face to face. She roasts Zero to his face, because she's the exclusive maid and she only listens to her master. Zero's just swallowed the loss like a champ, apologizing for being a simp back then, and swore he'd level up the barony while Yuki's away. Martha's got that mommy energy. Sorry, she's going to handle everything back home, even taking care of Yuki's mom. Rumia is totally freaking out. She's sobbing like her favorite anime got canned, while Yuki swears he'll come by during the holidays. It's finally go time to move out, and the emotional damage is crashing into the whole squad all at once. Yuki locks eyes on his home base one final time, like a full-on protagonist about to kick off the next arc. As he strides toward the carriage, it hits him hard. This is the first time in 2 lifetimes anyone has bothered to actually care enough to see him off. No cap, back when he was still a Nosferatu, it was non-stop people charging him with pitchforks, screaming "monster" like he was born to be hunted. But now this is exactly how humans do it, and bro, S over here living the most absolute cinema of all, actually having a family. Zero drops a "my lord" on him and basically declares, loud and clear, that Yuki is the real gigachat in the family. Dad's over there totally baffled by that "my lord" talk, while the brothers are out here giving off secret handshake energy, and it's the best thing to watch. They slammed fists, and Yuki had to admit, maybe humans weren't as hopeless as he'd been told. The entire family is waving goodbye like they're sending him off in the biggest season finale cliffhanger ever. As the carriage rumbles away, the familiars go wild. Master's blood just hit them like a turbocharge, giving them an insane power boost. Dyke and the boys are riding high in the sky, scouting hard for any NPCs hunting for trouble. Inside the carriage, Martha's stomach flips as they head for the capital, but no matter what, she's ride or die for her partner. The old guard is straight up sobbing from sheer honor because he's escorting the young master, while Yuki's just like, "Bro, stop calling me boy, you're embarrassing me." They hit the road, and boom, jaw-dropping travel shots roll by so beautiful they'd look unreal as a desktop wallpaper. They're pitched in the wild with a simmering pot of stew, living every inch of that full-on adventurer dream. But those cozy vibes get smashed the second the carriage starts slowing down. Martha's ripping into her assets, wincing through every jolt of that bumpy ride, because I swear, I know exactly what you all are staring at in that panel. Turns out the whole street's gridlocked, because some high-tier noble's carriage is hogging the road like it owns the place. Yuki shoots his familiar out to spy on whoever thinks they've got more riz than him. Martha doesn't even blink at the bat magic anymore. She's watched this guy pull off absolute madness since he was a toddler. Dyke slips the intel back. There's a giant convoy rolling in, packed with soldiers and a carriage flaunting a blazing wyvern emblem. The old guard starts rattling right away, because here comes Duke Suri's crest, the historic house that pretty much runs everything. Yuki realizes his dad's bragging definitely hit these folks too, and now he's officially stuck with a mid-tier fight. A nasty gut feeling hits him the second the luxury carriage door creaks open and someone steps out. All right, Yuki tells Martha to get his drip ready, because he's not walking into a duke's presence dressed like just some common nobody. He slips on the suit, Martha fixes his hair, and the old man squints and goes, "Yeah, you two look like a legit married couple." Yuki steps forward with flawless noble etiquette and greets the duke's squad like she owns the moment. The soldiers act like total NPCs, sneering that he's the Baron's bastard, and telling him he should be grateful they even bothered to look his way. Yuki's pissed, but he masks it and keeps his cool. Then he's ready to turn and leave before any drama even starts. Then boom, a high-class waifu emerges from the carriage like a scene stealer. Whoa, check out that dress. Hair Lady Odette Suri just stepped in, and she's serving full-on top-tier Damie Mommy energy, like she's training for the big leagues. She yanks him to a stop with a proposal that'll flip his whole future. She needs him to be the official escort for Her Highness, Iris Rischa. Bro, talk about a massive promotion, going from local talent to royal guard in one conversation, and it all kicks off with a wild childhood flashback. Odette is a straight-up Chad, soothing a crying Princess Iris like it's nothing. Little Odette's straight-up swearing she'll be the princess's escort when they grow up, and the loyalty she's showing already feels unreal. Fast forward to right now, and boom, there's a high-flying carriage tearing through the sky, because apparently walking is only for NPCs. Yuki's getting the full scoop from Odette, and man, that red dress has her looking absolutely unreal, the kind of waifu status that practically screams certified. She drops the bombshell. There are only 4 candidates for the princess's escort, and Yuki's face says he just realized his favorite gacha game is about to shut down. Turns out being an escort isn't just about keeping someone safe, it's the aristocrats' biggest power play, and everyone's maneuvering. Odette blurts out that she's one of the candidates. Then out of nowhere, some random guard NPC slides in and with zero shame calls Yuki a Baron's bastard. This absolute clown orders Yuki to back off so Odette can snatch the win, acting like he's her #1 simp and cheering her on. But Odette snaps, she goes full dummy mommy mode and starts tearing into the guard, screaming at him like he's a total idiot. She fires up on him for thinking a duchess should get everything handed to her on a silver platter, and you can practically feel that main character energy bursting out of her. She snaps at the other guards, "Get that impolite fool out of my sight, right now," and honestly, you can't help but love every second of it. Once the trash is finally cleared out, Odette's still blazing with rage. She can't stand being underestimated. Then she snaps her focus back to Yuki, looking perfectly polished again, and apologizes for the messy scene before tossing out a delightfully spicy suggestion. She's begging Yuki to team up with her, because the other 2 candidates already locked arms and formed an alliance. It's a straight-up 2-on-2 brawl for the escort spot, and she knows they've gotta link arms fast, because without teamwork, Marquis and Count houses will crush them. Yuki, way too hooked on logic, clocks the truth right away. No matter what, they're still going to slug it out at the end to prove who's got the job. Det smacks him with a hey and laughs. "I'm obviously the winner right now," then declares, "For now, we're homies." Yuki sizes up the situation, and when he sees a baron slide into a duke's house, he realizes it's a massive power-up for his whole family. They call a temporary truce and push toward the capital, and I'm telling you, the tension between them is starting to boil over. Right when they're about to seal the deal, Odette suddenly fires a question, and Yuki has nowhere to hide. She leans in and asks, "Is it really true? Did you solo that grief summon that your tutor called up?" And Yuki finally clocks that his dad has been quietly showing him off to the whole kingdom, and his panic hits like a wave. He tries to sell it as a team win, princess and soldiers included, while he keeps slipping around on the low like a true hidden op protagonist. He swears he's just an ordinary human, insists beating a griffin solo is impossible, but come on, we all know he's been stacked with plot armor. Det totally falls for it, calls him sincere, and slams in a handshake so confident it's got half the viewers weak in the knees. As they ride out, we spot a mysterious hooded lady tucked inside Odette's carriage, radiating straight-up secret boss energy. This is Odette's tutor, and she's stunned that Yuki didn't even twitch, not with all those soldiers swarming around. The tutor presses Odette about whether the Grafun story was just a cover-up, but Odette snaps back that her dad heard the real truth from the soldier. Yuki truly did it all alone. She realizes Yuki was trying to play it cool like an NPC, masking his real power level from everyone. Odette decides on the spot, making an enemy out of Yuki would be a total disaster. Meanwhile, Yuki can't stop thinking about one mission, keeping Princess Iris safe, calm, and out of danger. In his own carriage, Yuki leans in and lays out his plan to Martha, because yeah, she's looking pretty thick herself. He's convinced that hooking up with a duke's daughter is the fast track to learning how normal aristocrats behave, so he can finally blend in. Suddenly, Yuki's bat familiar pings like a warning bell. Monsters are lined up ahead, ready to ambush the road. It's a pack of dark wolves, circling like shadows, hunting for their next snack. The alarm screams, Odette's stomach drops, and Yuki, smirking like a total Chad, steps out of his carriage without even hesitating. He tells Martha to stay right where she is, while he storms off to take care of business. The guards are stuck playing useless NPCs, convinced no monsters are out there at all. Yuki spits out the exact coordinates of the wolves, like he's playing with a minimap mod. Odette steps out and goes, yep, Yuki's dead on with the facts. She introduces her tutor, and he pulls out a snake familiar like it's no big deal, but even she has to admit Yuki's detection skills are freakishly on another level. Odette shoves Yuki forward, telling him to throw the monsters off while she and the others take care of everything else. Yuki leans in and asks, so, how long does it usually take an aristocrat to clear a pack? Like an hour. Odette snaps in fury and declares a duke's daughter could pull it off in under 5 minutes. Then she adds that even a run-of-the-mill noble would still get it done in 10. Yuki crunches the numbers fast and lands on 7 5 minutes, so he'll look totally average. He charges up his magic and bolts so fast that Odette's left staring like, is he even human? As he sprints, we catch a flashback to 200 years ago, back when he was a demon lord, and villagers somehow needed just 1 minute to wipe out 10 wolves. He's fighting tooth and nail to act human, but his power level is so busted it practically screams, I'm not from this world. First, he spots the wolves and decides to flex his noble side just a little. He yanks a sword free, then flips the plan, dumping ancient magic instead. He hammers them with a crushing effort blow, and it's pure absolute cinema. Fire explodes everywhere. Odette stands on the sidelines, jaw dropped, totally blown away by just how massive this fight is. She dives in using her force of earth magic, and honestly, she looks absolutely stunning every second. Yuki's jaw drops, she's seriously impressed by her magic, and honestly, it feels downright awesome for a duke's daughter. His scouts report that the wolves are already breaking and running, because they know they're totally cooked. Yuki glances at the clock and realizes he just hit the 7 5-minute mark, only for Odette to snap with disappointment, because he let some get away. Afraid to tank his usual human test, Yuki charges after the stragglers, refusing to let them get away. He traps them in place and ends it so easily it looks like he's done it 1,000 times. He stormed back, dropped to the floor, and bowed so low to Odette that he basically begged for forgiveness, apologizing for being incompetent and wasting a whole 10 minutes. He's genuinely crushed. He couldn't hit that 5-minute Duke mark. The guards hiss that Yuki is a monster, but Yuki's locked on his own failure, and he offers to call off the alliance himself. Odette's face screams it. She's completely losing it, watching this guy cling to his delusions like they're reality. She has to go over the math again. Takes about 5 minutes right up until you start throwing punches, not counting the time it takes to get there. She screams at him because there's no way a normal human can move that fast after what he just did. Yuki, the walking dumbbell of an MC, totally misses the point and thinks she's just being wonderfully kind when she corrects him. Odette finally realizes she totally misread him. This isn't just strength, it's freak of nature power. Yuki pleads with her to stay in the alliance and teach him some basic common sense, because it's obvious he's completely clueless. Odette takes his hand and grins, because she just locked down the most wrecked ally in history. But then something starts twitching inside Yuki's vest. Then it hits him, he totally spaced on his other little friend. Then bam, a tiny, gorgeous golden-furred fox bursts out, and Odette freezes, completely tongue-tied. Yo homies, we kick off the MCU by chasing down a stray furball, because Yuki can't ignore someone who needs help. This little guy wiped out his whole squad to those dark wolves, and now Yuki decides he's taking him in. But that tiny runt grabs a piece of our boy's hand like it's a chew toy, straight up bites him, and honestly, that's wild audacity for a literal NPC animal, yet Yuki's built different. Lady Odette steps in looking like pure cinema. Seriously, boys, feast your eyes. Yuki then blurts out that she's basically his foster parent now because those wolves weren't hunting, they were out for blood. He's out here babying this little fox like it's his own kid, trying to charm up the local wildlife and build real street cred. We catch a quick glimpse of the massacre, and you can tell those foxes were already done for long before Yuki ever even showed up. Det looks at him like, do you know all this? Were you there or what? and Yuki just shrugs and fires back with a full-on, trust me bro, wild guess. She asks straight up if it bites, and Yuki flashes his battle scars like a full-on legend. Now he's completely hooked on the whole pet life. He swears he's already got everything under control, and that it'll strike only when he tells it to, because that's a huge power-up for the entire party. He calls the little guy Remy, and look at those eyes. He can feel it. The plot armor just clicked onto him. Yuki wants a watchdog to keep his maid safe, and honestly, that's pure Chad energy, always scanning for danger to protect his wiffus. Odette's bodyguard is just lounging in the back, but she still insists. Every top-tier magician has to have a familiar to complete the look. Yuki's pissed they didn't get there sooner to rescue the fox's family, and honestly, respect for the grind, even if he's totally got a soft spot for justice. The masked mommy bodyguard yanks Odette aside for some top-secret whispers, and trust me, this is about to get wild. She's got a bad feeling this fox isn't ordinary, it's a Silver Bay fox, and if she's right, then chaos is about to explode. Yeah, it turns out these things can morph into humans and sling magic, but good luck ever trying to tame them. Now just picture the chaos if this fox somehow turns into a total waifu later. I'll spot you $10 if you can guess it happens. Odette swears it can't be anything special, dismissing it as just an ordinary silver fox. Girl is absolutely coping. She points out that it's already hitting the perfect vibe right in Yuki's chest. So cozy it's making me all petty, because I'm low-key level jealous of that fox right now. She's acting like it's just some normal animal. Bro, has she never even read a manga? Because the ordinary ones are always the most unhinged. Inside the carriage, Odette snaps back to reality. She totally misjudged Yuki Grosseria, and it hits hard. She deconvinced herself he was just some illegitimate nobody she could shove into her plans and use. Now that she's watched him go all out, she knows she can't keep treating him like some beta. She's gotta switch her game. The bodyguard straight up declares he's a top-tier warrior and a legit magician, and the hype is off the charts. This kid's basically a gigachad in training. She decides to play it smart, links up with him, and together they shut down the other rivals in one clean sweep. That's big brain power for real. But she knows one thing for sure. When it all comes down, he's going to be the toughest rival she's ever faced for the top spot. She yanks out a glowing magic gem because she needs fresh intel on this absolute unit, no excuses. She whips out an ancient spell and starts cooking up magic right inside the carriage. The masked mommy gives a approving nod, and you can practically feel that dummy mommy vibe radiating through the mask. She snaps her shadows into a serpent and has it slither to the riz, crafted for stealth, made to spy without a sound. The snake slithers right up to Yuki's carriage to eavesdrop, and that's some top-shelf betrayal energy. She's really trying to spy on his whole ride. Det daydreams about becoming Princess Iris's escort knight, so she can look wildly noble and worthy, standing by her side like a true hero. She's brimming with confidence, convinced she's got the perfect plan to climb ahead. But Yuki and the fox clocked the snake the second it showed up. Bro's got zero stealth detection problems, because he's just that good. Yuki smeared his own blood across the carriage, straight up gigachad level prep, like even the toughest NPCs couldn't slip past that. He tells his mate he's just going for a walk, and we all know that means he's about to roast Odette for daring to act that bold. Yuki slides into her carriage like she owns the place, and Odette fires off that oh-ho-ho-ho Ju-sama laugh to shut the whole thing down. Yuki deadpans her, praising the ancient magic she used just to get him to come over, pure sarcasm, maximum disrespect, and he's roasting her back like it's legendary. Odette is furious. Her secret spy mission just got twisted into a total punchline. Yo, they're already yammering about the Magician's Guild and the chance to go exploring Elysium. New dungeon unlocked, boys, let's go. Yuki realizes that hunting down ancient treasures could shoot his family from a baron straight up to a viscount, an insane jump in social status. Yuki shoots, what if aristocrats don't die? And Odette just stares like, who even thinks that? Because Yuki's already living on a whole different level. Our guy just wants a peaceful life, but with power like that, he knows he's way too busted to ever kick back and relax. He's got one more strange question lined up for her, and trust me, it's going to be a total mind-bender. He blurts out, is there an item for immortality? Odette snaps back that he's greedy, but come on, you and I both know he's just terrified of getting cooked again. He tries to brush it off like, oh, it's not real immortality, just I can't die, like that's supposed to be a cool excuse, and honestly, calling it out makes him look like a total beta, but yeah, it worked. They both admit those powerful things are real, but she won't let up. She keeps roasting him for dreaming big and chasing everything he wants. Yuki's got a bigger plan. He wants to understand humans and uncover whether Iris is the bloodline of his old friend, Alice, and trust me, the deep lore is about to hit hard. He's gotta figure out if being the demon lord back then was a blessing or a total disaster. And yeah, it hits him with that full-blown main character existential crisis. Odette thinks he's nothing but a magic nerd chasing the spotlight. Then she realizes she's totally misreading the whole situation. She gets totally fired up, convinced he's got some massive dream, and that he's about to see just how far he can push his magic. Yuki just sits there like, while she's the one doing all the heavy lifting for the plot. She praises him as a good man and her kind of rival, someone she actually respects, while the glass begins to fog and crack from inside the carriage. For a split second, the vibe turns serious when she snaps her gaze away. Det finally spills her real reason for protecting Princess Iris, and the loyalty in her is pure Night Stalker intensity. She's about to risk everything just to protect that princess. Now that is pure ride-or-die energy. Yuki blurts out Iris, and boom, she transforms into a full-on tomato, and that red-faced blush is pure peak cinema, boys. Turns out they're childhood friends, and Iris has a secret reason she has to learn magic. Sounds like pure plot armor for the princess, if you ask me. That's exactly why she's so desperate for that night. She's a full-on simp for her childhood friend. She finally gathers the courage, swallows her pride, and apologizes to him for lying. She finally admits it. She sent that snake to spy on him, and honestly, spilling the truth is the smartest move when you're dealing with a gigachat. She's low-key shocked he clocked her familiar that fast. Turns out his riz is so unreal, he can't even try to hide it. Yuki tells you to call him next time you're out here throwing out those jokes, and you're just like, please stop or I'll be mad, because yeah, that guy is 100% a troll. Odette refuses to back down. She's going to become the escort knight, no matter what it costs. Yuki finally gets it. He's been hiding his real self too, so he respects her grind, because in his world it's real recognize real. He decides to trust Lady Odette, and boom, friendship power-up unlocked. He tells her next time just knock on the window, don't send those shadow snakes, and honestly, that's common sense winning. They finally crack up together, and I swear, she's starting to look like straight-up top-tier waifu material. Yuki can feel the future bearing down on him, but he's still bracing for whatever hits next. Either he takes that knight's spot, or she does, and the competition is officially unleashed. They finally burst into the capital, and wow, this place is absolutely massive. Welcome to Bulgaria. Look at the scale of this city, it's absolute cinema. The royal capital sprawls so huge it practically begs for wild plot twists, and yeah, the crazy thick wafers don't help either. This is the doorway to the legendary Elysium, so brace yourself, because we're about to dive into a high-stakes dungeon crawl. Those castle walls are so massive they're basically built for bosses, not for some random NPC to survive. They charge through the gates like they own the place, VIP energy turned all the way up. Elysium got founded a full 200 years ago, mark it, loreheads. Yuki can't help but wonder what's happening in there right now. This feels like it's about to turn into a whole lot of trouble for our boy. He's staring out the window, plotting his next huge move like it's already in motion. We catch a glimpse of someone truly special, just waiting inside the castle like they're about to change everything. It's Princess Iris, and she's right there, waiting for Lord Yuki. Bro, the harem just exploded bigger than ever. Yo boys, we're back, and this time we're hitting peak. Yuki and Martha just rolled into the royal capital, and bro, Martha looks ridiculously cute in that maid outfit. Check out the new crib, an absolute monster of a lodging house in the aristocrat ward, and that place is W for the whole squad. And get this, the blue-haired Badio, Debtor is literally living right next door, and yeah, the plot's already cooking, fellas. Martha's basically breathing easier, because she doesn't have to march past a swarm of top-tier NPCs and Duke family members just to grab a snack anymore. The place is way bigger inside than you'd expect, and Martha is already bricked up and ready to tackle the cleaning. That motivation is unreal. She's flipping the switch into full-on mommy mode, barking that she has to scrub the whole place, because Lord Yuki's house is on the line. We love a dedicated queen. Yuki steps in to help her, only it's not the way you're picturing, so lock in, chat. He chats with his tiny fox familiar, Ramai, then straight up appoints her as Martha's escort and maid apprentice. Yeah, this little fox is leveling up fast. The royal capital is packed with surprises, and Martha's out there living her best life, shopping like crazy for her new house. Yuki snaps at Martha to look away for a second, because something wicked is about to get cultured. He drips a bit of missile blood onto the fox, and boom, her magic power surges, so that's how you level up your familiars. Take notes. Absolute cinema, 1 second it's a fox, the next it shoves right into a full human girl, and yeah, I see exactly what you're thinking. She's gotta get some clothes on ASAP. The transformation worked. She's staring back like she's about 10, so keep it classy in the comments, boys. Take a look at the stats. She's only level 3, but she's already rocking that humanized skill and solid agility. Not bad at all for a starter build. Yuuki tells her that the blood didn't do anything weird. It just stacked a few familiar skills right onto her natural silver Bayfox Riz. They're going to feed her magic every single day, so she can hold on to this form and keep Martha safe. But right now, the kid looks all crusty and grimy, so it's straight to the bathhouse. Martha whips around, and there, a naked kid is standing in the doorway, freezing her with shock like nothing else. She just shrugs it off like a pro. Wait, it's Remy, right? Absolute pro-made energy. Turns out Martha wasn't really surprised at all. She knows Yuki is built different, and ever since, nothing he does is ever normal. They finally get properly introduced, and Remy's all fired up, ready to be the best helper ever, with pure wholesome vibes. Martha's already taking full control of the whole bath situation. She's the real MVP running this household. Yuki's out here boiling water and setting up the bath like some peasant, because even a former demon lord still has to do his chores sometimes. Suddenly, Dyke the Bat locks eyes on a crazy guest outside the door, like some dude dressed up in fancy, over-the-top clothes. It's a message from Her Highness, Iris Rischa. Yeah, when the royal family starts dropping into your DMs, you know everything just got real. Our boy gets yanked into a secret meeting tomorrow, and Yuki's already spiraling, wondering what his princess is planning to demand. Ever since that test, he hasn't laid eyes on Iris, and now he's absolutely starving to see her again. Meanwhile, check out Odette. She's raging so hard you can practically feel it. And don't even get me started on how she's lounging in that chair respectfully. She's built different. She got a letter from her father before the princesses even sent their invites, and the old man is being a complete buzzkill. She's in a total rage right now. Turns out the Duke is out there ruining the whole vibe. The letter tells her she must become a top-tier magician, or they'll drag her back home and trap her as a shut-in, and her dad just rolls over like a complete beta. He really thinks a duke's daughter should lock herself at home and be nothing but some shiny trophy. Like, how dare he even say that? So here's the deal. Either you sign up to be Iris's escort for the night, or you push up to C rank within a year, because that grind is absolutely brutal. And to get a C rank, you have to push through the third layer of the Elysian, straight up high-level dungeon crawling, no joke. Odette refuses to back off. She's determined to learn from the best so she can keep standing right by Iris's side. They swore they'd stay together forever, like, for real, bestie energy turned into a lifelong vow. She's dead set on protecting her princess, even if her dad tells her to stop. Yeah, just look at that face. She's totally about to cook, and Yuki's right there beside her. Cut to the Royal Palace guest house, time for the Chads meeting, and you can feel the tension in the air. Yuki and Odette square up in front of Princess Iris, and the tension in the room is so thick it feels like it might crack. Iris kicks things off by rushing to Yuki with a heartfelt apology, and seriously, she's such a sweetheart, like best girl energy is guaranteed. Turns out Odette's dad whipped out his political connections to shove her into the escort night role, stealing it from Yuki, who'd had it first. Odette's fuming because she just figured out her dad played dirty. Other aristocrats broke into tears like NPCs, panicking at the thought that some lowborn baron's bastard would be the princess's knight. So they just rolled out a brand new selection, exam to keep the nobles smiling, pure politics, straight up. After that trip, Iris got hit with a brutal fever, so she couldn't fire off a message any sooner. She felt absolutely crushed that she couldn't write to Yuki, and honestly, she's been hyping up our boy way too much. Everyone swears Yuki's the OG GOAT, but the exam makes him play by the rules anyway, so nobody thinks he's got an unfair edge. But Iris won't let him leave. She insists he stay right by her side as a trainee, because she's not letting him go that easily. Yuki drops a super confident bow like a total Chad, accepts right away, and keeps his eye on the village connection, without letting the princess out of arm's reach. Det basically got thrown in as a decoy so Iris could sneak a look at Yuki, and trust me, these two girls are a dangerous duo. Look at them, total besties. Odette's beaming because she finally got to help her princess. Iris cuts straight to the real question. When did the two of you get so close? Because she can feel the competition in the air. Yuki acts totally unbothered, shrugging like, we just happened to chat on the way to the capital, and somehow it still sounds like he's got every move under control. Iris figures Yuki swooped in to save her, and Odette can't hide how flustered she is. Yeah, she's totally got a crush. Yuki Lord's fighting is straight up awesome, and Iris is teasing her like crazy right now. Now they're seriously clicking. Yuki's officially kicked off his harem in the capital. Yuki lanes into this laid-back get-together, and unloads a few lore questions. He leans in and asks if she knows any ancestors named Lyle, Remilia, or Alice. Those exact names are his old squad tags from his past life. Iris's face tightens like she's digging through her memories, so what's the link exactly? The silence is so loud it's screaming. Bet you $10 you can guess whether she knows them or not. She only has stories up to her grandparents. After that, the trail goes stone cold for now. Yuki has to play it off and claim he just saw those names in a dream, while he stands there and lies to the royals with a straight face. He even laughs like destiny handpicked them, and honestly, this guy's riz is absolutely unreal. Man, what a bummer, there are zero records, and in this world, history is basically a chaotic disaster with no way to put it back together. Turns out the Eight Kingdom War erased nearly every old record, and that war was pure, total chaos. Most of the world's oldest treasures disappeared overnight, or got locked away forever, leaving everything shrouded in a dark age where the lore is all but dead. Anyway, let's jump right back to the exam. The Magician Guild already staked the perfect spot, and it's locked in. It's headed straight into a cave where a holy sword is locked away. Yeah, you can feel it. Something absolutely unhinged is about to explode in there. Right then, bam, the door swings wide, and two more candidates walk in. Yeah, here comes the trash. Iris snaps, call them in, and right then, our private meeting is officially over. Look at these two clowns, strolling in straight-up NPC energy, radiating off them. Jill Von Kiel, the Marquis's son, and Jair Wolfgang, the Viscount's kid. One's got major prick energy, and the other looks like he lives in a book. Jilvan is already ripping into the meeting's fairness, and you can tell this guy's a certified hater. He's strutting around like the game is already over. This kid's arrogance is straight up wild. He basically declares the exam is a total waste of time, because obviously he's the only one worth anything, and it's so shameless it's basically self-glazing at maximum speed. And Iris and Odette are staring at him like, really? Just look at their faces, they already know he's a total loser. Jair opens his mouth to talk, but he freezes like a complete beta and barely manages to squeeze out a single word. Jilvan snaps at him to shut up, all because he's from some lower-ranked family. This dude is a full-on walking L. Yuki just stands there staring like, seriously, you humans live for this petty, pathetic nonsense. I'm way above it. Jilvan finally locks eyes on our boy Yuki and fires off the nastiest stink eye like he just ruined her day. He spits out that Yuki is an upstart bastard and snaps at him to get a clue, like he has the nerve to talk to a former demon lord that way. He tells Yuki to back off before things get humiliating, convinced she only knows a bit of magic. Yuki just bows and thanks him from the heart, and the sarcasm pouring off him is so intense it somehow feels beautiful. But inner Yuki, that's a whole different monster. He basically screams, I'm a Nosferatu, not a human, and yeah, it's terrifyingly clear he's one. He knows this whole encounter is nothing but a blink in his endless life. But that sweet little encounter is about to slam into a brutal end. Look at that terrifying grin, pure cinema. Our boy is right on the edge of dragging this clown through the exam. Jilvan is rattled. He just caught a flash of pure killer intent in his bones, and let me tell you, you're not ready for what the next episode is about to unleash. Bro, check these NPCs' faces, completely wrecked, because our MC just lobbed a truth bomb straight into their souls. Yuki's out here pulling the ultimate riz, flexing to everyone that he's not backing down from the exam, because he knows it'll be a damn good experience. And yeah, this guy's a full-on Chad. And even the girls can feel the heat. Look at those eyes. They're staring straight at greatness like they already know what's coming. This red-haired simp is spiraling into madness, while Yuki just grins at Princess Iris like he owns the whole scene. Odette's starting to clock it. Our boy isn't just good, he's on a whole different level, and yeah, she's already down bad. All right, grab a seat, because I'm about to unleash the lore and make you fall into this story. Princess Iris is breaking down how to get into Elysian, and seriously, just look at that character design, it's pure culture. They're whispering about a secret passageway that only the guild can use. Yeah, the boring NPC talks over. Now let's kick the door in and hit the action. The mission takes place in the top layer of Elysian, and of course it's packed with undead. Whoever grabs the holy sword first becomes Iris's personal escort knight, and trust me, that's a huge upgrade to your status in the blink of an eye. But wait, Yuki's getting a flashback. Turns out he was sliced down by this exact same sword 200 years ago, so yeah, it's not just a weapon, it's a personal vendetta. He's literally allergic to long swords now, because the last time he got so hard, he actually got stabbed to death. Odette isn't just talking, she's demanding the real answer. What happens if they end up tied? Iris snaps that they'll have to fight tooth and nail for it. Get ready, because absolute cinema is about to hit. Odette shoots Yuki a let's team up grin. She's craving that alliance. 3 days to prep, forge those boys' gains until they're absolutely shredded. Back home, the ultimate maid Martha greets us, and the adorable familiar Remy hops in too. My guy's senses are tingling like crazy. Yuki showers Remy with the head pats she totally deserves, and honestly, Martha's the best girl in this whole house. Remy's this dozy little familiar, and honestly, I'm right there with her. She sprouts into a tiny fox, flops down, because the wholesomeness is literally off the charts. Yuki breaks down the undead dungeon for Martha like it's no big deal, like this is just another Tuesday, casual and calm. Then bam, another flashback to those trash tier skeletons, and you can practically see the MC's rage at them boiling over. Martha's on edge about her lord, but Yuki's just sitting there sipping tea like she owns the place. To get him fired up, she flips his favorite pancakes and drizzles them with bargain bin honey, and yeah, Martha is the real deal, 10/10's waifu. Look at his face, this guy, about to storm through the whole dungeon solo just to get those pancakes. He even begs for more tomorrow. This man's priorities are rock solid. At last, today's the final exam day at the Limbo Magician Guild. The squad barrels up to the headquarters, engines snarling as they pull into the lot. General Burns steps in. This absolute unit swings that massive axe like it's nothing. He's in a private chat with Yuki, and you can tell he's on the edge. Those aristocrats keep hounding him like it's nonstop. He swears it'll be worth the wait for Yuki, even if everything goes sideways, so keep your respect. Burns is a straight-up Chad. He stakes it all on his own name and makes the promise with full confidence because he knows Yuki is the real deal. They finally burst up to the entrance. That massive dome is the key to Elysian. Feels like they dropped us into the final boss arena. Whoa, check out that examinate emitter. A C-rank magician with the mommy energy turned way up. Mommy. Wait, did she just say mommy? They step into the distortion, and the world starts melting into pure mind-bending trip. Spiral just glares off into nothing, and it's straight-up Doctor Strange-level weirdness. Yuki senses something off, and while everyone else is spiraling, he keeps his cool and refuses to lose control. Odette's about to lose it. Yeah, turns out that tough act doesn't last, huh? Yuki's balance is all messed up because in his past life he flew, so now even standing still feels weird. Massive flex, honestly. This used to be a temple where they carried out executions. No mercy, just punishment for whoever stepped in. It was ridiculously edgy. Yuki's absolutely buzzing. He's got full main character energy, like he's about to dive into ancient ruins and conquer whatever's inside. General Burns is spitting deep truths about karma. Okay, sure, but then he better stop talking and start showing us the monsters. Look at this pit. It's a gigantic spiral plunging straight into darkness. The crew is rattled. This isn't some school trip anymore. It's a mystery-packed underground labyrinth, exactly the kind of place where plot armor finally gets to flex. That noble NPC, Jilvin, starts snapping orders and barking at the general, because the whole time, the guy's practically begging to be put in his place and humbled. Yuki gives Odette a shoulder to lean on, and just like that, the Riz slips into place with zero effort. Demeter shrugs and says the place is packed with nothing but weak, low-level ghosts and skeletons, so yeah, easy XP right. She tells them if you're scared, you can sprint back to the safe zone, and yeah, Demeter is straight-up savage. We're standing at the entrance of the Holy Sword Cave, and honestly, this feels like a one-way ticket to nowhere. Jilvin keeps whining about his noble family, and I'm telling him, shut up, you beta. Demeter dares him to walk the floor solo if he's that confident, then basically goes, go on, bet. One slip and you're tumbling straight into the pit. Instant game over, man. The mission is simple, get to the sword first. Sabotage is off limits, sure, but we both know how that story usually ends. Demeter shrugs and says she can't watch everything, then suddenly it's game on for disaster. Det blurts, how are we even supposed to know who won? And you can tell she's already planning 3 moves ahead. You've got to earn it with your own 2 hands. Don't try to pawn the job off on some familiar. Yuki's got a question, poised to flip the whole mood. He can't stop thinking, if that sword matters this much, why is it locked up in here in the first place? And the other guys are like, bro, just play the game, but Yuki's out here playing 4D chess. Turns out, not a single person can even swing the sword, because it's nothing but a flashy paperweight. Demeter clocks that Yuki is built different, because the way he stares at the whole picture screams bigger plans than anyone expected. You've got 5 minutes to plot the move with your squad, or ditch them and go solo. Yuki and Odette kick off the plan, and Odette snaps that her familiar takes way too long to summon. She tells him drop the honorifics. Suddenly, it's all first names, like the boys are officially on board because the ship is sailing. Communication cuts way faster when you toss out all that formal garbage. They split the cave into sections, and Odette somehow proves she's actually useful. They've got a choice: sprint down the straight road packed with undead, or take the detour, so they blow past the warning and go straight through, straight up speedrun mode. Yuki tells them, "Leave the monsters to me," and somehow he's carrying the entire team on his back. Odette drops a bombshell. She tells Yuki she needs to be Iris's escort knight, not Odette herself. Yuki's eyes widen. Why does this feel like a contest, and who's judging? She tells him the royals sneer at Iris because she's got commoner blood, and honestly, the whole royal family is stuffed with haters. She yanks his hands into hers and pleads, "Please make Iris happy," and you can feel it in your bones. Their bond isn't fake. She knows Iris needs someone strong, someone with real power who can shield her from the snakes crawling through the palace. Yuki clocks it. Odette's the real deal, throwing away her own shot just to save her friend. Yuki tells them to pause the whole talk until the exam's cleared, then flashes that smug little smirk like he's already won. The whole squad slams together at the starting line. Everyone's absolutely buzzing. Heck, even the NPCs look like they're about to jump in and cause trouble. General Burns keeps his eyes locked on the Podag because he can feel what's about to go down. Demeter drops the signal, and Mommy's ready to jump in and make some serious moves. And they're gone right into the chaos. The exam is officially underway, and now it's a race. Who's gonna snatch the sword first? I've got my money on the Chad. Alright homies, the big exam is finally here. Everybody's trying to play it cool while chanting their basic spells like it's nothing. But look at Lady Demeter. She's serving that high pony Damie Mommy energy, already sizing up everyone's activation speed like it's a performance review. Yeah, I see you staring. And yep, she's 100% a woman of culture. Suddenly, bam, a blinding flash erupts and leaves every NPC reeling, because a real player just kicked into the game. Yuki doesn't give you a second. He snatches Odette like a total Chad and rockets past everyone, already taking the lead before anyone can even blink. Odette's in full down bad mode right now. Just look at that blush. And she sure as hell didn't see getting princess carried by the MC this early in the day coming. All the other teams are just standing there like absolute idiots, still clinging to their ridiculously long shot while Yuki's already long gone. Couldn't be more beta if they tried. Odette's trying to play the perfect lady, but Yuki's like, "Pipe down, yeah, we're partners. You focus on your magic while I haul your bulky assets to the finish line." They charge right into a pack of skeletons, and Odette's panicking like, "Oh no, this is it, we're about to get jumped." But he's built different. He barely even glances at them, then tells her to chill because he's got everything under control. He just flicks one with a tiny dagger, then the skeleton starts trembling like it caught itself looking at its own browser history. The skeletons are straight up backing away in panic, like, imagine being a monster and still getting so scared of a kid that you're basically cooked. Yuki spills the truth. He soaked his blade in missile blood, turning it into a cheat code weapon that mows down the undead, and honestly he's playing 4D chess while everyone else is stuck in checkers. These skeletons are getting purified so fast it feels like a religious ritual just took a dark turn. Odette's finally clocking it. Her so-called partner is a full-on monster wearing a mask. We get a quick flashback to Yuki's past as the vampire lord, and suddenly the guys are all acting like he's got Gigachad-level energy, because he didn't just rule the undead, he ruled them, period, since they were terrified of his purifying riz. He tells Odette to grip on tight, because in seconds they're about to slam into the nitro boost, and at this point, it's not even a race anymore, it's a full-on massacre. Back on the observation deck, we've got that old knight guy and Lady Demeter glued to the feed, like they're watching fate unfold. This grizzled veteran looks like he's seen everything, yet even he can't help leaning in for what's about to hit in the Elysium Temple. They're telling you this place stretches for miles, and if you try to see everything, you're looking at centuries. Translation: there's zero shortage of corners for plot to explode. The old guy keeps yawning because these exams usually drag on like forever. Then Lady Demeter steps in, forcing herself to stay all professional. He drops this legend about a ghost priest haunting the bottom layer, and that's the foreshadowing special foaming up right there. So Lady Demeter shrugs it off. Toss talismans everywhere and ghosts can't rear their heads unless someone's truly clueless and calls them up. She can't stop asking why low-level undead are still crawling out when the seals are supposed to be strong enough to shut them all down. Little do they know, those talismans are literally splintering right off the walls, and yeah, they're officially cooked. The old man feels the whole mood twist, snatches his massive axe, and you can tell it's about to go down, because the old-timers stop laughing and get deadly serious. A nasty fog rolls in thick as hell, and Lady Demeter just stands there, utterly lost. This is definitely not on the exam, boys. Looks like the proctors are about to get tested as well. This hallway is about to burst wide open with absolute cinema. The ghosts slither right past the talismans like they're invisible, and that can only mean one thing: some high-rank boss is lurking nearby. The old man insists physical hits won't do a thing, then grips his enchanted axe and charges in like he's about to unleash hell. He slices through the ghosts like they're butter, and honestly, respect to that veteran Chad. And just to show she wasn't playing around, Lady Demeter hurls a Darkness Thorn spell and absolutely demolishes everyone else. Look at that form. Look at that power, mommy, sorry. She's furious because the whole point of the Requiem Festival was to stop this exact disaster from happening in the first place. Suddenly, a creepy voice slithers in and spits that her activation is too slow, and that hit the kind of disrespect that makes you flinch. The voice kicks off about kings and priests, and you instantly realize this isn't some random NPC spirit. Back at the exam, the old man slips from seal to seal, then snaps the question, are the kids safe? Lady Demeter scans the map, and her jaw literally hits the floor, because Yuki and Odette are tearing through the cave at such insane speed, they're basically shattering the speed limit. She's freaking out like, how can some trainee pack this much power? But the old guy just shrugs and says, relax, this is just Yuki being Yuki. They decide to swing by the other team and check if they're actually doing something, or just standing there proving they're total losers. They're using a mouse to scout the path, like, really, that's the kind of genius plan only they would pull off. Jill, Ven, and Guile bicker like they're in a full-on love-hate spiral, and the mouse just lurks in the shadows, watching everything. Suddenly, the familiar gets splattered without warning. Demeter instantly feels the impact, and her gut drops as the worst feeling hits hard. She decides they're storming in right now, before those kids get sliced up and turned into ghost food. We cut back a few minutes and watch Jilvan act like the usual noble jerk, snarling that Yuki's a bastard as he's getting smoked in the race. He tells himself slow and steady wins the race, but it's really just him coping because he's got zero skills to back him up. Guile demands to know why Jilvan wouldn't let him just cheat his way in and blast Yuki with a spell, and honestly, at least Guile's straight up about being a snake. Jilvan's out here saying he has to win fair and square just to impress some princess, while this dude's busy glazing a girl who doesn't even know he's alive, full-on beta mode. He launches into his noble goals speech like a full-on stage performer, then won't shut up. Somebody hand this man an Oscar for the most annoying NPC alive. He struts around like he's fancy and well-educated, but in Yuki's world, he's nothing more than a background extra. Guile drops the bomb, his whole family are ghost magicians. Of course, just what we needed, another expert ready to wreck the situation. Jilvan demands he unleash his magic to drag them into victory, like that's not a disaster just begging to explode. Gale digs into the ancient magic his daddy taught him, because rule 1 of Manga is savage: never touch magic you don't fully understand, kid. He thinks it's some insane dungeon-clearing spell, but really he's just ringing a giant dinner bell to summon the boss. He starts bragging like, yeah, we bribed the servants to get the exam answers, and I'm just sitting here thinking, how do you cheat and still stay this mediocre? He launches into this whole explanation about how even high-level vampires still use undead. Bro, you're literally digging into the MC's past job right now. Guile kicks off the ritual, and for one wild second, he actually thinks he's the main character. Jilvan's already daydreaming about getting promoted to Prime Minister. His delusions are so out of control, they're basically flying off the charts. Guile roars at the undead to follow his voice and smash his enemies, and I swear, I'll give you $10 if you can guess how hard that plan backfires. A brutal shockwave of mana slams through the room, rattling everything in its path. Suddenly, the air turns brutally icy. Jilvan starts shaking like a leaf, and you can feel it. Something is terribly wrong. A pack of skeletons rolls in, and Guile smugly grins like he's the mastermind, thinking he's already crushed the exam. Yeah, we pulled it off, he declares, totally fearless, like the biggest NPC to ever exist. Then from the shadows, a giant hand twitches, and he's seconds away from learning exactly what happens when you play with fire. Suddenly, Habs grabs him by the throat, then chokes him out in jaw-dropping 4K. A chilling voice demands, who dared wake me up? And just like that, the whole atmosphere flips into full-blown horror. That ghostly voice demands to know who opened the gate to the living, and Guile is seconds away from losing it completely. The ghost stares him down with total contempt, and Guile's eyes flicker with regret, because he already knows he's done for. It's the 7th priest, the Rogel, and he looks straight up terrifying. Yeah, kids, this is what real power looks like. He unleashes a burst of dark energy that wipes out about half the monsters in the cave in one shot. The poor little IP mouse familiar gets splattered again, like the universe can't resist taking one more bite. Even the other skeletons are trembling with pure terror, so yeah, if they're scared, you're already in deep trouble. Jilvan snaps into a full-on mental breakdown when he realizes he just summoned a legendary ghost priest, one who's been roaming the dark for centuries. Giles just slumped there like a soggy noodle. His magic didn't control the boss at all, it only basically waved him over like, hey, dinner's ready. Jilvan is frozen stiff with terror. Where'd that noble pride go now, buddy? The ghost is begging for an ancient relic, and he's doing it with zero manners, so you know this is going to get messy fast. He starts choking Jilvan too, probably because that guy's voice got on his nerves, and for the glory of whatever this deadbeat is supposed to be. Said Jilvan gets tossed aside like a sack of potatoes, L in the chat for the noble simp. That ghost just strides right past them, hunting whatever it wants like it's on a mission, and it doesn't give a damn about those two losers. Yuki and Odette finally step in, and the massive aura smacks them in the chest. Yuki's face says it instantly. A real, worthy opponent is here. They stare down into the cave's depths, and what they see is a brutal, empty wasteland. Lady Demeter and the old man finally catch up, but the clock is ticking, so they might arrive just after it's already too late to stop the full-blown cinema about to explode. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings and queens? Welcome back, where we only recap the absolute peak fiction. Today we're jumping back into Yuki's world, because this dude is a walking cheat code with Riz turned up to max. The squad finally rolls up to their destination, a sketchy cave that screams, final boss lair. You gotta stare at Odette for a second. Those ads are straight up wild, like she's serving some unreal, thick-in-the-uniform energy. Mommy, sorry, mommy. They stumble on the legendary holy sword, and it looks like some NPC tossed it in the rain and forgot it. Pure rusty scrap metal, and yeah, it's a total gut punch letdown. Yuki probably expected some glowing Excalibur moment, but this reality looks downright cooked. Odette starts spilling sword lore, saying nobody's managed to yank it out in centuries, and everyone treats it like a top-tier danger weapon. Then she starts hopping around like a total dork because they technically passed the exam, and I'll give you $10 if you can guess whether she actually helped at all. Look at her face, she just clocked it. She's been a total carry this whole time, giving out pure NPC energy, and honestly, it's hilarious. And just like that, Yuki feels a presence lurking in the dark, bros sealed in, and the whole atmosphere is anything but clean. Something's definitely moving in the shadows, and trust me, I've got a gut feeling it's not here for a group hug. Yuki snaps at his waifu to shut up, because a monstrous dark power is crashing in fast. Get the popcorn ready, boys, this is straight up absolute cinema. A creepy skeleton army erupts behind the nerd Guile, marching out under the command of a huge, shadowy monster. Odette's completely shaken, because Gale isn't just acting weird, he's being possessed by an ancient boomer ghost. This fossil shows up and swears he's the 7th priest of Elysium Temple, way off the mark by 200 years, so yeah, he finally gets seated. The ghost snarls, scram, but our MC just whips out a knife like a certified gigachad. The priest hurls an icy blast, swaggering like he's already wiped our boy out. But Yuki just stands his ground, shuts the whole attack down, and throws his body in front to protect his waifu. His riz is off the charts. Dead people shouldn't be messing with the living, bro, that line is ice cold, and somehow it's still him. Right when the brawl starts getting crazy, the cavalry storms in, and look at the teacher. Bro, the way she's built is gonna get half the class in trouble. She rockets into the chaos to shield her students like the real hero she is. She wields Darkness Thorn like it's pure nightmare fuel, but the ghost priest is just admiring his own ancient magic like, look at me. He swats away her attack like it's nothing, calls her a fool, and the disrespect hits like a punch. He fires off trash talk, claiming the magicians of this era are pathetic, and their spell activation is painfully slow. The ghost priest suddenly goes full power trip, yapping that his temple should rule the entire world. Yeah, classic villain move. The cave starts buckling under the pressure, and rocks slam down from every direction. Those trainees look absolutely wrecked right now. While the ghost is halfway through a sinister rant about evolution, Yuki snaps like, I've heard enough. He speed blitzes the ghost, shoves a finger to his lips like, be quiet, and I'm telling you, this dude just ordered a legendary spirit to pound. He slams the ghost with a purification spell, and the big bad instantly erupts into full-on screaming, like a simp getting wrecked after one brutally rejected confession. Yuki stared him down with pure audacity, then ripped into him, calling him pathetic for becoming the very monster he once despised. The priest's face twists as he mutters, rages, and screams, then it hits him, he's losing his grip. Yuki rockets in for round 2, launching another strike like a total Chad while he's still in midair. He tells Odette to get ready, and she finally snaps into action, unleashing a huge earth spell that actually makes a difference. The hit lands like a meteor, and the ghost gets completely crushed by that combo. Yuki drops the mic and tells the ghost he's been a total loser for over 200 years. Like, that's the nastiest personal roast imaginable. The ghost is falling apart with desperation now, begging for the holy sword so he can finally claw his way into a brand new life. Yuki tunes out the yapping, strides right up to the sword jammed in the rock, and squares up to it. Odette is freaking out, begging him not to touch the sealed treasure, but our guy just shrugs off the rules and goes for it. The moment his fingers brush the sword's hilt, the blade suddenly talks, welcoming him back, my lord. The seal shatters, and the blade erupts in that legendary holy light. Yuki clocks it instantly. That's the very sword that ended him in his past life, and now he's staring at the murder weapon like it's a reunion from hell. Odette and the ghost both froze in total shock, because some random student just snatched the national treasure right out from under them. Yuki lifts the sword, and it snaps into a flawless blade of light. Then we cut to a brutal flashback, back when the hero who killed you 200 years ago, only to learn the truth, he never even wanted to do it. The ghost priest finally faces the truth, his dream is gone, and as his hope crumbles, he starts fading away in the lobby. Yuki locks eyes with him one last time, her stare like ice, and orders him to vanish for good. The sword perks up when it tastes Yuki's blood, because Yuki is the reincarnation of its original master, Dean Nosferatu. Odette is still spiraling, but Yuki just delivers that its secret wink, and the Riz is straight up unstoppable. Our boy finally discovers the sword's secret power. It wipes out evil souls to nothing, but it grants reincarnation to the good ones. So yeah, Yuki's still alive only because a sword decided he was a good person about 200 years ago. But hold up, Yuki hacks the sword's history and uncovers that one lone user was recorded 199 years ago, Alice. Who is this mysterious Alice, and why is she gripping his sword like it's meant for her? We'll find out next time, so hit like, subscribe, and don't be a beta. We kick things off with a huge dose of culture. Right there on screen, a certified mommy is taking care of business while the young MC Martha watches from the side. And trust me, I know exactly what you're thinking. Yep, the genetics in this family are straight up elite. Martha's freaking out because she thinks her mom is burning herself out, but her mom's totally thriving since Yuki's been showing up, playing hero, and purifying those herbs like an absolute Chad. Seriously, check Martha's assets while they're trading words. She looks stacked as they fire rumors about Yuki being an illegitimate kid and he's off to university. Mom basically tells Martha, go on, find yourself a husband now, and it's such an L move because seriously, who in their right mind would want to walk out of this household? And yeah, Martha's not backing down. She's completely down bad for Yuki, and she plans to keep serving him until the end of time. Mom drops a warm head pat because she reads the vibes, and Martha is dead set on tracking Yuki's path, even if it gets absolutely unhinged. She's glued to the window, stressing out if she can even match the sheer size of his Riz, and honestly, yeah, I'd be worried too. A quick cut shows her doing laundry with another waifu, just living the absolute peak, no stress, pure cozy grind. Switching gears, we step into a cold cave and find a shattered talisman. Someone's fate is completely sealed, and they're absolutely done for. Yuki stands there, hand on his chin, like he's got secrets he shouldn't, while the NPCs murmur behind him like they're letting something slip. He's breaking into a light sweat because they've officially forced him to become an escort knight, basically a fancy title for a professional sim protector of. Odette storms in, screaming at him at the top of her lungs, reminding him he's the one who cleared the exam and sent the seventh priest's ghost packing with a clap. Next, Yuki tries to stay humble and hand over the credit, but Odette refuses, pride swelling in her chest as the Duke's daughter who won't let anyone take the spotlight for her GigaChat deeds. Yuki stares at the holy sword Linkarl, and the sight hits him. He remembers it was smeared with blood, the blood of someone he held dear. We jump back 199 years, and it's straight up doom and gloom. Things look terrifyingly bleak for our guy. This is straight up absolute cinema. Alice is dying the exact same way he did, and talk about a gut punch ending for a top-tier waifu. Yuki finally clocks it. Alice got reincarnated somewhere in this world, and it hits him with a storm of feelings he can't sort out. We get a quick flash of Alice back in her past life, looking like an absolute angel, and you can already feel it. He's about to find her. He's dead set on finding her again, no matter who she's become, and that kind of unstoppable drive is exactly what we love to see. He's locking in, so if you get in his way, God's gonna need to intervene. He decides to swing by Jilvin, who's right there on the floor, slumped and looking like a complete beta. Yuki flashes that scary nice smile, then leans in and asks if they can have a quick chat about the undead that just jumped them. Jilvin is choking down the truth because he knows the moment he's about to get exposed is seconds away. He straight up admits the whole plan was only meant to mess with them, get in their way, and drag their speed down, classic mid-tier villain chaos. He insists he never meant to summon the priest. He was just doing what his father's friends told him, which really means, I'm a total pawn. He's completely crushed, because the moment he clocks Yuki, he realizes she's on a whole other level. He pleads for forgiveness like some NPC caught in a glitch, and Yuki just stands there, taking it all in like it's hitting her straight in the feels. Yuki shrugs it off and says she's fine, but she presses him to hunt down the one who taught that dark magic to Gaia, because Jilvin has to investigate. He's freaking out because someone shattered the talisman, and then he caught wind that they tried to force necromancy, and yeah, that's a massive red flag. Jilvin is completely shaken, because the noble families might have temple worshippers lurking right among them. Det glides into the shot like she owns the place, tells Jilvin that Yuki's dead right, and makes it clear they've got to take this seriously. If Yuki hadn't clapped that ghost, Gaia would have been drained into a literal battery for dark magic, right up until his soul got erased. We watch Gaia get swallowed by the creeping shadows, and it's straight-up nightmare fuel. Odette snaps that they can't turn a blind eye to whoever did this, no matter how high up that noble is. Jilvin finally snaps into action and admits they're right. They bolt back to the surface and swear the Holy Sword secrets stay locked up tight between them and the princess. No one else gets a clue. Yuki shrugs off the detective work and hands it to the guild, because he's got way bigger missions on his plate, like tracking down his lost waifu. We cut to a fancy mansion where someone's pouring tea, and the second that happens, you know it's time for some high society heat. Enter Princess Iris and Holy Mommy. She's absolutely radiant, like an angel stepped into the room. She's over the moon that Yuki was the first to clear the exam, but then she hears about the accident. Odette keeps insisting Yuki did it all, acting all modest like it's her name on the spotlight. Yuki scrambles to turn it back around and claims he only saved the day, thanks to Odette's help like, that's pure peak beta energy. Odette refuses to let that slide, insisting they both put in the same work. They start bickering like they've been married for decades, and I can't stop laughing watching it unfold. Iris has to fake a cough just to shut them up mid-fight. The room goes dead silent while the pressure keeps climbing. Iris flashes a smile and says they're totally hitting it off, but you can literally feel the jealousy pouring off her in waves. Yuki just got officially named her escort knight, so yeah, he's basically her personal bodyguard from here on out. Then Iris leans in and fires off the big question: how does Yuki awaken the Holy Sword after its long, bitter sleep? Both of them blink, completely thrown off by how blunt it hits. Yuki insists he'll prove it to her again, just to wipe out every last doubt. He refuses to let this story go public, because that bastard son, armed with an ancient artifact, would spark a full-blown riot among the stuck-up aristocrats. Iris nods and promises to keep it under wraps, because she's the real deal. She can't stop gushing. Yuki is truly amazing in her eyes, and the hearts practically sparkle with every breath. Yeah, Yuki's just staring at herself like, wait, I look exactly like Alice. Same face, only 2 years older. He snaps back to his past life as a full-on gigachad, and realizes his special blood is still in him, ready to unleash power. He's betting that if Iris really is Alice's reincarnation, her blood will flare up the second it touches his. He can't just flat-out ask for a vial of her blood, that's major creepy behavior. So his second move is simple. He makes her press her hand to the sword, then he unleashes his hacking skills to see if it fires back with any signal. He's also watching her like a hawk, hunting for any sign she remembers her past life. He can't shake a dream where someone told him to protect her, and now he's convinced that the person he's meant to guard is really her. Iris freaks out and blushes hard when he realizes he's been staring at her like a predator eyeing helpless prey. Odette tore into him for being rude and for staring at the princess like a total weirdo. Iris doesn't flinch, she grins, and tells him she's thrilled to have him planted by her side forever. She's practically buzzing with pure joy on the inside, like she's head over heels for our boy. Det leans in and whispers to Yuki, telling him he better fire back with something cool so he can match her energy. Yuki digs in her heels and swears she'll give everything she's got, saving no effort for her humble servant, the 1010 Riz. Iris is absolutely buzzing. She grabs his hands and squeezes tight, and it's a huge win for the MC. She brings up the same dream he told her before, where he fights to protect her. She smacks him and tells Rin, come on, it's way too cute. She clings to the dream echoes of Lyle and Ramilia, and the second she realizes it, she knows just how precious they were to him. She locks eyes with him and realizes just how much those people meant to his whole heart. We get a quick flashback of his past family, and boom, instant feel-good vibes. Then she hits them with the ultimate bombshell, straight up asking if one of them is his old fiancé, like she's hunting for any competition. Yuki slams back with not really, and then swears he's never had a lover or a fiancé in his entire life. I'll toss you $10 if you can believe this guy, because that's the biggest cap I've ever heard. But Iris freezes in shock, like her entire world just hit pause. But panic claws at her and she blurts, wasn't there anyone dear to him? Odette's in the back, face-palming like crazy, because she can't believe how insanely dense Yuki is. Yuki finally snaps, his brain clicks, and he realizes Iris is grilling him about his past life loves because she's actually Alice. Odette grabs his attention and tells him straight up, if he wants to be her knight, the princess comes first, above everything. Yuki is convinced Odette is a genius, so he immediately falls in line and follows her lead. He whips around to Iris and tells her, straight to her face, that she's the most important person in his life, and nobody, not a single soul, can ever top her. He tells her to bury the past, because he's done holding back, he's ready to give himself to her, all of it. Iris cranes her neck upward, and her face instantly hardens, because she's not letting that past comment slide. In the next beat, she jabs him with the most terrifying, is that seriously what I'm seeing, face. I swear her teeth are grinding like she's about to snap. The whole place instantly turns into an ice-cold nightmare. Odette snaps to it, realizes they're one breath from chaos, and pulls Iris away for a heated girl talk timeout. They plop onto the couch, and Iris tells Odette to call her Iris for now. Odette blurts, why am I acting so weird, right after Yuki drops a top-tier confession on her. Iris leans in and says she's been getting these wild fever dreams night after night. She daydreams about a far-off village crowned with an ancient castle, the same place where she once studied. She'd fallen hard for a guardian deity, one who'd guided her in every way since she was just a little kid. We catch more scraps of the dream, and the strangest part is, the clothes look painfully familiar. Little Alice is shown sobbing her heart out, and it's absolutely devastating. Iris lays out her dream in insane detail, and even Odette can't help but start getting suspicious. Odette finally realizes the Lord in the dream is the perfect match for Yuki. Iris is blushing hard, basically admitting that she fell for him 200 years ago, straight up confessing her feelings. Odette bluntly tells her this isn't anything mysterious, it's just love sickness at its worst. She's convinced Iris' explanation is just her brain scrambling for excuses after love at first sight hit. Iris swears she's got proof the dream was real. She tells him the villagers handed her a special crest to hunt for someday. If they can track down this crest in the real world, then bam, her memories aren't fake, they're the real deal. Odette snatches the drawing and promises she'll help her investigate it. But Iris can't hide her confusion as Odette takes the lead. Odette flashes that I've got a plan smirk, and you just know she's about to whip up something dangerous. Meanwhile, Yuki's stuck by himself, drowning in loneliness. Yeah, it's a straight-up L for the supposed gigachad. Virayos, yo, what's up, my cult kings? Back with another absolute banger, and this time the MC is a full-on Chad in disguise. Det yanks Yuki by the collar and drags him straight to the Commerce Guild, because yep, even in another world, you still gotta secure the bag. She's breaking it down, being a magician isn't all fireworks and explosions, it's about hunting ancient loot to jack up your social credit score. If you stumble onto something legendary, you can straight up kickstart your own noble house. Yeah, that's the kind of main character energy that screams, watch me rise. Yuki plays it all humble, like yanking out a holy sword is just his routine, no big deal, just another Tuesday. Odette's basically acting like his PR handler now, pushing him like, you've already paid your dues, so go claim your spot as a big shot. But listen, our boy is brilliant, and he knows if he shows off his power in public, those political sharks are gonna smell blood and start circling fast. Honestly, the real holy sword is just hanging out in some cave, and they're already plotting to swap it with a fake just to mess with the NPCs and keep them guessing. Look at Odette go, she's blazing ahead, determined to be the absolute best support waifu she can possibly be. Yuki tosses Riz a compliment, calls her reliable, and the moment the words hit, Riz starts glitching out like something's breaking. She bursts into this noble etiquette rant like a total tsundere, but we all know it's really just her fishing for compliments, desperate and down bad. Suddenly, they spot a carriage so ridiculously luxurious for this neighborhood that it feels like it doesn't belong there at all. Odette's eagle eyes snapped into focus the second she clocked it. The royal family was in disguise, slipping undercover right in front of her. Turns out the high-tier nobles are basically just the royal family branching out. Talk about a tiny little world. And right on cue, Princess Iris bursts in, so polished and perfect she looks like she walked straight out of a shampoo commercial. Her guard flares in flames, looks completely done with the whole disguise routine, and honestly, what else is she supposed to do? She's jumping into the squad to head to the guild, and that means our boy, S, about to score a full-on double waifu date. Iris is out here grilling herself on how commoners really live, and honestly, that's peak princess energy. She tells Yuki to drop the super formal act, because it's making everything painfully awkward. Just call me Iris, she says, eyes blazing like she's ready to bet everything. Yuki nods and you can practically see her eyes light up. Yeah, this girl is completely done for. Odette just stands there, eyes locked on the Riz unfolding in real time, and you can almost feel the competition burning in her chest. But forget the cat fight, we've got business to handle, so let's move. They finally stomp into the Grail Company, and holy hell, that building is an absolute monster. It honestly looks more like a war fortress than a bank. Yuki's freaking out, this place is massive, way bigger than the mansion he grew up in. Odette lays it out, these guys are the real globalists, branches everywhere, and money showing up in every single pie. They're so rich and untouchable, even wars roll right past them, pure gigachad-level stability. Then Yuki spots the crest on the building, and it all hits him like a switch flipping, click. Look at that logo, this isn't some random doodle, it screams purpose. He snaps into realization, this place looks exactly like the old castle from his past life village, and it hits him like a massive plot twist. They stroll in like they're calling the shots, because when you're with a duke's daughter and a princess, doors practically fling themselves open. The trio strides through the halls like they own the place, looking like a full-on power fantasy squad. The staff is dropping into bows, because they already know exactly who just stepped through that door. Yuki's baffled as they're ushered to the manager's office, convinced this was supposed to be some casual tour, until it definitely is. Turns out Iris couldn't ignore that emblem. She wanted answers in the worst way, because she's been getting strange dreams she just can't shake. Det leans in and boasts that her family's been partnering with this company since forever, plus she's sitting on 100 gold coins, locked up in the vault. They get marched straight into the VIP lounge and told to wait, because the big boss is about to make his entrance. Yuki freezes, staring at the crest on the wall, and a wave of nostalgia slams into him like a wrecking ball. He flashes back to his old self, D. Nosferatu, and that same Batten Castle design that he can't forget. Iris starts apologizing on the spot, dragging him into her totally weird dream quest, adorable, nervous, and panicking the whole time. She's praying that stepping into this place will finally unlock the truth behind the visions of the past she can't shake. The door swings open, boom, our manager storms in. Hold up, Mommy, I'm sorry. Mommy, Rotary's here, and those glasses come with serious mission energy. She spots the princess in an instant, proving she's a cutthroat top-tier executive who can name every face in the room. Odette introduces Yuki as some lowly baron's son, but she has no clue because he's the real boss. Rotary flashes a polite smile and tells him she knows every detail of his father's military legend. The dad was an absolute monster on the battlefield, dropping generals left and right like they were just NPCs. Iris wastes no time. She goes straight for the jugular, demanding to know what the company's ancient records from 100 years ago say. She heard a rumor that they've got secrets from way before the Great War, and honestly, that lore drop is exactly what we've been craving. Rotaria confirms they've been handing down the most vital secrets from manager to manager, like it's a sacred legacy that must never die. Iris starts spilling her dream out, looking so shy it's like she's confessing a crush right to your face. She's laying her whole heart on the line, praying she doesn't end up sounding totally unhinged. She claims she saw Alice Carmine and her lord arriving at a special spot marked with that exact bat crest, where they'd be blessed. Roderia's expression goes stone-cold blank, like she just saw a ghost appear out of thin air. Iris blurts out something about her dad from that dream, and Yuki's brain is literally about to fry. He already knows she's talking about Lau Carmine, his old right hand from his demon lord days. Watching Lau's flashback hits like pure cinema, and you can feel that loyalty burning bright, no questions asked. Turns out the entire village was in on the scheme, quietly planning their next move for the future. They were talking about a miracle-sized blessing, just waiting for the moment the Lord finally returns. And listen, this whole village spent generations socking away a huge dowry for Alice, because the moment she found her Lord, their dream would finally be paid off. Yuki is absolutely losing it, because these guys have basically been saving for his wedding, a whopping 200 years early. Rhoderia nods hard and tells him, I know the plan inside and out. Yuki goes, wait, how do you even know that? And then she just sits there, totally unbothered. She drops the ultimate bomb. Turns out the Grail Company was created just to run that money for him. The founders were mountain villagers who broke free and trekked down to the world below, then stamped their old castle crest on everything so they'd never, ever forget home. They've clung to this saying for 2 whole centuries, and somehow it's still alive today. No matter how many years crawl by, we'll always be my lord's people. That kind of loyalty is pure peak bro. Yuki's jaw drops as he finally realizes his squad from 200 years ago never once stopped riding for him. Rhotaria snaps, follow me to the back, and drags them away so she can spill the rest in private. Iris is completely swamped, so she snatches Yuki's hand, and the ship's officially sailing, boys. Det gets stuck behind with the butler, her face totally blank with confusion, while the real plot barrels ahead without her. They slip into a secret vault, and Rhoderia starts punching in the codes, unlocking it with top-tier security like she owns the place. They dive down to the basement, where the real treasure is locked away. On the table sits a mind-blowing magic plate, pure mystery, wrapped in something that looks ridiculously expensive. Yuki lines in and demands, so what's the deal with this fancy dinner plate? It's an ancient relic the company has protected for generations, and it's been locked away like a priceless secret ever since. Iris is straight up losing her mind. Turns out even the Magic Guild has nothing but cheap knockoff replicas of something like this. Yuki can't stop wondering how much he could score if he flipped this on the black market. Rotary breaks it down. This isn't just any pen, it's a high-tech handwriting and magic scanner built to verify everything. She shoves a quill into Yuki's hands and orders him to put his signature down. He has to pour his magic into that signature, because only then will the real him be undeniable. Our boy grabs the pen, bracing himself to expose the truth. His real identity is about to hit the page. He scribbles Dean Nosferatu in the ancient tongue, and the plate erupts into wild, blazing light. Iris starts crying on the spot, because her soul instantly recognizes her lord's magic signature. The machine let out a sharp ding, and the identity lit up as confirmed. Rhoderia shuts her eyes and at last feels destiny hit, because this is the moment she was born to live for. She bursts out that her family has been waiting 200 years for this very second, no sooner, no later. She drops to her knees right in front of him, making it brutally clear who runs the show. She chants the tale of the Lord, how he rescued them from the plague and sacrificed his own life for them. That loyalty is straight-up legendary. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Rhoderia Kofi officially pledges her life, and the entire company, to him, and the legend of the demon lover is only just starting to ignite. Wait, before anything else, we're diving into some serious chaos, because she looks like she just got hit with her browser history getting leaked. Our MC is scrambling to keep up, because this plot is sprinting so fast it feels like a Discord mod chasing a Nitro giveaway. Check out the pure audacity. Rhoderia is looking absolutely unreal, while Alice pulls a straight-up pro-gamer move and reincarnates as Princess Iris. Bro's still trying to get his thoughts straight, but come on, he's totally just focusing on the plot armor he's got strapped on right now. The tension in this room is off the charts, like my caffeine at 3 a.m., and I'm sitting here watching these two lock eyes and glare each other into the ground. We finally catch the absolute gigachad demon lord confirming it with his own eyes. Alice is back, and she's officially in the building. Look at these two, all sweet smiles and wholesome vibes. Seriously, it's the kind of moment that could make a grown man tear up, or at least make you feel a little less like trash for once. She's locked in for real now, calling him my lord like it's worship, staring at him with that all-in devotion every simp in the comments would kill to get. Wait, she looks totally lost again, like she just remembered in her past life she left the stove on. Yuki's out here asking the real questions, like, did that holy sword through the chest hurt more than getting dumped? Flashback time, and yeah, getting skewered like a shish kebab by a legendary weapon is definitely not a vibe. Alice's leaving the server for good just flashed back in her head, and it's hitting her like a truck right now. MC's got a heavy mood on him, because knowing his #1 fan had to suffer all that just to track him down again hits way too close. Then she hits you with the kind of line that stops the room. She says the agony in her body was nothing compared to the heartbreak of losing him. Rhoderia's right there, beaming and grinning like she owns the place, probably already plotting how hard she can jack up the reunion merch prices. Yuki's head suddenly hit a brain blast, and a piece of the family tree clicked into place. He name-drops Gates K.H. Wofi, the absolute legend who kicked off the entire artisan line, and seriously, just look at that dapper NPC. He didn't just make weapons, he built a whole corporate empire that outlasted most of your relationships by a mile. Flashback Gates was basically a sweet cinnamon roll. Right there, the demon lord himself was lavishing praise on him for that big-brain genius and that rock-solid healthy body. The lord was desperate to finally give him the recognition he earned, but time ran out before he could even say the good job. So Yuki hands that praise straight to Rayjuria, and Rayjuria is completely stunned by just how insane the swagger behind his words is. She's totally honored, and then he goes even further, straight up asking if he can give her a head pat, like it's the ultimate move from the Man of Culture handbook. And there it is, the hand in slow motion, lining up for the most legendary impact of the century. Our MC is out here raining the most legendary head pats on thick glasses, Mommy, hyping her up like, good girl, thanks for taking care of the company. Turns out the ancestor Gates used to be a full-on crybaby back in the day, especially when his girl got snatched by someone else. F for the fallen homie. Iris is gearing up to drop the lore bomb and tell us everything about what happened right after the Lord finally bit the dust. Yuki plops down like he owns the place and tells everyone to get comfy, because this story is about to run way longer than some pointless filler arc. Absolute cinema, Riz Iris just plops onto his lap like it's the most natural thing on earth, and bro's got infinite charm. She suddenly realizes what she just did, and boom, the whole scene glitches out while her face reddens like it's being slammed in a tomato blender. Waifu is totally rattled. She swears she's caught in Alice's memories, but come on, we all know she's just down bad. Turns out Alice used to be a professional lap sitter back in the day, so that muscle memory kicks in way too fast. Yuki offers to carry her if she's that wiped out, but she shuts it down, decides to sit normally today so she can keep her dignity. Rhoderia straight up tells her that my lord obsession is just the bedtime tale her parents drilled into her as a kid. We spot this tiny road area and it's downright adorable, like it's cheering from the sidelines, as we hear that her family are basically the Lord's loyal servants. Now we're diving straight into the heavy stuff. Yuki grabs Iris and demands she finish the story of what happened after his first life ended. In a flashback, Alice was completely bedridden, so pale and worn out she looked like she hadn't seen daylight or eaten a real meal in weeks. She refused to eat because her own father was the one who sent the Lord to the Shadow Realm, and that is a brutal family disaster she can't swallow. Yuki in the present warns her to stop acting so reckless, and she just grins like getting roasted by him is basically her daily routine. She was ready to erase her own save file just to chase after him, completely blind to the fact that he was already setting up his reincarnation. Her father took the ultimate risk, killing his own lord to save the village, and even though Alice knew it wasn't his fault, her heart still felt like it was scorched. She calls those days a hollow shell, just waiting for the end, because without her lord, the whole world lost its color. But then everything blew up when the church crowned her father a hero just to hide their own mess. They handed him the holy sword like a reward, same vibe as getting a participation trophy after you totally wrecked your daughter's life by accident. The dad looks wrecked just gripping that thing, and you can tell he knows his heroic sacrifice cost way more than it ever should have. As Alice wasted away, her parents quietly shifted gears and started digging as researchers, hungry to uncover the secrets hidden in that shiny little toothpick. The dad clings to the Lord's last words, until next time, and stakes everything he owns on the hope that they weren't a lie. He's praying the Lord keeps his promise, because his daughter is literally wasting away right before his eyes. Alice hears there's a way to see him again, and her eyes blaze like she just scored the legendary loot drop in an RPG. She realizes this, if there's a next time, she's getting there to meet him, no excuses, no matter what it costs. She gives a quick nod, chooses to jump into the research team, and refuses to stay stuck in bed wasting away. Look at that grit, she's wobbling like crazy, but she's still upright, ready to claw her way toward that reincarnation ending. She finally admits she'd been selfish, but once you're that down bad for your lord, you do whatever it takes. She dove right back into eating and threw herself into helping her parents, clinging to the Lord's teachings like they were her newest devotion. Turns out her blood was special, so special it made her the perfect lab assistant for their secret holy sword project. They poured years into studying that sword's power, scratching for any tiny loophole that could let them finally reunite with the MC. Her parents straight up went undercover at the temple too, playing the long game like total chads. They finally cracked the truth. This sword could grant reincarnation to the good, and it had exactly one charge left. Her parents pressed the ultimate question: if you could really meet him again, what would you do? She swears she'd do anything, and you can practically feel the pure waifu energy blasting off her right now. Because she'd been starving herself for years, they finally bet everything on one brutal move. The sword was the only thing that could save her soul. But before everything spiraled into the dark, her tiny little sister finally arrived safe and sound, like a warm, wholesome breath in the middle of all that crushing depression. Yep, the kid got sick right away, because this world never takes a breath, so the whole reincarnation plan got shoved back for a while. Her sister Mia was an absolute cutie, and Alice finally got to enjoy real big sister time, right before her big exit. Iris looks back at those memories and lets the sadness hit, because she knows she had no choice but to leave that life behind. And just like that, every missing puzzle piece snaps into place. So she swung the sword, stabbed through the hole, and then bam, she ended up right here, sitting next to Yuki. Yuki takes it all in, realizing his loyal subject, fighting through time and even death itself, just to reach him. Rhoderia tells the story of how the Backcrest became her family's symbol, because every generation kept passing the legends down. She's also got a message from the parents, and you already know it's either going to melt your heart or crash the whole vibe in the most awkward way possible. Small detail, big payoff, because this manga never misses when it comes to feeding the hype. His mom was a ruthless savage, spitting curses and swearing she'd never forgive the temple for what it did to her lord. And her dad, absolute MVP, steps in like a wingman on steroids, telling Yuki, "You'd better marry Alice because she's done with everyone else." Iris wraps up her story, and you can practically see the emotional marathon still bouncing off her. She's still reeling, caught in a brutal tug-of-war between her princess destiny and the loyal Alice role. But one thing's crystal clear: every spark she feels right now is 100% real, and it's not disappearing anytime soon. We smash cut through every ounce of pain and burning longing she's carried for those 200 grueling years of waiting. That real sadness crushed him day after day, the pain never let up, and every single morning felt like a brutal fight to keep breathing. She just wanted to catch sight of him again, hear his voice with her own ears, and get back to his side, where she knew she belonged. Every second she spent digging into the truth, and every drop of blood she paid, was to reach this one impossible goal. She watched her family shift and grow, and she kept that one burning wish clutched deep in her heart. Even while she cradled her baby sister, her thoughts never stopped racing, always fixed on the next moment her lord had promised. She flashes one final smile in her past life, certain her journey is about to finally reach its destination. The sword flares with light, the deal is sealed, and the long, deadly sleep finally drags him under. One day, just like that, the promise finally gets kept, one more time. Yuki stares at her, and you can practically feel it. He's finally recognizing the girl who waited 2 whole centuries just to get one head pat. And then it happens, she starts crying for real, after years of clenching it all in, finally shattering the princess mask like it can't hold anymore. She just wanted to see him again, like that was it, and if you don't get that feeling, you're probably reading like an NPC. This right here is peak fiction. She finally cracks open after 200 years of emotions, and just clings to her lord like her whole soul needed that embrace. And he calls her Alice, proof that no matter what name she's wearing in this life, he accepts her. Rhoderia S in the back, ripping into him, calling him an idiot for dropping dead and leaving her ancestor to fend for himself. Like seriously, what a peak Sundeer mom move. She's crying like her heart's breaking in half, and the MC steps in pure Chad energy, because that's exactly what she needs. The bond between them snaps back into place, stronger than any holy blade or magic spell. A quick flashback hits. She's sprinting straight toward him, like she's been chasing this exact moment since the day she was born. We get one last, jaw-dropping look at the demon lord in all his terrifying glory, like the legend that kicked everything off is screaming from the past. One last report, my lord, so we can seal the deal and finally confirm that the loyal Alice is back on the move, officially. The 3 of them are stuck in the room, and the past and present finally crash together, turning everything into one wild, beautiful mess. We kick things off with a gut punch, bam, a flashback hits. A couple sobs over their kid as he's basically on his deathbed, begging his lord to protect Alice, and it's straight-up tragedy from the very first second, homies. This guy's basically dissolving into dust right there in the wind, still grinding out his last act of service for his master, like true loyalty on full blast. Right now, our MC's slumped in a dungeon cell, clutching a sobbing girl that sickly Alice reincarnated into, staring at her like, "Yo, stop crying, stop draining tears, you're a princess now." He's trying to play the Chad and comfort her, but she's totally unraveling. Suddenly, she starts wailing like an NPC who just lost their saved data, and even Rhoderia, the glasses-wearing mommy in the background, can only stand there as this total disaster unfolds. Alice is crying her heart out, begging everyone to stop pushing Princess on her. She doesn't want the crown, she just wants to stay Alice. Then boom, plot twist, Rhoderia starts crumbling too, and our MC just sits there stunned like, am I cooked? Why is everyone suddenly breaking down? Rhoderia tells me she grew up on stories about her ancestors, and now that the legend is standing right in front of her, it's almost too overwhelming to believe. She snaps her glasses into place, slips back into that dummy mommy persona, and gets ready to unleash some absolutely massive lore. MC hits me with, keep cooking, I'm listening. Then bam, flashback time. Fear howls at a village that splits into two groups right after Alice disappears. MC is baffled like, wait, we had beef, right? But Rhoderia is quick to shut it down. Nah, we're way more united than your favorite boy band. Group 1, they were the merchant crew, focused on piling up bread and wealth, doing it all to serve the Lord and Alice. Group 2 was the infiltration crew, slipping into the Elysium Temple to demolish it from the inside, one brutal step at a time. This was a long con, and they meant every second of it. MC just stares at her with the most deadpan face on earth, like, are you serious right now? Turns out the legendary Grail Guild wasn't just some lucky startup. It was a 200-year master plan cooked up by business geniuses. And just look at Rhoderia. She's practically swooning over the MC, insisting that everything was built just to help him when he finally returns. Lyle and Remilia, the real heavy hitters, spearheaded the church infiltration, climbing rank by rank while plotting its downfall in total secrecy. They even tossed the MC an authentication device, like, no fear at all that he'd be back. MC shoots his hand up like he's in class, because this question is huge. He finally gets it. Those merchants don't run on skill, they ride pure luck, and that's the real truth behind the Riz. But there's no way he's buying this whole infiltration story. He's like, wait, did the church really have to be that dumb? Like, there had to be at least a few capable people in there, right? Right, Rhoderia starts chuckling to herself, acting all refined and mysteriously smug. MC's stuck in his head, totally self-conscious, spiraling like, did I sound beta? Did I mess up what I said? She tells him he's exactly like the legends promised, and she's over the moon about it. Then Alice, or Iris, if that's what you want to call her, launches herself right onto his lap, and suddenly it hits. My lord is a total gigachat, and he has no idea, because the blush on his face is screaming she's down bad. Then we slam into a flashback. Our MC single-handedly saved the entire village from a deadly plague, teaching hygiene and medicine like he was born for it. Nobody starved to death because he was the ultimate provider. MC is totally stunned. He thought he was only doing something basic. He unleashed his purification powers and saved the sick kids, so hard and so holy that to these people he didn't just help, he became a living saint. Because of him, not a single kid had to die young. He was the hood's own guardian angel. He and his bat familiars didn't just fight, they wiped out every last monster lurking around the village. The villagers flipped the script. Suddenly they weren't prey anymore, they were the ones hunting, and honestly it was absolute cinema. Life was finally good, everyone ate, everyone felt safe, and they even had a literal demon lord watching over them. They were thriving, every single person was living their best life, all because the MC refused to stop grinding. Even the kids were goofing around with his familiars like they were harmless little pets. This shot has him looking like a full-on Dark King, and it's straight up pure hype. Locked back in the cell, the MC keeps his cool and presses for answers. What's the big deal with that? Iris stares at him like he's lost his mind. Does it really look that wild to you? Come on, you still don't get it, do you? Everyone in the room just keeps nodding like they're finally getting it, and then everything feels like it's sinking in. He drilled them in everything, farming, hunting, fighting, and basically leveled up their entire civilization from the ground up. So get this, the village had a 100% literacy rate, while the royal capital was stuck scraping by at only 30%, and the MC, he's out here speedrunning a private Ivy League all on his own. For 150 years straight, every single person in that village got educated by the Lord of Nosferatu himself. And out of that ocean of genius, Lyle and Remilia burst into the world. These two were the pure, terrifying peak of what humans could possibly become. MC finally clicks. He didn't just stumble into a mess, he accidentally spawned a whole army of monsters. Fira Village didn't just keep up, it outclassed the entire Elysium Temple in raw, technical power. Iris leans in and asks what would happen if geniuses like her parents ever got their hands on ancient magic. In just 1 year, they cracked the Holy Sword secret. Lyle, a hardworking genius, and Remilia, born with talent, and together they were basically an unstoppable power couple. The church was basically stuck playing checkers, while those two were running a full-on 4D chess match. MC finally gets it. his death wasn't the end. It was the perfect opening, because now they have a flawless excuse to break into the temple and hack it from the inside. Rotaria claims the records were wiped out in the war, but come on, it's pretty obvious the same crew was behind the temple collapse. I mean, sure, it's been 200 years, but their legacy is still blasting through the MC's story like it just happened yesterday. Lyle got hailed as the hero for slaying the demon lord, but the truth hit harder. He was the ultimate Trojan horse. They grinned through the celebration and still chose to crush their enemies without mercy. Just look at those sinister faces. No smiles, no mercy, and they meant business. The church stood no chance, zero chance against these two. MC can't shake the feeling they got a little too reckless, especially now that they've got another daughter, Mia. He's sitting there looking cool as ice, like he's locked in on the good old days and letting them hit his heart. Rhoderia snaps her story shut, like she's already itching to kick off the next phase of the plan. They finally clock the time. Turns out they've been chatting forever, and Odette's still out there, waiting. MC picks one of his bat familiars and sends it to Rhoderia so they can stay in contact. Rhoderia drops to one knee and throws her full support at the squad. She's officially in. She shoots him a playful wink and tells him, if you need money or tools, just say the word. Mommy's rich. MC's like, bet count on me and count on you too. He whips around to Iris and tells her to keep up perfect princess etiquette because if she slips, they'll smell the secret. He asks if he can take the familiar with her too. And then he hits you with the most wild, out-of-pocket line, tell me where your bedroom is. Bro, the Riz is absolutely insane. Iris is practically vibrating with energy. She clamps onto his hand, cheeks blazing, like her blush is about to burst right out of her. She's taking this way more seriously than he ever could. She calls out the promise he swore back when he was the one nursing her through the plague. MC's pencil just stalls. He's staring at the page like, wait, which one am I even supposed to pick? Iris is getting fed up. Seriously, stop stalling and just say it already. Then it hits him back when he made that promise. He swore he'd take you as his bride when you grew up, and now the absolute cinema boys have gone and officially claimed their territory. Iris is floating on top of the world, like she's on cloud 9 right this second. But the MC's a total buzzkill. He hits us with, bro, we're both 13, you haven't grown up yet. And listen, rage doesn't let Iris have it her way. It's been 200 years since my past life, and that's more than enough time. She still remembers every time he swooped in and saved her, straight up acting like a total gigachad. She's completely, head over heels, in love with him. She even drops to a bow and begs him to take both her present self, and her past self as his wives, like two for the price of one, and the MC is absolutely crushing life. Rhoderia's in the back, squealing with laughter. She's totally shipping it. That blunt little MC just cuts to the chase. If he's gonna be with her 24/7 anyway, then they might as well get married and make it official. Iris is furious because he's not going in on the romance. He's basically screaming, dude, I've been taking care of you for 150 years. I'm practically your great-great-grandbabysitter. He tells her no need to panic, slow down, we're taking this one step at a time. Iris can't help smiling just because she gets to stay right by his side. And just like that, Rhoderia jumps in, telling you princesses don't usually get a say in romance because they're expected to marry high-ranking nobles. She's so all in for the cause that she'll even foot the bill for their elopement. If they want to vanish and run away together, she's ready. Iris insists running is the last option, and MC nods along. He's determined to climb his own rank first so he can claim her the legal way. Iris is going off the rails again. Now he's talking about taking me as his legal wife, and honestly, that girl is toast. MC tells them straight up, he won't risk stirring trouble with his current family, because if he can climb his rank by hunting down ancient items, he can lock in his family's status for good. He's determined to track down every last Mentos his old crew left scattered behind. He's not just hunting one line of heirs, he's on a mission to track down the descendants of his other subordinates too. If everything else blows up, they'll fake a monster attack and vanish. Boom, instant escape plan. All the girls are locked in. Got it loud and clear, my lord. MC's locked in and ready to go. He's got his squad beside him, a plan in his pocket, and a full harem waiting in the wings. After that long, no-holds-barred talk, they finally break free of the dungeon. Turns out Odette wasn't even mad. She got bribed with top-shelf sweets and the rage just vanished. MC's on top of the world. He's run into Alice again, discovered his loyal descendants, and now he's chasing the trail left by his strongest warriors. He was finally back, and he couldn't wait to see what kind of reckless stunts his crybaby subordinates cooked up while he was away. He's the guardian of the fear of village, and now he's back, ready to snatch back what's rightfully his. And we smash the brakes right into the biggest cliffhanger yet. A hulking suit of armor is coming into frame. Is it a brand new boss or an unexpected ally? Come back next time and we'll know. Yo homies, we're back with an absolute banger. Yuki and the blonde Princess Iris finally roll up to meet the real MVP of the whole series, the cultured Queen Odette. Look at this spread, boys, pancakes, fruit pie, syrup dripping like a dream. And yeah, I'm absolutely losing it already. But come on, you and I both know that's not even the real main course. The real meal is right here. Look at Odette lounging like she's bored, while those thigh highs scream pure audacity. Yep, she's got mommy energy, and sorry, tier waifu. Seriously, look at the way they designed her. I'll bet you $10 you can lock eyes with her for over 5 seconds without scrolling down, because this is straight up absolute cinema. They're scrambling to apologize for the late arrival, because MC was too busy playing the beta, instead of sealing the deal with the princess. Yuki wants a cup of tea before the lore drop hits, because my guy is bone dry from all the accidental riz he's been leaking nonstop lately. The crew finally settles in, but you can practically taste the tension in the air, truth time, and I swear Odette isn't even close to being ready for this kind of brain rot. Odette leans in and asks what's going on with Iris's bizarre dreams, because she's sharp and she can tell something's seriously off with their little princess. Yuki drops the bomb with zero chill, real ones, no cap, just like that. He tells them, in my past life, I was a full-on guardian deity, and Iris was a kid from my village. Then he shrugs, went from literal god mode to just a regular student. Talk about getting nerfed into the ground. He's basically telling Odette, we're soulmates, reborn in this exact time. And yeah, the plot armor is getting so thick, you can practically hear it clank, boys. Odette straight up spills her tea, her brain is fried, while Iris is over there blushing hard, like she just caught Yuki's search history. Look at that face, an NPC desperately trying to brute force a glitch into the simulation. Errored Guatrian Feuder, logic not found. Yuki finally realized he couldn't hide his GigaChat secret from Odette forever. She's just too sharp to miss a thing. Turns out Iris leaked the entire script to a dead guy already, because these girls spill everything, I swear, and there's literally zero secrets in this harem. If they tried to cover it up, Odette would eventually rip the truth right out of them. She's got full-on detective mommy energy. And our main character refuses to fake it. Sure, he's a little bit of a simp, but at least he's the kind who tells the truth. Look at Iris, she's absolutely down bad for Lord Yuki, and it's kind of adorable. She's glazing him like crazy right now. Odette is still in full panic mode. She can't decide whether to call a doctor or a priest. Yuki shoots out his hand and snatches Iris's, stepping forward like he's made his choice. So, is this the moment everything changes? Yo, unprotected hand-holding in public. That's peak fiction. I'm actually losing my mind. And Iris confirms it. She's not just a princess. She's his loyal subject from a past life, and the loyalty is downright unreal. She basically admits she chased him through lifetimes just to finally land right here, because if that's not peak Riz, then I honestly don't know what is. Odette just stands there like, what the heck, and then her soul starts slipping out of her body through her mouth. Then comes the finisher, boom. Iris declares she's going to live Yuki as her bride, and Odette's brain officially fries, like fully crisped into oblivion. Iris beams with pure joy while Odette staggers, and yeah, reincarnation is wild, but marriage, bros speedrunning the romance ending. Yuki knows this is a lot to swallow, because you can't just stroll up to an NPC and drop, surprise, you're stuck in a fantasy reincarnation story, and expect them to stay calm. Odette draws in a shaky breath and blurts, I get it, at least that's what she's trying to sell to everyone, even if her confidence is barely holding on. Psych, she claims she has zero clue, but she'll play along just to keep the story moving, because hey, honesty is the rule. She's the real deal too. She straight up tells everyone reincarnation means nothing compared to what her dear friend Iris is dying to do. Absolute gigachad move. She's all in on that marriage, like the best wingwoman manga has ever seen, so seriously, someone hand her a trophy. Yuki's jaw drops. He didn't think she'd handle it this effortlessly, and seeing her so cool shocks him. But hold up, it's not that simple. You can't just marry a princess when you're some low-ranked baron, because that royal family is packed with nothing but snobs. Yuki has to level up fast, and to do it, he's hunting down 2 ancient items, because the grind never, ever gives him a break. If he tracks them down, he can leap straight from baron to marquise, massively upgrading his social status overnight. Alright, we're going to scope out Elysium. Yep, that's an adventure arc rearing its head, and you already know what follows. Non-stop fights and a whole new wave of waifus. But they can't do this solo. They need teammates, because stepping into a dangerous zone alone is basically asking for disaster. They shoved Odette into the middle of their scheme, begging her to look the other way while they scouted in secret, straight up asking her to be their accomplice. They don't want to make her life harder, but they're desperate for that sweet, sweet ancient loot. Odette is trembling like a live wire. What is it? Terror, rage, or just that thrilled spark that can't wait for the chaos? She slams the table, no more excuses. She's losing it, and the boys can feel it. This is where things finally get spicy. She's not buying this plan for a second. No way she's getting left in some hotel while they go have all the fun. She's dead set on helping. She's sliding into the party right now. Come on, let's go. The cultured queen is officially on the team. Stare at their faces, pure shock. They thought she'd snitch on them, but nope, she just wanted in on the action. She starts doubting herself like, am I even a real magician if I can't stomach basic reincarnation lore? Yeah, that pride is shining hard. She can't ignore something this spellbinding. She's a total thrill seeker, just like our MC. Yuki nods and accepts. Boom, the crew's assembled. We've got the MC, the princess, and the cultured maid, and just like that, the villains are done for. Odette tells Yuki to start a whole new aristocratic house, not just climb the ranks, and you can tell she's already playing 3 moves ahead. And Iris barges in, and she's about to drop a bombshell even crazier than before. Get ready, because this is going to blow your mind. She shrugs and says she doesn't care if she becomes Yuki's concubine, then spits back, have some pride, you're a princess, not a cheap side piece. And yeah, she's all in, down to the last Band-Aid dollar. Odette snaps at her to shut up before she turns everything into even more of a disaster, because even the wingwoman's patience has a breaking point. Yuki nods and decides to give the whole plan a shot, going full, fake it till you make it with nobility. They bolt out of the shop, mission status, officially a go. That old guy Burns finally barges in and roars at Iris that they're late, straight up like a quest marker you can't get rid of. He just keeps popping back up. They need to rush back fast, before the royal guards figure out the princess is gone. Iris slams on the brakes, turns back to her lord, and those eyes hit you with the same silent plea, don't leave. She asks so you'll vanish again, and the question hits hard, because she's still shaking from the time he died in her last life, and Major feels it. Yuki is totally caught off guard. He didn't see how deeply she was hurting until it hit him. She's terrified he'll disappear without a single goodbye, like the ground drops out from under her again. Poor girl's been through that kind of heartache before. But our MC, absolute Chad, he swears he won't, and that's a binding vow right there, folks. She believes him. Can you see that smile? If you don't want to protect something that beautiful, then you've got no soul. Odette watches them like, yeah, these two are soulmates, because even she can't deny the sparks flying between them. She leans in and asks Yuki what he really thinks about Iris, like she's just getting the truth from a friend. He swears she's pure and innocent, but deep down, this girl is made of steel, fully locked in on what truly matters. He figures she hasn't changed one bit since her old life, because reincarnation for these two is basically just a fresh new game plus. Odette just laughs it off, calling it some reincarnation fantasy, but you can practically see her already buying into it hook, line, and sinker. She's actually starting to believe it now. Welcome to the cult, Odette. Come on in, we've got tea and pancakes waiting. Cut to the royal family's living quarters, pure luxury, dripping with wealth. Iris is back in her bedroom, staring at the ceiling like she's stuck on Yuki, and I swear, I know what you're thinking, yeah, it's just a bed, so chill. She's blushing like a walking tomato, totally stunned, replaying every single thing that happened today in her head. She's whispering my lord into her pillow, and she's completely, 100% fried. She remembers him as Lord Dean Nosferatu, and yeah, that name hits like a truck, pure gigachat energy from their past life. She's clutching her pillow tight, lost in thoughts of her beloved, then the thirst hits critical levels, like it's about to explode. She's literally overflowing with steam, like, one more second, and she's about to crack wide open from pure feelings. She's rolling around, flailing like crazy, panicking. Did I say something weird? And yep, Iris, you basically offered me a concubine. That's insanely weird. Her heart's going thump, thump, man. This is pure high-tier shoujo drama crashing into my shounen manga. She's still fighting to sink her old life memories into her new head, like her brain is a hard drive trying to merge 2 totally different operating systems. She still remembers the moment he tore in and saved her from those dark bears. Yeah, it's the classic damsel in distress move, but it hit hard and it worked. And that's when she finally made her choice. She wasn't going anywhere, not ever, because what she felt wasn't just nostalgia, it was pure love at first sight. Even if her memories are gone, her heart still recognizes its master, no questions asked, peak romance. She's shrieking like the biggest fangirl on earth, and honestly, I can't get enough of watching a princess completely lose her composure like this. Out of nowhere, a bat smashes into the window. Was it a monster, or the first sign of an assassin creeping in? Nope, yeah, it's familiar as hell, and Iris clocks it the second she sees it. Yuki's familiar is doing the delivering. Our boy is firing off messages through Batmail, and yeah, that's straight up gothic riz. And the bat starts talking. You surprise me, it says, like it's got better social skills than the MC. Iris gets it because her old life powers are coming back. She's leveling up in her sleep, like it's happening in real time. Nell the bat's name is Nell, and yep, she's a girl. Even Yuki's chowing down animal wafers like it's nothing, and that man, he's straight up unstoppable. She's showing up with a message from the master, probably meant for you, delivered like a parchment, ready to flip your whole world. Nell stays right by her side, shielding her and keeping them connected, while Yuki plays it cool, standing guard over his princess with every move. They even set up a whole bat network, basically Discord, but with more flapping wings and furry chaos. Yuki sent a message saying, "Next time we meet, teach me ancient magic," and you just know he's chasing the next power boost like it's his whole personality. Iris lights up and jumps in to help. She's determined to be his full-on support character in the Elysium raid. Nell's been on this duty for 200 years, an absolute veteran, so yeah, show some respect to the bat guys. Iris stares at the sky wishing she had wings, because she'd fly straight to Yuki's side. Yeah, that long-distance pain hits hard. She realizes it's a private, exclusive note meant only for them, and she turns it into pure scandal, way louder than it ever really is. She flings herself back into the pillows and blinks up at Miss Iris like, "Wait, what's wrong?" And then it hits, she's got a terminal case of being down bad. Nell rockets off to deliver the reply. Our tiny messenger is out there doing the Lord's work. Iris stares into the mirror, grins like she owns the sky, and braces to conquer the world for her lord. The maid freaks out, swearing she's running a fever because her cheeks are blazing. Then bam, it hits. She's not sick at all, she's just hopelessly lovesick. Meanwhile, Yuki gets fed up with all these twisted versions of the same message, and Iris. She's sliding headfirst into full Yandir territory, absolute cinema. Yo, my cultured kings, what's good? We're back with another straight-up banger, where the waifus are elite and the MC is a full-on gigachad hiding in plain sight. It kicks off with Iris, shining like a goddess, telling our boy she's completely at his disposal. Yeah, I can already hear you, and yep, we're starting with peak culture right from the jump. Our MC Yuki is lounging on his bed like a total boss, while his bat familiar blurts out the palace drama and practically spills the whole tea. He can't stop thinking about Princess Iris, like, how in the world did he end up with someone this insanely top tier? So I decide to take a break and teach him some ancient magic, but she's all shy about it. Just look at that blush, she's totally into him. Yuki fires the bat a calm little message, letting it know she's fine, like she's totally cool and in control. The bat even starts offering up blood to crank his stats, pure audacity, but honestly, a buff is a buff. Yuki stares at a vision of Iris, and you can practically see the plan forming in his head. He's already determined to keep her safe. He vows to shield her with everything he's got, and the Riz is absolutely off the charts right now. The bat rockets into the night sky above the castle, and the art drops jaws, pure cinema. Yuki's out here looking like a full-on guardian deity, and the second anyone steps out of line, she's ready to smoke them. He's out there doing late-night recon, crouched on the roof like he just dropped into the world of Assassin's Creed. He nails the landing perfectly, because yeah, he's built different. At night, the capital glows like a dream, but Yuki isn't here to admire it. He's zeroing in on the security. He clocks that the magic patrols are everywhere, scanning for any NPCs trying to spark trouble. Above the palace, a giant magic alarm dome looms, paranoid much. If these fools think that's going to stop a demon lord, they're already done for. Yuki spots that one side of the palace has barely any guards, and her mind immediately starts spinning. Are the royals straight up messing with everyone? His bat straight up asks if they're about to bail on the capital, but Yuki's already playing the long game. Fleeing is his final, desperate move, because he's got plans way bigger than just running away like some beta coward. He's plotting to level up his family's status, because being a baron is cool, but it's basically mid-tier. Then he starts dreaming about marrying Iris and vanishing into a happily ever after life. Bro, I swear, that's exactly me. He's not just thinking about me, he keeps circling back to Odette too, wondering if she's the real deal or just another NPC. Right on cue, Odette storms in, rocking an outfit that turns heads, and she's ready to go immortal just to stay glued to Iris's side. That kind of loyalty, it's deadly. The bat can't stop wondering about immortality, but Yuki shrugs it off and keeps it totally casual. He's springing from roof to roof like a real-life ninja, already obsessed with ancient treasures that could change your life for good. He remembers his past life. Back then, he was basically a magical doctor, tearing into those old folks' aches and getting them moving again, and yeah, that's real Chad energy right there. The bat is hailing him like a genius, praising his ideas to the heavens, and yeah, I've got to agree. Patrol duty's done, now it's time to sprint back to the crib. He slips back to his spot and freezes, those lights are still burning, somebody's absolutely waiting for him. The front door won't budge, so he pulls a Spider-Man and sneaks through from the second floor. Suddenly, he spots a shadowy cloaked figure creeping through the hallway. He sneaks up behind her and lands the jump scare of a lifetime. When she shrieks, it's pure top-tier comedy. Turns out it's just Odette, and she's literally shaking right now. She starts grilling him for sneaking around like a total creep, but Yuki just shrugs it off like a champ. They start grilling her about why she's out this late, and she swears it's just a harmless night stroll. Yeah, sure, total cap. She drops a letter from the Magic Guild, and you just know things are about to blow wide open. Actually, she's only 2 letters, but trust me, it's double the trouble. One dives into an ancient magic mess tied to a ghost. Yeah, it screams mid-tier filler at first, but trust me, we've gotta lock in and pay attention. That second letter is the real deal, because it unlocks the whole escort night ceremony. Yuki's totally baffled, then the camera swings to the competition, and everything clicks. Meet the 4th princess, Salvia, same age as Iris, but she's got that don't test me energy written all over her face. Yuki's got a 6th sense, something about the timing is totally suspicious. Sylvia is the real, rightful heir, and in the royal family, she's the one everyone knows, the queen of the social circle. She raged like a total hater and demanded her own night ceremony, just because Iris was finally getting one. Yuki remembers how Iris's siblings used to sneer at her, and Salvia was clearly the one pulling ahead. He clocks the drama on the spot, total high IQ energy, no questions asked. Odette lays it out, Salvia's not just annoying, she's basically a pro-level hater. Salvia's pushing for a magic duel between their escort knights, because she's determined to publicly blast our boy and humiliate him in front of everyone. Yuki's like, this is such a hassle, and I swear, I get it, because why can't these royals just relax and stop making everything a big deal? They're inside talking out all the details. Suddenly, a fox girl named Ramai bursts out of nowhere. She's adorable, sure, but don't you dare underestimate her. She whipped up tea for her master like it was her whole calling, and honestly, talk about a top-tier familiar. Odette scrambles to talk to the fox, but it's like the words bounce right off, pure, painful, awkward chaos. They're so far out of sync, it's like they're speaking different languages. Then bam, the culture really hits us hard. Martha the maid strolls in with the tea, and she looks absolutely unstoppable. Bless the artist for that service. She's being all sweet and polite, fussing over everyone like it's her job to keep them comfortable. Ramai's even begging to learn how to be a maid, so tell me, are we getting WS in the chat for more maid wafus? Odette takes one sip of the tea, and her world instantly flips, mind blown. She tells you this is way better than the fancy stuff I've got back home. Honestly, it's just a cheap blend with those special herbs Yuki swore by. Bro's a full-on tea sommelier now. Odette's blown away. She's already itching to grab a pair for herself. Yuki remembers whipping up that bedtime blend in his past life, something meant to calm kids who couldn't fall asleep. So yeah, out here he's serving pure, wholesome magic. Martha shoots him a look that screams, go to sleep, and he knows he better not argue. The maids stride out, and now it's just the 2 of them left to finish their heated conversation. All right, time to get serious. So they're talking about this magician who straight up tricked a guy into dabbling in necromancy. All he wanted was to drag time with skeletons, classic NPC nonsense, like he couldn't think of anything better. They tricked him into summoning a terrifyingly powerful ghost. That mind link spell went off perfectly until it blew up in their faces. This kind of dark magic is the exclusive playground of only the most hardcore, high-level nerds. He was a total newbie, and someone ran circles around him, playing him like a fiddle. Nobody can tell, but he's the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. The suspect's house was dead silent, no one home, just a single name to chase. We smash into a mysterious close-up, and the second you see that villain's face, you just know trouble's about to explode. Her name is Dorothea Zumwealth, an unlicensed, wandering magician who screams, I'm the next Damie Mommy villain, and honestly, if you know, you know. Then they stumble on a letter from a former tutor, and suddenly it screams that the royal family is tangled in all of this, because the plot just keeps getting denser. Yuki's starting to fall ill, just when all that political chaos is already hitting full force. He's craving one thing, peace, trying to pass as a normal human, but the world won't give him a second of rest. Nobles are always clawing for power, like it never stops, and honestly, it's exhausting just watching them. Now comes the real problem, Salvia's night, and a full-blown magic duel about to explode. But Salvia doesn't just see Iris, she treats her like a rival, and Iris can feel payback coming. She's dead set on starting a fight, and Yuki gets stuck right in the blast radius. Odette is completely frazzled. Messing with royalty is a total nightmare. Salvia is the star of the kingdom. She's adored, she's deadly with magic, and on paper she's basically the perfect princess. But Yuki finally knows it. The truth is staring him in the face. Iris is the real prodigy. He flexes at Salvia and claims, "That's my Alice," because deep down he knows his girl is built different. Iris has been a full-on genius since she was a kid, and not even some average princess comes close to her brilliance. Sylvia knows she can't outmagic or outstudy Iris, so she leans on her legitimate child status, trying to puff herself up and feel superior. She's a hardcore elitist who refuses to lose to someone she's decided is nothing but some bastard daughter. She's been sitting on this hatred for ages, and it's finally boiling over. Yuki and Odette both look totally done with this girl's nonsense. Sylvia just leans on her knight to handle the nasty work, because there's no way she can take Iris head on herself. Yuki groans that the palace is a total nightmare, and even jokes he wants to bolt and run. Odette isn't laughing for a second. She knows the fallout would be absolutely insane. Right then Nell, the familiar bat everyone knows, bursts in from nowhere, flapping fast with an urgent message from Iris. She's rushing like the world's ending, and that message is absolutely frantic. It kicks off with, "I'm sorry, my lord," and you can practically feel the disaster creeping in. Iris is straight up sobbing, because that magic duel story got shoved ahead, and now the king knows, and panic is swallowing her whole. She tells Yuki to come up with a quick excuse to skip it, because she can't let him get hurt. She claims she's used to getting treated like trash, and my heart just breaks for her. Someone please step in and protect this girl. Yuki locks into that serious stare, and you just asterisk no asterisk he's done messing around. He strides up to the window like he's seconds away from dropping the coldest line of the season. He tells Odette to hand it to him, and he's about to find out what this magic duel is really about. The GigaChat is finally waking up, and Salvia is so not ready for what's about to hit. Yo homies, we're back again with another straight-up banger, nights creeping over a massive manor as the air already feels painfully tense. Yuki's getting roasted by Odette because the princess wants him to dodge the smoke and bail on the magic duel before it even starts. Odette looks straight-up irresistible as she fires a question. Does he really have what it takes to win, or is he already cooked? Yuki tells her that Iris doesn't even care about winning or losing. Like, that's full-on beta energy, no joke. He thinks she's just scared he'll do something reckless, but she has no idea. Our boy is basically the king of reckless. Then boom, a quick flashback hits. He was erased after he saved the villagers, and that's exactly why Iris has become such a non-stop worrywart. Suddenly, his bat-familiar dyke pops up, and I'm telling you, this little guy is way more useful than half the NPCs in this whole story. Odette can't stop asking why a guardian deity would push their people into so much worry, and Yuki just shrugs and laughs it off like a total Chad. She wants the full tea on his old life, before they dive headfirst into the duel's brutal details. Then she drops the "I'm your friend" line, steps in to help him out, and straight up proves she's got that top-tier waifu energy. Yuki hits her with an unexpected wave of sincerity, and she totally crumbles into a ruined surrender, blushing like crazy. He starts ranting that the world would be perfect if every noble acted like her, while we spot smoke rising in the distance. Then he starts talking just like her real father, and she snaps, fully loses it, and starts roasting him for that sudden old man energy. He leans in and asks for a favor, go deliver a message to Iris, because his chances are in shambles right now. The message is crystal clear. Odette's got his back, so Iris can finally stop spiraling and breathe before the magic duel. To seal the deal, Yuki offers to teach her some high-level magic efficiency, and just look at that confident smirker boy, he's already got the plan locked in. He brings up that she used the force of Earth during the exam, but then couldn't spam it. Odette admits she burns every last scrap of her magic in one wild barrage, like a complete amateur. Yuki tells her, "I can show you how to fire that same spell 3 times, and her face snaps into pure, absolute cinema. She freezes for a split second, stunned by this buff's wild nerve, then finally, she gives in and agrees. They seal the deal with a handshake, and right then, you just asterisk no asterisk they're about to team up and wreck the world. He double-checks if she's really in, and the panel makes it painfully clear. He's radiating full GigaChad energy. Odette flashes him a sweet smile, and for real, it's worth more than any gold in this whole kingdom. We cut to the house at night. Training is about to explode into action. They plunge into the woods to start grinding, because you don't unlock that kind of power by sitting around and doing nothing. A few days vanished in the blink of an eye right there near the capital. Odette looks totally wiped out after training, and Yuki jokes that Iris is practically grounded. He's still hunting for the name of Princess Salvia's escort knight, but the details are sealed so tight nobody's spilling a single word. Even the Bat Network turned up nothing, so that Mystery Knight might not be hiding, he might be hunting. Monocle Girl Road area storms in rocking her Sunday best armor for the ceremony, acting like a full-on overprotective mom who's not letting anyone get within arm's reach. We watch the bats burst out, doubling down on security, because the Bat Network is officially online and ready to move. They've taken over the whole hotel, locking every door tight so no sneaky rat can slip in before the big day. Finally, it's investiture ceremony day, and the castle is so majestic it looks unreal. All the big names, everyone who matters, cram into the main hall to witness the arrival of the new knights. The official starts yelling names one after another, and you can practically feel the crowd's excitement explode in the room. Yuki Grosseria, come in. The doors blast open for our boy's massive entrance. He strides in, clanking like a one-man legend, rocking that black armor that screams straight out of a legendary RPG. Just look at this gear. Our boy is decked out so hard he's dripping with style. He's grumbling to himself about the carpet, while the nobles around him completely lose it over how intimidating he looks. These backwoods nobles can't wrap their heads around it. How is a kid from nowhere dressed in something this elite? The armor's got this batwing relief carved into it, and honestly, the design team nailed it at an elite, top-tier level. Radiri tells him she built it off the stories from his old life, and yeah, she absolutely cooked with this one. Yuki realizes she totally went too far, but she forces herself to keep it cool, because he still has to play it smooth for the crowd. He bows like a real noble, then swears he'll guard Iris with his life. We finally catch sight of the king and his two princesses, and you can practically feel the drama bubbling right under the surface. The king looks like he's been awake for 10 straight years, but he still carries himself like royalty. Iris is serving full-on, Santi's, energy, while Princess Salvia just stands there like she's the final boss of mean girls. Salvia's hair is stuffed with so much junk that I'm genuinely shocked she can even keep her head up. The king snaps at Yuki to stay right where she is, then orders them to drag in the next contestant. The official declares Marquis Keels, first son, and the whole atmosphere instantly flips. Alec Keels strides in, and the look on Yuki's face screams, "This dude's trouble, and I can feel it." Alec totally plays the part of a cocky noble, like he truly believes he's the main character, walking straight into everyone else's story. The scene zooms in on his boot, because his footsteps apparently deserve the red carpet treatment. He strides up to the king like he's never even heard of losing a fight. He introduces himself, and you can practically hear how much he loves the sound of his own name. This dude's a C-rank magician from the Magic Guild, and he's officially Salvia's knight. Yuki's already drenched in panic, because in this world, C-rank is no joke. Turns out Alec is Jilvin's older brother, the same loser everyone jokes about, and he's here, sprinting to apologize for all the mess his little brother caused. He leans in and tells Yuki he's about to show him what real magic looks like, talks so villainous it practically cackles. He's hell-bent on restoring his family's dignity, and that smug little smirk. Yeah, it screams he's gone full revenge mode. A carriage wheel whirls into view as Odette sprints toward the arena. She's freaking out because she never expected a C-rank magician to walk in as her escort. She couldn't pass the message to Yuki, and now she's freaking out because our boy looks seconds away from getting crushed. Alec's apparently a total legend in the guild. He's been tearing through massive dungeons like they're nothing. Flashback, Jilvin face-planted when the ghosts played him like a fool, because he's a hardcore simp for anything that goes bump. Princess Salvia only turned her attention to the Keel family because they were battered down and ripe for control. Her scheme is to make Alec absolutely beat the brakes off Yuki right in front of Iris. Pure pettiness, no excuses. Odette is seething and calling her a vicious woman, and I'll be real, I'm right there with her. She storms up to the gate, muscles the guard aside and snaps, "Move before I lose my temper." She yanks out the Slay family name card and orders them to take her to Iris, right now. The duel is about to explode at the Colosseum, where the Magic Guild throws its challengers into the ultimate proving grounds. Odette sprints through the streets in her frilly dress, groaning that it's literally crushing the life out of her. She stumbles into the stands, then whips her gaze across the crowd, hunting for our princess. The whole crowd is packed with NPCs yapping nonstop, all convinced Alec is about to crush the new guy. She's already breathing easier now that the fight hasn't kicked off, but the tension in the air is so thick it feels like you could cut it. The arena stretches for miles, and you just asterisk know the magic S about to hit like peak cinema. Iris sits there, clutching her hands so tight it looks like she's one breath away from a full-on panic attack. Odette glides into the room and shoots out an apology, admitting she's running late to the party. Iris lights up the moment she sees her friend. She's practically glowing from pure joy. They promise to back Yuki with everything they've got, no matter how stacked the odds are. The guards completely look the other way, giving them just enough breathing room to spill trade secrets and talk in peace. Odette drops into her seat and braces for the chaos about to explode. Iris snaps into a full-on spiral, firing question after question like, "Okay, what are we doing now that this just got real?" She's fuming because she begged him to stay home, and somehow he still showed up just to catch these hands. Odette bluntly tells her that Yuki is probably furious at her. She leans in and demands to know whether Iris really told him the truth about Princess Salvia. We jump right into Salvia going full demon mode, smashing gift after gift and casually exposing everyone's most embarrassing secrets. She even swapped and fiddled with the letters like some bargain bin villain pulling cheap tricks. Det bursts the truth. Yuki wasn't just asking around about Iris's life, he was hovering like a full-on worried father. Iris can't believe it. Det actually spilled the truth to him. She insists bringing up Salvia was pointless, but the way she latches onto his protection says it all. She's absolutely gone for him. Yuki's "it's fine" face is basically a full-blown meme now. Det flat out tells everyone that his "I'm fine" act is exactly what makes people worry like crazy about him. Iris knows the second he finds out she's being bullied, he'll snap instantly and go full gigachat. Turns out Yuki had been reading her mind the entire time. He chose to throw down in that duel, just for her, and honestly, that's the ultimate Riz move. Det fires off a question: "Are you really ready for the long, brutal road of drama coming?" And Iris looks like a kid with the weight of the world on her shoulders, but slowly, she starts to find her backbone. Det lets out a heavy sigh and tells Yuki straight up, catching feelings for her is going to be a brutal uphill battle. But she tells Iris not to stress. This time, he's not about to do something rash. Then bam, there's a flashback of the two of them cooking up their plan like real mastermind geniuses. The gates explode open, and Yuki steps into the arena like the main character himself, pure, unstoppable energy. He's got a slick crown accessory on his head, and you just know it's boosting his power like crazy. He's gripping a brand new staff, and you can practically see him gearing up to end this man's whole career. Odette leans in and tells Iris the staff isn't random at all, it's a key piece of the secret plan. Yuki crafted it with his own hands, so yeah, it's probably stacked, and already sounds like it might come with broken stats. The monocle girl and her crew whipped the whole thing up in record time, just so their lord could have it. Two duelists stride into the arena and face each other across the distance, because the hype is absolutely off the charts. Alec towers over him, but Yuki doesn't even blink. Iris can't shake the worry, because Alec is still that dangerous C-rank monster. She's praying he doesn't lose control and flip out with something completely unhinged. Odette leans in and whispers the final piece of the plan to her, and it's an absolute banger. Iris fires herself up, clenches her fists, and braces to watch her man bring home the win. She flashes a confident grin and declares that Lord Yuki is about to snatch the W. Salvia keeps smirking in the back, totally clueless that her end is coming fast. An intro card bursts onto the screen, Yuki Grostia, the Magic Guild trainee. Then boom, our opponent shows up. The C-rank magician, Alec Keels. The tension instantly spikes. The whistle shrieks, and right then, the magic duel finally kicks off. Yo, my cultured homies, today we're back in the arena where these high-end mighty nobles are about to get humbled for real. Look at that red-haired princess, Salvia, sitting there like she's the final boss, acting like Yuki's just some total newbie, when really, she's craving drama like it's her next hit. She's giggling behind her fan like the ultimate NPC villain, and honestly, the nerve of thinking a C-rank magician can actually pose a threat to a demon lord in a kid's body is just pure gold. Meet Alec. This is the guy who's seconds away from ending his entire career. He's been ordered to beat Yuki into the ground, but he's nothing more than a sacrificial lamb for our MC's hidden Riz. In the arena, boys, it's a full-blown showdown. Alec is swinging for his family's honor, while Yuki is just vibing out there, battling for his princess like it's pure cinema. They're rocking replica hairbands that snap into an automatic shield, like you just got 3 extra lives, right? But come on, we both know who's really wearing the plot armor. Rules are simple. Give up your hairband ornaments, and you're done for if you lose the whole band or even try to flex with high-tier magic. You're instantly cooked with an L. Alec is buffing his own ego already, flashing that ranking pyramid like he's earned it. Acting like a C-rank magician makes him a total jagachad, only to discover, way too late, that this game has levels. And you're not even subtle. He's bragging like the princess personally picked him to humble Yuki, which is wild. How can someone be that much of a simp and still act proud about being her errand boy? Look at that smug face. He's acting like he owns the spotlight, but in Yuki's world, he's nothing more than a side character. Alex swears he's about to wipe the floor with our boy, but Yuki's just standing there, stone cold, deadpan, like he's got absolutely no fear. Honestly, he probably isn't even thinking about the fight, he's probably already planning lunch. Princess Salvia's up there on the lookout, probably acting like some fake dummy mommy, but surprise, she's not cosplaying, she's setting up her own night plan to get completely wrecked. Alex starts whining that Jilvin brought shame to the family name. Bro, your brother was a total loser, and you're just picking up right where he left off. Yuki plays the nice guy and points out that Jilvin already apologized, but Alex snaps back fast, because apparently apologies are only for betas. He's straight up sobbing because Marsha's kid apologized to a Baron's son, and these stuffy noble NPCs acting all dignified are honestly the funniest thing in the whole manga. Salvia's face right now is straight up nightmare fuel. She's handing Alec a chance to clear his name, Akka. Go prove yourself so she can enjoy the chaos. Alec jabs his staff like he's about to do something heroic, convinced that winning this duel will prove he's superior, when really, he's just trying to keep himself together. He's yelling like he'll smash Yuki beyond recognition, and the irony hits so hard it's basically blade sharp, because this guy is seconds away from getting cooked. He talks about the abyss that splits them apart, yet he's staring down at it from the very bottom, like he's ready to climb out on his own, while Yuki just stands there, stone-cold confident like a total Chad. Yuki's inner monologue, pure mood, I can't stand nobles. And honestly, same especially when they run their mouths and spew trash for ages. He's sitting with the truth of what Princess Iris endured for 13 brutal years, and now it's time to make the elitists understand one thing. Don't ever mess with the MC's waifu. Yuki acts humble and says he wants to learn from Alec, but we all know that's just politeness, because he's about to absolutely school this man. Alec falls for it and lets him strike first. What a brutal blunder. He just handed Yuki the W on a silver platter. The ref slams the signal to start. The whole crowd explodes, and I'll toss you $10 if you can nail how many seconds Alec survives. Look at Princess Iris up in the stands, chewing her worries. Don't freak out, mommy. Princess, your knight's got this. Yuki kicks things off with a low-tier ancient spell, Ifrit's Blow, and Alec laughs it off. Sure, it's gonna be weak. Then boom, 4 colossal fireballs tear out of nowhere, and Alec's C-rank brain can't even keep up with the sheer brutal firepower barreling toward him. Alex's face when he realizes that low-tier spell is a giant wall of fire is priceless. He literally blurts, it's freaking huge, and yeah, she said that, bro. The explosion erupts so violently, it rattles the entire royal box. Salvia's jaw drops, and yeah, mine does too. When the smoke finally dies down, Yuki's just standing there like it's no big deal, casually explaining how he tweaked his magic power, while Alec is out there fighting for his life. Alec slammed an anti-magic shell in front of it and barely stopped the blast, but his shield is getting wrecked, cracks everywhere. Lucky his plot armor lasted long enough for that one hit. Yuki's honestly stunned that some C-rank can block that, like the condescension is totally real, and I'm loving every second of it. Yuki punches him with, can I go one more time? All smiles because the disrespect is legendary, and Alec is absolutely seething like a triggered Redditor. Alex digs in, drawing symbols with one finger and waving his staff in sync to blast through his spell faster, but no matter how hard he pushes, it still isn't enough. Yuki's just chilling, stewing over the fact that he doesn't want to study under anyone who thinks they're better than everyone else. Preach, king. Alec yanks out a burning meteor spell, determined to claw back what little dignity he has left. Yeah, it's flashy as hell, but we both know it's just mid-tier junk. Fireballs are exploding everywhere. Alec is going all in with every move, but in this demon lord's world, he's still just an NPC. He tells Yuki to quit and toss his hairband. Buddy, it's you who needs to throw in the towel, or you're gonna get hurt. Yuki finally decides it's showtime. He whips out his brand new custom magic staff, and suddenly he's standing there like a total gigachat. He wants to get a feel for his new staff. Translation, I'm gonna put you through the ringer like a test dummy. That staff looks slick and perfectly balanced, like someone built it for one thing only, unleashing maximum destruction. Chak snaps the staff into position, Yuki's locked in for real, and Alec is finished. Iris is up in the stands, praying like her life depends on it, and with assets like that, I'm not just rooting anymore, I'm ready to fight for her too. Protect the waifu no matter what. Alec is yelling at the referee to get healing magic ready for Yuki. What a joke. He should be calling for a coffin for himself. Burning meteor gets fired off, straight up a roaring wall of fire barreling toward our guy. And Yuki just hurls his staff straight into the heart of the flames, leaving Alec staring in total confusion, convinced Yuki threw his weapon away. Right midair, the staff snaps an anti-magic shell into action, pure 200 IQ genius, triggered with a remote barrier to shut everything down. The barrier swallowed every fireball whole, and right when Alex unleashed his ultimate move, some flying sticks swooped in and crushed it. The blast hits like a meteor, but Yuki's barrier takes it all, no crack, no damage, and Alec just stands there looking like he's seen a ghost. Princess Salvia is completely rattled. She's staring in disbelief, because this rookie is actually using high-level tactics like it's nothing. Yuki's just posted up, relaxed and unbothered, waiting for the smoke to finally fade, because he's the definition of cool guys don't stare at explosions. He thrusts out his hand and orders the staff back, and boom, it rockets toward him like Thor's hammer. The staff slashes through the air like lightning, and the crowd erupts, because they've never, ever seen anything like this. The crowd can't believe it. How is this trainee doing all that? Easy, guys. He's the MC, and you're the background characters. Yuki snares the staff with pure swagger, grinning like his wild little experiment totally worked. Alec is losing it. He swears it has to be an ancient relic twisting fate, because he refuses to believe he's getting outplayed by something as basic as a regular staff. Yuki just grins and tells him it's a totally normal staff. The referee already greenlit it, because the mental damage he's dumping on his opponent hits harder than the magic itself. He admits he stuffed the staff with his own blood to wrestle control over it. Pretty edgy, yeah, but if it works, it works. He's laying out every brutal detail of his weapon's mechanics, while Alex spirals into a full-blown mental breakdown. Now that is a straight-up power move. We get a quick flashback. Det hurls the anti-magic shell symbol into play, and it's awesome seeing that waif directly fueling the MC's greatness. Yuki can command the staff like it's part of his own body, straight-up high-level Riz. Odette and Iris burst into explaining the animate object spell to the crowd, stepping in for Yuki's secret, while two thick wafers glaze over the MC and shield his identity. Honestly, we love to see it. The crowd eats up his slick cover story like it's gospel, because once the explanation sounds fancy, even NPCs fall for it. Now they're all asking, is Yuki really on Alex's level? Bro, he's not just strong, he's 10 times stronger, and he's basically toying with them like it's nothing. And Yuki finally exhales. Those girls pulled the wool over everyone's eyes like pros, because teamwork hits different, especially when your squad is packed with wives. Now Yuki yanks out a second staff, and Alex's eyes go glassy like he's seconds from breaking down, because this is about to turn into a brutal 2-on-1, and Alec is totally unprepared. Alec is losing his mind, shrieking that Yuki's a bastard, so keep raging, noble boy, those tears taste asterisk so asterisk good. Fireballs rain down, but Yuki whirls those spinning staffs like a storm. Magic can't get through, and the whole thing hits like a blender chewing up spells. Alec's magic grinds to a halt, realizing his C-rank power is completely useless against a guy wielding 2 sticks. He's sobbing like he earned the chance to beat Yuki. Man, stop. You didn't fight your way in, you were handed a script to play the loser. Yuki drops the ultimate zinger on him. I'm a knight, I protect my princess. And bro, that is pure peak energy, straight up. Iris is sitting on that throne looking absolutely unstoppable, and Yuki's dead set on making the world better for her. Like, who could blame him? He slams on the gas, building speed like he's seconds away from going Super Saiyan, and Alec is trembling, boots and all, terrified. Yuki is blazing forward like a streak of light, and he's closing in fast, snatching that hairband to end this guy's whole career for good. Alec goes for broke with one final desperate play, calling up blazing spirits of fire. He's just flinging everything at the wall to see what catches, but nothing does. A cloud of fire lizards erupts out of nowhere, looking like a super cheap gacha pull, yet Alec's convinced he's stepping into something ridiculously epic. Yuki doesn't even blink. He barrels through the lizards like they're nothing but a bad little detour. He yanks his staffs back, and they slice through the lizards like a blazing hot knife through butter, right toward those fire salamanders. Alec is panting like he just sprinted a marathon, completely fried, but he's so stubborn he refuses to admit he's done. The referee lunges in to stop the match because Alec is firing up a spell that's far too dangerous, and even the officials can tell he's about to pull something wildly stupid. But Alec stops caring about the rules or his duty altogether. he snaps, and it all boils down to the moment his noble pride gets bruised. He calls forth his ultimate familiar spirit, and Yuki snaps back to that griffin from before because he instantly knows this is no joke. Alex on a full rant, clowning a bumpkin for acting like Yuki doesn't get how high noble pride works. Bro, your pride is so massive it's basically weighing down your chances of winning. He slams the spell to life, Flare Garuda. This is it, the last, desperate gamble of a man who's already been beaten. From the magic circle, a colossal firebird head bursts out, pure, jaw-dropping cinema, no joke. Garuda's flare towers over the arena like a raging furnace, ready to scorch everything, yet you just know Yuki is about to smack that skybird right out of the air in the next chapter. Yo homies, we're back, and this time the game, serving up the most cultured former demon lord you've ever seen. Check out that huge firebird trying to look intimidating, but Yuki is just standing there like none of it even matters. Alec drops to the floor already, wheezing like he just survived a sauna marathon, then he tries to play it off, claiming the whole assassination attempt was just some random magic duel accident, and honestly, that's a total beta move. Yuki doesn't buy a single excuse. He's already tightening his grip on his staff, ready to prove to that NPC who the real GigaChat is. Alex starts ranting about time limits, and his familiar is going absolutely feral in the background. See that hooded figure lurking in the shadows, quietly peeping from afar like they're already drooling over the MC's skills. Alec grips his staff like it's one bad breath from snapping, absolutely seething because this trainee is sweating him out. Princess Salvia ducks behind her flowers like she's starring in her own drama, while Alex out here acting pathetic just to be her escort for the night. Yeah, he's down bad, and it's for the wrong sister. The Firebird slams into a massive dive, yep, and it's totally straight up part of the plan for our boy. A massive explosion erupts, but Yuki's got that unbeatable plot armor, and somehow he stays looking fresh like it never touched him. Alec thinks he's being merciful by claiming he won't kill our boy. This clown's audacity is absolutely insane. Yuki just stands there, staring at the heat like it's no big deal, while the world burns and he's probably fretting over dinner. The heat is so brutal it feels like the ground's about to melt, but our boy stays icy cold, cooler than a freezer. Alex cracking up, already picturing Yuki getting stripped of his rank and getting cooked for real. Yuki snaps, "No, I won't," because he can't stand the thought of Iris, his waifu, worrying about him again, and honestly, that's pure legendary Riz. He drops a barrier thicker than the plot itself, pure, absolute cinema. A bird smashes straight into the wall, and meanwhile Yuki keeps crunching numbers in his head like some kind of genius. Everything's set, and Yuki's standing there like he's seconds away from ending this man's whole career. Iris is back there praying for him with her whole heart. Look at that pure maiden energy. We have to protect her, no matter what. He still remembers the time he made her cry, and he swears it'll never happen again because he's the ultimate protector. The staff's got a secret mechanism primed, and it's about to transform this bird into a smoking grilled chicken. He fires that special blood straight into the target. Now it's hacking time, boys. Yuki snaps her hand out and straight up hacks the bird's brain. Alec is done for. Say activate just one word, and the entire vibe flips instantly. The bird starts glitching out like a busted NPC, and you can't help but grin. Everything freezes instantly. Yuki has full control, and nothing can move until she says so. Alec is losing it. His pet just won't listen to a single word anymore, and he's absolutely cooked. The bird snaps back into motion, but it's not hunting down Yuki. Alec throws out one last command, and all that answers is the wind, just his yelling, bouncing into nothing. And the bird totally snubs him, leaving Alex's face twisted into pure, hopeless despair. It whips around and charges straight for the VIP seats. Talk about a betrayal right in front of everyone. Princess Salvia just sits there, totally clueless, until her own weapon comes charging straight for her. She finally spots it, and her reaction is pure gold, because she's seconds away from learning what really happens when you mess with a Chad. A bird rockets straight toward her, and Yuki just points, cackling like it's the best show on earth. This is the exact kind of peak content I live for. A massive explosion detonated straight in the princess's face. Talk about a total backfire. Alec is shrieking for his princess, but the moment he races in, she's already gone. Yuki pops in behind Alex so fast you barely have time to blurt out, "Oh my Wamashindaru." He snatches the hairband like it's a trophy and grins. Alex's style got bent, and that's his win. Even the hooded figure can't believe it. The boy's speed is pure, jaw-dropping lightning. The duel's finally over, and Yuki stands there as the undeniable winner. No debates, no second guessing. Alec is curled up on the floor, sobbing like his world just shattered, begging, "Why did this happen?" Yuki checks the hairband, and her stomach drops when she realizes it's a magic tool, the exact kind Salvia used to cheat. Salvia is fully melting down because Alec blew your Iris's night, and honestly, she's the walking definition of a toxic mommy. The Firebird still hangs in the air, making it crystal clear to everyone this arena answers to the one calling the shots. The magic tool is blasting Salvia's inner thoughts for everyone to hear, and she's spitting venom at Iris, calling her a disgusting, filthy sister like she's got the nerve to say it. She's out here calling shots about Iris's birth, but right now she's the one standing there looking like a total NPC. Salvia finally clocks the trap. She's been caught in full 4K, and her face turns into pure gold. Yuki declares it's his duty to guard his melody because he's the king of escorts. Salvia's sweating bullets because her foul play is finally out in the open. Touch my people and you're done for. Yuki's locking you with that killer death stare like she's about to rip your soul right out. He shoves the tool past its limits, sparks it into a crisp, and lets the princess know loud and clear. Salvia crumpled out of her seat in pure humiliation, while Yuki tossed the trash aside like it didn't even matter. Alec is locked on him, like he's trying to figure out if this guy is even human at all. Alec's still out of breath, wheezing as he demands what Yuki did to his precious. Yuki blasts him for losing control and calls it pure weakness, an absolute top-tier roast. Alec finally snaps and admits he's hit his limit. He can't stay in the guild anymore. He can't shake the feeling that he looks way worse than his brother, like his whole family is made up of professional L-takers. He collapses from sheer exhaustion. Somebody grab a stretcher and get this man a glass of milk, now. Like Salvia's still trying to look tough as they carry her off, but you can see her trembling like she's scared out of her mind. With one more icy glare from Yuki, she's ready to throw in the towel and call it quits on life. She bolts away with her guards. What a cowardly move. Guess I crushed it. Yeah, you did. Absolute legend. The crowd's going wild, screaming, where did Iris dig up a magician this monstrous? Even Yuki can't help feeling worn out after all that showboating. Here comes our main girl, Iris, tearing through the halls like some kind of romance anime hero, heart racing with every step. Yuki straight up says he's done his duty, and he makes it sound effortless, like it's just flowing off him. Iris starts breaking down in tears, scolding him like she can't stand the thought of losing him, because when she's worried about her man, she's absolutely precious. Yuki slips the legendary head pats on her to snap her back to calm. Now we're eating like kings today, boys. She's furious he never told her he was getting bullied, because all she wants now is to step in and be his shield. They bicker back and forth like they've been married forever, and somehow it's crazy adorable. Look at that pout, goddess. Iris is 100% top-tier waifu material. She snaps back into princess mode to reclaim her dignity, but we all know it, deep down, she's still a total softie for Yuki. She lures him to her mansion as a reward, and trust me, things are about to go nuclear at the royal house. Yuki demands the real truth behind the invite. No way he's buying the official story. She finally blurts out the truth. She just wants time alone with him, and now she's about to make her move. Yuki nods back at that Chad smirk, and right then, he realizes he's got the whole plan figured out. She's grinning so hard she practically glows, and honestly, total victory for the main character. They start plotting an expedition to the Elysian Temple, hunting for clues about her parents. Down there, ancient relics are buried and waiting, so yeah, it looks like more loot is about to find its way into our boys' hands. Yuki insists they're learning how to be human in this era, and it's wild how humble he is, especially for a former demon lord. Alright, it's finally tea time at the mansion, snacks ready, because our cultured king and his bold princess have earned this break, no questions asked. Yo, what's up my cultured kings and deans, back with another absolute banger. Yuki's in this new world, still flexing that insane riz, and we kick it off at the mansion as Master Yuki gets summoned like the boss he truly is. Check out Maid Martha. She's serving pure top-tier vibes today as she tells our guy the princess's ride just pulled up, ready to whisk him away for their big date. Our boy S about to hit the road, slamming on his boots, because if he's going to chase that royal waifu, he sure as hell can't show up looking like a scrub. He's straightening his suit and flexing the drip, and I'm telling you, this kid's got more style in his pinky than every NPC in the comments combined. He turns to Martha and asks if she's ready to go, and you can practically feel it, because the palace is about to get hit with pure, unstoppable chaos. We snap to Princess Iris, pretending she's all prim and proper as she sips her tea, but come on, we all know she's absolutely down bad for our MC. Martha's staring at Yuki with that, don't you even think about cheating on me, look, and I'm not gonna lie, the jealousy is pure cinema. Then our boy goes full gigachad and snatches Martha's hand right there in front of the princess. Pure, reckless audacity. He grips her hand like it's the only thing keeping her steady, because she's never laid eyes on a city palace this huge, and at this point, the Riz is basically dripping off the screen. Look at that grin, he's flexing full main character energy, and Martha's cheeks are going bright red like she's back in school. Martha is trying to play it professional, but you can tell she's totally losing it. She snaps at him not to toss out those humiliating things so casually. Yuki doesn't care at all. He's already gearing up to ask the princess for permission to take his maid on a tour, and honestly, what a legend. He's dying to introduce his partner to the royals, but Martha's so shy she can't handle the spotlight, at least not right now. The carriage lurches into motion, and the moment those massive wheels start creaking toward the palace, you just know it's game on. Yuki sits there, stone calm on the outside, but you know his brain is already spinning, figuring out which waifu he's adding to his harem next. He's even got his bat familiars patrolling the sky. Yeah, this whole Bat Scout network is basically medieval 5G surveillance. These bats are everywhere, swooping over the land and snatching intel from the sky like a swarm of tiny, leathery spies. He's also got Princess Salvia under a microscope, because that woman is absolutely cooking up something shady behind the scenes. The palace looms so massive it screams, royal flex, and it feels like the universe is daring our boy to step in and take over. The driver calls out that they're pulling up to the Western Mansion, and the second you spot that mustache, you know this guy's the full-on pro NPC. Look at those spires. This architecture is so wild it feels like it's already bracing you for the plot twists coming right up. He explains the real heirs live in the east, while the king and all his wives bunker down in the main palace. But Iris and the other concubine kids are trapped in that Western Mansion, guarded by some insanely high-level magic alarm system. Our boy's inner Nosferatu is bursting out, and he looks ready to shove his claws into that magic system, just because it sounds like fun. He's practically vibrating with excitement, eager to tinker with the royal security. Yeah, it's pure nerd energy, and we're absolutely here for it. They finally roll up to the Western Mansion, and man, it's so fancy it screams secret rendezvous. Princess Iris shows up to greet him, rocking that royal gown like a full-on dream. Yuki drops the line of the century, vowing he'll protect her even if it costs him his life, so yeah, that's maximum glazin. He seals the deal by kissing her hand like a total gentleman, and I swear, half of you are probably sitting there with your faces on fire right now. The maids are freaking out because the princess is demanding to be locked in a room with a gentleman, alone. Iris flashes that smug, "I've got this" look as she plots her next move. The maids are still reeling from the shock, probably trying to decide, should they call the royal guards or just stand there and watch it all unfold. Iris tells him, "Since I'm counting on you as my escort, you're going to climb with me to earn my trust." Yeah, right, we all know what that's really about. She's mapped out the whole move like 4D chess. Also, she can land some precious one-on-one time with our boy. She tells the maids, "When crisis hits, you've got to learn how to handle being alone," and the maids just shrug like, "Sure thing, boss." They slip out and shut the door behind them, and finally, just finally, these two lovebirds get the privacy they've been craving. The second the door shuts, the tension snaps into the air like a live wire. Iris crouches by the door like a secret agent, scanning every corner to make sure the coast is crystal clear. She marches up to him, fidgeting like crazy and giving off maximum nerves, and honestly, it's weirdly adorable. Then she shatters her act and starts full-on fangirling, because her lord is finally there in her private room. She demands he call her Alice the second they're alone, like she's planting a flag and staking her claim right this second. She drops onto the sofa, fighting to claw back that princess-level dignity after her little blow-up. Then she hits him with those puppy dog eyes and asks, sweet as anything, if she can finally be herself when it's just the two of them. She pats the seat beside her, basically beckoning him to slide in and steal a little of that royal-level attention. And then she basically plops right onto his lap. She's only been alive in memory for 10 days, but her body is already 13. Talk about peak culture. Yuki hands her a matching magic staff as a gift, because nothing screams, "I love you," like dropping high-tier enchanted weaponry in her hands. She's overflowing with hype for the gift, screaming and cheering like she just hit the lottery. Our boy starts laying out ancient magic theory, but me, I can't stop staring at how insanely close they're sitting. She leans in and tells him she carved those runes with her own blood, straight up hardcore, and she's still just a little princess. Yuki is just munching snacks like it's nothing, then casually drops that he's thinking about joining the Magic Guild, and honestly, that's a low-key flex. Then she leaned in and demanded a head pat, and be real, if you don't find that cute, you're probably a beta. He finally gives in and gently pats her head, and she practically melts, grinning like she just hit the jackpot of happiness. Then it gets wild. She starts sniffing his hair, and the second she does, she realizes it smells exactly like soap. She's completely stunned that he actually washed up here today, and honestly, it's hilarious, especially after his whole past life as a dirty vampire. Flashback to his Nosferatu days. He dodged every single bath with wild excuses, and yeah, our boy was a total gamer back then. He casually drops that a maid washed it for him, and you can practically watch jealousy flare up in her eyes. She orders a meeting with that mysterious hair-washing maid, right now, and she's so fed up she's ready to throw hands. She corners him and demands a promise. Next time the maid comes too, and she won't hear a single no. She even begs the maid to teach her how to wash his hair until it's pearly. Her dedication is straight up off the charts. Yuki's just trying to dive back into his magic lesson, dodging that whole waifu drama like he's trained for it. He realizes he's so damn smart, there's basically nothing left for her to teach him, like the plot itself is wearing armor. We get a fast, mind-blowing rundown of ancient magic, how it squeezes power right into the body, and yeah, the visuals are straight up awesome. It's all about tuning up your magic reserves, so they line up perfectly with the spell you're about to unleash. You gulp the power down in your gut, then blast it out through a rune, like magic pipes straight from your stomach. The real pros swing in like a two-handed storm, attacking and defending at the same time, like they've mastered some next-level gaming micro. Even top-tier magic demands two runes, and right now, our boy is studying every move his past enemy threw at him. But in the end, it's all about one thing: how much raw magic power you've got stored up inside your trunk. Compression is the secret sauce that makes your spells slam in like a truck, heavy, hard, and nothing like a soggy wet noodle. And because Yuki's got that Mistel blood, he just skips the incantations like they're nothing, straight up cheating with cheat codes. He decides to check his stats, and trust me, the numbers are straight up cracked. Then Magic S++ and Agility AA kick in, and bro at 13 years old is basically a walking nuke. He just leveled his float skill into straight up flight, and now he's officially hit endgame. He already knows 6 ancient magics, and yeah, that's wildly out of reach for a C-rank magician, like somehow he's playing in a whole different league. He flashes the runes on his fingers like a showman, and you can tell he's about to unleash the hottest magic circle of the year. Iris is itching to test his blood magic too. She's always ready to jump into dangerous research. He leans in and tells her, keep it quiet, dial it down, because if they don't, they'll blow the roof off this whole mansion. She gets herself ready, pouring every last ounce of power into that new staff he handed her. She blares activate, and you can see the laser-like focus on her face. She's giving it everything she's got. Then she unleashes an Ifrit blast, just a tiny little poof, and honestly, that's a massive letdown. Their faces screamed it. Both of them were completely stunned by just how pathetic that whole thing was. She barely managed a tiny puff of smoke, and then it was instantly over. Total fail. She looks totally wrecked now, like her magic power can't even touch his. She's just staring at her own hand like, why am I acting like some mindless NPC right now? Then she gets a wildly cultured idea and tells her cut would heal way faster if Yuki just licked it. Yeah, she's absolutely a woman of culture. Our boy actually goes for it. He licks her finger to fire up his purification skill, and the down bad meter spikes so hard it practically explodes. She's blushing so fiercely it's like she's one heartbeat away from exploding. This is peak romance, fellas. She's completely healed, glowing like she just lived the absolute best moment of her life. Yuki just stares at his own hand like, hold up, wait a second, I think I've got it. He leans in and asks, want a lick of mine too? And the absolute nerve of this guy is honestly unreal. She's totally snapping, her brain probably frying from all that pure electric excitement. He tells her that if she drinks his blood, she'll become his kin or his familiar, making it official for real. She's stunned for a second, but you can see it. She's already completely sick of being treated like his property. He tells her this will turbocharge her power and keep her protected inside this deadly palace. And once she's family, he can yank her into his arms with summoning magic anytime she's in trouble. After his last fight, he's been obsessively studying the runes, determined to crack the perfect way to make this work. She just realized it. He could pull up and save her anytime, anywhere, and her heart is basically melting in real time. He asks if she really hates the idea of becoming a non-human kin, and before he can even finish, she's already screaming that she loves it. Look at that locked-in face. She's ready to tear off her humanity and pledge it to her lord. She leans in and tells him, I've been your subject and your fiancé for 200 years. Like, okay, yeah, this is just a formality. There's no way she'd ever refuse getting closer to him. She's the ultimate ride-or-die waifu, no questions asked. He thrusts his bleeding finger toward her, and it feels like a total turning point, like one simple touch is about to rewrite her whole life. And she goes for it. She's literally slurping the blood off his finger. And yeah, this is peak man of culture content right here. It's a full-blown contract ritual, and the chemistry between them crackles like lightning. Her eyes light up instantly as his Nosferatu blood surges through her veins like a power surge. Just look at these new stats. She's got Quasi-Mistel blood pumping through her, crazy high magic power too, and now she's been buffed so hard she's basically unstoppable. Thanks for watching and stay cultured. Yo homies, we're back again with another absolute banger. Our boys straight up diving into the stats of his main waifu, Iris and bro. The Riz is going crazy today. Our MC is out here bragging like, I'm the master, and that means I'm the only one who can unlock the deep lore behind my kin's status. Like he's got the ultimate cheat code that reveals secrets they don't even realize they're hiding. He tells her to slap up a fake display so the NPCs won't catch on, and yeah, smart move, because if these losers knew her real power, they'd rush in to gank her. Now this guy decides to try out some summoning magic, because he's got that scientist brain, or maybe he's just hunting for any excuse to get her closer. He already tried it out on his bat homie, Dyke, and the fact that someone actually dared to name a bat Dyke is pure audacity, which is why we're all obsessed with this MC. He's out here poking the bat just to prove it won't hurt anyone, and dude, look at that little guy just vibing, like he's living the dream while the rest of us are stuck in real life. To make the summon actually work, he needs a catalyst, and he snatches out the hair clip she gave him the day they first met. That's some next-level sentimental game. It's the exact same hair clip, and when Iris spots it, her cheeks instantly ignite with a blush, because she realizes our guy never let it go, not for even a second. Then he breaks it down. Once he has this, he can yank her over to his side from anywhere on the map, like a lightning-fast teleport point, and yeah, it's basically ultimate plot armor. Iris is straight up chugging her desire to the point of shameless, because she's begging her lord to summon her, totally down bad, and honestly, it's kind of iconic to watch. They spread out across the room to max out their range, and honestly, it's the sweetest distance test I've ever seen. She darts into the far corner of this giant room, like some NPC on standby, just waiting for the next quest to pop up. But then our boy leans in and asks if she's ready, and you can practically feel the hype crackling in the air, because this next moment is about to be pure cinematic fire. Iris psychs herself up, thrilled that she's finally becoming his official kin, while the MC flicks his gaze down and checks the mark on his hand. And she's straight up spiraling in a blush storm, because in her vision, he's staring at her like a full-blown Chad, then reaching out right for her. Alright, hold up, because the catalyst kicks off, and it starts hovering in the air like it's the kind of legendary treasure you're not supposed to get. The MC sets their mind like a blade, snaps into summoning magic with that razor-focused stare, and you just know someone's about to get absolutely cooked. He barks the command to step forward, and the magic circle erupts into a glowing blaze. Yeah, right now, I'm about to break the game. A glowing circle flickers under Iris, and she can't hide her nerves, but trust me, she should be freaking out with excitement for what's about to hit next. A colossal swirl of magic starts tearing up the air, and if you've seen enough of this stuff, you already know exactly what's about to happen. She snaps into action, answers the summon, and declares herself his subject, while the MC just stands there, frozen, waiting for the teleport to finish. Bet you $10 you can't guess what happens next because the author, pure certified culture, she shows up in that slip, and it's absolute cinema. The MC just freezes, staring like a deer in headlights, while Iris is so clueless she hasn't even noticed she's lost about 90% of her gear yet. Look at these assets, boys. This artist really nailed that summoning accident trope like it was made for maximum chaos. Dropped back in the corner, her dress just lies on the floor like it was tossed aside, because somehow she got ripped out of her clothes and summoned there. The MC clocks the whole trick in an instant. This magic only snatches what's right on your body, and that's exactly why she shows up in her underwear. He's nodding like he just cracked the secrets of the universe. Then we watch magic get summoned, and yeah, you realize just how deep this goes. Iris finally clocks that she's basically naked, then shrieks at him to shut his eyes. Too late though, because the memories are already burned into him. After all that chaos, she slips into a fresh new dress, but she's got that pouty look on her face because her lord just scored a free premium preview. She's totally flustered, blurting that the other dress was too hard to wrestle on by herself, and honestly, that sounds like an invitation to me. She whips around and demands, "So what do you think?" praying he'll throw her a compliment and rescue her pride. She's locking eyes with him like, "Tell me I'm cute," and the tension in the room is so thick it could be scooped. Yeah, in this moment, he's totally playing it safe. He tells her to grip the dress tighter next time, and just like that, she drops it. He tries to play it cool by saying he already saw her body in their past life, back when she was sick, like, what a weird flex, but sure. He tells her she's grown up a little, and right after that, an Iris just stands there like, is this a compliment, or are you trying to roast my gains? Yeah, he's staring at her like she's Alice from his old life, and then it hits him. Watching her grow up again feels way more touching than he ever expected. He's getting slammed with emotion as a shadow of his past self creeps in behind him, turning this into one rare moment where the plot actually moves. Iris decides to drop it because she's down bad enough to stop staying mad at him for even a minute. She tells him to tack a delay onto his magic next time so she can finally get dressed for real, and honestly, that's completely fair. And then she's all, if it's to wash your hair, call me right now. And wow, she is the absolute MVP of this whole series. They start planning to hunt down a return summon later in the dungeon, because walking back is something NPCs do. The experiment turns out a total win, and he finally slips her the head pats she's been desperate for, like a switch flipping, melting away all the mental damage she's been carrying. She's out here grinding out those pure, crackling fire, sounds like she's thrilled to death, and I'm not gonna lie, I wish that were me. She snaps back into professional mode and tells him about an upcoming Magic Guild exam in just a few days. We're diving into Elysian, but only the trainees get to go first, so yeah, it's basically a first dungeon crawl for fresh recruits. The MC is already lining up plans with Rotaria, because with a chat like that, you know things will be ready before you even ask. Iris has to hurry back, but the maids are spiraling because she's come back in a totally different dress than the one she left in. Now this guy's just kicking back in his carriage, probably replaying how insanely successful his little culture experiment was today. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Guild's headquarters, a crowd of grumpy old-timers drone through a painfully dull meeting around a table. We zoom in on Demeter, an C-rank magician who somehow looks like a total mommy, and she's so bored her soul is begging to escape because these dusty old heads can't settle on a single thing. Everyone's on edge because a dead spirit just showed up at the Elysian Temple, and nobody has a clue who unleashed it. They're terrified of that same org that sparked wars in the past, like some monstrous villain crew is sneaking in from the shadows again. If that ancient magic lands in the wrong hands, it's game over for everyone, and while they scramble in total panic, Demeter just sits there, looking pretty like it's none of her business. It's a total disaster for the Magic Guild, because that place was their job to run, and they still dropped the ball. Demeter steps up to deliver her report, and you can tell she's the only one in this room with real riz. She breaks down how that trainee got possessed by a priest spirit, and honestly, that just sounds like a straight-up skill issue to me. That poor kid's brain is fried, his memories are scrambled beyond repair, and he's basically turned into an NPC. The council is in full panic, because what if he can't recall the incantation for the summoning magic? They even cast a spell to check his brain. Every test comes back. Mush. Yep, it's confirmed he's totally cooked. The old are losing hope, stunned that something like this could slip past their watch in the first place. One of them blurts out the brutal idea, seal the lesion away for good, classic move. If we can't keep it, then nobody gets to use it. Demeter's just standing there, watching the chaos spiral as they argue whether safety matters more than loot. Then Zamer, an A-rank magician, shoots his hand up like he owns the room, acting all big shot, but the truth, he's just a bitter hater pretending to be a gigachat. He's the guild's top dog and a full-blown magic supremacy addict, so yeah, you know he's moments away from saying something that'll make you want to throw hands. He's yelling that the temple's followers could rise again any day and kick off yet another war. The other sages try to talk him down, but Zamer isn't having a single word of it. He slams the table like a coward, trying to bully everyone into falling for his plan. He's trying to lock up that lesion so nobody else can ever get their hands on a physical body for the spirits. Then, snap, a laugh bursts from the corner, and someone calls out the guild for trying to hog every last piece of ancient loot for themselves. It's Lord Kane, B-ranked magician, striding in like he owns the place, and the vibe is pure, I'm the main character, energy. He goes in on them because they're stroking their own authority and scrambling to keep the ancient magic locked away from everyone else. He points out that sealing Elysian only helps the seasoned veterans, while the trainees get left with absolutely nothing. Zamer is absolutely fuming, yelling at Kane to stay in his lane, royalty or not. Hold up, did he just say royalty? Yep, that's the second prince, Lord Kane, and he's blasting absolute truth like it's nothing. He sits there like an absolute boss, totally unbothered, while the old man throws a full-on tantrum. He insists he's not cashing in his royal name to win, but the truth is, he's knee-deep in this summoning disaster himself. Then the story slams into a flashback of Iris's escort test, revealing that Kane hasn't just shown up out of nowhere. He's been keeping a close eye on the MC and their crew for ages. He calls on Demeter to back up his tale, and when the prince puts her on the spot, she's clearly thrown off, all flustered and unraveling. Kane says he's got to see this through, and honestly, his riz is so high it's basically matching our MC's. He leans in and demands to know if they finally cracked the identity of the mastermind behind the entire possession fiasco. Demeter lets the name slip, Dorothea Samuels, the wandering magician, and yeah, she's not here to play, she's the new villain we need to watch. Kane says catching her is his one mission, and it's way smarter than just slapping a lock on the door. They've got a drawing of her, and even in that rough sketch, she looks like she could step on me, like I'd thank her for it. They've plastered that drawing all over the place, but she's still not replying, like she's ducking somewhere in the capital. Kane slams a map onto the table and declares he's got a proposal that's about to flip the entire game. He's determined to slap a bounty on Dorothea, and he's rallying every single guild member to join the hunt. They're chasing her like it's a payday, because the prize is a brand new noble title, and honestly, that kind of reward would light a fire under even the most NPC-brained crew. He's dangling a reward the size of a jackpot, basically guaranteed riches if you can track down that ancient item. Every single soul in that room is reeling, because the royal family is actually ready to go that far. He tells her she's a dangerous threat, and then rubs it in. He already has the king's approval, so Zamer can go cry about it. He leans in, stares the whole guild down, and asks for their opinion, like, don't you dare try to say no. The room goes dead quiet as they finally clock it. The prince outplayed them completely. They finally clock that it was their mess in the first place, so yeah, they've got no choice but to step up and clean it up. There's zero reason to turn down an offer that good, so yeah, Kane basically just crushed the argument. Demeter leans in and asks if he's really personally invested in this case, and you can practically see the curiosity sparking in her eyes about what's driving him. Kane leans back like he owns the world, all cool and smug, thinking how being a genius makes life stupidly easy. He straight up admits he's curious, because he has to find out what these remnants are really plotting behind the scenes. He's like, man, it'd be a tragedy to let a chance like this slip by, and honestly, same bro. So he storms out, fully in control of the entire meeting. He proposes locking the Legion up for now, just until Dorothea is caught, an honest deal that keeps the loot ready for later. The trainee exam gets delayed, but Kane won't budge. He snaps that safety comes first, then throws them a whole new task instead. The old sages can't believe it. He just crushed a 3-day argument in 5 freaking minutes. Zamer bares his teeth in frustration, because some B-rank prince just bulldozed over his leadership like it didn't even matter. They cast their votes, and boom, Kane's proposal gets a total landslide victory. Back at the MC's place, our boy finally slips through the door, done with a brutal day of research and ready to breathe. He says Iris told him he has to bring Martha with him next time, and the maid freezes like she doesn't get it. Yet we all know what that really means. More wafus, more culture. Ali Fulford, yo, what's up my cultured kings? Welcome back to another absolute banger of a recap, where we crack open the trashiest, most glorious panels on the planet. Today, a world where the women are stacked and the magic is busted, so buckle up. We kick things off with a complete L-taker getting face-planted into the dirt, while this green-haired mommy stares down at him like he's actual trash. Look at the absolute nerve on this woman. She's hunting experimental subjects like it's nothing, and seriously, mommy. Maybe she's got that look in her eyes like, brace yourself, I'm about to wreck your whole life, and somehow you'll thank her for it because she's straight up fine as hell. Dude, look at that cover art. Dorothea's got green hair and pure menace, and if being a follower of some sketchy temple means showing up like that, then count me in for the cult right now. The narration labels her a beautiful follower, and this time it's not just talk. Look at those assets shimmering in the moonlight. A few days back, we roll into the local village, where all those NPCs are probably stuck in the same dull loop every single day. But who cares about them when Odette looks absolutely wrecked at her desk, clutching her plot like it's the only thing keeping her afloat. But Yuki's just kicking back while Iris pours him tea, totally lost as that blonde bombshell spirals. Why is she freaking out so hard? Turns out the magic exams got shoved back because a priest got summoned out of nowhere, and now everything's a total chaotic mess. They're hunting down that Dorothea girl, a wandering magician who's basically a ghost to the guild. Yuki just lets out a heavy sigh, because he already knows this Elysium temple is about to wreck his day. He's over here trying to live his best life, but these religious fanatics keep crashing in just to kill the vibe. No one knows what Dorothy is after, but you can bet she's tied to the temple, so yeah, she's probably unhinged, probably deadly, and honestly, that's the kind of best waifu chaos you'd never forget. Yuki gets slammed with flashbacks to his old life. Those pathetic organization goons kept calling him a monster, when the truth is, he's just a gigachad trapped in a kid's body. Odette is down bad, she has to climb to C rank, and this whole temple mess is sealing off her entire testing ground. She's dealing with something huge, so yeah, she's probably a noble fighting through the pressure, but honestly, we're here for the character design, no excuses. They're both sulking hard like a pair of betas because they can't get into the temple area at all. Then Yuki suddenly has that lightbulb moment. She whips her finger at Dorothea's bounty like she just cracked the whole case wide open. He's like, yo, if we take down that insane mage, doesn't that basically mean we get promoted on the spot? Det thinks he's getting taken out because only the high rankers handle that, but Yuki's like, nope, she's got the secret sauce. Odette starts to clock it. Our boy might be cooking up something seriously spicy. He's basically telling her, if you catch me first, you can get the temple's secrets, everything. He's ranting about ancient relics and hidden magic, and you can literally watch Riz working on Odette right there in real time. She's completely obsessed with hunting ancient treasures, because seriously, who doesn't go feral for a legendary loot drop? They're lounging in that fancy room, plotting their next horrible move like it'll get them promoted. Odette shoots him a look like, okay, you're definitely weird, but the truth is, her eyes say she's honestly impressed by that insane confidence. She asks if he's plotting something, and he flashes the most harmless, I'm totally not scheming, NPC face you've ever seen. She snaps out a finger-wagging lecture and tells him trainees aren't allowed anywhere near high-level business. Looks like a whole crew of 4 B-rankers, headed by this dude named Kane, is already on the move to take care of it. Det says she's not interested, then bam, she yanks out a full-on tackle map of the forest, and you can tell she's all in on this mission. She laughs it off like, oh, I just magically have this insanely detailed map and a portrait of the target. Sure, Jan. Yuki's looking dead serious and edgy because he's dying to grab her with his own hands. He's got a mountain of questions for this temple remnant, and he's not about to let some B-rank nobodies steal his moment. He demands to know where she's hiding, and before she can even think, he's already locking onto the map. The whole investigation is locked on this one forest, and the top brass is already flooding the nearby villages. They're stuck doing the tedious grunt work, while Yuki sprints off, hunting the shortcut straight to the boss fight. There's a mission for the trainees to hunt monsters nearby, and Yuki immediately sees it as the perfect cover. Or Chibai Odette is just there to boost the vibes while they plot their extracurricular plans. Yuki leans in and asks if she's coming along, and she tries to play it cool like a total pro. Then Iris snaps into her working mode hood, looking like the ultimate fantasy companion, while Yuki plays escort knight. Aka, don't worry, I'm the main character, and we're taking the girls on a field trip. A few days later, they finally roll up to the spot, and it looks exactly like the usual starting zone in an RPG. Their instructor is Demeter, and wow, the guild absolutely nailed their choice of staff. She's all high pony, I dare you energy, like she'd happily step on you. The whole squad looks razor sharp, but we both know exactly who the real powerhouse is. Demeter snaps at them not to overdo it. She'll take the heavy lifting, then Yuki just smirks because he knows he's built different. He's got his bat buddy, Dyke, whispering the intel to him about some huge rabbits out to the west. This is the moment culture collides with pure Chad energy. Yuki digs into his own veins and pours out blood to supercharge 12 bat units, and I'm telling you, that's straight-up insane audacity. He fires off questions at Demeter about the Rocky Mountains and the Black Forest, trying to track down the one place where the real danger is hiding. She tells him we're saving the Black Forest for last, because it's basically a death trap. Yuki's got this good for me vibe going, while he's quietly lining up to send his bat spies deep in. He tells Iris to distract the instructor when the moment hits, so he can slip away while everyone's looking the other way. Iris is an absolute sweetheart, desperate to help her lord, until Yuki warns her that if things get dicey, he'll call her in himself. He's got his signal locked and loaded, and he's riding that momentum like he's ready to explode. The bats burst into the sky to scout the caves in the forest, while the trainees kick off their hunt. We spot a pile of dead rabbits laid to rest. Yeah, right, those fluffy NPCs never had a prayer. The girls think it's a cakewalk, but Demeter's actually impressed, because these kids are low-key absolutely unhinged. As night drops over the village, the girls kick back for a slumber party, while Yuki sits perched on the roof, eyes sharp like he just stepped out of an Assassin's Creed trailer. All day long, they're grinding monsters on the highway, so nobody suspects a thing, and their act stays perfect. Yuki just looms over the dead beast, while his bat network finally snaps back with juicy intel. Dyke bursts back with fresh intel. His target is hidden somewhere out in the Black Forest. The whole squad's buzzing because the bat is practically howling, "We found it," like the hidden dungeon has just been uncovered. Right by the entrance, something S tucked away, it's so suspicious it screams. They spot a robe dumped on the ground, and trust me, this one isn't just any robe. It's stamped with the crest of a laying wolf, right there on the surface. Yuki waves the girls over like, "All right, this is getting real," because the stakes just shot up. Iris spots the crest instantly. It's all tied to Wolfgang County now, which means big shot politics just stepped onto the stage. Odette's totally lost, but Yuki's already clicking the puzzle pieces into place. Dorothea is apparently buddy-buddy with the Wolfgang family, and that's the real reason she's rolling around in that fancy carriage with the top-tier gear. The Black Forest is just an hour away by horse, so the clock's already screaming, and every second counts. Yuki tells them he's going there after dark, and Odette tries to yank him back, yelling that he's just chasing that solo-leveling spotlight, but Yuki shrugs it off like it doesn't even land. He tells them he won't touch a battle he can't win, total lie, because we all know he's got plot armor thick as steel. He boasts that he's got a trump card, then throws them a thumbs up like a total absolute Chad. At night, the whole place turns spooky as hell, like something S lurking around the corner. Yuki blasts through the sky with his bat squad, and I'm telling you, this moment is straight-up cinematic perfection. He drops into the Black Forest, so thick and shadowy it feels dark even at noon, exactly the kind of hiding place a sneaky kid like him lives for. He snaps at his bats to shut up and spread out. These bats are straight-up high-tech predators, blasting ultrasonic waves to scan every human and monster in the area. Suddenly, a bat swoops in and blurts out that humans are sprawled and unconscious near the carriage. Yuki's pretty sure it's Dorothea, but the bat cuts in and says there are 3 of them. He darts through the trees like a ghost, then spots the carriage waiting ahead. It's one guy and 2 girls, all flashing Magic Guild crests. Looks like that B-rank quartet got utterly demolished. Yuki barks orders for his bats to stay razor alert. He spots Dorothea way off in the distance, and she's giving off full final boss energy. Yuki huddles his face in his hands, terrified the guild will spot him out here, lugging around their precious high rankers. He dropped in fast, scanning the wreckage to find the survivors. He hauls one of the girls up, and she can barely keep her eyes open. He swears up and down with a straight face, claiming he's in the guild too. The girl grips his sleeve and warns him, Dorothea isn't human, she's a monster. Turns out she used an ancient relic to call back the dead priest's spirit, straight up high-level necromancy, no kidding. The girl drops into a faint before she can get out another word. Yuki checks their pulse and lets out a gasp. Somehow they're not dead, but their life force has been ripped clean away. He decides to evacuate them. Then, before anyone goes, he slices his own finger and starts blood magic to make it happen. He grabs all 3 at once and slams a double boost to yank the tail out of there. Bro's basically a walking forklift. He dumps them just outside the forest, then shuts the danger out, like a promise that they'll be safe. Then he calls in the entire bat squadron, every last one, for the fight. He pours his blood into the last 10 bats, supercharging them with a brutal, game-changing buff. He warns them to stay sharp and fall back, because they run into someone they can't possibly overpower, and somehow that still doesn't stop him from being a caring king. He flicks his gaze back at the forest, and there, right in his eyes, you can feel it. It's go time. All right, back into the woods we go, and this time we're letting that Dorothea girl know who the real boss is. He's tearing through the trees like a stealthy shadow, vanishing and reappearing in the blink of an eye. He finally clocks what went wrong. The guild members got picked off because they got split up, and yeah, that's the kind of rookie mistake you only make once. He spots Dorothea again and can't figure out why she didn't bolt. Either she's cocky as hell, or she's waiting for him. Yuki yanks out his custom staff and slams an anti-magic shell into action. No risks, not a single one. Suddenly, bam, a massive flash of light detonates the scene. Yuki shrieks at his bats to yank back, because a massive thing is sizzling through the air straight toward them. A burst of raw energy detonates across the area, clearing it in an instant. Yuki gets blasted backward by the shockwave. If he's locked on that eerie gray glow, totally lost and just can't make sense of it. The staff thunders as it clanks onto the ground the second he hits the landing. He's completely rattled. his supposedly invincible anti-magic shell got steamrolled in an instant, like it was nothing at all. The runes and the blood on his staff just vanished like it never happened. Even with 200 years of research, there's no explanation. Our boy is officially in the endgame now. MC is lurking in the woods like the ultimate edgelord, and bats are swarming overhead like they just summoned themselves for a cheap Batman thriller. Yo homies, we're back again. Bro, this magic rod just died, like the anti-magic shell ran out of power, and if he doesn't crack what's happening right now, he's cooked. Our boy's face is locked in pure seriousness, like, did the battery just die, or is some villain hiding in the bushes, messing with him on purpose? Look at these NPCs, every bit of life force just got sucked out of them, like a bad date at a vampire club, and absolute zero riz drained every last drop right out of their bodies. MC clocks that this magic isn't normal, it's got full-on predator energy, and he's locked in for the long haul now. He calls it a vampire ray, and yeah, it sounds like something a middle schooler would slap on a homework poster, but here, it's straight-up nightmare fuel. Look at this absolute audacity. He's strutting in the dark like he owns the scene, straight out of a K-pop video, and the plot is getting meaner by the second. Bro's out here briefing his bat minions like they're his prize squad, and Dyke and the others better back off, because if they don't, they're gonna regret it. Just a lone man in his cape, trudging through the dead silence, no doubt wrestling with the crushing weight of carrying this whole story on his back. Finally, some culture. Look at the stuff this girl's packing, and the MC's acting like a total beta, just standing there like, yeah, I'll leave it all right here. He can feel the heavy hitters closing in the second word, spreads about the Black Forest incident, because this MC is basically a walking magnet for disaster. The MC can't shake his worry about Iris and Martha, showing us he's not just there, he's a real top-tier guardian who will protect his girls no matter what. We love a man who guards his harem. Suddenly, a voice crawls out of the shadows and orders him to step out. Bet you $10 it's some big, bad brute. Somebody's calling him a dog from the Magic Guild, straight up disrespect, yet the MC just grits his teeth and swallows it for now. Call it a date because this dummy mommy just sauntered out of the shadows, blabbing about getting her test subject to cooperate. Mommy. The MC starts ranting that all ancient relics are basically junk, but she snaps right back because she's about to lay out what real power looks like. She's got that vibe, yeah, I know something you don't, and trust me, she could stomp all over me any day of the week. A thunderous clank slams into the ground, and you can practically feel it. Everything's about to rocket from zero straight to absolute cinema. Look at these mechanical arms. This isn't fantasy anymore. Boys, we just got dropped into a full-on mecha show. She slams the Lord of Phantom onto him, then strikes a pose right beside it like a total gigachad. Yeah, that armor is absolutely thick as hell. The mech is absolutely massive, its eyes blazing like a warning sign that says you're about to get wrecked, while the MC looks like a tiny ant compared to it. Hold up, there's a poor soul trapped in there, powering it like a battery, and that's some seriously dark, grimy culture. She's clutching that ancient item like it's her crown, and with the look she's throwing, yeah, she can back up all that trash talk. Turns out this thing was handed down by the Elysium Temple, like they've got no hobbies at all, except cranking out giant robots. MC shuts down the yap right on the spot and fires up his own magic. Now we find out if he's the real Chad or just another simp. He unleashes an Ifrit blow, kinda like a chaotic, spicy Taco Bell night, but man, it looks absolutely epic on the page. Fireballs are flying everywhere, and if this fails, our boy is done for, cooked and plated with a side of fries. A massive explosion erupts, the classic manga move where the smoke clears and you just know the villain's still standing there, smug and untouched. Yeah, the mech just stands there like an absolute unit, no scratches on the paint, not a single hit landing. That's straight-up plot armor. MC finally clocks it. His fire was just a tiny snack for that thing, and it gulped it all down like a sponge sucking up water. Mommy's cackling at him, because this ancient magic is basically useless against her giant metal toy. MC realizes the surface is rigged to gulp down magic like a thirsty NPC, and he's gotta come up with a new plan, right now. He knows high-ranked magicians are totally helpless against this. Terrible news for everyone who isn't our MC. She finally fires off the million-dollar question, who are you, really? And you can practically see her clocking that main character energy in him for the first time. MC starts firing off facts about the Elysium Temple, who they were, what they did, and how they wrecked the whole world, and somehow that lore hits like pure riz. He calls them damn troublesome, which is just the polite cover for, you're annoying as hell, go touch grass. MC snapped at her to vanish, since she was causing a nuisance right by his child. Papa Bear mode went full power. She tries to lay out her insane master plan, but the MC steamrolls right over her, straight up legend mode, because there's zero time for yapping. He finally spills the truth. She's fueling that armor with a dead priest's spirit, and I'm telling you, that's low-tier necromancy at its worst. He's basically laying into her, talking like she's the one committing the evil plot, and then making it worse by disrespectfully explaining her own job to her like she doesn't even know it. Stare at her face, she's freaking out, because this random kid somehow knows every single thing in her search history, and the evil is right there, in full bloom. The MC drops his past life experience like a bombshell, and his bro's like, yeah, I've seen more sick people than a hospital intern at 3 a.m. Now she looks completely desperate, trying to figure out who this kid really is, because the tables have flipped on those boys. MC basically says, trying to control someone all the time is a total headache, like honestly, he's too cool for that nonsense. He breaks down how they turn that item into a permanent weapon, and it sounds exactly like a stolen cheat code from some old-school RPG. She's had it with the noise, she snaps, orders the Lord of Phantom to take him out, and the MC immediately summons the Bat Army. Bats are exploding out of the darkness, swarming the whole forest, pure chaos right now, and this is exactly the hype we live for. While the bats swarm and throw the mech off, MC stays locked in and gears up for his next move, straight-up pro-gamer brilliance. He slams in the power of the earth, and the moment he does, you just know the ground is ready to grab him back with these hands. Massive earth spikes blast up from the ground, but that mech's probably just going to bulldoze right past them like they're nothing but pebbles. The mech slices straight through the rocks like they're butter, and that armor's pure gigachad-level unstoppable strength. MC is hiding right now, and Mommy's patience is running out. She's pushing, demanding he wraps this up already. He crouches behind a tree like a full-on ninja while she keeps running her mouth, and Magician Boy stays hidden and low. The mech drags him out by ripping the forest apart, turning it into a brutal construction zone and leaving nothing standing. A massive explosion tore through the trees, blasting its effects across every squirrel and bird in the whole area. MC is sprinting, leaping, and teleporting around like he's playing Assassin's Creed on God mode. He barely dodges a swipe. This mech means business, and the MC can tell he's dancing on the edge of disaster. MC, all calm and dangerous in the dark, kept hunting for a way to crack that invincible shell. She's trapped inside her own robot, praising it as an invincible knight that can't be harmed by swords or spears. MC finally admits it. His Mistel blood drinks the mist before he can even so much as hack it, so yeah, it's his natural enemy. He finally clocks that he has to tear up the surface first, then his blood will get in the job done. All right, it's time for a wild, high-stakes move where the rewards are huge and the risk is even bigger. He jumps on summoning magic way earlier than anyone expected, and you can practically feel something unhinged coming. Quick shout-out to Iris, but today's call is for someone else. Sorry, waifu. He paints a magic circle on his hand with his own blood. This is straight-up hardcore ritual territory. He's calling up something soaked in his blood for 200 years. Yeah, the hype is actually real. It can be summoned too, and just thinking about the kind of legendary loot that's about to drop has me absolutely fired up. We cut straight into a hidden underground cave where the real treasures are stashed, like a secret dungeon straight out of a nightmare. Something is stirring awake, and that thump is so brutal you can feel it pounding through the screen. Look at that, an absolute legendary blade is just sitting there, begging its master to snatch it back and plunge it into the next fight. MC roars for his kin to step out the moment he summons them, and you can tell he's done holding back. Holy Sword Linkarl, this is straight-up peak cinema, guys, because the ultimate weapon has finally landed. The robot is still hunting for him, totally oblivious to the fact that he just yanked a legendary sword straight out of his hat. MC rockets past the mech like his boots are strapped to a turbo, leaving the NPCs staring in stunned disbelief. She clocks his sudden speed boost and realizes she just picked a fight with the wrong Magician Boy. Her face is absolute gold. Way too slow, MC slips behind the mech before the robot's brain can even register he exists. He raises the holy sword and drives it down, cleaving the invincible armor like a hot knife through wax. The mecha's arm literally rips off, and Mommy's face screams, "I totally messed this up," and honestly, we love to see it. MC blurts out that this old artifact, same rank as the defense, can punch right through, and Logic's magic fails again, like clockwork. The mech started screeching with nasty, glitchy noises, then its arm slammed into the dirt, and that's when it was done for, cooked for good. She leans in like, "So, how'd you pull it off?" And MC just shrugs, maybe it wore out over time, and the attitude hits so hard it's practically flying off the screen. He starts chopping off more pieces like he's tearing up a wreck, full-on demolition mode. The Lord of Phantom's eyes turn dead black, and with that, all that's left is a pile of overpriced scrap metal. It slams to the ground with a brutal thud. Game over, man, game over. Just look at how huge that thing is. MC absolutely wrecked it with that holy sword. Mommy's just standing there, totally helpless without her giant toy, like she's officially in full down bad mode. The MC snaps and says he hacked off the back arms just to kill the vampire's ray, because yeah, he's a total genius, even while a massacre rages all around him. He stares at the shattered pieces, and you can tell he's thinking, yeah, I might have gone a little too hard, because look, this thing is nothing but pieces. He still remembers his real job, just patrolling the highways, because apparently even that overachiever couldn't help making it a whole thing. Mommy crumples on the ground, utterly shattered and defeated, like she's one hug away from falling apart or one lawyer away from getting answers. He clamps the sword to her throat, no more tricks. It's time for the truth, and the real lore finally spills. He shoots a question about the traitorous sage, and the MC immediately suspects it's someone he knows better than anyone else. She looks absolutely terrified, yet in this angle, she somehow still pulls off that culture check vibe, like she's testing the world while freaking out. She fires back instantly, warning him not to mess with her, because that traitor is the one thing she can't stand. She snaps that it's filthy even to mention that guy from 200 years ago, and then the salt hits, and you can tell it's the real deal. Turns out that temple could have crushed the war, until one single guy showed up and totally threw everything off. Total betrayal vibes. She's straight up sobbing and cursing the traitor, holding that grudge like it's been burning for 2 whole centuries. The MC leans in and asks for the name, and the tension snaps so hard it's basically slicing the air like a holy sword. And she can barely force the words out. Pure hate claws at her, and she clenches her teeth like it's about to tear her apart. Lau Carmine, boom, there he is, the man, the legend, and the traitor himself. She cradles him as the truth hits, bam, and you can practically feel the whole story level up. MC doesn't even blink, he just says it, like he's been holding that "I knew it" moment in his fist since the absolute gigachat. Yo, what's up my fellow men of culture? Back with another banger, where the lore hits hard and the wafis hit harder. We kick things off with wild lore about the treacherous sage Lau Carmine, who apparently locked away some ancient items back in the day. Our MC is just kicking back, soaking up stories about his prodigy kids like he's binge-watching a highlight reel of his own legendary parenting. He starts grilling everyone with the intensity of a detective in a noir film, hunting down the truth of what the sage actually did. The suspense is real, boys, like, even if it's just some black box of text pretending it's deep and edgy. These ancient relics got completely shut down, and honestly, it feels like the whole server just got nerfed into the ground. The MC stares at this massive hunk of metal like it's some leftover junk from a fast food toy, then asks, wait, is this really the legendary Lord of Phantom? Look at this gigachad mecha suit. If I own one, I'd never have to hit the fridge again. This girl in the background looks absolutely crushed, like her blood pressure is about to blast through the roof. The MC finally shuts up, takes a breath, and gears up to flex some serious man of culture magic. He slams the missile blood down like he's the fearless lead singer of an edgy early 2000s rock band. Bro grabs the mecha and starts wrecking its systems with his bare hands, straight up IT wizard of a fantasy world, probably billing 50 gold an hour for that kind of magic. The anti-magic surface keeps blasting him away, like a girl at a convention swats off a hopeless simp. He spots a hollow pocket in his arm, like it's got a secret backdoor built in for his pro-gamer moves. He's hitting the hack again, yep, once more, and this is out cinema, so you better be locked in and taking notes. He finally smashes through the anti-hacking wall, because bro's Riz doesn't just work on people, it even fires up on inanimate objects. Look at those circuits, this isn't magic, it's a freaking Act 4090 motherboard. MC's feeling himself right now, grinning like he just stumbled on his dad's secret folder, no label but tax returns. He smashes through the first and second protective layers like they're soggy paper, and then boom, he's in the mainframe. Now we're scanning the inner magic area. Hang tight, because we're about to hit the juicy part, boys. He finally barrels right up to the armor's lock mechanism. All right, time to crack it open and see what's inside. He's dropping the pilot right now, and I'll pay you 10 bucks if you can guess whether it's packing a thick waifu. Do the command right now. This is the moment the whole plot finally snaps into chaos. Clack, then the hatch swings open, and the moment everyone's been waiting for finally slams into view. MC snatched the pilot out of the air with pure Chad reflexes, no simp vibes anywhere. It's definitely a girl, and the heat inside her is so intense she looks absolutely wrecked. Turns out they're straight up powering everything with Magic Guild members like living batteries. Honestly, that's next level villain energy. MC's picked up the whole picture, and the look on his face screams, I've got enough for a 3-hour video essay. It wasn't fully sealed anymore. Time had chewed it up, the way these things always break down when they're meant to. It takes a brutal chunk of life force to move, and honestly, that's exactly how I feel after a long gaming session. The MC slams the system into a 24-hour lockdown, so we can dodge any more robot chaos for the rest of today. That redhead mommy is back, and she's fuming hard, demanding to know exactly who this hooded chatterbox is. MC plays it cool, acting like some cryptic wanderer who's clearly stepped out of a totally different anime. He drops Lord of Nosferatu like it's a threat, and I swear the vibe is so razor-sharp I almost nicked myself. He's using that old name on purpose, because he knows she can't make out his face through that hood, 2-word IQ flex, and it's pure genius. She keeps blurting the name over and over, because the VTuber she worships turns out he's a 40-year-old man. She assumes he's just joking, but you don't play around with a man this refined and deeply cultured. That name screams heavy power behind it. Now look at her sweating. Hold up, so the tourist sage actually stole that name. Yeah, the comment section is about to explode. MC just stares at her dead serious, like she's an NPC with a totally broken dialogue tree, and honestly it screams, what is happening? He's like, bro, what is she even talking about? Turns out the Elysium Temple had 8 of these lords, like a full-on mech boy band, stacked to the max. She's amped to the max, fists clenched hard like she's one sentence away from blasting out a full-on power of friendship speech. She calls out Lord of Nosferatu, and the way she dares to do it is absolutely wild, like she has no fear at all, and MC finally clocks it. She's talking about his kids, Lyle and Ramilia, and suddenly he feels it. His own children are dragging his name through the mud. They slapped the mecha with his old life title, because apparently the family tree couldn't think of a single original idea. The MC just stands there, crushed, realizing he did mess around. He accidentally trained a full roster of world-class trolls. She's going on and on about how that temple would have ruled the world, if only those 2 never showed up, and yeah, that's pure copium talking. MC can't stop thinking, why'd they pick his asterisk name out of everyone? Did they really just miss their daddy? A sudden realization slams into him like a truck packed to the brim with waifu pillows. He digs up a memory from the past, and for a moment, the whole thing gets way deeper than it should. Us getting stabbed with a holy sword would leave me wrecked, straight up trauma, and yeah, that would definitely ruin my whole weekend too. Lyle was bawling for that invulnerable armor, begging for it because he couldn't stand the thought of his dad getting hurt, pure wholesome chaos in the best way. MC is letting out a heavy sigh over his kids, reckless behavior, but deep down, their hearts are clearly in the right place. He demands to know where the real Lord of Nosferatu is, betting he's hidden away in some garage, gathering dust. He's starting to see the whole thing like it's copy-pasted, straight-up predictable, like one of those dumb herring anime where the MC's so clueless it hurts. She's still ranting about justice like it's her personal mission. Someone please hand this girl a hobby already. Look at the fire in her eyes. She's got real passion, and man, if she wasn't the villain, I'd be down bad in a heartbeat. She's ranting about the world freezing in place, and it's the exact same speech every I'm the hero villain gives right before they unleash chaos. She's laughing like a maniac right now. Someone hand her a Snickers before she blows a fuse. MC is done for good. Give it a rest already, he snaps, with pure GigaChad swagger. He snaps, calling her a brat, then drags her king into the fire, making it crystal clear she's got no choice but to understand who's really in charge. He's got his kids in his claws like a full-on papa bear, so don't you dare talk smack about his bloodline. He tells her the temple hired the wrong people, basically the fantasy version of a skill issue. She bares her teeth and threatens to kill him, sure, but we all know she's basically an NPC now. She's about to pull a move that scorches her own life force, the ultimate one, and it's the one I'm about to lose. The MC refuses to play along and hurls a freezing net, instant shutdown, 0 reboots, no exceptions. He's standing there like it's nothing. No way in hell I'm lowering my guard around a yapper. His specialty is ice magic, and yeah, when he spots a beta male, it's like his heart turns colder than his spells. He clamps his hand over her mouth, silencing her just long enough. Finally, we get a little piece to soak in the view. Okay, look at the way they're handling the assets on her now that she's fully tied up. The vibe in this panel is strong, boys. Neil's bat familiar swoops in, true wingman energy for any Dark Lord. Lord, Princess Iris, and Odette are on their way quick. Wipe up this mess and pretend you're totally normal. He's sprinting off with the message about the captured magicians, like he's delivering doom through a fantasy realm. He realizes that summoning a holy sword might be way too loud for his low-key cover. He's really grinding through thoughts right now. You can practically hear the gears in his head click and churn. They whip up a cover story about some mysterious figure, then steamroll the villain, pure classic plot armor. He ditches the armor on the spot, bragging that he's got specialized gear stashed somewhere else, absolute flex. There are exactly 8 of these things, meaning we're sitting on a mountain of future content. The MC can't stop thinking, if these ever got used, how many people would have been wiped out, real talk. A mysterious ray strikes out without warning, right in the middle of the chaos, and honestly this is basically a fantasy Gundam, and I'm all in asterisk. The girls finally show up, and what they see is pure devastation. Then Iris latches onto him like her life depends on it, and yeah, she's absolutely down bad. They spot Dorothea crammed up and strapped down. Whoa, she looks exactly like a Christmas present wrapped in misery. The bats swoop off with the holy sword, hauling it away like a bunch of tiny, adorable little thieves. Iris squints in total confusion. Her face screams, "Oh no," because the plot is about to get messy fast. Dorothy is still down on the ground, gasping through it, but look at that pose. Absolute cinema boys. The girls are spinning this whole story about how they found everything. Nice lie, because I'm pretty sure nobody's buying it. Look at this adorable little mouse messenger. I'm begging you, I need a plushie of this guy ASAP. And just like that, he's gone, dashing like a blur little guy. The main crew is rolling in to investigate, so play it cool and act like we're not op. Odette's hunched over her notes, digging into the lords like it's her full-time job. Yeah, she's the one in the group who always does the homework. MC tells Iris, "Don't look at me," and keeps scrambling to protect his secret identity. He leans in and tells Odette the exact same thing. This guy is the master of hide-and-seek. They're all freaking out over what's going to happen to Dorothea, because it looks like she's stuck for ages in some tiny, claustrophobic room. Iris is dying to reward whoever caught her, and the worst part, she has no idea it's the guy she's got a crush on. The MC and the girls get handed a reward just for showing up. Like, seriously, talk about failing upwards. He shoved the holy sword under his bed at the inn, because if there's one place nobody's going to check, it's right there. He's still stuck on those Amacha suits, and man, they're giving him a full-blown headache. Turns out the thing can self-repair, basically mech-style immortality. He finally gets why his kids sealed them away in the first place. Nice call, Lyle. He's beaming with pride over Lyle and Remilia. Check out that wholesome smile from our Dark Lord. You're all my proud kids. Don't think for a second I'm crying. Okay, you're crying. He just wanted to pat their heads. Literally the best dad in manga history. No debate. But the real question hits harder. Where'd the armor they actually ditched go? Stay tuned, boys. Yo homies, buckle up. We're kicking things off with deep lore about ancient items and the Lord of Nosferatu, and the way that MC's dripping even while he's upside down is straight-up cinema. Just look at these waifus. Boys Iris and her friend are serving pure top-tier style, but they can't shake the nerves because something about Yuki has them worried. Yuki's over here murmuring sweet nothings into her ear. Meanwhile, he's spilling straight-up intel from Dorothea like a total pro. Boom, Prince Cain rolls up to the scene looking like an absolute gigachad, stepping in with full control the moment he arrives. Just look at the nerve on that man. He swings that cape on and struts into the forest like he's the king of it. Wait, who's this instructor? Because Demmer is totally rocking that uniform, and I already know exactly what you guys are staring at. Mommy, sorry, Mommy, and honestly, whoever drew this absolutely nailed the angle. She's got the ultimate assets. Cain turns out to be a genuine nice guy, grinning as he thanks Demeter for all her hard work, even while he still looks every inch like a legit B-rank magician. Demeter totally steps up as a bro, handing all the credit to Princess Iris and the squad for their fearless moves. Cain leans in and gives the girls a proud head pat, praising their hard work like a real king. Yuki finally blurts out who he is. Yeah, he's the Baron's second son, acting like some random NPC, even though we both know he's the real main character. Cain's buzzing with excitement for Iris's escort night, while Yuki just stands there like, yep, that's me, nothing to see here. Iris is straight-up fangirling Yuki, gushing to her brother about how proud she is of him, and honestly her hype is through the roof. Cain fires back at the other NPCs who tried to steal the credit, roasting them hard and insisting that Yuki and the girls are way more valuable because they're dead-on accurate. The prince suddenly goes generous and promises to reward them under the second prince's name. Like, bro, that's a straight-up massive W. They uncovered an ancient relic, and Cain's finally clocking how dangerously close they were to losing it to Dorothy, with accomplices right there in the shadows. He turns to them and asks what they want as a reward, and I'll bet you $10 you can't guess what this ordinary MC asks for. Iris and Odette were absolute sweethearts, insisting they wanted nothing at all, and pushing Kane to just reward Yuki instead. And he's made it crystal clear, Yuki isn't some simp. He insists the win belongs to all three of them, and he refuses to hog the credit. Kane's stunned and he pushes Yuki again, straight up asking what he really wants, while you can practically watch the gears spin in our boy's head. This guy boldly asks for maps, like sure, you could have demanded a harem or a mountain of gold, but nah, you choose plain old paper. Kane is totally baffled, but Yuki tells him straight, seeing that massive mecha made him want to dig deeper into the Eight Kings' War. He's playing humble, acting like he just wants to remind himself how lucky they are, yet we all know he's already got a secret master plan cooking. Kane swallows the Lihuk hook, line, and sinker, and straight up agrees to the request from his trainee, Yuki. He hands him the keys to the Magic Guild's archives, basically an MC-sized cheat code that unlocks the world's lore. Yuki drops the act on the spot, because it's all a lie and the truth hits hard. He's really hunting for Fear of Village. By stacking the old map against the new one, he's about to pinpoint the exact spot where that hidden village is lurking. He's convinced Lyle and Ramilia slipped him something spicy to hunt down. And that item's name is basically a trail of breadcrumbs Yuki's already piecing together where they stashed the Lord of Nosferatu. This is the final one of the 8 prizes, snatched from the Elysium Temple, and you can feel things tipping into full-on crisis. Look at this Chad perched on a castle, while the Lord of Nosferatu is right in Fear of Village, and the whole scene feels like pure blockbuster cinema. That castle is the MC's old stomping ground from his past life, so yeah, he's basically sliding right back into his childhood crib. With the forest job wrapped up, they snatched Dorothea, and now the squad is blazing out, carrying some delicious intel. Kane and the top-tier magicians grab the cleanup duty, while the MC sprints straight into the next big plot point. Yuki is already plotting his next strike, itching to follow in the legend's footsteps. The Magic Guild snatched the Lord of Phantom, and honestly, it's like a giant fantasy Gundam straight out of a nightmare. They've got Dorothea chained up in man, and even behind bars she looks absolutely wrecked. Then she cracks and spills the beans on 3 more lords. They check the Elysium Temple, still up and running, which basically spells out non-stop new villains for our boy to smash later. Plot twist: Dorothea ended her own life right after the interrogation, like she was locked in and fully committed to the cause. Her final testimony hits like a gut punch. She claims a young-looking opponent, yet somehow ancient, crushed her, and now the guild is left utterly baffled. Yuki snapped the traitorous sage's name like a warning in front of his kids, then clapped her with a vicious twist, and that lore drop hits like a truck. Kane's convinced it's nothing but fake news meant to trip them up, because he just can't accept that Yuki is out here living like a full-on gigachad. And bro's freaking out, realizing these ancient lords aren't just scary, they're seriously dangerous. Let's jump back a few days, because they're gearing up for a giant experiment in the middle of an arena. They're about to try to wake up the Lord of Phantom, and if you ask me, that's basically setting a disaster on the stove. Kane's pulling the strings, but a bunch of old geezers are hovering over his every move, like they're judging his next breath. Demeter, our pilot girl, is chugging a magic potion to jack up her stats. Look at that laser-level focus. She's scrambling into the mecha, and the vibe in this panel hits like a lightning bolt. Seriously, thank you, artist. This mecha is pure nightmare fuel for magicians. It shrugs off magic like it's nothing, then blasts life force straight out of them and drinks the rays up like it's hungry. Demeter slams shut, and that giant robot starts clanking like it's about to wake up and crush everything. The activation sequence kicks off, and Demeter's eyes lock in like she's about to step straight into the Matrix. Those eyes flare crimson, it's alive, and trust me, this is where the real fun ignites. The crowd is going absolutely feral, because the legendary ancient item is finally moving for real. Elder Zamer is being a straight-up hater, sneering that the experiment is premature, even while it's working flawlessly. Kane fires back hard, roasting him. Zamer only signed up because he couldn't resist seeing it with his own eyes, what its son holds dear. The mages begin blasting out brutal incantations, blasting the mecha's defenses to see if it can hold. They fire a burning meteor straight at it, something that would turn any NPC into ash in seconds. Kane frets that Demeter can pull this off with just one arm, but right now, he's about to witness the kind of power that shuts him up. Demeter just decks the meteor, like it's nothing, no sweat, no stress. Boom, and explosion tears the sky apart, but the Lord of Phantom stays standing, unshaken. It's totally unharmed, and the whole crowd is freaking out, stunned by the sheer, unstoppable power of that armor. Kane is freaking out, bombarding Demeter with panicked questions. Are you okay? Did that hit hurt you anywhere? She swore she felt nothing at all, because that anti-magic shell erased the attack before it ever even grazed her. Zamer's eyes flare with pure greed. He's already plotting to steal and recreate that tech for himself, straight-up classic villain behavior. Kane's got the read on it. The old man isn't just dabbling, he's a magician through and through, always clawing after power that could get someone killed. They keep blasting it with earth magic, and that mecha just keeps shrugging it off, deflecting every single hit like it owns the battlefield. They're freaking out about protecting the secret, but Kane drops the truth. High-rank magicians can be here. Kane brings up Yuki again, and the moment he says it, you can feel it. Yuki gives off a weird, impossible-to-read vibe that Kane can't shake. He still remembers Yuki clapping a C-rank magician to pieces in a duel, and not even once caring about the reward Dorothea was supposed to get. Zamer tries to buy him off, claiming he's just some illegitimate kid, but Kane smirks, because he can tell this kid is built different. Kane snaps, says they've had enough, and lunges to shut the experiment down for the day. But Zamer isn't finished. He slams the brakes and stops Kane cold, because he needs to see what happens next. He's itching to test the offensive power, so he even offers up his own golem as a living punching bag. That old man is losing his mind. He's yanking out magic crystals and kicking off a summon for something absolutely huge. He calls his servant over with wild, unhinged eyes, like he's already done for. This dude is absolutely cooked. Kane is screaming at him to stop, but Zamer's so deep in his own hype that nothing can pull him back. He's sweating because there's no telling if Demeter can survive whatever this old geezer is about to summon. Zamer is determined to prove his golem is the strongest, and you can practically see the madness burning in his eyes. A hulking rock golem crashes onto the scene, looking like an absolute wrecking ball just itching to smash metal to bits. It screams out a savage roar, so loud it probably rattles the whole arena. It snaps its attention to the Lord of Phantom, and you can practically feel the chaos about to explode. The golem barrels in like a raging beast, and Demeter's caught completely off guard. Kane is shrieking for Zamer to let her run, but Zamer rips in a hard order, stay right there and fight. Demeter's wheezing and barely holding on, because the cockpit pressure is skyrocketing into pure nightmare. Look at her eyes, boys, she's completely losing control. And that angle, yeah, the artist is 100% a man of culture. She's grinning like a maniac, practically purring that this impulse is calling her in, right before she snaps and goes full berserk. Yo homies, we're back with another recap that hits like a truck. Demeter's up first, and yeah, she might be draining, but she's still straight up looking like a full-course snack. The squad's laying down the law, no mercy at all, and you just know the MC is about to snap and go completely off the rails. Check out this absolute beast of a robot, absolutely wrecking this rock golem NPC. That robot is throwing hands like an absolute gigachad, straight up, no cap. With one brutal smash, that golem is officially toast. The dust finally clears, and right there, our MC and Zamer, this old geezer, stare down the wreckage like they've seen it all. Zamer is over here cackling like a total maniac because his science project finally worked, but then you turn and see Demeter in the back, wiped out, utterly exhausted. MC lunges to stop the experiment, but the old man is completely lost in the ancient tech, staring at it like it's the only thing that matters. Our MC's had it. He drags that old man so hard for blowing his top, roasting him like a total beta. Look at that energy blast, absolute cinema, man. MC stays locked in and loudly calls the old man out for being a straight-up simp for power. Finally, the old man snaps to it. He'd been tripping, and he throws in the towel, calling the experiment quits. Demeter crumples under the strain, and yeah, I know exactly what you're all staring at. Those assets are top tier. She's running on empty, and she snaps that this ancient tech wasn't built for regular humans to touch. She feels tiny after that giant metal beast throws her around. Then she blurts, "Mommy, I'm sorry. Wait, Mommy." This Lord Robot is a legendary ancient relic, so loaded with riz that one kingdom can't possibly handle it. MC instantly realizes they've stumbled onto something that's deeply, dangerously out of control. Seeing it in this imperfect state makes the future feel downright terrifying. We get a flashback of a hooded Chad from back then. He used to wipe out these things with zero effort. They decide to lock this metal monster up like a forbidden secret boss. Zamer's pushing to be the one in charge, because you know he's probably hunting down the WIFU mode button. Just look at those waifus in the back. They're staring daggers at this old man for pulling off that insanely bold move. They decide to swap their research. hoping they'll someday build their very own mecha-wiffus. The MC hits him with the stare down and forces a chilling promise, never to use it again, unless another lord comes charging. MC plops back at his desk, staring at the list like it's a treasure map. Who's he adding to the harem next? He can't stop asking, where are the other lords hiding out in this world? We spot a crew of shadowy high-level bosses, and I swear, their plot armor is so thick it could stop an explosion. Bro's craving a personal ancient artifact for himself, like he can't get enough upgrades, so down bad it's actually wild. Alright, it's library time, and trust me, the librarian's an absolute certified baddie. MC rolls in with Iris and Odette, boom, the ultimate cultured dream team. He's hunting down his lost village, Fira, because 200 years of non-stop wars have smashed the world so hard that the map doesn't look anything like it used to. And he's even got Bat Messenger service on speed dial. Bro's vampire Riz is straight up elite. This waifu starts gushing about the village where the Lord lives, and she's straight up sucking the legend dry with non-stop praise. Look at her goofy face, she's in full-on bliss, like nothing can touch her mood. They dig up dusty maps from 150 years ago and start hunting for the exact location. Odette's feeling cocky, thinking this'll be a walk in the park, because the MC has past life memories to guide them. And there they are, MC and Iris, just standing there in dead silence, like they've been copy-pasted into the world as blank NPCs. Turns out our MC used to be a full-on shut-in in his past life, so stuck in his village that he barely left even once. Flashback to him as the guardian god. Sounds heroic, right? But it turns out he was basically a basement dweller. Odette steps up and tells them, just start, use whatever you can remember right now. MC remembers roaming around 350 years ago, basically strutting around like the biggest edgelord alive. Then it hits him, he remembers the inland sea he spotted while heading north. He starts sketching the mountains and the city he just tore through. He even remembers those Elysium Temple guys rolling in from the east. The squad huddles up, and when they finally peer down from the top, the view is straight up incredible. He slaps the map one more time and nails the exact location in his sights. A tiny country in the northeast is the prize everyone's chasing. And then boom, they actually found it, absolute cinema. The library quality here is straight up legendary. It's a 5-day ride on horseback, but because it's right near the border, danger is always lurking. They have to slip through incognito, or the haters on the road will jump them the second they're spotted. He's determined to march back to the village that once bowed to him, because now he's the Lord of Nosferatu, and honestly, that's a Chad-level name. MC is gearing up to take a refreshing ride straight back through his memories. But 200 years is forever, and the world didn't just wait, it sprinted ahead without them. The world map got absolutely wrecked by the last round of wars. A brand new military superpower just stomped onto the scene, the Goyal Empire, and trust me, they look like trouble with boots on. MC grabs Iris's attention and tells her the truth. She's staying back because she's a princess, and the risk is too dangerous to touch. She's completely slumped, like her whole world just caved in. She's so down bad she actually went with him. A princess vanishing for 10 days is basically unthinkable. No kingdom could stay calm. The MC tells her to stop for now, then promises he'll spin the stories for her later. She corners him into a promise, and when she clings to him like that, it's ridiculously adorable. She breaks down, sobbing that in their last life he died first and left her stranded, and it lands like a devastating emotional critical hit. MC reaches out, gives her the legendary head pats, and boom, calm hits every single time. But before anything else, they had exams crashing onto their schedule, and they had to show up for every single one. And he's got to shove that holy sword back into the dungeon. Talk about a power move. He's about to demand a vacation as his prize for nabbing that villain earlier. Iris is pouting with those legs on full display, and the artists clearly knew exactly what they were doing. She's already daydreaming about a honeymoon wedding. This girl is basically speedrunning the whole relationship. Odette went straight to the guards and asked for the go-ahead to dive into the dungeon as her prize, pure Chadette energy. She'll be a C-rank magician in no time if she keeps this up. She shoots the MC a heartfelt thank you, and that smile feels like armor, like it's saving my soul in real time. Even Iris is convinced she's insanely cool. The MC knows she'll unleash her power for good, unlike those other simps in this world who clearly don't get it. They hatch a plan to drag her all the way to the top of the Magic Guild, because once she's in, she'll be their perfect inside woman. She clocks their scheme and erupts in shouting, like she's got trouble-seeking ears that never miss. And then her cheeks instantly light up the moment they start showering her with compliments, pure sundeer energy. They finally shove the maps back into the librarian waifu's hands and slam everything shut. All right, time to hit the road and gear up, because the next move is coming fast. Det leans in and tells Yuki she's thrilled, because to her, he's not just a god, he's a dearest friend. Even if they vanish from the world, they'll stay locked in her heart as forever besties. She looks him in the eye and says, "Don't you dare forget that. Look at these two, the chemistry between them is absolutely insane." MC's cheeks burn and he ducks into his hood like he's trying to vanish. Honestly, that's a straight-up beta move. He swears loud and clear that he'll never forget her, not as long as he's still breathing. They burst into laughter beneath the sunset, and honestly, this is peak fiction, no question. At the mansion, he's immediately met by the maid waifus, Martha and Ramai. Rima barrels through the halls like a tiny little menace. Yeah, she's a terror, but honestly, she's too cute to complain. A letter is waiting for him at the Magic Guild, because the exam news is finally here. It's a head-to-head dash through the dungeon in pairs, where the only prize is being the fastest. And yeah, of course, he's in Paris, while Odette's stuck tagging along with some random NPC. The dungeon reeks of dead priests, and honestly, what better place to pull off a first date? The maids are already tearing into the cooking, sizzling and bustling nonstop to get ready for the journey. He's loading up his bat familiars and stacking pre-made blood potions before he even sets off. He stared at the papers one last time, heart pounding as he pictured his friends and the future waiting right around the corner. Dinner on the table, and for our overpowered MC, life finally hits its peak. Yo, what is up, my cultured kings? Today we're jumping right back into the life of our immortal Gigachad Yuki, and the plot is thickening like crazy, faster than you can blink. We kick things off with a flashback to when he was still a tiny little sprout, and even then he was out here moving like a straight-up main character. Even as a kid, Yuki was out there standing between his maid, Martha, and vicious wild dogs like an absolute unit. While other kids were busy crying for mommy, this guy was already gearing up to fight nature itself. He still gets scratched, but look at him. He's grinning while Martha's spiraling, screaming like she's losing control. Honestly, he's been like this since day one. Yeah, I'm him, even before he had his past life memories back. Watching Martha break down absolutely wrecked him, so right then and there he swore he'd never let her get hurt like that again. Yeah, that's early game Riz energy, boys. Fast forward to right now, and while Yuki slides breakfast onto the table, she drops the ultimate bombshell. She's like, "Hey, quick thing, I was a legendary immortal magician in my past life, and yeah, I kept all my cheats." And seriously, can we pause and appreciate Martha for a second? Look at that maid. She's top-tier mommy material, and I'm not taking debate. She's just standing there with the honey like it's business as usual on any normal Tuesday. This girl's loyalty is unreal. She doesn't even blink. She's the first to officially swear her life to the Yuki Grosty Empire, and it's absolute cinema, because this queen spots a winner the second it shows up. Oh, this camera angle is totally for the men of culture, straight up serving us a glimpse of that outfit. And yeah, I get exactly why you're staring, no complaints. Yuki can't believe she's handling this as smoothly as she is, but Martha, she's built different. She's watched his insane magic plenty of times, so she knows full well her master is basically a walking cheat code. He admits that because he's immortal, sooner or later he'll have to fake his own death and vanish, so the NPCs don't start clocking that he never ages. Yep, being a Chad like that is pure loneliness, but somebody has to play the part. Martha starts drizzling that syrup on the pancakes, swears it's a loyalty test, and basically dares everyone to answer. Are you invited to the secret immortal club, or are you about to get left in the dust? She's dead set on burning it all just to stay right by his side. So tell me, if you've never had a girl this ride or die for you, are you even really winning at life? Yuki, the wholesome bro he is, asks about her mother because he refuses to mess up her family life, while Remy, our tiny elf girl, hovers in the background, scrambling to keep up with every word. But Martha flips the whole game with an Uno reverse card, right in the form of a letter from her mom. The twist, her mom is healed up and ready to return to the mansion, which means Martha is finally free to chase her man. Yuki goes full hype, slams the table, and then just look at that smile, pure culture, actually caring about his team like he means it. You can't not love this. Martha's blushing so hard it's unreal. She's absolutely swooning over this man's kindness, and there's no way she's thinking this is just about cleaning duties. She puts on this serious, troubled act, but come on, we all know she's secretly thrilled she's off the hook and doesn't have to pick between her mom and her master. Rima's tucked in the back, whipping up tea with all her might like she's the rarest, low-key NPC treasure in the world, because if she spills it, I'm taking her down. I'll pay you $10 she doesn't. An awkward silence crashes over them while they wait, because Yuki just realized he asked a girl to disappear into hiding with him forever. He tells her to take a seat because the Lord Dump is about to drag on, and you better grab your popcorn, boys, because the backstory is where the real fire starts. Yuki fessed up that he was totally ready to ghost the moment he caught that guy, because his secret identity was already out in the open. He brings up his brother Zero's and says he's keeping the secret safe, and honestly, that's a full-blown Chad move from a sibling. Most brothers in these stories are just haters, but Zero's, he's the real one. Turns out Zero's is the reason Martha's mom got her job back too. So yeah, the Grossedia brothers are basically carrying the whole family on their backs. Martha's out here praising Zero's like they're trophies for being such a sweetheart, and Yuki's just shrugging like, yeah, he's fine. Now don't go getting jealous, Master Yuki. Then it hits the real question. How many years does she have left before he stops looking like a normal human? She's itching to know the exact moment he'll finally stop growing and vanish into the shadows for good. Yuki grins and says he's got a baby face, so he'll probably pass as a teenager until his mid-20s, meaning they've got around 10 whole years of normal life. Martha's already mapping out her whole future, like those 10 years are her blueprint. Yuki is completely baffled, but Martha isn't hearing a single complaint. She's already locked in her decision, and now Yuki's stuck tagging along for the ride. Now she locks eyes with him again, full-on serious, the kind that used to send chills down his spine as a kid. If a woman stares at you like that, you don't argue, you just say, "Yes, ma'am," and keep moving. She's practically yelling, "I'm never leaving," and real talk, that fire in her voice is insanely admirable. Yuki realized he can't beat her stubborn streak, so he just lets out a heavy sigh and accepts his fate. He even planned to throw money at the situation so they could live normal, but she's not after normal at all. She's chasing adventure. Rima finally barges in with the tea, marching like she's lugging a live bomb, and she just wipes it out everywhere. Yeah, I called it. She's a complete klutz, but she's really trying okay. Yuki pats her head like it's his royal duty, and Martha can't stop smiling, because the whole squad is still together. Martha's officially all in. She's tailing Yuki wherever she goes, chasing her to the ends of the earth, and she even strikes a tiny pose like, "Yeah, I'm not backing down." Yuki's just standing there like, why are they being so extra with these poses? But honestly, it's just the culture slipping through. She swears her loyalty will never be beaten, not by anyone from his past life, not even the ghosts haunting this place, and honestly, that kind of dedication is next level. Ramai finally gets the message. Now it's official, they're a package deal, and you don't get to save one without the rest. Yuki is totally drained from all that emotional chaos, but deep down, he's still relieved, because he's not alone. He starts plotting how to make Martha immortal too, digging up ancient relics to pull it off, because bro's practically built from immortals, and he's playing the long game. Martha's face lights up with pure relief. She finally found the place she's meant to be. Then she snaps right back into full mommy mode and tells me she needs to wash Yuki's hair. Yeah, I totally see where this is headed, and I'm fully on board. Ramai blurts that the bathwater's boiling like a pot about to explode, and yeah, it sounds totally dangerous, but magic users just live by a different set of rules. Alright, switching to our other waifu, Odette, because she's absolutely fuming right now. Her dad just sent her a letter, and it's straight up trash. That old man is straight up holding her hostage, beat the clock and become a C-rank magician in a year, or watch her get shoved into some arranged marriage. Like the audacity of that NPC is unreal. He's terrified their family will get left in the dust by another duchy, so he's turning his own daughter into a political chess piece. And yeah, this dude is definitely not a Chad. And just like that, he shoves the deadline up by 6 whole months. Yeah, it's basically game over if you're not already panicking. Odette is under pressure that could melt steel right now. She's slumped on her sofa, looking absolutely crushed, and I swear, I'd pull her into a hug right now, because she deserves a way better dad than one who treats her like some kind of deal. She misses her grandma like crazy, because yeah, she wasn't just any elder, she was a straight-up cool magician, and honestly, it's always the grandparents who end up being the real legends in these stories. Odette realizes she can't possibly hit C rank in just 6 months on her own. Sure, she's gifted, but that kind of grind is straight up insane. She debates whether to ask Yuki for help, knowing he's secretly a god, and she refuses to risk blowing his cover, because that's exactly what a true friend does. But just look at that shot. Those animators absolutely nailed it with this frame. Tomorrow's the big Magic Guild exam, and she's spiraling, especially because her partner is making everything feel 10 times harder. She's suddenly stuck teaming up with this girl named Therese, someone she's never even heard of, and honestly, I'm praying she's not a complete beginner. Det knows she either crushes this exam, or they're going to slap her onto some random noble like a piece of cargo. The exam day finally hits, landing the boys in a place called Elysian, a monstrous underground crater, and that's when they're torn away from the men. All the trainees huddle together, Yuki and the princess right among them, and every single face looks on edge, except for our boy, who's just sitting there, completely unbothered. A bunch of the other students are gone now, pulled away by that dead priest incident from earlier, and behind them, the whole place is slowly turning dark. Yuki scans the crowd and locks onto Odette. She looks razor-sharp, but you can tell the worry is eating at her. Then the instructors finally roll in, straight out of a high-level NPC starter pack, and they waste no time, breaking down the rules of this dungeon crawl like it's life or death. Everyone grabs a map and gets shoved onto a different route, because this is where navigation skills get tested and survival gets real. The instructors basically go, yeah, there are monsters, but if you can't deal with them, you're toast. And somehow, they still manage to sound weirdly supportive while they say it. They hand them these armbands to call for help, but using them will crush their grades. Basically the ultimate don't do it button. I swear, it's a beta button in the harshest form. 10 minutes left, air turns sharp with pressure, and it's so thick you could slice it clean with a holy blade. They shove the warning in their faces. Don't ignore that massive crack, because it drops straight into the third layer. Fall through it, and you'll be meeting your maker way sooner than you ever planned. Princess Iris starts to shiver, and Yuki can't ignore it anymore. She's been acting weird for days, and now something's really off. Her skin prickles the second he's near. So tell me, is it fear, or is that legendary Riz finally kicking in? When they're alone, she tells Yuki to call her Alice, and oh boy, you can practically hear the desperate energy crackle. Yep, the princess has officially staked her claim in the harem. The other trainees huddle and whisper about them, calling him a gallant knight and her his princess, because at this academy, they're basically the ultimate power couple. Odette's partner, the rest of them, looks like a shy little cinnamon roll, and honestly, I'm praying they don't trip over some random rock and wreck everything. The crystals start to glow and the countdown hits. Now it's go time. The race explodes into motion, and everyone is sprinting like their lives are on the line. But look at Yuki, he doesn't even sprint. He extends his hand to Alice like a total gentleman, the kind of Chad behavior that's pure peak. They're straight up strolling through the dungeon like it's a date night, while everyone else is drenched in sweat and fighting for their lives, pure peak cinema. The other students are freaking out watching them, so why won't they snap? Because they're the main characters and you're just the NPCs. Yuki fires his bat familiars ahead to sniff out danger, and while everyone else is just running around, he's out here playing 4D chess. Once they're finally alone, Yuki drops the truth. This exam isn't about the grade at all, it's a cover for a secret mission. He yanks out a holy sword, replica his craftswoman made to look perfectly real, only to reveal it's a fake. He tells them the original sword is tied to his past life, so there's no way he's letting the Magic Guild lay their hands on it. So he's going to stash that fake sword somewhere nobody can ever reach, just to mess with the history books. He pricks himself and slips a bit of his blood into the replica, bathing it in a magical aura, so the investigators won't just see a fake, they'll feel like it's the real deal. They track down where the original is locked away and set up the swap like a live heist. This is top-tier deception. He drives the fake sword into the rock, and it sinks in like it was made for it. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he was the real King Arthur. He slams an ancient sealing spell into place, sealing it tight, so the moment anyone tries to yank it out, they're in for a brutal, bad-time disaster. Yuki finally lets out a breath. His secrets are locked down tight now, and only he and Alice can uncover what's buried in here. But then it hits them. If someone finally manages to yank it out and discovers it's a fake, they're gonna be completely blindsided and lost. So Yuki's plan is wild. Just pin it on the Elysian temple. And bro, he's a menace. Honestly, blaming the church is the oldest hustle ever. Yo homies, we're back, and Yuki's out here living every cultured man's dream, strolling through a dark cave like it's nothing while casually carrying a princess. She's clinging to him with everything she's got, like if he slips, it's over. And with that kind of riz, I'd be hanging on too. He's hustling just to stay on the exam route, but honestly, he's walking through a full-on guided tour of his own harem like it's nothing. They smash into a massive crack in the ground, and it shoots straight to the third layer, but the MC just grumbles because it's a giant detour. But wait, she clocks a chance to get even closer and urges them to fly right across, and boom, we get peak cinema with that back hug. Look at her smile. She's 100% head over heels for our guy. Yuki just casually hops off the ledge like an absolute Chad, not even a drop of sweat, while still hauling all that extra weight. They're cutting down the time with this shortcut, but Yuki can't help spiraling, wondering how the rest of the crew is even holding up. He's locked in on Odette because even a G-Jegachad like him knows a waif who can't handle everything alone. He yells for his bat familiars, Dyke and Nell, demanding a full status report on what's lurking around them. The trainees are stuck with little progress, so Yuki snaps and gives his bats a quick blood buff to light a fire under their training. Meanwhile, Odette looks absolutely stunning, but the more she studies the route, the more she realizes something is seriously off. Way too many monsters keep spilling out for some simple exam, and she can't shake the feeling that someone's guiding them straight into a trap. Look at these weak mobs scrambling to jump her. They really think they've got a shot against those powerhouses. She suddenly realizes they're right on the edge of the second layer, basically a death trap for anyone who isn't a top-tier mage. This place is a monster magnet. Throw even a hint of flashy magic, and they'll swarm in waves, turning trainee life into a straight-up nightmare. Odette grabs Therese and begs him to double-check the map, praying they didn't just take a wrong turn. Then things turn weird. Reese starts acting like a total NPC, blurting out Lady Odette nonstop. The air turns colder than my ex's heart as Odette stares at her friend, utterly lost and baffled. Reese's hands start trembling, and she blurts that they should quit trying and call for help, right now. She keeps begging her to stop, even though there's still a ton of time left on the clock. And here comes the betrayal. Boys, plot twist right in your face. The Magic Guild isn't neutral at all, and they handed out a fake map just to lure everyone off the real trail. She intentionally baited Odette into this deadly haul, and the sheer nerve of pulling that move is straight up unthinkable. Odette is absolutely done for. She can't even process that her own partner would betray her like this. Odette's dad is a total pushover. He's trying to shove her into a political marriage because his family's losing ground fast. That old man is so hungry for status, he'll gladly wreck his own daughter's career. Therese sobs like a total simp, insisting she had no choice because she's powerless to defy the upper aristocracy. Odette finally clocks it. Her own father tampered with the map just to set her up to fail. He even squeezed her deadline to become a C-rank magician, just so he could shove her straight into that marriage. Their calm makes her feel like she should quit, because they're convinced the duchy will keep pressuring her until they finally get what they came for. But Odette isn't some pathetic side character. She's got main heroine energy ramping up fast, like the story's about to revolve around her. She turns around and heads back to the beginning solo, with nothing but guts and no real map to guide her. Therese is snapping and calling it reckless, but Odette finally snaps back. She's had enough of this cap. She swears she'll trust her own memory, and backs it up by flexing that high IQ brain to prove she's got every other top-tier trait too. She remembers every wild mess Yuki has clawed his way through, and now she swears she won't be the one to let him down. If she quits now, she can already see her guardian deity snickering at her, and she's way too down bad to let that humiliation happen. Suddenly, she hears a sharp squeak, and something nudges her out of nowhere, leaving her totally blindsided. It's one of Yuki's familiars, rune blazing on its wing, and the second she sees it, she knows the Gigachad sent it straight to hunt her down. That tiny bat's out here acting like the ultimate bro, cracking, "Hey, do you know how to get back?" She shoots a grateful smile to the bat for the guidance, and meanwhile Therese just stands there, stuck like a background extra. Therese tries one final time to break her resolve, whispering that even inside the Magic Guild, enemies of the duchy are lurking. But Odette can't stop thinking about Yuki's past life as a legendary sage, and the unbreakable resolve that made him who he is. She's convinced magic is supposed to bring people joy, and she's not about to let some political marriage mess up her vibe. For one terrifying second, the scene plunges into darkness as the tension snaps and boils over. Out of nowhere, Therese whips her arm across the air and detonates a surprise attack. She slaps in a flash bomb, and I swear, this girl has zero riz, she's playing so dirty. A colossal blast of light erupts inside the cave, detonating brightness so hard it leaves everyone nearby momentarily blinded. Odette stumbles through the dark, totally freaking out, trying to figure out what the hell just went down. The explosion erupts, and the cave crashes down in seconds, sealing the passage shut and leaving them trapped inside. Rocks are raining from every direction, and it's looking brutally over for our girl. The daring reveal finally drops. She declares her last trap is set, and with the racket they've made, the monsters are coming for sure. Odette recoils in disgust. Could that so-called friend really sink this low just to sabotage her? Reese keeps blurting out apologies, while basically throwing her own words straight under the bus, pure peak snake behavior. The passage is jammed shut, and the roar of a whole horde pounds through the cave like thunder. Look at this pack of monsters barreling in, totally ravenous, and somehow Odette's the only thing on the menu. Reese is still down there on the ground, pleading for someone to call for help, but Odette refuses to give up. She's checking her magic reserves, praying she's got enough fuel left to pull off one final, last-ditch stand. She snaps up a shield, yells that she's not backing down, and you can practically feel that unbreakable resolve radiating off her. Then the bat familiar swoops in, Nell steps up, gets ready to prove to everyone why you do not mess with Yuki's pets. The bat fires up with a scorching meteor chant, and you can practically feel the chaos heating up. A giant, swirling blaze begins to roar into existence, and you can practically hear the animation budget exploding. Det just stands there, frozen in shock, as the cave suddenly erupts into pure destruction, lighting up everything. That fire magic rips through the room so hard it turns the whole place into a blazing furnace. Everything's scorching and crackling as the monster horde gets wiped out completely. This attack is straight up insane. It's like a tactical nuke detonated in a basement. Flames rip through the hallway and wipe it clean, leaving the monsters with nothing but smoking ashes and crushing regret. Holy, watch that wolf get vaporized in midair like it never stood a chance. That's straight up cinema, boys. The last embers died down, and the danger was finally wiped out for good. Det stands alone amid a room of ashes, staring at the wreckage and asking how a tiny bat could have packed that much power. She instantly recognizes it as intermediatrank magic, something only the very top-tier mages are even capable of casting. She realizes Yuki's familiars are just as wrecked as he is, and at this point, that outcome feels almost inevitable. Speak of the devil, just like that, the MC finally shows up, still hauling the princess on his back like she weighs nothing at all. He shrugs and casually asks what happened, like his bat didn't just commit a full-on war crime in the next room. The princess takes in every detail, and the moment she spots the traitor, her smile vanishes, ice cold. Det looks wiped out, but she can't help smiling, because the GigaChat finally showed up and saved the day. The princess can't believe it. This kind of corruption is happening in plain sight, right under the Magic Guild's nose. Reyes crashes to her knees and starts groveling, begging the princess for forgiveness. She swears she can't spill a single detail, or the duchy will come down and wipe out her family. It's honestly heartbreaking. She's reduced to tears after trying to trap someone in debt, and now she can't hold it together. The princess snaps no to the whole situation and commands a full investigation, starting under her name. She leans in and asks Odette if she can handle the way her father's name is about to get torn apart in court. Odette drops into a bow, tells them to go ahead and do what she wants, and just like that, she cuts the cord with her toxic family for good. But then her legs start to buckle as the adrenaline finally drains out of her. She slams into the ground with a hard thud, and the MC bolts over to check on his prized top-tier waifu. She lets out a laugh at herself, pathetic, shaking, like she's still stuck trembling even though it's all already over. She stares at Yuki with those "I'm seeing it through you" eyes and trembling, thanks him for racing in to rescue her. Yuki, the MC that he is, tries to steal the spotlight's attention by handing all the praise straight to the princess. The princess starts crying and begs for just a little more, like, "Please spoil me just a bit longer," and honestly, I get it. Yuki blurts out that he only unleashed the bats because the princess was being selfish. She just wanted to scout the place first. He tells Odette, "Don't thank me," even though he's basically acting like he didn't just save her entire future. Odette bursts into uncontrollable laughter at just how absurd these two are. The princess looks totally lost for a second, but you can tell she's just over the moon that everything's finally back to normal. Odette suddenly gets it. These two don't care about status or looks at all. They're just pure souls. She snaps at her father, calling him stupid for obsessing over a political marriage, because the real power is right here, and it's terrifying. Then she drops the bombshell, does he have a moment, and asks if she can be Yuki's villager once he builds his own place. She blurts out the truth without meaning to, snaps her hand over her mouth, but the damage is already done. Yuki's got this worried look on his face, like he's already counting down how many more girls are about to barge into his house. Odette shoots a pleading look, then the princess reminds her she was first in line, and now Odette has to sit tight and wait for her turn. Odette clocks that being a villager for him is probably totally unhinged, but she's fired up anyway, she's ready to take it on. Yuki's already scheming about hunting ancient artifacts that could save his future village. He's always plotting 10 moves ahead, pure mastermind energy, the kind of man who plans everything like a legend. Odette decides she'll use her status as a duke's daughter, her way, to throw her full support behind him. She feels like her future finally snapped into place, and honestly, she picked the best path she could. We kick off this chaos with pure drama. Odette's dad, Duke Slay, is officially having his life go up in flames because the Magic Guild won't let him slide after he tried to mess with the exams. A summoning letter just slammed onto the scene, and it basically screams, "You're done, bro," for messing with the guild's business. Look at his face, he knows the end is coming, because the princess and the general are marching in to personally put him down. He's squinting at the fine print, and the shock hits. His political career is even more dead than my social life. His reputation and pride are shattering to pieces like a cheap glass vase, and honestly, you just can't help but love watching it happen. The common folk are already whispering that he'd sacrifice his own daughter for a power move. Meanwhile, our short-haired waifu Therese just gets a light punishment, because in the end, she was nothing more than a pawn in this whole mess. The Duke's so terrified he's pretending he's sick just to dodge the summons. Man, that's the ultimate beta move. He even penned a letter, swearing to leave Odette alone forever, which is the only smart move he's made so far. Odette finally tore herself free from that toxic household, and she's walking around like a straight-up certified 10 out of 10. Bro, check out the assets in this new chapter art. This series is pumping pure culture, boys. Odette sits there sipping her tea like a total mama, relishing the fact that her dad is so embarrassed he can't even show his face in public. Now we've got a cute made waifu in the mix, and Yuki's just chilling, while his reputation goes through the roof. Odette went from being praised to downright asterisk, swamped with love letters from female fans, because her riz is so ridiculously high it's basically unfair. Yuki's smiling for the first time in forever. After all that drama finally dies down, he gets a full 5 minutes to kick back and savor his tea. But that plan crumbles the moment Odette decides she's tagging along on Yuki's next big trip. Right out of nowhere, we get a fast flashback to that exam incident, because it's the perfect reminder of just how wild everything got. Odette corners Yuki right after the exams and asks if he's free. Then it's painfully obvious she's totally crushing on our MC. She ropes him into heading to a village right by the kingdom's border because she's hunting for something crucial. She admits she's dying to break free from the scandal clinging to her family and finally get her head back on straight. Yuki jumps at the chance because he's a straight-up Chad, while Therese lingers in the background radiating pure, don't ask, energy. Then out of nowhere comes this masked lady radiating full, mommy energy, and I'm telling you right now, bet you $10 she's gonna be a big deal later. Det looks totally puzzled, but the moment the adventure calls, she's all in and ready to go. Thank goodness someone got their back, because as they gear up to leave, those caring watchers are standing guard. Meanwhile, we cut to young Master Jer, sulking in his room like a total NPC. His butler is begging him to go see a friend, but the kid is trapped in his own feelings, refusing to move past them. That's when Jilvan barges in like an absolute gigachat, roaring at him to stop being a loser and finally stand up. Jilvan's rolled up here on the down low, just an unofficial stop to make sure his homie's doing all right. He hurls a book at Gaia like it's a souvenir, banking on the kid finally learning some real magic for once. Jilvan heard Jair was still shutting himself away, and he snapped. He had to slam some reality into him. Gaia's basically shattered. After that last plot twist, fear hits her like a wall every time she even thinks about using magic. He still remembers when Yuki had to jump in and blast that priest's spirit, also he could walk away alive. Jilvan spills the truth about his strict Marquis family, and how his own father would absolutely despise him for bowing to anyone beneath him. He knows the gossip about the Slay Duchy is tearing through the high society parties like wildfire. But Jilvan is the real deal, and she's calling those rumors straight up cap. And on top of everything, he actually swallows his pride and apologizes for throwing Gaia into a dangerous situation, like real character growth at last. He leans in and tells Jair, "I saw your real magic expertise, and I'm not about to walk away from you." Gaia's got tears burning in his eyes, totally overwhelmed by all this bromance-level chaos. Jilvan leans in and tells him to keep studying, because his talent is about to become a huge power-up down the road. The butler's straight up bawling in the corner, because Jilvan is pulling off straight legend-level stuff. They kick back with tea and start talking about this Lord thing, and I swear, the whole vibe sounds like it's straight out of cinema. Jilvan's brother is a C-rank magician, and he's been spilling some seriously spicy intel. Turns out they stumbled on this ancient relic, basically a giant suit of armor that shrugs off magic like it's nothing. It's straight up fantasy mecha, and I'm all in, because this is exactly what I live for. Then Prince Cain comes striding up to the sealed warehouse, and the moment he's in view, it's obvious he's about to pull something shady. He greets Demeter, and wow, she looks like a top-tier short-haired waifu trapped behind those bars. Cain can't stop thinking about that legendary ancient relic, they've kept it locked away, just waiting for the day he finally lays eyes on it. Demeter bursts in and tells him, ancient magic isn't just for wrecking, it's meant to open up what humans can do. Kane dives straight into the real question: what if you could somehow get unlimited magic power and never run out? He's basically saying that if you've got enough mana, you could become an unstoppable god. This Lord armor isn't just gear, it turns ordinary humans into something beyond human, like a transformation spell with a heartbeat. But here's the wild part: someone actually beat that monster before somehow. Kane looks back at that old pilot and sneers, says he was nothing but a simp, and the machine just didn't click with him. He's hunting for a personal lord he can fully command and control. His faction is already cranking out replicas, but he's not satisfied. He wants the real power, the original. He can't stop wondering, does anyone out there actually have what it takes to handle the original lord? He's hunting for someone he can't control, and that's basically the kind of disaster that writes itself. He's on a mission to track down the world's greatest magician and pick their brain like it's the ultimate matchup. Demeter just stares at him like, okay, has this prince completely snapped? Kane swings the gate wide with glowing magic, and the way he smiles screams, villain in training. He'll burn down his whole world if it means one thing: meeting the ultimate magician. He's dying to know what it's like to see the world through the eyes of someone who has that much power. Demeter stared up at the sky, praying that day would finally show up. With our whole crew back in the swing, Yuki shoves his bags shut while the maid and Martha stand there, waving him off like he's about to sprint into the next chapter. Odette's about to leave, and real quick, can we just stare at that outfit, because that look is straight up fire. Their destination was Torius Erildum, way up north, pressed right against the border. They scramble onto a horse-drawn carriage and kick off a brutal, bone-deep journey straight through the untamed wilderness. Yuki can't stop thinking about the Lord of Nosferatu, and he swears it's just waiting for them. From miles away, the city shrinks into nothing as they plunge into the unknown, disappearing with every step. The whole journey will smash into 3 days in a carriage, then you'll hit a boat, and after that, one long day marching on foot. Odette's got the map out, and she's looking absolutely adorable while she does it. Yuki throws out a laid-back flex, casually mentioning he took that exact same route 350 years ago. He absolutely can't stand boats because the moment he thinks about getting wet, he instantly loses it. Honestly, same. They're planning to kick back at the third town and squeeze every bit out of that first day. But Yuki's got a plan. She's ready to turbocharge the whole trip and make it ridiculously faster. He's got that smug grin plastered on his face, and you just know he's about to unleash some totally game-breaking magic. Suddenly, this NPC adventurer slaps his hand on Yuki's shoulder and plays the tough guy like he means business. This dude thinks he's just a sheltered trainee, like monsters are about to absolutely wreck him any minute now. He leans in and drops a chilling warning. Those monsters outside the walls are beyond anything they could ever imagine. Yuki leans in and demands the details with that blazing look in his eyes, like he's one breath away from ending this man's whole career. Our hero's been out there slaying monsters for so long, it's basically before this dude's great-grandpa ever hit the world. The NPC just shrugs it off, then admits he hasn't even laid eyes on the monsters himself. What a total clown. He spills a rumor about a monster that actually wears real armor. A colossal beast stalks the wilderness, pacing through the night again and again like it owns the dark. And Yuki can't stop herself. She's totally hooked by the idea of an armored monster. They roll into town, then decide to slip out before dawn so they can dodge any more NPCs. Look at Odette, she's sleeping so peacefully, and I can't help but stare, like I'm trying to respect her calm. She jolts awake, yawning cutely, and you can practically feel the excitement as they get ready to hit the road. But Yuki doesn't want anyone laying eyes on him, so he cooks up a sneaky plan for how they travel. He tells Odette to jump on his back, and I swear, every one of you is probably freaking jealous of our MC right this second. He buckles her in tight so she won't go flying when he slams the gas. The town is totally deserted as they gear up and get ready for takeoff. Yuki slams into boosted double, and you can practically see the magic circles blazing to life on his hands. Odette's face when the G-force slams in, there's just no way not to laugh. They're tearing through the street at such breakneck speed that you'd swear sonic booms are exploding in midair. He slams the fly skill on, then launches himself skyward with a brutal, massive leap. He launches off the roof like a full-on ninja, and he surges forward even faster. They climb higher and higher, blasting past the ground like it's already behind them. Wind whips through Odette's hair as she and her companion rocket through the night sky. This is straight-up cinema, watch them blast through the sky, soaring over the whole region like it's nothing. Odette is eating this up, no fear at all, because Yuki is a total legend. As she charges toward the dawn, it feels like she's floating inside a dream. At this pace, they'll smash into the village in under 3 days. Even that flying fox familiar can barely hang on as Yuki tears through the world at her unhinged speed. He's decided that every time they drop near the ground, he'll trigger the jump again, over and over, to keep them flying. The sun climbs over the horizon, and the view hits you like a knockout. Honestly, it's breathtaking. Odette whips her gaze back to Yuki, and the admiration in her eyes practically shines. She's swearing this trip is the best one ever, and honestly, with Chad-level Yuki powering around like your personal jetpack, that's pure peak life goals. Yo boys were kicking things off with a gorgeous beach scene, seagulls circling overhead like they own the place, because yeah, today's officially a beach day. We roll up to this port town right on the inland sea, and the atmosphere is downright immaculate. Yuki's finally here, showing up with his blonde waifu, Odette, and they've just landed in the town of Gazanen. Look at this town, it's freaking huge, and somehow I bet the rent's still cheaper than my studio apartment. And out here, the ships are pulling up and working the docks like it's straight out of a fantasy world. Yuki is out there soaking up the sea breeze like a total Chad, while Odette is snapping at him to stay low-key because he's way too obvious. The whole place is packed with NPCs, adventurers, and merchants. This town is basically a side quest goldmine waiting to explode. Yuki's thoughts start spiraling again, and suddenly he's dragged back in time. This place was nothing but a dump 50 years ago. He spots a street food stall piled with crispy fried squid, and I swear, just seeing it makes my stomach growl. Even that wife who never says no to snacks. Yeah, she's still absolutely down bad for street food too. Yuki's out here judging food like it's an Olympic sport, clocking that the spices are way stronger than they were in the last era. He's finally realizing that even after the world got slammed by wars, humanity still pulled itself forward and kept cooking up real progress. Bro's sitting there like, man, I wish they'd invented flying ships already, because walking or sailing everywhere is just way too much effort for him. Hold up, he's got two tiny bats, Dyke and Cliff, just hanging out in his cloak like straight-up legends. He's feeding them squid rings like it's nothing, then flexing that these bats can do math. Meanwhile, I'm drowning in my taxes, and they're out here crunching numbers. In the morning, they're on a mission to catch a ferry, yet something tells me the story, about to blow up in their faces. Look at that sparkling water, absolute cinema, but seriously, where the hell are all the ships? They rush to the reception office only to find out the ships aren't even sailing. What a brutal L. Check out the receptionist, she's super cute, but then she drops the bombshell, everything's prohibited. Yuki's staring in disbelief. Why in the world would they stop the grind and shut the port like that? All the sailors slumped around in gloomy silence because they'd been officially kicked off the job, so now they had nothing to do but brood. Turns out a monster showed up on land, and now it's got the sea monsters snapping like crazy. The mayor slapped the brakes on everything until it all calms down. Then, honestly, that's exactly where our MC steps in. The receptionist is freaking out, her job's about to vanish, and the land route drags on for a brutal full 20 days. Yuki's showing off that old man wisdom again, because back in his past life, he's seen the caravan routes up close. The lady spots their magicians, and her eyes light up like she just saw a total gigachat. She tells them, go hit up the Adventurer Guild, get the real tea on what's really going down. She gestures toward the guild, and Yuki's already mapping out his next play. The squad slumps on a bench looking wrecked, because 20 straight days of traveling is a full-on nightmare. Odette's freaking out, being away from the capital for this long is going to wreck her, because she's got responsibilities she can't just drop, you know. Yuki catches that look in his eye, the one that screams, someone's about to get cooked, and he's like, cool, we'll just sail straight over the sea, but Odette's fighting tooth and nail to keep him from going off the deep end. He starts laying out his plan, and Odette can already feel her regrets crashing down like a nightmare. Bro's strongest crossing move is straight up tossing boards into the air and landing on them like he's rage building the bridge, Minecraft creative mode style. He remembers messing with this 350 years ago and getting absolutely wrecked, then tumbling into the water like a total simp. Odette isn't about to drown just to pull off some TikTok stunt for him. Then he proposes using the bats as stepping stones, and she snaps, you monster, what you're suggesting is inhumane. She's finally trying common sense for once, and that's basically a myth in this manga. Yuki stays locked in on solving the monster problem, so they can finally just board the boat like normal people and move on. He's wondering if a Magic Guild member can even accept jobs that come from the Adventurer Guild. Det spills juicy lore about how those guilds teamed up, because yeah, she's the brains running the whole operation. Turns out the Magic Guild never stops taking quests, because those nobles can't resist flexing their power. Pull off a great job and you'll score an excellent rating, basically the anime equivalent of a 5-star Uber review. Collect 3 of those and boom, you're on the fast track to becoming a high-rank magician, so yeah, the grind is brutally real. They race to the port and track down that guild before the day slips away. They finally roll up to the Adventurer Guild's Gazanin Town branch, and honestly, it looks totally run-of-the-mill. Yuki compares it to his old village's security. Back then it was basically just him, and now it's completely overpowered. The door swings wide, and now we're about to find out if those local adventurers are truly on another level. They stroll in like they own the place, but the moment they step inside, the atmosphere turns icy and hostile. A bunch of rough-looking dudes are glaring at them like they just stumbled into the wrong neighborhood. Yuki's totally baffled. Magicians can't be this hard to find, yet these guys look like they've just seen a ghost. They stride up to the counter and demand answers about the monster trashing everyone's day. That receptionist waifu threw her hands up like, "Nope, don't you dare, girl," and warned Odette to stay as far away from this mess as possible. She goes dead serious and locks eyes with them like she can already see the beatdown coming. She fires off the question, A or B rank, and you already know our guy isn't officially up there, not yet. She tells them straight up, anyone who's below C rank is nothing but bait for this land monster. The monster is lurking on the far side of the grassland, and that's why the main highway is still wide open. She's basically on her knees, begging them not to play heroes, because this isn't bravery, it's a straight-up suicide mission. Det finally clocks it. This guild partnership is nothing but a costume because they won't even hand over a single piece of info. An injured adventurer stumbles in and warns them. Magicians are a terrible matchup for this beast. The whole guild is packed with battered, ragged adventurers, like every last one of them got their asses handed to them and didn't even see it coming. Turns out you can't just have guts, you need brute raw physical power if you even want a shot at surviving this thing. And here's the kicker, no magic can touch it at all. The waifu's face lights up with pure shock, like she just realized in a magic manga that magic doesn't work at all. The receptionist tells him they had no clue what it was at first, but now, boom, they finally know the name. Look at that armed ogre, just stare at the size of this absolute unit. Yuki and the dead are slipping away right now, and you just know they're scheming on how to shred this boss. This ogre has been wrecking the livestock nonstop, straight up seizing control of the entire mountain area like it's his kingdom. The adventurers cooked up a plan, hit them with long-range magic first, then surge in for the kill, but the whole thing crashed hard fast. The ogre yanked out a shield, snapped it in front of him, and shrugged off the magic like it was nothing, absolute gigachad energy. The magician in their party grinned, then, right when her magic hit that shield, it didn't just fail, it vanished on the spot. It's wrapped in armor, and that huge shield turns it into a full-on walking tank. They've already called in the Magic Guild to the army, but for all we know, those mages might not arrive anytime soon. The receptionist tells them to just wait for the pros, but we all know Yuki isn't built for sitting around. The whole guild hangs in a heavy, gloomy hush. Everyone just stares at their soup and eats in total silence. Odette suddenly clocks it. This isn't just a travel delay anymore, and the danger feels real. Yuki just sits there, glaring at the ogre's picture like he's seen it 100 times before. Back when he had a previous life, he battled monsters like these, so he knows firsthand. An ogre with a magic-nullifying shield is pure nightmare fuel. He demanded to know where the village was, and you can tell the moment the words left his mouth that he's already set on brushing off every warning. "Adventurer, brah, did you not just hear me? This place is deadly, so move your ears." Yuki just drops the classic, "I only wanted to see the scene" excuse, like he's some clueless tourist wandering in by accident. The guild might as well be saying, "Go ahead, get yourself killed, we can't stop you." They storm out of the guild, and Odette already lets out a stressed sigh, because she knows Yuki is about to break the rules. She tells him straight up, no official request, no credit for the kill. Yuki claims he wants to help everyone, but his sneaky little grin says he's up to something. Then he drops the bombshell. He's not really trying to subjugate the ogre at all. They finally make it inside, and Yuki immediately faceplants onto the bed like a complete mood. He's locked in his thoughts, staring at that ogre's shield like it's the reason all the magic just disappeared. It throws him right back to that lord of phantom armor he fought before, back when its power could wipe out magic. Odette pieces it all together, and you can see she's completely rattled. She realizes the Elysium Temple is probably tied to that ogre, and that spells serious trouble. Yuki leans in and tells them the shield is just a replica of an ancient relic, and he's itching to get every last detail. He's begging her to believe it's totally safe. Then that smug little grin shows up, and yeah, he's lying through his teeth. He tells her he's going alone and begs her to stay and rest, but she refuses to hear it. Det rose to her feet and declared she was coming too, because the best wife was backing him no matter what. Yuki knows she's coming on too strong, but secretly, he's weirdly happy she showed up. He's yawning like it's nothing, because he's got a plan to crawl into that ruined village and pull every piece of intel he can. They're sneaking in under the cover of night while the bats sleep soundly. His wife is all in, and the night mission is officially a go. They finally hit the village, and what they see is pure devastation, like a battlefield torn open right in the streets. Then two glowing eyes snap into view in the dark, and just like that, everything turns deadly real. A monstrous beast towers in the middle of the ruins, and it looks like it's about to smash everything on sight. Yo homies, we're back with another absolute banger. Our boy's out here living his best life, while these NPCs are barely hanging on, and it starts with a chill night sky before the universe flips and all hell's about to break loose. Looks like something absolutely massive rolled through and wiped out a whole village. Now the damage bills are going to be brutal. Our MC swings in with his blonde waifu latched onto his back, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda down bad watching her cling to him like that. The gate gets smashed to splinters, and they just can't ignore it. An armed ogre is behind this bold, reckless destruction. Odette's sniffing around like she's hunting for trouble, looking like a full-on snack, even as monster breath makes her recoil in disgust. The MC is hunting for intel, but the village is basically a ghost town. Everyone who's even remotely smart already vanished. Suddenly, his bat familiars swoop in with a tiny puppy, trembling like a leaf. Look at this little fluffball. And man, the poor thing is terrified. Odette is losing her mind because her information provider is literally a dog, but don't sleep on it. That good boy's got RIZ. This little puppy's out here snarling like it's about to start a fight, roaring like a total gigachad trapped in a tiny body. He's barking his head off, probably screaming at them that he's the main character of his own damn story. Turns out the villagers straight up ditched him while they were sprinting for their lives. Absolute beta behavior from humans, no cap. MC finally gets it. This tiny little guy didn't back down even once against a towering, fully armed ogre, and honestly, that's pure cinema. We cut to a brutal flashback of the ogre, and bro's just standing there, totally jacked in muscle and armor, like, look at those gains. The whole village was losing it, screaming and sprinting, yet this tiny puppy burst forward and charged that monster like a straight-up legend. That poor little guy got booted across the village like a stone skimming a pond, landing with a hard thud, yet he still fought to keep going. Even after getting absolutely wrecked, he kept crawling back and barking, pure, unshakable grit, like that dog's determination is on a whole other level. Right now, the puppy is crying and growling his heartbreak out, shaking with pain from the betrayal and the loss. MC's got man of culture written all over him, so he lets the dog in for a shot at some sweet, sweet revenge. He offers the dog a taste of his special blood, and just like that, it's about to transform into a familiar, because things are about to get seriously spicy. Lick this and you'll be my familiar, he says, and honestly, that's one wild way to kick off a contract. The puppy licks his finger, and the deal gets locked in on the spot. Meanwhile, Odette's in the back, staring at him like she's ready to roast every life choice he's ever made. Right on the spot, the dog gets fully healed, then bursts with energy, calling him master and wagging its tail like it's about to explode. The MC asks Odette for a name, and you can see her freeze, because that sudden responsibility hits her like a wave out of nowhere. She hooks up with Garm, the devil dog from Myth, and honestly, that name is such a Chad-level pick. That tiny puppy is absolutely eating it up, soak up those sweet head pats like it's living the dream, and yeah, I know you'd all be dying to be that dog right now. The MC fires off a burst of purification magic, slams the last of his healing into place, and then it's time to go wreck those green-skinned bozos. Garm whips his finger toward the mountains, and you can practically feel the boss fight stalking you just over the horizon. That dog is front and center, absolutely sprinting into the fray. Look at him go, he's got full main character energy right now. He's sprinting so hard that even the MC's jaw drops, and that being a familiar gave him a straight-up power boost. They're racing toward the inland sea, and the story is getting wild so fast it's basically speedrunning disaster. Garm hits the scent by the cliffs and locks in the trail, proving he's the best tracker in the whole game. Odette's freaking out over the ogre's toughest shield, and yeah, she's absolutely drowning in that cape. MC starts getting all philosophical, claiming Vassie's strongest spear meets his strongest shield like he's got 200 IQ. He's carrying a holy sword like it's priceless, but he refuses to swing it because he's terrified it'll crack. Talk about a total gear hoarder. The bats lock onto something charging toward the sea, and the hype rockets straight to a full-blown boil. Our two heroes soar over the land below, and the view is unreal, but Odette's reaction is what truly steals the show. They spot the ogre down in the ship below, and you can feel it. This is where absolute chaos kicks in. That ogre is a walking mountain, bigger than anyone in his own species, and you can tell he's been putting in serious gym work. A ship's trapped there with zero sign of any port, and yeah, that feels way too suspicious. MC's mind flashes with old sea monster lore, and as he keeps his cool, he starts snapping the pieces together like a hero in the spotlight. He's locked onto the battlefield, zeroing in like a hunter, ready to wreck this ogre's entire career for good. Odette's staring like, wait, why are we stopping? And MC just shrugs like, yeah, I'm built different. So he blurts out a made-up excuse, I was just taking a walk, then spots the ogre and dives straight into the chaos. He charges straight in, and the soldiers down there totally freak out, because some random kid just dropped out of nowhere. The soldiers are strutting around like they're guarding Milady, but up against our boy, they look like straight-up NPCs. The ogre unleashes a roar that would turn most people to stone, but the MC doesn't even blink. He slams the ground hard, blasts shockwaves across the battlefield, and leaves the soldiers looking totally outclassed. The guards are getting obliterated. Every weapon they swing hits like wet paper, and this monster is cooking them alive. That ogre smashes their swords right off with his shield, like nothing can touch him, and yeah, this dude's got straight-up plot armor. MC touched down and told Odette, don't worry, I've already cracked the spear and shield riddle. Quantity wins, and he says it like it's already a done deal. Then he blasts through the air looking like an absolute boss. He yanks out his fresh wands, and bros dual-wielding them like he's straight-up playing a VR game. Then we slam into a rapid flashback of the researcher girl who created all of this. She's kind of a nerd, but you can tell she's got real culture. She wouldn't even let him pay for the wands, straight up. She's totally losing it over our MC's magic. MC smirks and says, if there's only one strongest shield, then fine, I'll rain down 1,000,000 spears. He's about to spam ordinary magic until that ogre is left with nothing but ash. The soldiers are sprawled on the ground, sobbing like they're helpless, while the MC's out there seconds from pulling a full pro-gamer play. He squares up to the ogre head-on, and the height gap is so absurd it's basically peak Divavis Goliath energy. He fires up his chant, summons the light ones, and braces for the coming Ifrit blow. Massive fire blasts tore through everything. This is exactly what we came for, boys. Absolute cinema. Flames whip and spiral like a raging hurricane, and the visuals hit pure peak manga perfection. The ogre cowers behind his shield, convinced the heat can't touch him. He's smirking behind that shield like he owns the place. Pure, unhinged audacity from this monster. The magic fizzles out. The ogre thinks he's finally won, then realizes he's been played the whole time. Odette touches down and barks at the soldiers, telling them to get their trash selves out of the way. She swings in, introduces herself as Odette Slay from the Magic Guild, and the second she talks, you just feel that unstoppable mommy energy in the room. And just when you think it can't get crazier, another noble girl, Natasha Tordias, gets absolutely stunned because she realizes she looks exactly like her, and suddenly it's like, boom, we've got a new waifu in the mix. Natasha stares at MC with those, save me, eyes, and you can practically see him building a harem right in front of everyone. That tiny noble girl is darting around like she's terrified, and yeah, she's honestly kind of a cutie. They break down exactly why they're trapped, because that monster attack hit, turning the whole scene into one of those classic, save the girl, damsel in distress setups. Odette snaps them to run for the sea, and the MC will stay behind and take the heavy lifting. MC stands there with his hand held out, like he's seconds away from unleashing the hottest mixtape of the year. That ogre is still grinning like he's got this. He shut down the first wave, but one hit is about to humble him fast. MC finally clocks it. The shield only guards the front, and with a ruthless grin, he's ready to smash him right where it hurts. Boom, a giant explosion slams into the ogre from behind, and you can practically see his brain short-circuiting with pure confusion. He's staggering around, and his expression is pure gold. Then it hits him. He's not the main character. The MC's wands are levitating in midair, crackling as electricity charges up. This isn't normal power, it's some next-level riz. The ogre's spinning his head like, where did that come from? And yeah, he looks absolutely wrecked. Smoke and sparks are blasting through the air, as the MC gears up for his next massive move. The ogre whips his shield around for an attack, but our boy dodges it like it's nothing. He's just too slow. Even the bat familiar jumping into the chaos, yelling Ifrit, and somehow looking way cooler than a bat ever has any right to. 8 Ifrit Blow MC roars out with the most fuel energy ever, like he's just ordering a burger, but with pure chaos. A brutal wall of shots blasts into the ogre. Look at that wreckage. That has to be a critical hit. The ogre is shrieking in pure agony as the fire keeps roaring on. Talk about the worst day at the office. He's scrambling to raise his shield, but every direction is suddenly slamming into him. His armor is finally splintering under the pressure, like the strongest defense is breaking apart right in front of him. His armor is literally exploding off his body, and the nobles on that ship are just watching, like they paid tickets to see the whole thing. The MC checks the shield, still solid, not even scratched, and he practically salivates because he's absolutely coming back to loot it later. The ogre is absolutely seething, blasting one last desperate roar before he charges straight in. MC's just kicking back, grinning like, this is it, the final round, because he's about to end this man's entire career. A blazing magic rune is glowing on his hand, and it looks like he's seconds away from pulling off something brutally illegal. He's stitching 2 totally different runes together to supercharge his power. This is pure big brain genius. He's stacking Ifrit Blow with the raw power of Earth, like molten rock magic exploding on impact. Say less, bro. Boom, everything fires at once, and the MC looks like a straight-up god, energy roaring through him. The whole world starts to shudder, then the earth cracks open, ready to rip that fool apart. The ogre barrels forward, and it's like he's sprinting straight into his own funeral. The ground flips to a sickening red and rips open like it's breaking apart for real. This isn't just magic, it's straight-up end-of-the-world power. Then wham, massive spikes of molten rock tear out of the earth, and it looks absolutely brutal. The ogre gets slammed right into the worst moment of all, and there's zero chance he walks out alive. Odette stared from the ship, jaw dropped. She didn't even know he was this unhinged. The ogre is getting incinerated and impaled at the exact same time. Talk about absolute overkill. He hits the ground, twitching and smoking like a burnt steak, reduced to scraps. What a total bozo. The whole place is nothing but a smoking crater of scorched earth now, and the MC just stands there like it's no big deal. The nobles gawk in pure awe, chanting that he's a brave, unstoppable magician, while he's probably just thinking about what he's gonna eat for lunch. MC is grinning like he just cracked the universe. His experiment worked, and he can't stop geeking out over how insanely cool ancient magic is. Total Chad energy. Yo, my cultured kings, back again with a straight-up banger. Yuki just obliterated that armed ogre, and now he's walking through this wasteland like it's his personal playground. The vibes. Pure final boss energy, like the tutorial hasn't even finished yet. Yuki's out here scouring the loot, casually grabbing a massive legendary shield like it's just another boring Tuesday workout. He's weighing it like ancient relic or just some top-tier replica, but bro's so unhinged he'd probably knock out a god with a wooden spoon anyway. But hold up, something shiny tumbles out of the ogre's remains, and if it's glowing and round like that in these stories, it's either a huge power-up or a one-way ticket straight to getting cooked. Yuki just locks eyes on that mysterious ball, and it hits the same way as me staring at a hot, fresh pizza at 2 a.m. It's a red crystal, but the glow is so dim you can't read a single stat unless you shine some light on it. Turns out that thing was straight up the beating heart of the armed ogre, pure metal, no joke. Yuki decides he'll hold onto his hacking power for later, then rip open the item's code to see just what kind of broken riz it's got. Back at the carriage, the princess is sulking hard, clutching a pillow like it personally betrayed her. Odette storms in with a brand new waifu on her heels, and wow, the design on this one is insane, because we've officially got real competition for the best girl crown. This is Lady Natasha Torias, the Earl's eldest daughter, and she struts in like she just stepped off a luxury fashion runway. Yuki just soaks it all in, probably plotting how many more noble ladies he can snag before this ship goes under. Natasha is absolutely overwhelmed with gratitude. She gives our boy a full formal bow, because he basically just saved her entire bloodline from becoming ogre snacks. Yuki's playing the humble act, soaking up the spotlight like it's nothing, while he scrambles to figure out how the hell he's gonna haul that massive shield back to town. He begs them for a morning ride to Gazanin, basically a VIP escort they hand out for a job so good it earns you the red carpet treatment. Natasha can't help but stare. Our boy is way sharper than she expected, and the chemistry between them is already sizzling. They're gearing up to storm the royal capital and rat the ogre out to the magic guild, and honestly, that's so much paperwork I'd bail on it in a heartbeat. We're crossing the inland sea, boom, that's a full-on boat arc coming our way, and you know what that means. Beach episodes are basically inevitable, boys. Natasha hands us a necklace as a thank you gift, and it screams luxury, like some top-tier accessory that could easily boost our style by 50. She won't hear a no, insists he takes it, because saving lives somehow matters more than a fancy chunk of jewelry right now. Suddenly, Garm the dog rockets back onto the scene, acting like he's the star of his own anime. Yuki calls out to the ladies, "Hold up, I've got to handle some detective work first before we head out." The squad charges up to the mountain peak, and the air turns brutally spooky way faster than you can blink. Garm's out here flexing that five-star nose, sniffing out the ogre's nest like it's a game, and I swear he's a better tracker than most NPCs I've ever met. Odette squints at nothing but rocks, convinced something's off, while Yuki grins because he knows the real story is about to get seriously intense. Yeah, it's just a pile of rocky mountains on the map, but you and I both know there's always a secret dungeon lurking somewhere in that terrain. Garm starts clawing at the wall like he sniffed out a secret treat, and that good boy never, ever lies. Yuki snaps to it, this is a hidden door, and his missile blood starts tingling as the air fills with a mystery that begs to be uncovered. It's a magic sealed door built to vanish into the mountain itself, like some elite-level architectural magic. Yuki gets hit with a flashback to his old life, where he secretly built a room just to house his health records like a total nerd, and honestly, we love him for it. He's out here measuring his old secret lair against this disgusting ogre nest, while Odette just stands there, totally baffled. Alright, time for some next-level gamer moves. Yuki slams into the hacking process and starts bypassing the security system. He checks the lock, and this mid-tier magic seals it up like a baby-level riddle made for someone as untouchable as him. The system's analysis confirmed it. Adhesion magic and moving magic are teaming up to weld that wall in place. He grins as he jams the lock, then shoves his own mana into the system like he's overclocking a PC. He realizes only the right monsters, or the right people, could have opened it, and that tells him the ogre isn't living alone, he's got some seriously sketchy roommates. He slams his hand against the wall, and it's like you can hear that "access granted" sound effect pop off in real time. He leans in and asks Odette for help, and she's instantly like, "Say the word, I'm doing whatever it takes." She slams a boosted buff, and you can practically see the determination in her eyes. She's not just pretty to look at, she's built with real muscle. They both grunt and heave with everything they've got, straining as they shove against the stone. A massive rumble explodes through the air as the wall grinds open. Straight up sounds like it's about to kick off cinematic greatness. And just like that, the secret path pops open, dark, dangerous, and waiting to swallow whoever dares to step in. They step inside the nest, and it's so massive, even a hulking ogre could fit without ducking or bonking his head. It's a total wreck, shattered swords and random junk everywhere, like a frat house got obliterated after a wild weekend binge. Yuki stumbles on a rotting desk, so messed up for an ogre to have, unless he's secretly clocking in at a 9 to 5 on the side. And then he stumbles on an ancient book, only for the pages to crumble into dust the second he touches them. All that's left is the cover, but in a world of magic, that one cover is enough to slam open the perfect plot hook. It's the Elysium Temple's very first scripture. Sounds like thick, lore-drenched trouble that's totally gonna blow up in our faces later. Odette is completely losing it, because this place is the cult's secret hideout, and they've been lurking in the shadows for 200 years. Yuki suddenly figures out this backwater wasn't some forgotten nowhere. It used to be a booming trading hub, which makes it the perfect hideout for a villain's base. Garm's nose twitched two fresh human scents. That meant the ogre wasn't alone, he had company. Two people were definitely here with that monster, and I bet they didn't roll up for tea and crumpets. Yuki clicks the puzzle pieces into place, and suddenly she realizes it was these humans who handed that ogre its gear in the first place. One of them was probably Dorothea Samuelson, and the moment the truth hit, Odette's face went ghost white like she'd just seen something impossible. Next, it turns out Dorothea and some partner were messing with the ogre, like they were either trying to build a super soldier or just cooking up pure chaos for fun. Once they finally get back, Yuki plans to drop a letter to the guild and let the pros handle the cleanup. Yeah, it's a total disaster, but our guy's staying icy calm, cool, collected, and locked in like the gigachat he is. Since the ogre's cooked, that nest is officially up for grabs. Yuki whips around to Garm and tells him he can head back to the village, but that dog's loyalty is locked in, and he's not going anywhere. Garm's out here preaching that his mama taught him to repay every favor. This dog's got more honor than half the villains in the whole series. Yuki flashes a grin, and just like that, you know it's real. the squad officially adopted a permanent mascot. He scans Garm's stats, and the little guy's got real potential, but get ready, because a huge level up is about to hit. Garm sniffs Yuki once, then his eyes widen. Yuki's still clutching that creepy ogre heart crystal. Yuki yanks it free, and this thing screams with wild, berserk energy, radiating off it like it's on the verge of exploding. Odette can't stop shaking at the dark, ominous vibe. Meanwhile, Yuki is totally calm, buzzing with pure curiosity. He jams his code into the crystal, cracks it wide open, and stares inside to find out what's really cooking beneath the surface. Deep inside, there's insane magical power crammed to the brim, but it's twisted inside a berserker curse that won't let it rest. He breaks it down. This thing is a high-risk class-up material, cranks your power sky-high, then strips your mind and turns you into a mindless beast. Odette finally put it together. Asterisk, that's why the ogre was such an unstoppable tank, and yeah, she's properly spooked. Yuki locks onto that devious look in his eye, like he's itching to get hands-on with forbidden material. He figures it's no big deal to keep the drop, because he's convinced they're basically doing the guild a favor anyway. Odette's freaking out over how dangerous this is, but Yuki is already 5 moves ahead. He shoots her a proud smile for worrying about him, while he's already plotting a purification ritual of his own. He's out here posing like a hero of justice, insisting evil can't get his hands on it, when we all know he's really just chasing the buff. He slams his own missile blood into the curse and wipes it out clean. That's a full-on op flex. After the purification, the crystal starts blazing and sparkling like a diamond, and boom, it's a flawless power-up item now. Yuki beams and swears it's safe now, but Odette roasts him nonstop because his mouth is slick, yet his actions are way shadier. She calls him out, saying he's nothing but a tinkerer who just wanted a brand new toy. Garm starts drumming on Yuki's leg, craving a taste of that brand new, shiny buff. That dog is straight up begging to get stronger, and you can feel the grind set radiating off him. Yuki cradles the pup, thinks it through fast, and decides Garm's body can take the purified energy. He drops the rule on Garm, slow down, and lets the monster lick the crystal, like it's something meant to be savored, not swallowed. Garm starts blazing like he's seconds from going Super Saiyan, then the crystal rips apart into pure light. Everything's running perfectly, and Yuki just watches the changes unfold, grinning like a proud dad watching his kid grow. Blinding light hits her eyes, and Odette can't even process what she's witnessing. Boom, Garm's transformation blasts into a high Morse dog form, and his stats skyrocket like crazy. Garm is absolutely amped, and Yuki slams him with a thumbs up. Absolute cinema, boys. Odette is absolutely wiped out by the sheer storm of chaos you packed into one single night. Yuki tells everyone that Garm can finally step up as Odette's personal guard, and honestly, that's a straight-up bro move. He reminds her she's the one who named the dog, so yeah, these two are tied together for life. Garm locks onto her with those giant good boy eyes, and Odette's totally defeated, right there by the cuteness overload. She finally gives in, starts rubbing his head, and just like that, they get ready to head back to the ship. They're finally packing up and heading straight for the Torius Araldum, and for once, everything looks like it's turning up. But right as they're about to walk out, Odette stomps down on something brutal in the dirt. It's a bronze coin, but it's one she's never seen anywhere in this whole kingdom. That's not local coin. This is way too clean and high grade for some random lord's mint. Yuki can't shake the feeling. Did this thing crawl out of something that happened 200 years ago, or did that magician haul it in from a place so far away it might as well be a different world? Odette grabs onto it like it's the missing piece, and you already feel the next questline snapping into place. Yuki slams the cave shut again with some mountain-moving magic, because yeah, he's the kind of pro who does that. He even flips the key point, locking out the original owners from getting their way back in straight-up pro-gamer genius. After a brutal night of hacking, evolving dogs and raiding nests, everyone's wiped out and fighting sleep. As the sun claws its way over the horizon, the sky bursts with beauty. What a perfect way to wrap up a mission that went off without a hitch. Yuki replays the investigation in his mind, grinning because the results are way too interesting to ignore. He suddenly realizes that this purified crystal mixed with his blood might unlock something absolutely insane. He's actually toying with the idea of making other humans immortal. Bro, at this point he's straight up playing God. Odette snaps at him to quit drifting off and rush to catch up with the others. He flashes a smirk, because right now his only mission is to reach that fear-struck village. The ship's all set to break free of the docks, because the next arc is about to kick off. Yo, what's up, my cultured kings? We're back with another one, and trust me, the plot's finally pulling up with the real bangers we actually came for. We kick off with a colossal boat grinding into the harbor, and trust me, you can practically feel the something huge waiting to explode. The locals are straight up losing it, because we just heard the legendary armed ogre got absolutely wrecked. The NPCs are glitching in pure disbelief, because two trainees and a noble lady actually survived a monster that magic can't even touch. Odette S. on the cover looking absolutely unreal, like a full course meal. No joke, if she even called me her master, I'd be down bad on the spot. The whole guild just stands there gaping at that gigantic shield like it's the Holy Grail, totally stunned, like there's no way it didn't cost a fortune. They're all hounding Yuki, begging for that secret sauce, like he's about to drop some genius master plan or unleash an ancient forbidden technique. But our boy Yuki just blasts them with pure nerve. He fires straight where it won't block, and honestly the NPCs look like total betas in comparison. Odette tries to rescue Riz by insisting he used familiars to mess with the enemy, turning a messy accident into a slick, totally calculated plan. Yuki's just standing there with a little bat perched on his head like the ultimate Chad, totally unbothered by all the fame. He launches into this hole, we just got lost by accident story, then somehow they ended up saving Lady Natasha, and honestly, it's the most classic main character excuse on the planet. The locals can't stop praising them, straight up glazing, because they saved the Earl's daughter and somehow kept the death toll at 0. Natasha's safe and sound, and the NPCs are so relieved they're basically ready to hand Yuki their firstborn children on the spot. The crowd won't let go of that shield, swearing it's ancient, because it survived the war totally unscathed. These guys are acting like they just ripped open a limited edition waifu figure, and wow, are all bragging about how lucky they are just to lay eyes on it. Yuki's just posted up in the background, casually zoning out like he's remembering the insane loot he used to have in his old life. Time for an internal monologue, boys. Yuki blurts out that it's 100% an ancient relic, and right then and there he starts hacking into its internal magic. Turns out this shield was really a piece of the massive, mecha-looking knight called the Lord of Phantom, and yeah, it's straight-up absolute cinema. Odette is scratching her head, wondering if some legendary knight ever used it, while Yuki, completely clueless to her confusion, already knows this world's lore inside out, way better than the developers ever did. He nonchalantly throws out the truth, it's only a slice of a bigger robot, and Odette's face lights up like the start of something brand new. We cut to a flashback of Yuki rocking the full armor set, and honestly, if he's got that whole suit on, he's basically got infinite plot armor. Odette's blown away by his huge brain, and just like that, she's wide awake, and falling for him even harder with every single second. The guild master strides in and coughs hard to steal the room's attention, an absolute unit, no debate. He declares the case is over, then immediately sends a request to the Magic Guild to come grab their brand new, shiny prize. The NPCs are absolutely crushed. This is their final day to even lay a hand on that precious shield, and the whole thing is honestly so sad it's almost painful. Then the guild master goes full hype mode. He's personally petitioning Yuki and Odette for a high-tier evaluation for their carry. The whole room erupts in chaos, and Yuki's just standing there like he didn't even plan to be this level of GigaChad. The guild might as well be saying, without Arduo, our reputation would have been wrecked completely. They're going all out, big party, personal gifts, and free food, because that's the only way you treat a hero right. Natasha's finally making it home, and you can practically see how much she's about to miss Sir Yuki. She brings them straight to her earldom, and bam, you can practically see those heroine flags going up everywhere. Their journey keeps roaring forward. Now they're plotting to cross to the far shore and hunt down the hidden village. Natasha hands them a pendant and tells them her little sister Ophelia is waiting on the other side. Then she blurts, "New wife, you alert the boys." Yuki plays it cool like traveling's no big deal, while we all know he's really a reincarnated legend pretending to blend in. And with one last handshake to lock it in, you can practically feel it. These two are absolutely going to cross paths again. She leans out and waves goodbye from the carriage, straight up glowing like a princess, while our boy dusts off and charges straight into the next quest. Even the dog looks pumped to roll out next, sniffing for fresh adventures and whatever thick wafus are waiting ahead. The guild master snagged them the fanciest inn in town, and Odette can barely contain her excitement, because now we're about to find out what luxury really means. And there it is, boom, the legendary one-bed trophy, the absolute cinema of. Odette is in full-on panic mode because she's cultured, and she knows exactly where stories like this always end up. Yuki, absolute Chad, doesn't even flinch, rips off his clothes on the spot, and keeps going because he's completely wiped out. He's staring at her like that, and for a heartbeat, I thought we were about to get a totally different kind of recap, if you catch my drift. But nope, he faceplants onto the bed and drops into sleep instantly, totally leaving Odette standing there like, wait, what just happened? She just stares at him like, is this man seriously doing this right now, while he snores away? Yuki's mind starts screaming that he's at his breaking point, because this 13-year-old body just can't survive the all-nighters like his old one used to. He mutters a thank you to Odette in his sleep, and her heart is doing backflips right this second. He keeps mumbling in his sleep about how happy he is to be with her, and somehow that turns into the ultimate accidental riz. Odette is stranded in dead silence, probably trying to wrap her head around how one single boy can wreck her heart that badly. She snaps that he's a total troublemaker, but the second you catch that blush, you realize she's completely gone for him. Culture check, she slips into her nightgown, and wow, that artist definitely knew exactly how to show off those curves. She tiptoes onto the bed, trembling, terrified he'll wake up and catch her like this. She'd never let a boy step inside her room, but now she's sharing a bed with the MC, and it's throwing her whole world off balance. Her heart is pounding, and she can't stop fidgeting like a love-struck maiden, straight-up peak content. She finally slides in beside him, and the second he's there, all her tension melts, safe, solid, and finally at ease. She can't stop thinking about how wildly she's changed since meeting him. She went from stiff, proper nobility to someone who finally feels free. She whispers it to me too, just before she slips into sleep, and I swear, this is the sweetest thing I've seen all week. She blurts out that she wishes she'd been born among his people, because deep down, she's basically admitting she wants to be his wife. Then Yuki blurts out sleep talk about his fiancée, Iris, and Odette snaps instantly. Yuki's dream flips overnight into a nightmare. He's chomping on poisonous mushrooms, and he's gagging in his sleep like it's real. Odette finally grits her teeth, shuts down the weird thoughts, and tells herself she's going to sleep, because she's one more second away from losing her mind. She's trying to shove that deep, aching feeling down, but come on, we both know the childhood friend road is pure struggle. Morning hits, and Yuki wakes up feeling like $1,000,000 after that legendary sleep. Meanwhile, Odette looks wrecked, like he shattered her emotions and left her sleepless for 3 straight years. Suddenly, a bat starts slamming the window like it's delivering breaking news about the next boss fight. The familiars swore the whole night stayed dead quiet, which meant no surprise ambushes while they were busy with the spoons. Yuki grabs their Riken with a quick thanks, then lets it slip that there could be more than one armed ogre lurking out there. Garm's out on patrol too, earning his spot as the best boy in the whole series. Alright, it's time to move. Before we do, Yuki has to send a letter to his real fiancée so she won't think he just vanished. He's sending 2 copies of the exact same letter, just to be 100% safe, like some high IQ logistics genius just planned it all. He's betting Iris will absolutely stash one in her collection. Yeah, it's a little yander, but we're definitely into that energy. They hand the mail over to the guild, and at last, it's time to bolt, leaving this town in the dust. The Toriga family ship's already waiting, and they're raring to set sail for the next stop. Yeah, the next village, not Waifu, you got me. Look at those seagulls, boys, fresh air, fresh chaos, and you can practically smell a brand new arc rolling in with that juicy new plot armor. That ship towers over everything, and Yuki leans into the railing, staring at the ocean like he's ready to seize the whole world. The sea is finally calm, and once they spot the Nocia monsters, they can breathe, just for a little while. Odette's already curled back up asleep on the deck, and honestly, that's a straight-up 10 out of 10 culture moment. Yuki decides to finally rest, because that luxury clearly failed to put her to sleep. He stares across to the opposite shore, lost in memories of the ancient kingdom that once bowed and worshipped at that very temple. The captain strides up and shouts, "Yuki, boss magician," and yeah, that title is 100% earned. The captain shoves a snack into his hands and practically worships him for saving Natasha earlier. Turns out the captain was so terrified during the ogre fight that his legs buckled on the ship, pure classic NPC panic. He's overflowing with gratitude, so he tells Yuki to ask him anything, and our guy is ready to dig up every last piece of lore. Yuki fires a question about the Jures kingdom, and the captain straight up admits he's terrible at history, honestly same. He explains that a tiny kingdom got wiped out in the 8 Kings War, because their temple ties made them an easy target. The palace is gone, nothing's left, and the whole place got completely erased, like it never even existed. This war was pure chaos, ancient artifacts clashing with magic, like the exact kind of setting that screams, yep, that DLC is coming. Yuki realizes this. If the Lord hadn't been sealed, the outcome would have been nothing short of horrifying. But the captain drops a wild detail. One song from 200 years ago somehow survived. It's an ancient song that gets sung at festivals, and that alone becomes a huge, can't-ignore turning point in the story. Yuki figures it hits different, yeah, weapons clash and kingdoms crumble, but that music somehow still keeps playing. Deep, bro. The festival's coming up fast, and the captain calls him over. If you've got a moment, come check it out with me. He even suggests that Lady Ophelia, Natasha's sister, might be singing right nearby. They call her the Diva of Taurus because every time ships roll in, she belts out songs right at the pier to welcome them. Yuki can't stop staring at this diva, dead wondering if she's got more charm than every girl he's met so far. He can't stop wondering, can she finally tell him what happened to the remains of that hidden village? The shoreline is right around the corner, and the captain leans in to tell him, with a grin, that he's one lucky guy. Sure, the scenery is gorgeous, but deep down, we all know Yuki's chasing something else entirely. He's hit with a brutal flashback, back to 350 years ago, watching himself migrate to this place just like the birds. The captain leans in and demands he listen up, because you can feel it, the whole vibe is about to flip. And there she is, the diva herself, singing as she welcomes them in, and yep, the new waifu just dropped into the chat, looking like absolute cinema. We kick off with Yuki laid back on a boat, until those chill vibes get wrecked, because mysterious singing crawls in from the dock. Look at who just showed up, Lady Ophelia, and I swear the character design in this manga, absolute top-tier culture. Yuki's locked onto her like a hawk, probably trying to figure out if she's got that hidden riz, or if she's just a walking NPC. But the second he really hears the words, his face spills the truth, clear as day. The lyrics are hardcore, praising a real, true lord with black wings who heals the sick, and Yuki's breaking out in sweat because it feels way too painfully familiar. The captain's here acting like it's a once-in-a-lifetime honor to hear the diva sing, but Yuki just wants to vanish into thin air. Bro's trying to act all calm and respectful, but you can tell it's killing him inside. He's literally stuck there thinking, what song is this, and why does it sound like my own fan fiction? He spirals into overthinking, convinced it's some legendary king from ancient times, but the description feels way too familiar, like it's staring right at him. That song keeps going on about the dearest great lord coming back, and Yuki's face hits maximum panic. Yeah, I'm fully cooked. Det finally snaps out of her nap, and the second she hears that melody, she knows it's Yuki's personal theme song. He has to outrun a Discord mod on caffeine, chasing a miner down just to silence her before she spills his entire identity to the world. He shrugs it off and leans in, asking the captain who the Lord in the song even is, praying it's nothing more than some random gigachat from history. The captain snaps that only the lady can solve this, and Yuki is still keeping Odette hostage, a total menace the whole time. Then the captain blasts a warning at the lady, and Yuki starts flinging his hands around like, stop, don't do this to me. Ophelia halts, spins around, and I swear she just read your minds. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, she's a precious little thing. Odette's wheezing and struggling to catch her breath, because Yuki nearly choked her out just to keep his secrets buried. Yuki admits she was about to pull off something completely outrageous, but Odette just stares, because why on earth is his theme song blasting out in the wild? He's totally stunned, because there's no way anyone should know that song, unless they've lived his past life. Ophelia's acting all quiet and shy, and you can tell she's already got the whole game figured out. The captain hypes them up like legendary magicians who saved Lady Natasha, then hands them a VIP pass on the spot. Ophelia hears they helped her big sister, and that glittery look snaps into her eyes, the kind that always spells trouble. Yuki tries to play it cool and introduce himself like a normal guy, but the stares hit him like a spotlight. She locks onto his black hair and black eyes, and it's like her brain is speedrunning the clues. She straight up asks if he's the real lord from that song, and the look on her face is full-on down bad for that legend. Yuki snatches the ultimate out from under him, shuts it down instantly, and Odette just stands there stunned like she spawned as a confused NPC. Next thing you know, they're standing in front of the Taurus Araldum mansion, and it looks like it costs more than my entire life savings combined. The Earl is the biggest bro on the planet, throws them a huge thanks for saving his daughter Natasha, and straight up brings the ultimate chat energy. They get swept into dinner, but Yuki can't focus, because Ophelia seems to know way too much about that song. He has to find out whether she's tied to Fira village, because this mystery goes way deeper than some bottomless pit. He starts thinking his old villagers might have tucked a secret message for him inside the lyrics. Honestly, that's a straight-up high IQ play. In his past life, he taught kids for a living, so now he can spot hidden meaning in a kid's scribbles like it's written in plain sight. The Earl slams out this monstrous seafood feast, and I swear, just staring at it has my stomach growling. Ophelia kicks off with a polished little spiel about the dishes like the ultimate cultured waifu, but Odette's face screams she's about to snap. That blonde girl is shaking with pure fear because she's never seen a fish that looks like a monster before. She takes one bite and absolutely faceplants the moment it comes to it, proving she's the classic clumsy waifu trope we all love. Ophelia slides in with a god-tier skill and strips the entire fish to the bone in 3 seconds, like a pro chef with a cheat code. Odette is basically worshipping her right now, and Ophelia's mommy energy hits way harder than her small size should ever allow. She steps in to help Yuki next, straight up calling him Sir Yuki, but her words snag for a second, and she nearly blurts True Lord. But our guy is already halfway done with his meal, devouring it like he's been starving for a whole week straight. Ophelia's jaw drops. He devoured that fish so perfectly that there wasn't a scrap left, just a spotless little skeleton. Yuki tries to play it cool and claims he just stuffed himself with river fish back home, but his pro-level eating habits scream one thing: he's lying. Flashback back in his past life, he'd jet out to the sea just to hunt those exact fish for his whole village. He was basically the village dad, methodically deboning the fish for the kids since they couldn't stomach the bones. He realizes he just blew his cover as a clueless nobleman the second he eats like a total seafood god. Ophelia calls him out for even knowing the secret seaweed wrap trick, and Yuki starts sweating buckets like he's about to crack. That silence at the table is so awkward it feels louder than an explosion, I swear. The Earl has to tell Ophelia to back off, because the guests need to actually eat in peace, not get grilled every second. Yuki keeps smashing the food nonstop, and Odette just sits there, stunned, like who are you even? The Earl presses for the real reason they're in town, and right on cue, it's time for Yuki to start spinning even more lies. He's telling everyone they're just trainees trying to learn magic, and honestly, that's the biggest lie I've heard all day. The Earl buys it on the spot, then raves about how hard they're chasing knowledge of those ancient battlefields. Yuki launches into this full-blown speech about the Elysium Temple, and he sells every word so hard you'd swear he's a real scholar. This old man is straight up applauding him, like the biggest con of all time is unfolding right in front of us. The deception is pure cinema. He even suggests Ophelia herself can show them around. That's exactly what Yuki was hoping for. He straight up requests the northern mountains, like he's hunting down the old stomping grounds he can't stop thinking about. The Earl leans in and confirms it. There used to be a village there, until the scary temple wrapped the place in its dark control. Yuki can't forget that place. When the temple cultists tore the world apart under the pounding rain, it felt like a living nightmare. We catch a flash of that old village life, quiet streets, calm faces, and yet we both know the real truth is lurking right beneath the peace. Yuki refuses to back down, determined to get to the bottom of it, even as Odette clearly looks like she'd rather be anywhere but here. The Earl's eyes harden and that chilling, uh-oh, feeling hits you, because you can tell something horrible is about to drop. He tells them with total certainty that not a single person is left in that whole area anymore. Years ago, a brutal landslide ripped out the road to the village, and now the whole place is totally sealed off from the rest of the world. Luckily, the villagers barely escaped in time, because once they were gone, that place turned into a full-on ghost town. Odette realizes the brutal truth. Unless they can literally grow wings and take off, that place will stay totally out of reach. Yuki's crushed, but you can already tell his brain's hunting for a way to weasel his way up there. He flashes his best good boy grin and thanks the Earl anyway, even after getting that info. He tells himself to rest up now, then sets a plan to move out in just a couple days, so his secret mission stays on schedule. The Earl spills that his late wife was completely obsessed with the songs that came from that village. We get a flashback to a stunning singer who uses her voice to mend people's hearts after the war, and yeah, she's got that absolute best girl energy. Yuki can't believe it. His old friends really did leave something good behind, and it moves him to the core. Everyone was genuinely thrilled because of those songs, and honestly, it felt almost wholesome for once. Fiera Village's culture somehow lasted a full 200 years. That's a huge win, and everyone knows it. Ophelia leans in and asks if she can sing just one more for them, and Yuki instantly realizes he's about to be dragged into it. She learned every single one from her mom, then passed the tradition down so it lived on generation after generation. She drops this song is reserved for only the biggest guests, and then she locks eyes with our boy like she means him. Yuki suddenly clocks it. She's probably Rosalba's descendant, the legendary singer from his old village. Odette's totally on board. She just doesn't know she's about to stumble into some next-level cringe. Yuki knows there's no dodging this, especially if it's a message crafted for only his ears. Ophelia sucked in a deep breath and braced herself to unleash the hottest track the century has ever seen. She launches into a song for her dear, beloved lord, and right there, Yi and Odette both start choking on their food like they've been hit by a curse. They act like they've got fish scales lodged in their throats, but the second-hand embarrassment hits hard and it's painfully real. The lyrics spiral even darker, claiming my everything belongs to the true lord, and Yuki is right there, praying for a landslide. He snaps to attention. Rosalba and Alice are the ones who cooked up this cringe mess, and now he's plotting payback. Even after he died and clawed his way back, his old life keeps crawling out of the past to mess with him, right in the most painfully awkward way possible. They've confirmed it. Ophelia is his direct descendant, and she's literally singing back his own lore like it's burned into her bones. The song finally dies down, and Odette blurts that she feels diabetic, like it was so sweet and cheesy it should come with a warning label. Yuki is hunting down the other girl who did this, then forcing her to hear every word until shame crushes her. He'll give you the melody, top tier, but then he straight up calls those lyrics a war crime against his dignity. He realizes that song isn't just sound, it's a flare in the dark, proving his people are still out there nearby. He lets out a sigh at how messy his old friends were, but you can tell, deep down, he secretly loves that chaos. Then Ophelia unleashes the bombshell. There's a sick-un song, and Yuki's entire soul nearly slips right out of him. She dips into a polite bow like butter wouldn't melt, while privately she's torturing our protagonist with pure, cringe-fueled pain. By the time it was over, our boy got forced to sit through 5 full songs of people, showering him with praise. They clap like obedient little guests, but Yuki is practically steaming, smoke pouring from his ears. Ophelia blurts out that her mother warned her, watch that guest's face like a hawk while she sings. They told her the real lord would be gentle and shy, and Yuki showed up exactly like that. He finally clocks the trap. He's been lured, outplayed, and exposed by some little girl, and now it's over. She shoots him a cheeky wink, then whispers to her dad that girls have their own secret songs. Straight up, she's a menace. She tells him she only wants to stand by his side as an ally, and yeah, it's a pretty good hook for Yuki's harem. He finally clicks, this was just a test the whole time, and his poker face completely blew it. He bows and thanks her, and it hits him at last. His secret's out in this house, no hiding now. It's official, she knows exactly who he is, and she's fully locked in on his side, no doubts. Yuki figures coming here was still a good idea, songs be damned, because the damage was already done. Alright, hold on to your breath. It's time to charge into the mountains and uncover what truly happened to fear a village. What's up, my cultured kings? We're back, and this MC is basically a walking cheat code, vibing to songs like he's in the front row at a live concert, while he sizes up this ogre like it's just some mid-tier NPC, already plotting his next vacation. Our boy Yuki is just vibing, throwing on some ancient bops, because even a reincarnated demon lord still needs lo-fi beats to study, no excuses. Look at cute little Ophelia, she's blushing like crazy, no joke, just because the MC is breathing. So yeah, there's this big sister named Natasha in the mix, and you already know I'm secretly praying she's the real deal, like a certified mommy. This noble guy and Odette are locked in strategy talk, but I'm over here studying Odette's character design like, yeah, the artist absolutely knew exactly what they were doing. Gramps is sitting there looking uneasy about the border, and you just know it's because he can feel the whole plot is about to blow wide open. The Galu Empire is hauling its troops into position, and in manga terms, that means a bunch of NPCs are seconds away from getting absolutely obliterated. Odette's rattled because when military training starts near the border, it's basically the whole world's way of saying, something's about to explode. Monsters are going wild, and the MC just stands there, all smooth and unbothered, like he's already figured out how many seconds it'll take to wipe them out. The Elysium Temple is giving Yuki a total headache, and he's already reaching into his pockets like he's seconds away from drawing a Glock. This old man cackles and swears nothing will escalate. Yeah, that's the biggest death flag I've seen all week, rest in peace, old man. Yuki yanks out a sketch of the crown emblem he uncovered earlier, acting like a total Sherlock, full detective mode, even throwing magic into the mix. Check out this crown drawing, it's the key to the whole mystery, and look at that good boy dog in the corner, straight up legendary. And he tells them straight up, this logo doesn't belong anywhere near here, so yeah, some foreign trouble is creeping in, trying to wreck the peace he's been fighting to keep. The noble swears he's never laid eyes on that currency before, and our MC, yeah, just like I figured, keeps that chill, cool guy energy turned all the way up. Ophelia wants everyone to stay the night, and I swear I know what you're all thinking. Yeah, keep those thoughts out of the gutter, because she's just trying to be a perfect host. Her smile is so pure it almost doesn't belong here. She's literally glowing, while the MC just stands there, staring blankly like a total beta. Just look at Yuki's eyes. He's totally locked in, like he's already plotting the snack he'll devour later. They're holed up in this massive mansion, basically a five-star hotel, but for demon lords, and it's straight-up cinema. Night drops and the bats scatter out, flooding everything with eerie vibes, while the dog just stares around like, where are my treats? The MC sprawls in his room, spiraling over a crushing debt. Then, just when things are about to stay quiet, a hard knock slams the door. Knock knock, who's there? Yeah, the plot's showing up right on cue, ready to swing and knock him flat. Ophelia slips in at night. I'll give you $10 if you can guess what she wants without peeking at the next page. He opens the door for her like a true gentleman, though deep down, he's probably just praying for a few juicy lore drops. She kicks things off by talking about an ancient song, one that spells out a legendary figure, and we all instantly realize it's our boy Yuki. Black hair, black eyes, then boom, a guardian deity who actually dances in midair, and yeah, the whole description feels like someone just dumped his entire past life highlight reel in front of you. Yuki's freaking out inside his own head because his secret identity is getting exposed thanks to a nursery rhyme. She locks eyes with him, demands to know if he's the legendary lord, and the tension is so heavy you could slice it clean with a sword. He finally drops the gatekeeping and hands her his first name, spilling Major Riz at last. Then he's right on the edge of declaring the family name and detonating her reality, shattering it into another dimension. Boom, Dean Nosferatu, the immortal magician, is here, and this panel is pure heat. He looks like a straight-up digachad. Ophelia just freezes, because there, right in her bedroom, stands a real, literal deity. Yuki just stands there like nothing's happening, while this man's sheer audacity hits so hard it's honestly unmatched. She buys it on the spot. She's got impeccable taste, while he shrugs and goes, yeah, stuff happened, and then I came back. Her mom always swore he'd come back, and now the prophecy has finally hit, straight-up peak storytelling, bros. They trade rumors about how the village name got erased by time, probably because some haters kept trying to shut them down. Then the story slams into a war flashback. Traitor sages tried to wreck everything, and they got what they deserved, absolute losers. They wiped the village clean from history on purpose, but you can't bury a killer legend forever. They crafted those songs to hit like a thunderclap, so even if the records got burned, the memory would still live on. Yuki thanks her for keeping the memories burning bright, and meanwhile he's all teary-eyed as the village goes wild with celebration behind them. Ophelia's cheeks are blazing red again, because the moment her lord praised her, it hit so hard down bad doesn't even cover it. He finally connects the dots. Those landslides crushing the village didn't happen by chance, someone sabotaged it. The Elysium Temple slammed the road shut to stop anyone from coming back for revenge. Yeah, these guys are the real villains. Our boy is gearing up for a trip to the ruins, because he's got unfinished business waiting there, and he's not backing down. She warns him about giant snake monsters, but she has no clue she's talking to the guy who essentially invented being Op. He discovers the monsters were unleashed by the temple, just to be toxic, and the sheer pettiness is straight up unreal. They straight up unleashed monsters into the mountains just to spite the villagers, like, that's gotta be the most brutal cooked move ever. Yuki is absolutely disgusted by what that temple's doing, and honestly, same, because they're basically the NPCs of the religious world. They basically dressed him up as a scapegoat to kick off a killing spree, screaming "Demon Lord" at him, while they were the ones going full demon. With the territory stretched thin and understaffed, Yuki realizes he's got to step in and clean up this mess himself. He throws himself into a dramatic pose and vows he'll fix the mountain problem, because that's exactly what heroes do. He yanks the window open and whistles like crazy, calling in his air support. Meet the squad, Dyke and Cliff the Bats, plus Garm the dog, and trust me, these familiars got more riz than most MCs. Ophelia's eyes lock onto the cutest dog, and she forgets everything, proving that no matter how wild the magic gets, dogs are everyone's ultimate weakness. Yuki drags Deck along as his messenger, and meanwhile the dog soaks up some serious head scratches from the girl. He's still stuck on that armed ogre disaster, convinced someone out there in the shadows was yanking the strings. Check out this map. Those culprits are probably bolting north, straight for the Empire, convinced they can outrun everyone. He's holding back and moving like it's a minefield, because he knows the plot armor won't matter the second he steps into a trap. Natasha is rushing to the capital for reinforcements, but deep down we all know the MC is gonna finish the job before they even get the bags packed. She demands to know why he's going to all this trouble, and he shrugs like, because I'm the protagonist. He leans in and reminds her she's blood from his people. Basically, your family is mine. She's stunned by his kindness, and Yuki shoots her a smirk so sharp it could melt steel. All right, he's in his own head like, once this is done, I'm vanishing and disappearing into a quiet life. He's dead set on sinking his time into researching and tinkering with magic tech, the kind of retirement plan only a genius would call a joke. He's pushing to build magical replicas that actually help people with disabilities, and that's how you know he's a full-on Chad with a heart of gold. He refuses to watch the people he loves get killed just because he's stuck living forever, because immortality is a miserable cage when you're lonely. He swears it's all for himself, but come on, we all know he's secretly a total softie. Ophelia just stands there, baffled by his logic, while he keeps snickering like a total dork. She burst into giggles when it finally clicked why her ancestors were so obsessed with this guy. She drops to her knees and swears her loyalty on the spot, becoming the latest addition to the MC's ever-expanding harem. Yuki can't believe her loyalty hit her out of nowhere, and it basically proves he's clueless as can be about women. He grills the room about a song tied to an old castle, hunting fresh clues like a pro gamer with the next level in sight. There really is a song, and she's blown away he even thought to ask. That's a straight-up 200 IQ move. The song sings about the Lord coming back to his home, proving that his old base is still standing out there. He's finally ready to leave, but before he can walk out that door, Ophelia yanks him back with one last request. She asks for a head pat, and my whole heart just melts on the spot. This is way too wholesome for a trashy recap. He nods like he's got it all under control, then shoots his hand out, poised to hand over the ultimate reward. Head pats kick off, her dream finally lands, and she looks happier than a kid on Christmas morning. Turns out it's a sacred tradition. The guardian deity pats everyone's head during ceremonies, and yeah, the lore runs deep. Flashback back when he was still alive and free, he was running the same cruelty on his own villagers, and yeah, he was already a gigachat back then too. The song claims the villagers begged for his life to be spared, even if it meant going toe-to-toe with the whole temple. He can't stop wondering if they're furious with him for ditching them, but the very next beat of the song shuts all that doubt down. They straight up begged him to not die a second time, and honestly, that's the sweetest thing I've heard all year. He's convinced they're being unfair, but you can still catch that little smile he always has. He really likes those guys. She slips away to finally rest, practically floating on air after that sweet head pat. She's practically skipping on air, totally obsessed with the deity, down bad and not even hiding it. Morning hits and our boy's raring to go, but he's definitely not heading out by himself. Odette is yanking her hair into perfect order, looking every bit like a proud mommy. Then she insists on coming along too, because she's not about to let him hog all the fun. She wants to stand by him and be his backbone, and honestly, I'm fully here for this duo. Man, look at that wink. She's packing top-tier riz, and she absolutely knows it. They team up and roll out together, because the second that blonde waifu jumps into the party, you just no asterisk things are about to go nuclear. We cut to the mountain fort, and the guards are just standing there, fully braced, like they're seconds away from something going down. They're slumping and looking bored, like they have zero clue they're about to be yanked into a manga. They're badmouthing the Grand Dark Boa like it's basically a boss fight, just itching to explode any second. Folks swear the village up on that mountain is just a myth, but we're the ones who know what's real. They bring up the legend of the temple's wrath, and it only makes it crystal clear. Those priests are nothing but jerks. Guard spots a black figure streaking toward the mountain and immediately gets roasted for it. The captain shoved him away with a cruel laugh, calling his report stupid, because you never, ever make fun of the guy who's actually watching the MC. Humans can't fly, he declares, right before the MC shuts him up with the most dramatic proof imaginable. Then boom, this monstrous sound hits out of nowhere, and they practically leap out of their boots. A massive thing is barreling down the mountain, and these NPCs are moments away from the worst day of their lives. They call it a harmless boulder, but the truth underneath is way more terrifying. It's the head of a colossal snake. This thing is massive, and it just got brutally destroyed. She collapses in front of the fort like a soggy, overcooked noodle. The guards go silent as the realization hits. One of the mountain's rulers just got wiped out. It's one of the 5 rulers, and right now it's totally lifeless, because someone just flexed and shut down the entire mountain. These snakes wear scales even top-tier adventurers can't scratch, and somehow, they still get sliced open like butter. But the guards just stand there, staring over the wall like they've run out of answers and started questioning their whole purpose. The trees are rattling like they've got secrets to spill, and you can feel the next wave of action barreling toward us. And there he goes, Yuki rocket jumps through the forest, slicing up snakes one after another like it's Fruit Ninja, but way more brutal. Yo, what's up my cultured brothers? Back at it with another banger. Yuki's really out here letting those monsters know not to mess with a reincarnated demon king. We kick things off at the mansion, where the NPCs finally clock Yuki, and the squad jumps the gun, heading out way too early to handle their mountain business. They're gearing up to ride for the northern border to drop off supplies and have Ophelia sing for the troops. But let's be real, they're just buying time while the real Chad is out there in the field. Yuki and his blonde sidekick, Odette, are currently bursting through the trees, sprinting like they've stepped into a high-budget Naruto fan edit. But the forest is basically cooked, and it doesn't take long before a giant, scaly NPC stomps in like it's hunting for a snack. Like our boy doesn't even break a sweat, he pops the first snake like it's bubble wrap, and after 3 down, he's barely warmed up. Det's out here spinning the dance of the Earth God, mowing down the little fry like it's nothing, and the way she commands the spotlight. Yeah, she's 100% top-tier waifu material. Then out of nowhere, a giant snake tries to creep up on her and trash the whole mood, so Yuki dives in with insane audacity and peak riz, scooping her up in full bridal style and sailing through the air. Look at that blush, I'm telling you right now, she's officially down bad for our boy. Yuki yanks out a magic dagger, shoves it straight into the snake's mouth, and when it finally activates, bam, its head turns into pure chaos, exploding from the inside out like absolute cinema. But hold up, there's always some bigger predator, and this time it's a straight-up leader snake so huge, it might as well come with its own zip code. Right when trouble starts to feel unstoppable, a bat swoops in and chirps, "Master," like it's got him wrapped in destiny. Out of nowhere, a whole swarm of these flying rodents crashes in, and every single one drops to its knees for him. Turns out they're the descendants of the familiar he had 200 years ago, and they've been waiting nonstop for their GigaChat master to finally return. He breaks it down, how he once dumped his old familiar's magic-infused blood back into action, restoring it like a cheat code from another world, the ultimate power-up. Yuki slips the bats a tiny taste of his blood to seal the contract again, and yeah, I know what you're thinking, lucky bats, right? With his brand new aerial GPS, he locks onto the bat-approved route and rockets straight up a sheer vertical cliff. The bats crash onto the boss snake in a frenzy, swarming it like a crowd of furious fans at a concert, just to keep it fully distracted. Yuki smirks, then double casts his fire magic straight into the snake's gaping throat. The snake's head explodes into a full-on fireworks show, sparks, chaos, and total mayhem everywhere. Odette's over here clamping both hands over her eyes, because the gore is straight up too brutal for her to take. After the fight, we learn these bats have been guarding his old village ruins for centuries, sticking by him out of sheer loyalty, and honestly, that's got peak, I ride or die energy. They finally reach the ruins of Fira village, and you can feel the whole moment hit our boy right in the chest, straight up emotional. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Natasha Torias, the adorable cutie Yuki they saved earlier, rushes in and warns Prince Cain about the armed ogre threat. They're freaking out because these monsters throw up magic nullifying shields, and honestly, that's the kind of nightmare any normal mage would dread. Master Zamel is absolutely buzzing to dig into this ancient tech, so he's downing potions nonstop just to keep his eyes open. Natasha zones out thinking about Yuki, then bam, we slam into a flashback of her mother calling her, "Mommy, sorry, mommy." And there it is, the Torius women's assets, like it's just another family tradition of culture. Back in reality, the prince and Zamel absolutely shower Yuki with praise, going on and on about how he's a total beast for wiping out an armed ogre. They start yelling at each other over who gets to recruit him into their faction, like he's some mythical legendary item that just spawned. Natasha slams shut her report, storms out, and carries a huge, crushing life debt for our boy Yuki. But just as she's about to leave, the door swings wide, and a brand new challenger steps in. Princess Iris Rischa and her brothers. Yeah, the Riz in this room just hit critical levels. Look at that design, is she about to become the new main waifu? Bet you $10 you can't guess how fast she's going to fall for the MC. Princess Iris strides in like a spell, just look at that breathtaking grace. We finally got Princess Iris Rischa on screen, and wow, those royal genes are going into overdrive. Then Lady Natasha Torias steps onto the scene, and I swear, this series, art style is basically a gift to all of us men of culture. She's hunting down the big shot NPCs, Prince Cain and Master Zamel, because knowing her, she's about to get dragged into some dry, deadly politics. But wait, Iris just blurted an urgent report, and now she's yanking Natasha into it, because trouble is about to explode. They kick the door in and there's Prince Kane, totally relaxed like a straight-up legend, kicking back and asking, "So what's the move?" Iris drops a bombshell. The Ghoul Empire is riddled with snakes, sneaking into the kingdom like rats in the dark. The maid yanks out the receipts, and trust me, these aren't boring paper scraps, they're the plot-proof evidence that changes everything. Yuki snuck into an ogre lair and dug up a coin, then Lady Odette swept in, close as can be. Kane's finally locked in, because even a relaxed prince can feel it when the kingdom's starting to get cooked. Turns out this coin isn't just any money, it's stamped with the Empire Nobility's dirt currency seal, and it means they're officially hiring you. Iris had the Magic Guild dig into it right away, because she's got that big brain energy, leaving Natasha straight up speechless. Natasha is practically buttering up the princess like she's the most dignified thing since sliced bread. Just picture the princess and her knight standing together. Their bond hits you like a flash of pure light. She's betting that these two top-ranked guys aren't total betas, and that they'll finally grasp just how serious this gets. The theory says the Empire is teaming up with what's left of the Elysium Temple, like a messy, surprise crossover nobody ever asked for. Yuki's letter claims the enemies didn't just summon the ogres, they used them as a decoy, buying time while they bolted north. The whole room goes dead silent as everyone realizes how insanely bold this plan is, if it's really true. If the Ogre King is marching toward the Taurius domain, Natasha's backyard is about to blow wide open into a full-on war zone. Iris isn't sitting around for some committee meeting. She's barking orders at the Magic Guild, demanding they send the heavy hitters out right now. Kane can't stop worrying about the danger, but Iris locks eyes with him like, "Watch me." She's ready to risk everything for her man. She yells, "I'm going," with so much pure confidence it probably startled the whole neighborhood. She swears it's her duty as a liege, but come on, she's just head over heels for Yuki, and she's itching to get to him ASAP. She's already got her bags packed and she's ready to bounce, and this departure speed is straight up mind-blowing. Natasha is bawling happy tears because she swears the princess is a saint. Meanwhile, Iris is out there hot on the heels of that night, Riz. Natasha steps up to guide her, and Iris lights up so hard she practically radiates a dark, determined aura. She's so fired up to reunite with her lord that her real feelings almost burst out in front of everyone. Kane just lounges there, totally unbothered, like, "Yeah, kingdom security, sure, whatever you say, sis." He's never seen her this worked up. She's going full trance, chanting in her mind, "I will go to his side," over and over like a mantra. He gives her the green light to head straight for the Taurius domain, and just like that, the rescue mission officially kicks off. Even old man Zamel is wiping his tears away, totally undone by this kind of devotion. Iris is losing her mind, straight up screaming with joy, because she finally has the perfect reason to go find her man. Kane tells her to be careful and wait for Yuki, but I'm betting she's already halfway out that door. She swears she'll never leave Yuki's side, straight up a wedding vow dressed up like a mission order. Kane tells himself he's being a great brother, while Iris is sitting there wearing the grin of someone who just hit the jackpot. She leans in and whispers that he's already given his word, no take-backs now. The guys just stand there, staring, because the vibes hit an insane level out of nowhere. And just like that, the princess bolts off as a vanguard investigator, racing forward at the speed of a hungry gamer sprinting for the fridge. Meanwhile, Yuki and the gorgeous Odette just stomped up to the old entrance of the village from his past. Odette drinks in the view, and honestly, the scenery is almost as stunning as she is in that outfit. Welcome to Fira Village, the exact place where our MC's journey began before he got ripped into reincarnation. Dead silent, either everything's calm, or the universe just hit play on a horror movie, and the plot armor decides who screams first. Just look at those empty fields, it's gone full ghost town. Yuki slips into one of the abandoned houses to feel out the eerie vibe inside. The roof is dripping like crazy, but the furniture's still lined up flawlessly, like the NPCs just stepped out and the game paused. He cranes his neck through the holes in the dark, staring at the sky like he's reliving the good old days. Odette asks what she thinks, and he tells her the truth. Yeah, it's falling apart, but somehow everything's still perfectly kept. He lets out a huge breath, because that means the villagers really did get time to pack up and escape, like proper, civilized people. There was zero sign of flames or wreckage, just time moving on like it owned the place. Odette grabs his hand and pleads with him not to scare her. Honestly, that is peak waifu energy. She clocked every ounce of his tension the whole time, like only she could see it, and that's how it hit her. She's the only one who truly understands him. Yuki gets totally blindsided by what she just noticed, and she can't help thinking he's the kind of dense MC who somehow misses everything. She demands a full tour of the place where he and Iris used to live, and she won't take no for an answer. They step into the village, and the sheer size of the place hits them like a wave. This place is way bigger than you'd expect. He proudly shows off the terraced fields and the crystal clear spring water, like, dude, basically living out his old life in SimCity. Yuki tries to play it cool like none of it matters, but we all know he's secretly bursting with pride over his work. Then bam, we're staring at a public bathhouse, and you can tell this village takes hygiene seriously, like they've got next-level culture on lock. He even carried heat-resistant tubs just to boil water. While the rest of the world was stuck in the dirt, this village was already living in the future. It was a monster sighting message board where people posted sightings and begged for help. And honestly, the system ran circles around most modern MMOs. A lush herb garden fed a high-tech lab that churned out top-tier potions for nearby towns, and the whole local economy was exploding with growth. They even had a top-notch smithy. This village was basically a legendary endgame hub where only the elite players hung out. Odette can't shake the defeat creeping in. Those designs are so flawlessly functional, they make her own domain look downright mid. She can't wrap her head around it. This village is from 200 years ago, and it's already so advanced, and she's straight up losing it. Yuki tosses out this wild line that anyone can learn basic magic, and then, boom, they team up and hunt monsters together. So what kind of elite squad even is this? He swears that one upgrade in 50 years made this natural, but we all know the truth. It was him hauling the whole team on his back. Odette locks eyes with him, those stone-serious stare, like she's moments away from dropping the big question. She leaned in and asked, "Can you be the guardian deity of my domain?" Because to her, that meant one thing, taking her people's burdens on your shoulders too. He shuts her down fast, saying the villagers built everything themselves. He only helped sketch the blueprints. We get a flashback of his younger self, looking like an absolute gigachad as he builds facilities for his people. He just wanted them to get it done without a single worry. Honestly, what a total legend. And he's replaying his past, second-guessing everything, wondering if he truly did enough for them. Odette flashes him a sweet smile because she knows he's just doing his usual humble act. They're closing in on the castle at last, and that hike from the village is brutal as hell. Whoa, there it is, the Demon Lord's castle perched on the edge of a cliff, looking like pure absolute cinema. It got obliterated by magic from the Elysium Temple. Those guys don't take it easy when they're smashing things. They step into the ruins, and the sheer destruction hits them like a tidal wave, absolutely insane. They finally stumble on the entrance to the throne room, at least, what's left of it. Yuki drops the truth. Turns out it was just his study room the whole time, and the villagers only called it a throne room to hype it up even more. The throne wasn't some sacred relic, it was just a chair a smith kept repairing, and Riz's humility is off the charts. Flashback, those kids were just hanging out in his study, and honestly, he was the pulse of the whole community. Look at this tiny girl's drawing. This wholesome little moment hits so hard that it sparks the MC's instinct to protect everything. Yuki flashes a gentle smile, and you can tell he truly, deeply cares about those people. He decides this hall has nothing left for them, so he snaps into motion, time to leave and go straight for the good stuff. They charge down a dark corridor, and you can feel it. Something legendary is waiting right at the end. Odette stands right beside him, and he grips Martha's handkerchief like it's a lucky charm that might keep everything from falling apart. As he strides through these halls, it feels like he's been tossed back in time, like 200 years never happened at all. We catch a glimpse of his past self, those eyes blazing with ancient power and deep, old wisdom. His past self was strolling these same halls, and yeah, he looked like a total boss back then too. Odette locks eyes with him, like she's finally clocked that this talented kid is something way bigger. Yuki tells her she's a good person, and the way he says it is so smooth she feels herself melt on the spot. She's totally flustered, blurting out where that even came from, then blushes so hard she turns as red as a tomato. Even after she tells him, "Don't give me a heart attack," she's basically down bad for him, so bad it's almost embarrassing. They stumble into a hidden door, because every awesome castle has to hide a secret basement, and that's where the legendary loot is waiting. Turns out right under the study is a priceless relic, and Odette can't stop listening, like it's pulling her in. Yuki suddenly goes quiet, bracing himself to finally spill the secret he's been clutching in silence. Flashback, Lyle was griping about how he couldn't come up with a single creative riddle. What a clueless meathead. Only the village chiefs held the secret key, locking this treasure away from danger for centuries. He kept the villagers' health records right there, like a true guardian deity, watching over every single life with fierce devotion. He fought to lock away every memory of the people who were gone, because yeah, he's a total Chad who actually cares. Then he brings up how Iris tried to sneak in her 3 sizes once, and honestly, that girl's been a woman of culture since day one. He slaps his hand on the wall, and the old password still clicks in like it never died. Ancient security, apparently, is a lot more durable than it should be. Dean Nasaratu's promise with the oldest villager. That isn't just any password, it's a weighty title meant to crush your soul the moment you say it. The wall starts sliding around, and your gut screams that something huge is about to burst into the light. Odette is completely rattled by the mechanism. She's never, ever seen anything like this. The secret chamber finally swings wide, and that blazing light slams into something absolutely epic inside. They burst into the room, and the tension hits so hard it feels like a blade could slice it. Boom, there it stands, a towering jet-black suit of armor, looming like the final boss with your heart pounding. Odette snaps to it. This is Yuki's Lord's legacy, and the whole design is straight up unhinged. Yuki tilts his head up with a smug grin, because at last, he's reunited with a piece of his past. This is the legacy her father left behind, a total beast of a man. Lyle Carmen seriously just stare at that helmet. That's peak night aesthetic straight up. Yo, what's good, my cultured kings? I am back with a straight up banger, because the MC is finally about to get his hands on ancient hardware that makes a Tesla look like a tricycle. We kick things off in a secret bunker, because Lyle was a full-on massive Chad who planned for absolutely everything. This room is sealed shut tighter than my search history, and the password is a village secret passed down for generations. Then bam, we see the absolute unit, a royal knight in armor just standing there, like it's already gearing up to take on an entire continent all by itself. The craftsmanship on this thing is straight up cinema. These plates look like the artist went full beast mode, locked in, and cooked every last detail. Yuki and our blonde waifu Odette are locked on this like it's a limited edition drop, because yeah, same. This legendary royal knight was built specifically for Yuki, and the raw aura blasting off it is absolutely unreal. Lyle even left behind perfectly organized stacks of documents, like a walking proof that he was the ultimate admin gigachat before he disappeared. Yuki's grinning like crazy, because he knows his kid really came through for him in the most over-the-top way imaginable. Yeah, the room's a bit cramped for a giant metal death machine, but we're still making it work. Suddenly, Yuki spots weird gamer code carved straight into the floor right in front of the armor. He tells Odette to light it up, because his old man eyes can't make out the fine print in the dark. Lyle's handwriting, so you know a gut punch is coming, because the son just left a message for his pops. He kicks things off by calling the idiot father out total power move, and then actually labels it a gift, like that trauma he caused is somehow justified. He basically built the whole thing, so Yuki would never have to risk a single L in battle again. Yuki's straight up on his knees right now, because this emotional blow is slamming him harder than a truck's gun. He dedicates the Royal Knight Lord of Nosferatu to his father, and if that name doesn't scream peak edge, I honestly don't know what does. Our boy's tearing up, because he finally understands how much his idiot son sacrificed just to make all this happen. Lyle slipped into temples, stabbed Trust in the back, and drove himself to the breaking point just to keep his dad alive and safe. Odette jumps in as the perfect supportive waifu, reminding him this whole village was rooting for him the entire time. We get a rapid glimpse of the squad, and I'm telling you, those specs are absurdly overpowered for a bunch of random villagers. Even the vampire mommy is in the flashback begging them, don't do anything reckless, but come on, we already know these guys are built different. Yuki wipes the tears, steels himself, and decides it's time to start flying, because he's totally about to take that bad boy for a spin. If he can't lift it now, he'll leave it here and swing back for research, but trust me, he's not done. He's gonna make it work. Odette swears she'll keep the secret, and come on, just look at that face. She's basically the definition of best girl. She even begs to join the research team. Trust me, this lab's culture is about to blow your mind. She's chasing this tech so everyone can live comfortably, like that saintess energy is so pure it practically hurts. Yuki's getting absolutely fired up now, like he's about to slam this ancient relic into life with a literal jump start. He's cranking out the old arm spins warm-up because right after this, he's about to dive into some seriously insane magical engineering. He's going to slip inside using his mana blood, then test whether this giant hunk of metal actually has a soul. Suddenly, a wild bat bursts in, an emergency message from the familiar waiting at Ophelia's place. Cliff and Garb are in big trouble, and you know the second the pets start freaking out, yeah, the story is about to get absolutely cooked. Monsters have crashed into the Torius territory, and they're no ordinary, low-level NPC trash. These guys are rocking armor, just like the armed ogres we saw earlier, so that means someone's cranking out threats by the batch. The bat rattles and trembles like a leaf as it lays everything out to Yuki, who stays ice calm, totally unbothered. Apparently, Ophelia and the whole crew were out delivering food to the soldiers like absolute chads, then they got jumped out of nowhere. A pack of armored monsters burst out of nowhere and started hammering through the streets, turning the charity mission into a full-blown war zone. But that's not even the worst of it. Something darker was skulking in the shadows, waiting to strike. The moment the new boss-level threat hit, the ground started crumbling like it couldn't even handle the power pressing down on it. A beastly monster in blazing red armor struts in like the biggest gigachad villain alive, and it looks ready to wreck everyone's day. This thing rockets in, growling as it buffs its minions, while Yuki just stares like, "Hold up, I didn't play that DLC." He realizes this could be another Royal Knight, and if it's got mana-draining abilities, his squad is basically dead meat. Odette is freaking out, clutching her glowing orb as she demands Yuki tell her the move, right now. Yuki points out that a monster, probably a Royal Knight, is tearing through the Torius territory right now. Odette freezes for a split second as the danger hits, and you can practically see the gears grinding in her mind. She demanded they leave right now, swearing she could take care of the snakes on the way down all by herself. As a noble and a magic guild member, she feels it's her sworn duty to rush in and guard the kingdom. She's standing tall, fists clenched, ready to risk everything for her people. That's the kind of fire we love to see. Yuki stares at her and snaps to it. No way is he letting his waifu march out there and get crushed by that red robot. He tells her to wait 15 minutes like it's just some casual pizza order, but in reality, he's tinkering with a god-tier weapon like a master on a mission. He's about to turn the Royal Knight into a working machine in record time, so they can blast straight to the action. Odette's face is pure shock. She didn't even know these things could fly, and she's stunned to see them repaired in just a quarter hour. Yuki insists it must have slipped in from the ceiling, so yeah, it's got those flight mods installed for sure. He's going to give it a shot, even if he can only barely stay up in the air. He yanks out a knife and gets ready to unleash blood magic, because in this series, that's just how they roll. Infiltration, activate, he plunges straight into the armor systems like a pro hacker, all set to breach the defenses. He's hunting for a weak spot, or even a tiny scratch in the armor, so he can slip right past the external defenses. It works, he's smashing through every barrier like it's soaked paper, and the system finally starts answering back. Lyle chained this thing down so tightly that only his own dad could ever dream of piloting it. The armor finally bursts apart, and for the first time in centuries, the cockpit is revealed. Yuki starts scaling upward while Odette stares in awe, and they both hold that "please don't die" kind of breath. Staring out from inside the chest cavity is downright terrifying, but our boy, he refuses to flinch at a little darkness. The plates slam into place, with a brutal Gashin clang that screams straight out of a movie scene. He's officially strapped into the pilot's seat, and you can tell, he looks like he was born to command a giant mecha. He pulls in a deep breath, steels himself, and braces for the activation sequence to kick off. A HUD slams into view, dripping ancient mana code, but Yuki can read just enough to realize one terrifying thing: blood is the fuel. He realizes mastering it feels like getting a whole extra body, like a total power-up in disguise. He slams a huge gulp of his own mana blood into the system, locking that knight in as his brand new familiar. The Royal Knight's eyes flare a terrifying red, and you can practically feel the villains about to get absolutely crushed. The countdown's officially over. Yuki's right there, staring us down like the final boss of the whole world. The system boots straight into Mode 1, and the Lord of Nosferatu is back online for real. Yuki feels the mana surge through the entire unit, like it's fused to his own body, an extension of his very limbs. He starts testing the moves, and even though it creaks a little, the whole thing glides along so smooth it's unreal. His legs are firing off even stronger than his arms, and he's finally starting to nail that perspective shift. He can actually feel the wings snap open and shut, and he's dead sure this ride can scream past Mach speeds. Then out of nowhere, a mysterious voice starts spilling out from inside the unit, one that's been talking for what feels like ages. It flashes the number 7 and a trump card, proving these ancient relics aren't just empty shells, they're the real deal. The narrator's hyping up the Lord of Everything, but Yuki's way too slammed to care about any lore right now. He flat out ignores the creepy ghost in the machine and throws all his focus into the mission ahead. Later, he's gonna peel the system to its bones, but right now, he's using it to tear into some ogres. He's even toying with copying this tech and shipping it back to his maid, because honestly, that's peak overpowered employer energy. He's determined to keep Ophelia alive at all costs, because she's tied to his old village, and that legacy can't die with her. This rescue mission is the very first punch of his ticket to the dream life: retirement, peace, and pure chill. Odette is losing her mind because Yuki learned to pilot an ancient super weapon in, like, 5 seconds. He goes on to explain that the man of blood makes it feel like it's alive, creepy as hell, but honestly, super cool. He thrusts a massive metal hand toward Odette and yells for her to climb in, because they're burning daylight and getting moving now. She's terrified of that giant claw, but she clamps down even tighter because she knows Yuki's got her. Yuki can't believe it. Those armor sensors are insanely sensitive, and through that metal, he feels everything like it's happening right under his skin. Det suddenly realizes she can actually feel the texture of her clothes and even her own skin, and she looks totally flustered. Then Yuki throws the cultured bomb, and through his armor, he can actually feel her body heat and even the thump of her heartbeat pulsing in his palm. That ancient magical civilization was struggling hard when they cooked up these sensory links, let's be real. But thanks to that creepy tech, he can launch into the sky and still keep his wife safe, cradled right in his hand. Their wings unfurled wide, and they look straight up glorious. This right here is the absolute peak of the chapter. He grabs Odette and orders her to cling on tight because they're about to shatter the sound barrier. They tore straight through the mansion's roof, because who needs a door when you've got a jetpack? They're tearing through the sky above the forest, looking every bit like a god dropping onto the battlefield. The Lord of Nosferatu is charging straight into Torius territory, ready to prove to those monsters that he's the real Chad. Meanwhile, a handful of mysterious new faces come marching in, and they look like they're about to jump straight into the chaos. One of them gets yanked away while the rest keep chatting about safe trips, and yeah, this plot is getting dangerously thick. Yo homies, we're back with another banger. Watch the MC pull a GTA-level cheat code spree while everyone else is stuck playing Dark Souls, and it starts with the whole town getting absolutely wrecked by these armed ogres. Look, these poor fodder soldiers are just standing there, trembling like they've never even heard of a monster. The Count is ranting to his men, pushing hard that these ogres are the rumored armored monsters. Because they hit that attack the exact day the Count rolled in, there's no way bro isn't getting stream snipe targeted. In the back, you've got this adorable assistant girl, but don't get comfy, boys, because she's not the main event today. The Count is freaking out. Some red-armored monster smashed the gates open, and the nerve on that thing is absolutely wild. This red monster is basically a full-on gigachad beast. Just look at that helmet design, it screams power. He roars like a war drum, and every other ogre instantly loses it, full berserk mode. And those monsters are right there, slurping that demon juice like it's nothing. Look at those veins on him, this dude, Espen grinding at the gym. Soldiers are snapping from the stress as tremors blast through the ground nonstop. This ogre is sprinting in full rage mode, like a Discord mod charging as soon as the pizza shows up. The Count's trying to line up his units like it's a real battle, but come on, we all know these NPCs are just here to get absolutely clapped. This armored ogre is a walking nightmare. Just look at the size of that club. They jammed up the area with trash barricades, praying they could slam the brakes on all that momentum. And shockingly, the big guy buys it, then crashes straight into it head first. He's like seriously, literally. Now the soldiers pounce on him all at once, like a tenvu when is trapped in a back alley. They're driving their blades into the tiny gaps in the armor, because the front is a wall they can't break through. The archers are just mowing the field with arrows, spamming shots like they're in a Call of Duty lobby. The ogre's about to get carved into a living pincushion. Then the mages crash in, ready to snatch the kill right out from under them. They're blasting out magic bullets and stone bullets like it's supposed to matter, like those shots are doing anything at all. The Count's practically strutting right now. Yuki handed him the strategy guide for this level, and he can feel his confidence skyrocketing. The ogre's finally shut down for good, just an absolute L for the monster team. He's sprawled there like a complete loser, and it's hard not to laugh. The soldiers are throwing a full-on celebration like they just crushed the World Cup and stole the trophy. But the Count knows 5 more are still out there, so he throws the plan into retreat. He's checking on the evacuations when bam, Ophelia bursts out of nowhere like a wild nightmare. Look at this tiny cutie, she's packing more guts than the whole damn army. She swears she has to stay and sing to calm everyone down, bro. She's basically already got that Santi's Riz on lock. She's got a full-on helicopter dad in her ear, barking at her to stay right by his side. But the fight can't last. Those other ogres smash through the barricades like they're made of paper. The Count thinks he's smothering their power, but his plot armor is about to run out, right on time for everything to go down. He's on the hunt for that red armored. And just when you thought it was over, speak of the devil, here comes the boss fight. This ogre looks downright feral, just look into those eyes. He unleashes a roar that reeks of rotten eggs and pure, unhinged violence. Those magic bullets are hitting nothing anymore. These mages are basically useless right now. He barrels straight through the defenses like they're nothing. The barricades are getting absolutely demolished. And this monster is an absolute nightmare. Watch the sheer destruction it leaves in its wake. He's crushing soldiers underfoot like they're nothing more than their ants. The Count is roaring at the top of his lungs, screaming for everyone to flee for their lives. He's fighting to hold the line, but right now he looks like he's getting absolutely crushed. And out of nowhere a mysterious voice roars, calling him a foolish lord, and you just know asterisk things are about to blow wide open. A blur is tearing through the air at Mach 5, spinning like a weapon aimed straight at fate. Boom, like a meteor, the red monster crashes onto the roof, staring like he's about to unleash the hottest album of the year. He's got the Count staring back in his face, and that speed is plain unfair. He's blabbering on about the real king coming back, like it's about to happen any second. He blasts the Count's family as a gang of thieves who rip the land right out from under everyone. But wait, Ophelia isn't buying it for 1 second. She snaps, that's not true. Look at our little queen, standing her ground against a literal monster. Where the soldiers are stunned, because she's coming at them with pure, unstoppable ferocity. The monster isn't even impressed, it's basically pitying them for being clueless. Ophelia snaps and accuses him, straight up, of killing that guy. The monster snarls that he's here to rewrite history, and Bro just scoffs like, wow, okay, you're the teacher now. He drops a bombshell, he's the Rider King, Lord of Beasts, and yeah, it sounds way too mid for someone this dangerous. Look, he's shaking so hard his boots are basically vibrating. Then the monster charges, and these shields are literally just cardboard, holding back disaster with sheer dumb luck. Just look at that slash effect, pure, jaw-dropping cinema. Shields crack apart, and the soldiers get dragged straight into the Shadow Realm. Everybody's blasting through the sky on pure momentum, soaring like the world just snapped into a new dimension. The Count is down on the ground, trembling so hard he looks like he's seconds away from breaking into tears. He tries to bluff with reinforcements, but the monster sees right through him and won't budge. The monster grins and declares he's taking hostages. And just like that, he locks his gaze on Ophelia. He grins and promises he'll take the girl, then turn everyone into experimental guinea pigs. That dude's a total creep. He kicks things off by spilling secret techniques from the Elysium Temple, straight up, like they're not supposed to exist. He lunges at Ophelia, and the Count is yelling at her to sprint, right now. But don't you dare lay a finger on my people. Who the heck are you, Chad? A shadowy black-armored figure bursts out of nowhere and slams a clap right into the red guy while he's still hanging in midair. That hit was brutal. Just watch the debris explode through the air. The red monster's head gets slammed straight into the dirt, lights out. The black-winged king, yeah, he's straight up dominating the scene, and he looks ridiculously badass. Ophelia shoots her gaze upward, like she's just spotted a god staring back at her. Our boy yanks the red monster by the leg like it's nothing but trash, and then blasts him back into the dirt again. The red monster plummets from the sky like a meteor, screaming through the air on a collision course. Just look at the detail on this black armor, clean, sharp, and dripping in pure drip. He slams down the hammer, and boom, a massive explosion erupts like a war drum. Is so wrecked it's literally cratered. That red monster is hacking up blood, and he looks totally done, completely cooked. The Black Knight snaps at him to keep it down. If he doesn't, he'll spook the girl to death, and the riz is absolutely off the charts. Everyone's freaking out, asking if they're looking at a dragon or a full-blown evil deity. Ophelia's just staring him down, and yeah, she's completely down bad now. The red monster sobs over the ruins of his fallen country, and it's breaking his heart. Our boy fires off a roasting session and rips his organization to shreds as pathetic. He leans in and tells him one last thing. Don't you dare lay a finger on my people. The lawyer lines in and demands, who are you? And then it hits, the Lord of Nosferatu is revealed. My boy is dripping with power and looks ready to take the throne. Ophelia is blushing hard, and she looks ready to bet everything on the Dragon Man. He leans in and tells the monster, forget my name, I don't matter, I'm nobody. Then the MC, Yuki, pops up in his human form, and dude is serving pure Chad energy. That's how you shut down a whole squad of cheer villains. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Let's jump right back into the chaos, because our boy is out here absolutely wrecking this guy in a giant metal suit, pinning him down like it's nothing, and straight up hauling him like he's just taking out the trash. Our MC's kicked back in the cockpit, acting relaxed, but don't miss it. Sweat or not, he's seething, because he's a mage stuck doing a pilot's job. Turns out this giant hunk of junk is called the Lord of Beast, but right now, it honestly looks more like a Lord of Elves. Our boy is totally geeking out, tearing into the hardware like he's browsing a PC parts store. The Beast's pilot is on the edge of cracking, yelling at our MC to back off, because trust me, you're facing a total gigachat who will rip your toys away the second you keep thrashing. The armor is basically shrieking as our MC pushes it to the limit with pure, reckless audacity. The villain finally stumbles back in, looking totally wrecked and wheezing like he just sprinted a marathon. This salty NPC is out here using the Lord of Beast, but our MC's just griping. Brawling isn't his thing, because he's a high IQ mage. He's freaking out that he'll crack the suit, because he's packing way too much riz, way too much power for these ancient relics. The villain goes full showman with savage spinning animal attacks, like he's trying to cosplay him instead of just winning. MC's just locked in, staring at the frame data, and then it hits. This unit has straight-up animalistic speed buffs that feel unfair. And you know how our boy is. He spots something shiny and instantly wants it, already plotting to loot this man's entire career. The villain's losing his mind because he's never laid eyes on our black armor before. Talk about being unique, stay mad, NPC. This clown won't shut up about being the true heir of some dead kingdom, like anyone actually cares about his sad little backstory. He's sobbing about stolen land like that's some tragedy blaming thieves, classic villain coping mechanism. RMC, the walking scholar, cuts straight in and hits him with the truth, then lays it out like a weapon, saying his ancestors were cowards who actually sided with the enemy. They ditched their own people, then bolted like total cowards the moment the war ended, and they lost. The villain snaps, shut up, because the truth hits harder than a fireball straight to the face. He's got this huge plan to rebuild the kingdom with ancient magic, but he's moments away from getting absolutely destroyed. MC cuts him off with a brutal truth. You can't go back and reclaim the past, bro. He suddenly gets all mushy, spiraling into thoughts of his own past and his beloved waifu, Iris. Check out this wholesome flashback. Yeah, I know you're all here for the plot, but trust me, our boys have hearts too. While everyone's out here living it up with the villagers, that villain is trapped in the past, stuck there, and refusing to move on. The MC straight up calls him a moron for replaying the exact same mistakes that got everyone wiped out 1,000 years ago. The villain snaps, he starts screaming and unleashes a full power-up, blasting a shockwave out like a thunderclap. Suddenly, every single ogre around them snaps into full berserk mode, like the nastiest toxic gamer move you've ever seen. The side characters are trembling in their boots because these monsters are about to smash into the party, right on cue. The villain is cackling like a lunatic, snarling that he'll crush the entire town underfoot because he's nothing but a bitter, pathetic joke. He's really out here picking a fight with a guy who's got literal plot armor, stacked on top of that black armor like it's unfair. He orders the ogres to smash everyone to the ground, and our MC just shoots him that look like, oh yeah, fine, I'll do it. Still our boy snaps, something goes brutally wild, yanks his hand free from that suit, and now he's straight up throwing hands. Now he rockets that thing sky high, blasting it into the stratosphere like a blazing flare. And that's the cue. Our best girl Odette slides in like she owns the place, and when I see gorgeous silhouette, I'm telling you, that's the real MVP. She snaps her fingers and unleashes a literal army of bats that crash from the sky like living hell. Even the bats are here tonight. Yeah, ma'am, because they totally know who their mommy is. Odette is strutting on that rooftop like she owns the night, and she's basically saying our MC's blood is built different. We get a quick flashback to her completely wrecked, spent, drained, and barely hanging on after that brutal flight earlier. He felt awful for squeezing her so hard. Man, he was a true gentleman about it. So he offered her a power boost. She drank his blood, and boom, her ability surged, and wow, I see you, MC, pulling that man of culture, riz like it's a cheat code to level up your waifu. In the present, the bats finally swarm in, and the villain's mind goes completely blank at how many there are. It's a full-on batnado in here, and the villain's army is getting crushed under a swarm. Odette snaps out the command, attack it now, and when she does, she looks like pure royalty. All right, time to unleash the secret technique. If it blows, watch out. These aren't just bats, they're flying fire bombs. The entire place erupts like a giant barbecue as the fire magic blasts out everywhere. Monsters get cooked like a Sunday roast, and the townspeople scatter and hide as the heat keeps rising. MC laughs in the villain's face and taunts him, saying his magic resistance is worthless once his insides get cooked by the heat. He snaps his arm cannon straight at the villain's face, and boom, it's over, man. In the cockpit, our boy is sitting there like a full-blown menace, eyes locked on his next experiment. Burning meteor, yeah, this isn't a fight anymore. It's a straight-up slaughter. The blast tears the sky apart, and the MC admits it. Ancient magic is totally his lane, way more than slugging it out like some ordinary brawler. He's standing there like a total Chad, staring down the flames like they don't even scare him. The villain lies scorched and shattered, sobbing because his grand ambitions never even got off the ground. Yeah, buddy, you're cooked. MC tells him he's going to rip his unit apart and mess with it like it's nothing, pure ultimate disrespect. The villain is still reeling that our boy has this kind of power, and he's not even trying to carve out his own empire. Our MC is way too sharp. He instantly clocks the truth. This chump was nothing more than a puppet for the Goyle Empire the entire time. The villain was plotting to crown himself king, but the truth is, he'd only end up running the empire like some glorified regional manager. Even the sidewife, utterly stunned by that huge lore dump. MC told Hills to ditch the suit and get out, because they needed a quick chat about his allies. The villain's seething. He's so pissed he's wishing the MC wasn't there to mess up his speedrun. He just wanted to tinker with the armor in peace, but people kept shoving him into the role of hero. So the villain finally throws in the towel and surrenders to the Lord of Beast because he realizes he's totally outmatched. Right away, the whole town erupts into cheers for that black armor, like the guy's the second coming of Christ. Everyone's safe, no one even died, so the soldiers are screaming with joy after surviving a literal army of ogres. MC suddenly gets hit with brutal flashbacks, remembering his past life as a legendary mage. He still remembers when a bunch of kids tried to take down a bear, only for everything to explode in their faces and go wildly wrong. And turns out that bear wasn't just a bear, it was a vicious beast that refused to stay down. And just like that, the villain pretends to surrender, then pulls a slick trick to catch everyone off guard. He's ripping out curses at the dogs and lining up one final, desperate play. He's ready to torch his own life, if it means dragging everyone down with him. Look at that wild face. This dude has totally snapped and lost his marbles. In the flashback, the wounded bear rockets forward and attacks the kids, proving that a hurt enemy is the deadliest threat of all. The MC instantly clocks what's happening, yells at everyone to back up, because ancient magic is about to slam into them. The villain goes for broke, slamming the switch on his final suicide attack while cackling like a total psychopath. But our boy's hands are the fastest in the whole West. He swings his armor like a giant staff, turning anything he touches into a weapon. The villain's eyes widen in pure panic as his spell gets yanked apart mid-cast. Next, the MC snaps into blood control magic and rips the villain's arm clean off, along with the magic circle itself. Absolute cinema. The villain howls in total agony as his magic fades out, and his dignity goes with it. Our boy and Odette locked eyes, just like that. Talk about a close one. He can't stop thinking about it. Wounded foes always turn into the biggest headache, and he learned that lesson the hard way. They hogtie the villain like a Christmas ham, so they can unleash the interrogation later. They're about to squeeze every last secret out of him about the Empire. And boom, today they pulled off not one, but two legendary Lord units, like the universe just dumped a massive loot drop in their laps. MC and Odette kicked back on the roof, trading tense ideas about what to do after he just spilled the fact he has a secret weapon. He's scrambling for a cover story, but Odette's not buying it for a second. She's sure it's barely convincing. Princess Ophelia's taking the PR spotlight, while our boy slips into the shadows. Odette shoots him a look that screams, "I'm in, whatever you've got planned, I'm ready." And yeah, everyone's talking about how the unit's set to disappear in just 10 years, and that's honestly a gut punch. Odette locks eyes with him, gives him those mommy vibes, and tells him nobody will ever forget today. Bro, I'm not about to forget her either. The whole town is roaring one name, the savior in black armor, and they're handing him every bit of credit. Even the Count looks like a weight just lifted off his shoulders, because today, he doesn't have to write any death reports. MC decides it's time to bounce home and lets the princess take over the legendary chapter. Ophelia bursts into song about a legendary guardian, using it like a smokescreen to dodge the real details. The crowd gulps it down like it's truth, convinced a legendary deity has finally come back to rescue them. That tiny princess still looks adorable as ever. She's playing her part flawlessly, like it's just what she does best. Our MC flashes that satisfied smile like he owns the whole stage, because he knows exactly who's really pulling the strings. He rockets into the sky like a straight-up legend. This is peak fiction. He blasts off into the sky like a dark angel escaping the shadows. Princess Ophelia leans in to whisper one last, heartfelt thanks to the true lord, then the whole day just comes to an epic close. Yo, what's up my cultured kings and queens? Welcome back, where we only recap the absolute peak of trashy fiction. Today we're jumping back into our reincarnated Demon King's life. He's trying to hide his massive power level, but he keeps failing because that natural riz won't let him chill. Just look at those boots, fam. Lady Odette steps out and she's absolutely cooking in that fit. The crowd is losing it, chanting slay like she's some Gen Z icon, and yeah, I'd be down bad too if I saw her strutting toward me. She steps in front of the NPCs and launches into a dramatic speech about how brutal and mysterious that last battle really was, totally milking the chaos for the fans. Then bam, we get a flashback to that wild moment when the mysterious black armor suddenly burst out of nowhere and saved them like it owned the night. Seriously, that's straight-up cinema. The soldiers are roaring with pure joy like they just hit the jackpot, because the monsters never got the chance to clap them. Behold the legendary Lord of Nosferatu. He just shows up, and the whole scene flips on its head, because he's a straight-up gigachad compared to those puny trash mobs. Meanwhile, our MC Yuki is totally wiped out, sprawled on bed, running on fumes, like a former demon king who got knocked around in one little scuffle and now needs rescuing. What a beta. He's sprawled on the floor looking like a full-on simp, while his armor just sits there doing nothing. He needs a gym membership, and protein shakes ASAP. His tiny bat familiar swoops in, praising him like a champion, then he claps the red armor's cheeks on the spot, instantly proving all that effort paid off. Yuki is humble bragging hard, claiming he only won because he had the high ground and smashed down from the air. Yeah, we see you, Anakin. He says the other lords move like they've got zero riz, stiff, robotic, like they're lagging mid-fight. But this black lord, he's built different, and Yuki can feel it. Here's the cultured part, boys. He swears he was hauling Odette around in that armor, soaking up her warmth with every shift and sway. Mommy, mommy. He's just crouched on the floor, locked on that armor, scheming like, all right, how do I use this to pull even more wafus? He's got no idea what this lord thing even is, because it's so shadowy it feels like it's hiding on purpose. The bat shrieks, calling it the Lord of Nosferatu, and that name snaps Yuki straight into rage, because it drags up memories of his old life as a vampire king. He's totally baffled because that armor fits him like a glove, like it was handcrafted for his exact Chat Energy brand. He basically makes his arms move like they're his own, just by pushing his blood through them, and that is straight-up metal as hell. Every single confirmation points to one thing: this machine was built for a guy like him, and only him, like it was waiting to be piloted. It's basically a tailor-made mesh suit made for vampires. The craziest part, he can actually see other lords' names through the HUD, like it's nothing, and yeah, bro's got the premium subscription for that system. He's convinced he's the only one who can even read these names, because this lord is basically the final boss model. Look at that face, it's pure mystery and razor edge vibes, just like the manga we live for. Yuki's wearing that smug grin again, acting like this is some worthy research project, and I swear I know that look. He's about to rip the plot wide open. He shoots off a quick stretch, because you can practically feel his back aching from carrying the whole story on his shoulders. He sears his own blood into the armor, sealing it tight so no other NPC can snatch his legendary loot. Absolute king move. He starts prowling the floor like a bloodhound, sniffing out any more hidden messages left behind by the previous owner. But there's nothing left to fight for. Lyerly just took off, leaving him the armor and slipping out. All that's left now is the floor engraving, some ancient clue, maybe even a Lyle was here tag. He suddenly clocks that Lyle used to ride this beast too, like, the audacity of these two absolute chads is unreal. We cut to a flashback. Lyle's planted in a chair like a straight-up boss, and he hears the exact same activation message Yuki got. This nameless lord was forged as the family's ultimate trump card. Lyle and his girl, Remilia, probably pulled off some wild, unforgettable chaos in this thing before they handed it down. Yuki can't stop wondering if they left it behind as a countermeasure against the Elysium Temple, the kind of shadowy villain crew that screams trouble. He's smiling hard because he knows only he has the power to pull this off. He starts chatting with the bat, spilling his past life, son, daughter, the whole story, and wait, bro's a full-on family man. Then check out this tiny baby. He's clinging to the hope of finding their descendants, and that means we're about to get some seriously juicy bloodline lore real soon. He steps up and declares himself the village's guardian. Boom, and instantly his reputation goes through the roof. He slams shut the secret dungeon entrance like he's locking his door, because if his mom finds it, she'll dig up every last bit of his search history. All right, time to sprint back to the village and pray his homies are still alive and kicking. And man, the ruins of Fira village look downright haunted under the moonlight. He's bolting through the grass like he stepped out of a Ghibli dream, only now the air buzzing with full-on vampire energy. A massive swarm of bats descends, ready to guard the village and the castle for their master. The bats squeaked and instantly got it, because they knew exactly who the real boss was. They're fawning all over him, crediting his magic for the massive boost in their power, because nothing hits harder than having loyal minions. He tells Ophelia, the local mom, to hold down the whole area while he slips back into his normal life. He's trying to roll into town by dawn, just so he can wait for that debt to come due. Bro literally wants a nap more than anything. Just look at that face, he's totally plotting what he's gonna devour for breakfast. He spots Lyle's old houses crumbling to pieces, like the whole place is falling apart, and the sadness hits hard. He's standing in the tall grass, staring off like he just stepped out of a manga panel, straight up, deep and mysterious vibes. Hold up, he just spotted something. Bet you can't guess what he found, and I'll give you $10 if you're right. He spots something awesome and slips it into his pocket, because in any adventure, looting is the real win. Farewell, Fira village. He's vanishing down the road like a mysterious wanderer, like he's got secrets to chase. We roll into Toria's domain castle town, and trust me, the gossip is about to explode. The whole town's gone off the rails. People are grabbing strangers and shouting, "What happened in the northern town?" Yuki's just posted up in the crowd, quietly munching a snack like she has no business being this op stealth at 100. A massive parade rolls through the streets, and the whole crowd erupts in cheers like they just won the Super Bowl. They've thrown the defeated Lord of Beasts onto the back of a cart, and now he just looks like a junk heap. And there's the loser who tried to pilot it, cowering under a sheet until it roasted him, total clown. The Count and little Ophelia beam and wave from inside the carriage, acting every bit the royalty they are. But seriously, look at Odette's face. That pout is unreal, and you can tell she's not happy about what just happened. Some random old lady just drops the whole T-bomb on Yuki, because she's not some nobody, she's the real information broker running this town. She's laying out the entire Northern Empire plan like she's flipping through a script, word for word. Rumors are sprinting through the crowd, faster than a leaked post hits Reddit. She tells him it was that legendary lord in red armor, the one everyone fears, that kicked off all the chaos. Then she watches as a black-armored figure rockets in like a dragon and slams the Red Lord with a thunderous clap, absolute cinema. Yuki stares in disbelief as the rumors explode across the town faster than anyone can blink. Welcome to the internet age, kid. And get this, there's a rumor Odette is calling the shots, commanding those bats herself, taking all the credit while Yuki busts her butt doing the real work. He's absolutely terrified because this old lady somehow collects rumors like evidence asterisk. She's basically the FBI, but scarier. She's living her best life, firing off this wild story to anyone who will even stop and listen. The townspeople can't stop smiling because for the first time in forever, everything finally feels calm. We catch a flash of Iris's royal bloodline. Yeah, they look insanely prestigious, but the real question is, do they've got that riz? Yuki only wants to kick back and relax, but he has no idea he's about to become the main attraction. That old lady isn't finished, she's got more tea to spill, and it's about to get explosive. She leans in and whispers that the master of the bats was actually the Baron's house magician. Oh snap, bro just got fully exposed. Yuki's soul starts peeling out of his body, and he's trying to stay as quiet and unseen as Kyuatsu, like if anyone notices, everything's over. People are whispering that he dumped all his power into the bats, and now he's paralyzed, bro's about to get turned into a martyr. They're picturing him going full drama, pleading, "I entrust everything to you, to the bats I'm dying." Turns out the Count was the one who leaked the info. What a total snake. Even the kids are whispering his name. This little brat's sister is a soldier who witnessed everything firsthand. I swear he's right here, watching your back, like he's standing behind you, kid. The whole crowd erupts into cheers. Thank you, magician. And Yuki cringes so violently he looks like he's about to explode. He's trapped, and if he steps out right now, he'll stick out like a sore thumb. He sneaks into the corner like a stealthy ninja, praying the hype will finally burn out. Then a guard slaps a hand on his shoulder. That's it. Game over. You're cooked, bro. The guard kicks off his rundown, black hair, black eyes, and somehow he looks straight out of middle school, and yeah, it fits. He's staring at that paper like a straight-up informant, and Yuki's sweating bullets. Are you Sir Yuki Glossaria? Cause the jig is up, my man. He straight up throws in the towel and admits defeat, and that dead-eyed look on his face is haunting. The guard grabs him and marches him away, while the crowd gapes like crazy, so much for keeping a low profile. The whole town is roaring with cheers for their local hero, like the victory parade just started. Yuki's praying the rumors die down the second he rides out of town, but come on, in stories like this, they never, ever do. He clocks it, everyone assuming he's out of mana isn't a problem at all, it's the perfect cover for his secret identity. Big brain moves. The guard blurts out an apology for the sudden approach. At least, he's got the decency to be polite about it. He invites Yuki straight into the mansion, because the Count wants to thank him personally, face to face. Yuki jumps at the chance to go, because honestly he'd been itching to see Ophelia, two birds, one stone. He accepts the invitation with flawless manners, like a real gentleman through and through. Hold up, Lady Odette just sent a message. What's the Slay Queen about to hit us with? I can't fully hide what happened. She's glaring and pouting because she spilled his identity. In his head, she's standing there with pure attitude, grumpy, staring like she means business, and yeah, that's top-tier waifu material. All right, no getting around it. Time to go face the big boss. That carriage barrels toward the mansion, like it's about to kick the whole story wide open. Meanwhile, another carriage is tearing across the countryside at full speed, like it's out of control. It's Princess Iris. She's rushing like her life depends on it, and you can practically see the stress crushing her face. Look at that blush, she's done pretending. She's cracking, begging herself she can't hold these feelings in anymore, and yeah, she's totally got it bad for our MC. Hold on, my lord, her heart is pounding faster than those horses can run, and I'm telling you, you've got to stay tuned for the next recap to find out if she catches him. Bro, check Yuki in the kitchen. He's not out here grinding levels, he's grinding flour like a total house husband Chad. And dude S out here straight up, flexing his baking like it's a power-up, swearing the cookies came out perfect. So tell me, do these snacks secretly boost his abilities, or is he just a high-tier simp for cookies? The crowd is completely freaking out over these treats, like he's handing out mythical loot drops. But nope, it's just snack time in the Torius household. We skip back a few hours to the reception room, where the big brains are swapping theories like it's life or death. And if you came for the plot, lock in, because the lore is about to slam into you. After that terrifying incident, the Baron slumps there looking totally wrecked, while Yuki plays it slick, acting like he didn't just carry the whole squad. They're yapping about the Lord of Beasts and a secret hideout, and Broy's NPCs are so lost, they basically need a literal kid to point the way. Yuki's like, yeah, I'll go, but come on, we all know he's just hunting for any reason to bolt out the door and chase more waifus, and that smug grin, that's not random, that's a whole plan flashing in his eyes. Now it's all yapping about the Eight Kings' War and the fallen Jurus Kingdom, while the Baron is drenched in sweat, terrified that a lord has returned to unleash chaos. Yuki just smacks him with the asterisk nah asterisk, no way. The nerve is unreal, lying straight to his face while she's the exact reason he's panicking. Look at this smug brat, grinning on the inside, because the guy in the armor, yeah, that's him, and he's just playing everyone like a fiddle. He decides to keep the armor locked up for research. Aka, I'm holding my secret weapon when things get spicy. Big brain move, Chad. The Baron is so desperate for Yuki's help he's ready to hand over any reward. I'd be demanding a harem and a castle if I were him, but let's see what this beta tries to pull. Bro's drawing a blank on what to ask, but come on, save his life and his daughters, then just ask for the inheritance. Then it hits him, something finally clicks in that high IQ brain of his, and if he comes up asking for some lame stuff, I'm done for good, straight up unsubscribing. He straight up asks for cookie ingredients. Bro is really burning his legendary favor on sugar and flour, and I can't even process this. He strides right back into the room where the ladies are waiting, and the maid's expression says everything. Shinoki isn't a show, he's the real deal. Little Princess Ophelia is batting her eyes at him so hard you'd think she's casting a spell. Then even Garm, the dog, starts begging for a taste of that same main character, Riz. Even Cliff the bat has to jump in on the compliments. He's bragging that the fruits taste downright amazing, and at this point, everyone's just showering Yuki with praise. Yuki's just drinking it all in, because he's fully convinced he's the main character, and everyone else is basically just an NPC waiting to play their part. He thrusts Garm and Ogre Crystal to supercharge him, and now that dog is jacked beyond almost every soldier in the whole kingdom. He orders Cliff to stay put and take on the bat army himself, because somehow he's out there managing a literal swarm of bats like it's just another day as a house pet. That's next-level management, no joke. Ophelia starts spilling stories about her family's homeland, and the vibes turn all heartbreakingly sentimental. Then boom, the lore alarms start blaring, boys. She wants to write a song about all his wins, because seriously, he's getting a personal bard, and that's the kind of flex you only hit once you've truly peaked. Yuki looks like he's ready to vanish, because sure, being a legendary hero is one thing, but having a little girl sing about him, that's the line he absolutely can't cross. He pleads with her to leave his personal info out. He's trying to stay low-key, but with that much riz, it's basically impossible. Ophelia looks completely shattered. Just stare into those eyes, and you can tell it cuts deep because her real lord doesn't want her song. To yank the mood back into place, he pulls out the cookies, because this is the oldest move in the manga playbook. Charm them with food when you've messed up their failings. The ladies take one bite and boom, the spark comes rushing back into their eyes. Food is the ultimate peace offering, especially when a Chad's the one who bakes it. They're totally losing it, so sweet, so nostalgic. Bro straight up poured his soul into these snacks, and just look at Odette's face, you can tell she's feeling every single bite. He reveals those are the exact cookies he baked 200 years ago as Dean Nosferatu, and honestly, imagine being so good at baking that your recipes outlive reincarnation. He's breaking down the recipe like a full-on pro, swearing it's just a simple cookie, while he's casually pulling ingredients straight from a legendary dead village. Flashback time back when he used to feed the local kids, he was basically the neighborhood grandpa, until he died and woke up as a middle schooler. The secret ingredient, a banyarola flour, and you know it only grows in the most terrifying places, because of course it does. Ophelia's scarfing down that village snack like she's never tasted food in her life, straight up hooked on the legendary bite. He begs them to keep it secret, but Odette can't stop herself. She's already picturing how Iris is going to lose it. Iris comes slinking back with a guest from the Magic Guild, and Odette is looking straight up unreal in this shot, no joke. Yuki's expression was priceless, because he still thought he had more time before the guild started snooping into his business. He's doing the math in his head like a machine, while Natasha already sprinted to the capital for help, and somehow they're back already. That's not speed, that's straight-up plot armor. Turns out the Empire had its hands all over the ogre incident, so the whole place erupts in panic. Meanwhile, Ophelia's just hanging with Garm, completely relaxed like none of this is happening. Yuki is freaking out because he knows Iris is about to demand those cookies. He's genuinely more terrified of a hungry girl than a whole demonic army. He lunges to bolt for more flowers, but Odette yanks him back by the jacket. No way is she letting this future mommy escape anywhere. Then it hits him, he completely forgot about the investigation tomorrow, and bro's so locked in on cookies, he's totally losing track of the real mission. He's got to dig up clues about Lyle and Remilia before Iris crashes in, and you can feel the tension hammering in. Our guy is fighting pure pressure right now. Check out that mansion. The Toria's family is drowning in money, yet they still throw all their mess onto a 12-year-old's shoulders like it's his job. The very next day, the investigation team's geared up and ready to roll, and sure, Knight's being quiet and respectful, but we both know who's really pulling the strings. Yuki wanted to walk on his own, but that night wasn't having it. No way, they kept treating him like VIP royalty, and honestly, it makes sense because he's the only one here who can actually fight. Letting those benefactors walk apparently counts as a crime in this kingdom. These NPCs act like it's the end of the world, just so the guy can stretch his legs. Garm gets to ride inside while that bat's stuck out on the roof. Justice for that dyke man, because why is the dog getting all the premium treatment? Yuki's locked in and locked onto the enemy. He's calling in Garm instead of Ophelia, because things are about to get chaotic fast. The carriage is roaring toward the forest by the border, and since the trip on foot would take 2 whole days, honestly, thank God they didn't make that walk. They're hunting for leads on the Elysium Temple, and trust me, spoiler alert, they're absolutely about to uncover something they never saw coming. Grab the map, they're charging straight into the mystery's core, and that X is screaming that things are about to blow up. They're rolling right past an ancient battlefield today, and in manga logic, that's basically the universe screaming, get ready, boss fight incoming. Odette kicks off the story of the 8 Kings' War, and honestly, she looks absolutely elite in that cloak. As the sun drops and night takes over, monsters crawl into the world. Classic RPG rules, yeah, but it still shoots your heart into your throat. Thousands perished there under brutal ancient magic, so savage that the land is scarred for good, and honestly, that's some heavyweight lore to drop on a carriage ride. Nobody dares to touch that place. There are bones buried under every step, like the whole ground is one giant, bone-chilling graveyard. Then the Gaul Empire surged up in the north, and the background art here hits like pure epic cinema. Flashback to when Yuki was the Dean Nosferatu, back when Luki was still roaming those foreign tribes she met along the way. Okay, hold up, look at the tribal girl on the left. She's got the whole war paint vibe and everything. Mommy, I'm sorry. Nosferatu chose to stop in Fira village instead of pushing farther north, and honestly, without that decision, this whole story never would have happened. The temple's ruins didn't just vanish, they fueled the Empire's rise, and now they've flipped and started attacking the kingdom. Betrayal, classic. Lunch break hits and Odette is right there, scratching Garm like he's her prized treasure, and I'm not gonna lie, I'd kill to be that dog right now. They're laid back, picnicking on the grass. Soak up this calm while it lasts, because you know it won't. Yuki bites into his sandwich, fists clenching. He's furious he can't storm the battlefield himself, all because they're stuck escorting him. He yells for his familiars to rush in for a secret mission, then he starts sharpening a knife, and you just know things are about to explode into chaos. He's handing them his missile blood to boost their strength, watching again like, yep, there he goes, totally shattering the whole power scaling chart. Garmin Dyke is totally fired up. They're charging out to scout the battlefield, acting like the good boys they are. Garm rockets off at Mach speed, and the knights are like, where in the world is that dog headed? They've got no clue he's about to wipe the whole map clean. Back in the carriage, Yuki dusts off the mask, pretending he's just a normal kid again. The huge gap between his real power and this act is downright hilarious. He couldn't just swoop around with soldiers watching, so he sent the pets instead, and honestly, modern disasters call for ancient vampire tricks. He's desperate to find out what the kings and the temple did after his death, like he's running a full-on historical audit of his own legacy. Odette's completely buying it. He's playing the curious, age-appropriate act, and she's eating up every bit like it's just childlike curiosity, not realizing the trap is already set. So the Magic Guild offers Battlefield Tour. Honestly, that sounds like the bleakest vacation imaginable, kids. This is where 10,000 people got vaporized. Odette reels off every big battlefield, and Yuki starts scribbling notes, because he's dead set on hitting them all and snatching back his loot. We're closing in on Veryl's ancient battlefield, and the whole air is changing fast. Yuki's got his eyes fixed on the window, and I swear, there's something in his stare that tells me he's seen too much. He knows this place better than anybody. It's a dead, empty wasteland, no grass, no trees, just raw bad vibes and death hanging in the air. It's nothing but a dead wasteland for miles, sand, ruins, and pure devastation, because when the top-tier mages unleash everything, the world doesn't just change, it gets erased. Old swords and bows from 200 years ago are still scattered everywhere, black objects mixed in too, and nobody even lifts a finger to loot them. Guess the drops are trash tier. The road turns ugly by the second, and the trip drags on like forever. Night is already creeping in, heavy and dangerous, and he knows exactly what happens the moment the sun finally drops. The sun's slipping toward the horizon, and Bro's got pure, real fear on his face. If an NPC ever makes that expression, you already know you're about to get jumped. Monsters will crawl out, because this cursed battlefield comes alive at night. So tell me, have you never read a manga before? Dark wolves and ghosts, yeah, that's straight-up basic mob energy, but for these human knights, that's a death sentence. The knight yanks his sword out like a dare, pretending he's fearless, and hey, we're not letting monsters touch you, just keep that same energy when the boss finally shows up. They tell the kids to stay put inside the carriage, while Yuki's probably thinking, I could wipe out everyone in this whole area with just my pinky finger. Something creeping in the shadows, like the night itself is trembling. All right, boys, here we go. It's just Garm, he marched right back, no hesitation, all the way, and the knights are left staring like, how did a dog even survive out there? They're still posted on guard, eyes locked and waiting for the next strike. So much tension hangs in the air it's basically sliceable. The familiars return, and it's just bare dirt everywhere. No normal creatures at all, it's basically a dead zone. But hold up, this mana is different. Garm tries to explain it, and even Odette is totally lost. The mana crawled over him, prickling and dry like it was burning his skin. Yeah, this is straight up bad mojo, like the land itself is screaming in agony. Odette can't figure out why this place is still a dead wasteland, and the only person who might know, Yuki, stays tight-lipped like it's a secret he'll never spill. He can't stop wondering if the Empire's got some secret, but for now he's just vibing, scratching Garm like the ultimate gigachad. But the carriage screeches to a halt again, and the knight itself crawls up to the door, pale as a ghost. I've got something to report. They tracked down the monsters, and what they found was horrifying, each one ripped to pieces, crushed so thoroughly that it's like something erased them from existence. They're utterly wiped out, and the knights panic, because it feels like a fresh predator has slipped onto the loose. Stare at Garm's face, he's grinning like he just won. That smug little menace basically stormed in on a solo raid and didn't even break a sweat. Best boy, no debate. Yuki grins, relieved they made it to the village in one piece, because of course he's the ultimate shadow protector. And that's a wrap on this chapter, boys. Yo boys, we're back, and right now the squad rolls up to this busted shack deep in the woods like, what is this place? They're saying the loser Philippe Jurist is hiding his secret stash in here, and trust me, this place looks like a straight-up dump. Our MC Yuki looks bored out of his mind, while best girl Odette stands there like a full course meal. Then you see those guards, pure NPCs, just standing around like they're begging to get cooked. This place is straight-up trash, just crumbling bricks out in the middle of nowhere. Odette can't believe anyone would actually live here, and honestly, neither can I. The guards were already doubting there, even was Asterisk a hideout, but they still shoved interrogation magic into a poor simp and yanked out the location. So yeah, trust the magic, bros, it never lies. Look at this NPC losing their mind over a scrap of paper. Yeah, they got the map, but Yuki is already 3 steps ahead, leaving these losers in the dust. Odette is praising the Magic Guild's interrogation skills, but Yuki's nose is twitching. He can tell the prisoner didn't slip that easily for no reason, and something's definitely off. There's no way some giant beast is lurking behind these tiny ruins. Yuki's main character instincts are screaming, because something here just doesn't add up. Flashback, this prisoner looked totally wrecked under the pressure, and when he spoke, it was crystal clear. Only the chosen can enter, which is basically MC speak for only you get in from here. This dude's on the verge of tearing up. He's giving full-on beta energy right now. Yuki's out here doing that chin stroke move like a genius MC, like he's about to slam us with a massive lore bomb. He barks for Garm, his absolute best boy, to go sniff out the documents, because if the villain so much as brushed them, that dog will spot the secret entrance in 5 seconds flat. Garm is buzzing with excitement, ready to chase those treats, so Yuki snaps at him to track down where that villainous scent is still hanging around. While Odette is busy acting adorable and totally confused, the dog spots a suspicious patch in the ruins. She swears it's a hidden room, but our boy is about to snap her out of it. Nah, this isn't just some room, it's a full-on hidden passage, and Yuki's wearing that smug, I'm the main character, grin like he's already won. He tells her this place used to be a royal villa for the Jurist family, and Odette just stands there, letting him talk and cook all the history while he explains every detail. Lord Dump alert, during the 8 Kings War, the Jurist kingdom got absolutely smashed, and just look at Odette's face. She's finally clocked that Yuki is a full-on genius. Basically, Philippe's villain ancestors were survivors who probably turned this place into a filthy cockroach nest. Yuki keeps talking. This emergency exit is 100% tucked away right here, while the guards finally wake up and realize they're just background characters in Yuki's world. Check out this tactical map view. Our exit is probably tucked by that stream running downhill, and the planning from our guy is straight up cinema. The guards scatter like obedient NPCs to go check the river, while Yuki just lounges there, hands off, letting them do all the dirty work for him. Garm spots the real entrance hidden deep in the ruins. Turns out this dog's got more riz and usefulness than the whole guard squad put together. The kitchen's a mess, one tiny strip of floor is actually clean, and if you've ever played an RPG, you already know that means secret boss right here. Yuki hits a pro gamer play. He tells Odette to distract the guards while he grabs a sliver of privacy to work his magic, and Kaya starts hacking the game. Odette tells everyone to back off while Yuki gets to work. Just look at him, sitting there all cool, dagger in hand, ready to strike. He slams the hack and the magic explodes to life. This isn't run-of-the-mill wizard stuff, it's straight-up high-tier cheat code energy. The internal magic analysis is cranking up, and Yuki is straight-up reading the source code of reality with his own eyes. Boom, magic supply gets cut off, the lock snaps open, and this kit is pure gigachad energy, smashing the whole system. The entrance stands open, but Yuki's gut screams, not yet, more traps are waiting around the corner, so he whips his head to Odette, because he knows she's got that big-brain genius on standby too. He fires the question at her, if you were a royal with enemies hunting you, what would you do to survive? And Odette just blinks, wait, what? Because she definitely didn't sign up for this pop quiz. She starts picturing a brutal attack on her own family, then breaks the tension by doodling little chibi sketches. Somehow they're genuinely kinda adorable. She figures a stubborn familiar, like a slime, would be the perfect bait to gum up the pursuers, and yeah, can we talk about how ridiculously good she looks in that cloak? Yuki's like bet, and he yanks out a water skin, but don't assume he's thirsty. He's seconds away from doing something absolutely wild. He pours his special blood into the water, splashes it across the floor, and lets it sniff out any hidden traps. This kid is literally turning his own body into a human radar. Suddenly, Yuki's eyes bulge, and from beneath the floorboards, a huge, squirming glob of jelly starts to ooze out. Odette nailed it. This massive slime trap was terrifyingly real. The slime erupts like a fountain, and the guards totally lose it. Yuki has to jump in right now, or they're done for. The guards go for the core, but they're moving like amateurs. Real talk, you can't just jab a magical slime and expect it to drop dead. Odette snaps to attention. This slime isn't natural at all. It's been tampered with like someone engineered it. And yeah, she's the brain of the group, the one who always knows. It's a top-tier noble trap built to sleep forever, until someone finally triggers it by stepping on it, turning it into a magical landmine. A slime pops off, flinging tentacles everywhere, yet our main duo just dodges and weaves like they're dancing, and that move, that dodge was unreal. Odette snaps that they can't just blow it up or they'll trash the passage, so they've got to beat it the hard way, face to face, which makes it sound like a nightmare for these poor NPCs. The core's flying so fast the guards can't land a hit anymore. They're just flailing their fists at air like water, dodging them. Yuki's had it with this pointless filler brawl, so he fires up his hacking and snaps at the slime. Sit down and shut up. The slime gobbled up the blood Yuki had spilled earlier, snapping a direct line straight into its system. So yeah, this jelly boy is done. The slime freezes solid, and the guards finally snap off a real hit. Now they're strutting around like they were the heroes all along. Slime got wiped out, and the guards are already throwing a victory party out here, acting like they totally earned it, bragging that they were just lucky it stopped moving. Yuki just lets out a heavy sigh in the background, because he knows he's the one dragging the whole team forward on his own. To keep his powers under wraps, he starts fawning over Odette, praising her for nailing the slime prediction, only for her to be completely stunned. He tells her knowledge saved them all, and Odette is blushing like crazy because Yuki's riz is way too strong for her to handle. She tries to protest, but the MC is already sprinting past that and on to the next play. He leans in and demands to know what traps come next, straight up treating her like his personal strategy guide at this point. Odette flips into her cultured, brainy mode, and honestly, you can't help but love watching a smart waifu cook. She rattles off poison arrows, falling rocks, and oil jars, like these royals are begging for trouble with how obsessed they are with security, huh? Yuki nods and admits the simplest space-saving traps are the smartest move, and right then, you can practically feel them click into a dangerous power couple. He orders the guards to fall in line behind Odette. She's the boss now, and everyone knows it, because the NPCs are already convinced she's a total genius. The guards are roaring their loyalty to Lady Odette, and Yuki has somehow dodged every eye, slipping the spotlight clean off himself. Odette's pumped up and seizes control. All right, mommy, we're doing this. Lead the way. Trap clearing montage hits hard, poison arrows come flying, they get swatted aside, then they dodge and sprint, speedrunning this dungeon like it's nothing. Oil jars got sealed up, hands on deck, and Odette tells you the traps are done. Then you feel it like, we trust our queen, no questions. They finally stumble into the real hideout, dark as night, heavy with secrets, and the exact place where all the truth gets locked away. This doesn't look like a hideout at all. It screams a mad scientist's lab, and Yuki's sweeping the room, eyeing every scroll and jar like she's about to score treasure in a loot fist. There's another passage that likely spits you out by the stream, yeah, and Yuki's inner compass is way better than Google Maps. Garm double-checks it, the water smell is getting stronger, and honestly, good boy, you've earned every single belly rub. They stumble on these enormous jars, the kind you'd expect for an armed ogre, and you can practically feel the ancient royals hiding dirty schemes behind that civilized facade. Odette glares in disgust, furious that these royals ditch their own people and scurry into hiding like rats. She locks eyes on Yuki for a heartbeat, like she's clocking how he's the complete opposite of those cowards. Then she shrugs it off and says there's no reason, but we both know the real vibe. One of the guards spots a table stacked with documents. Boom, jackpot, boys. Philippe Juras's name is inked on that parchment, right alongside a whole crew of others, and it's basically a villain's guest list, straight up legendary. Yuki's eyes snap wide open. He finally grasps just how massive what they uncovered really is. It's a full-on roll call of lords, Lord of Phantoms, Lord of Beasts, Lord of Paladins, and even a Berserker. This is straight-up endgame level terror. The document claims the seal on that ancient item is about to break free, and Odette is staring at it with pure worry, because yeah, she has every reason to be scared. And that's it, the note drops, short and brutal, and if you're not an OPMC, it's downright terrifying. The letter was stamped straight for Felipe. Whoever's behind it isn't just playing games, they're the real big bad lurking behind the curtain. Out of the 8 lords, 5 have already been unearthed, and this world's power balance is about to get obliterated. They finally clock it, 3 of them now, and Yuki's just quietly out here collecting these things like Pokémon. But the Lord of Paladins and the Berserkers are locked in someone else's grip, and that's setting up a massive, face-smashing Chad versus Chad showdown. Flashback to Dorothea, the total maniac with the Lord of Phantoms, because if the strongest seal is cracking, you better brace yourself, things are about to explode. A fully restored Lord could strike at any moment, and Yuki looks deadly serious for once, so yeah, we're about to get some straight-up cinema. Yuki's stuck in his head, trying to figure out which rank his own Lord really sits in, then it hits him. The guys he just crushed were only the tutorial versions. Det tells Yi I'll help with the investigation, while Yi's stuck in his own head, spiraling over the Berserker unit, best girl stepping up again, like always. Yuki isn't scared, he's pissed. This kid is so op that a world-ending threat feels less like terror and more like a non-stop headache. If the Empire snatches those items, the NPCs are done for finito, and check out those shadowy figures lurking in the background. Yuki is straight up facepalming. He just wanted one quiet life, but nope, the world needs saving again. He decides he'll hit up Iris later, then slip everything straight to the Magic Guild, and Odette can't stop winking because she knows she's the real MVP of this mission. Yuki decides to go into the Elysian dungeon alone, straight up solo mode, and he's all fired up. He can't let a single soul uncover his real identity, or the whole kingdom would go feral. He's the ultimate shadow hero. He's gotta dig up even older magic to smash the Empire's grip, and this dungeon's already swallowing the light, dark, deep, and exactly the kind of trouble we live for. Look at this shot of legendary Lyle. Yuki's on a mission to uncover the sealing methods he used, and honestly, that's a straight-up total Chad move. The plan's crystal clear. Garmin and the Bat stand guard while Yuki sneaks off to explore. Roger that, best boy. Suddenly, Odette bursts back into the room with a brand new clue, because she's just found the single most important piece of paper in the entire lab. That master plan lays everything out, and those signatures scream that all the bad guys were teaming up. All right, boys, the plot just got way darker. Dorothea and Felipe weren't just working together, they were true allies, and the whole plan was a giant conspiracy from the very start. They were set on slipping into the royal capital's monster dungeon, Elysian, and these guys weren't messing around, they were planning a full-scale invasion. Felipe was supposed to mount the Lord of Beasts and absolutely tear everything apart, yet there he is, grinning like he's untouchable. What a pathetic loser. The capital would have erupted in smoke and chaos. Yeah, this plan was actually already brilliant. While the beast came crashing in, Dorothea raised necromancy and tried to take control of everyone, straight up Dami-mommy energy, no questions asked. That kingdom was done for, seconds from total disaster, and everyone knew it. Odette's hands tremble just thinking about it, but she forces herself to stay calm, because she knows Yuki already shut the whole scheme down. She leans in and tells him he's genuinely incredible. Yeah, the praise is real, and honestly, he's got every bit of it coming. Odette's frustrated as hell, she can't match his strength, but don't sweat it, you're still the waifu we'll always love. Yo fam, we're back with the lore. Dorothea and Philly were plotting to turn the capital into a full-on circus, and they really thought they could just muscle into Elysian like it was some empty lot. Yuki and his waifu Odette are hunting for receipts, but those Empire-level masterminds stayed one step ahead, no paper trail left behind. Yuki's got big-brain genius mode on, staring locked in while he tries to connect every dot to the Goyle Empire. All they dug up were some group chat notes on how to slide into the Elysium Temple's DMs, basically useless, but Yuki swears it's totally a vibe. Look at these poor NPCs grinding overtime to mop up the mess. Tell me they're not doing this for just minimum wage, please. The squad's basically mission complete, but our MC is already bored out of his mind with all these side quests. Yuki asks to take a quick break, straight up main character business, while the background crew hustles and tackles the luggage. He's dead set on storming the ancient battlefield of Veril while the sun's still blazing, because yeah, this guy's apparently a history buff now. Look at that face, he's totally got something nasty planned about what went down 200 years ago. Smash cut to that afternoon, and the world stretches out like a godforsaken wasteland. Bro is straight up soaring through the air with his dog Garm, like he spawned in and hit creative mode, zero chill, not even a little. Odette's a total real one for letting him grab the familiar, and Garm looks like he's straight up, living his best life. Touching down like a total boss in the middle of nowhere. This place looks like it would drain my wallet faster than any Steam sale. No tree, no blade of grass, not a single thing growing anywhere. Yuki slips into memories of his life as Dean Nosferatu, wondering if the Eight Kings War would have swallowed him too. Check out that silhouette, guys. This dude's past life screams main character, cape and all. He's sniffing the leftover ancient magic hanging in the air, probably wondering if any legendary loot is still waiting to be grabbed. Man, his past self looks like he was one bad moment away from snapping and taking out the whole room. That hand clawing its way out of the dust, absolute cinema, right here, right now. Hold up, turns out that terrifying immortal wasn't out hunting at all. He was out here playing medic, patching up the wounded like a total softie. But honestly, that's ancient history now. There's no way to verify it or pull up the receipts. He's stressing that the villagers could get caught in the crossfire, and honestly, that's ridiculously wholesome for a guy who used to be a demon king or whatever. Don't worry, Garm, your master isn't falling apart for no reason. He's stuck in a full-blown midlife crisis, but like the multi-life kind. No monsters, no animals, just pure vibes and that lingering scent of old magic hanging in the air. So he decides to dig a little deeper, because the story won't let him stop here. Now it's time for the dog to clock in, while Yuki gets ready to unleash some serious magic flexing. He slams his palm forward and triggers a spell etched into cool tattoos, and the moment that hand starts glowing, you know this is real trouble. Bro's got the force of Earth blasting. He's straight up doing earthbending, like he's the main character on top of the world. The magic spikes are scorching the ground so hard, it's getting absolutely obliterated. Look at that, he's not even trying, and he's already wrecking more property than the villains ever did. He hacked and coughed through the dust cloud, stunned, like he never imagined his own power could hit that hard. The earth spikes barely nicked the surface at all. This ground is rock hard, like it's judging you for every wrong answer. Yuki realizes his magic is fading faster than ever, and the special blood coursing through him is dissipating, like a nasty debuff just slammed the brakes on his power. He just sat there in the dirt, replaying every choice in his life like it was all falling apart. He realizes the mana hanging in the air is barely there, and suddenly it all clicks. He's basically sprinting on fumes like he's on 1% battery. Lore drop spreads through the soil, the air, and even the water. Basically, it's the Wi-Fi of this whole world. And yeah, this kid's immortal, because his body works like a lightning-fast mana highway, pumping his blood full of mist and turning it into mistel blood. But right here, the mana turns prickly and bone-dry. Nothing can sprout, and that's a planet-level skill problem. But this is what's left after the Eight Kings' War, an endless dead zone where life barely dares to breathe. Yuki's fired up. He can't wait to figure out what forbidden magic caused this level of wreckage. He's laser-focused on cracking every secret of ancient magic, and a hot spot of his own is driving him, because that's the whole main character obsession fueling him. Garm came barreling back on pure instinct, and Yuki finally snapped out of his nerdy trance. Footsteps are closing in, and Garm is braced to snap into action. It's a carriage packed with soldiers, and the way they're rushing through, it makes it feel like the world might explode any second. Yuki's face is screaming, "Do I really look like I can't breathe for 5 minutes?" They're riding straight out of Toria's castle. Trust me, trouble is charging toward us right now. Garm's itching to light them up, but Yuki stops him cold and makes him heal, because he's not looking to rack up a felony today. He decides to play the gentleman, strides up to greet them, and you just know he's doing it hoping they'll hand over snacks. They're coming in full force, yanking the carriage along like it's a high-speed chase. Just look at that one insanely fancy ride, rolling through a dead, desolate wasteland like it owns the place. The brakes screamed even louder, like a banshee tearing through the night. Look at this shiny-ass carriage. Somebody's flexing that royal budget like it's nothing. Even the dog can't help it. He's staring, totally blown away by the chrome shine on this thing. Yuki's like, no way, this carriage is way too top shelf for a dusty dump like this. Dealing with royals is a total drag, but that's the whole gig for a fantasy protagonist. Sounds like a domestic blow-up is going down inside. I'll spot you $10 if you can guess who's losing it. MC panicked. Why did he look like a total hobo, all filthy with dirt? But rules are rules, and etiquette still had to win. The girl is crying her eyes out, and the vibe around her is so intense it's basically a neon sign that screams, "Brace yourself, waifu incoming." All right, Garm, now it's time to pay the price. The soldiers' shoulders finally dropped with relief the moment they saw him, like they'd just struck water in the middle of the desert. Yuki drops into a proper kneel and shuts them up fast, because he's a professional simp. Sorry, a knight. A chilling silhouette of a girl clung to the window. All right, boys, we're about to go. The door creaks open, and the tension spikes so hard it feels like we're already past the filler level. It's Princess Iris, and holy heck, look at that outfit. She's serving top-tier style today. Yuki snaps his head up, and it feels like his entire life is blazing across his eyes in an instant. Her eyes go wide when she spots him. She never expected him to be down there, just chilling in a dirty pit. Everyone's dropping to their knees like the moment's hit, like a K-pop idol just stepped on stage. Yuki leans in and hits her with that wicked, "Hey girl," wink, pure protagonist charisma oozing out of her like a spotlight. Iris is fully malfunctioning, tears streaming and cheeks burning at once like her heart is about to short-circuit. She's down bad. "Welcome, Princess Iris," he blurts out, while she desperately tries to play it cool like she hasn't just been sobbing her eyes out. Go on, lock eyes with her hard stare, because right now she's completely gone for our boy. After the messengers finally showed up, she couldn't stand it. She was itching to see her favorite knight. Turns out Prince Cain demanded she team up with him, because only Yuki can carry the whole squad. She's standing there, way too smug, like she didn't just cry her heart out in the carriage. She ushers him into the carriage to spill the details, and you know exactly what comes next. He grabs her hand with full-on Chad energy, and the princess's heart goes straight to Doki Doki, like it's losing control. Look at that blush, she's clearly forgotten the mission completely. They're racing to meet up with Lady Odette, and you can bet those horses are thrilled to finally slow down. Whoa, hold up, we just got a fresh Damie Mommy alert. Elmira Lotus says she's gonna be way more useful to the prince, and yeah, I think she's not bluffing. She's completely devoted to her brother, so you already know she's either running a spy game or she's got a dangerously intense crush brewing. The royal family rolled out an entire squad and hauled in a few guild mages, because the empire is turning dangerously spicy. Elmira is the prince's right-hand weapon, and the way she's staring at Yuki makes it feel like he's about to get devoured. And that's how the rescue party turned into the kind of social gathering everyone couldn't stop talking about. The princess is swearing she'll never, ever leave Yuki's side again, like the plot armor is doing overtime. Yuki's left staring at the bizarre orders the prince is barking out, while Elmira just keeps smiling like she's totally fine with the command. Iris shoots him the question, why is he alone in this bleak place? And you can tell she's hoping he's writing some kind of poem just for her. He tells them he's been digging into the barren battlefield, and Elmira's like, Prince Cain does the same thing too. Prince Cain has a whole nerd squad on the case, studying this place's magical phenomenon like it's the biggest mystery ever. He's a B-ranked magician and somehow already a sage at a young age. Yeah, it's obvious at this point, the kid's a total prodigy. Elmira can't stop freaking out. She's totally fangirling because the prince is a top-tier researcher. They swear some ancient, unstoppable magic scorched the land, but honestly, that theory feels pretty mid to me. Yuki starts going full nerd mode about man depletion and land reserves, and suddenly everyone else looks like NPCs with zero personality. Just look at those faces, like nobody has ever laid down this much truth in their entire lives. Elmira is absolutely rattled. She's never once heard that theory before. Yuki catches himself being way too, I'm the mastermind, and scrambles to play it off like it's just a lucky hunch. Classic, I'm definitely not the MC behavior. Elmira's jaw drops. She's so impressed she wants to recruit him for her research team, and seriously, look at her in that panel, God bless. But Yuki's got loyalty in his bones. He flat out claims he's the princess's knight and refuses to serve anyone else. And that lands straight in Iris's heart. Game over, she's officially cooked. And Yuki can't shake the feeling that teaming up with the big mages is a trap. One wrong move, and his secret identity could get ripped wide open. Iris is blushing so fiercely she looks seconds from exploding, while Elmira totally clocks what's going on. Meanwhile, back at Count Torius' estate, things are finally, shockingly civilized for once. Natasha just crawled out of a death trap, and now she's home, grinning at her family like that whole nightmare never even happened. The Count's grinning like crazy because his daughter somehow dodged the villain's deletion. She hands all the praise to Yuki and Odette because yeah, those two did the heavy lifting from start to finish. The Magic Guild crew just rolled in, and this one guy looks like he's walking around with a forever scowl in his face. He's being low-key rude as hell, acting like they only showed up because they were ordered. What a total beta move. He wants to lay eyes on the Lord of Beasts before he's shipped straight to the capital, because that smell of shady experiments is loud. Buckle up, boys, because the plot is getting thicker by the second. What's up, you absolute legends? Your boy is back with another recap. Today we're diving into a top-tier fantasy drama where a magic guild thinks they can just swipe our MC's loot, no questions asked. And then bam, there's this giga-chad-looking machine, the Lord of Beasts, standing there like he owns the place. The Magic Guild is already rolling out their second Lord unit, strutting around like they've claimed the whole place, before the dust even has time to settle. That red-haired brat Bruno is already blabbing on, and on about how this tech is gonna spark massive tech breakthroughs for the guild. Talk about pure nerve. They're straight-up plotting to send it to the capital as a reward for Yuki and Odette, until the guild cuts in like, nah, we're keeping it. it's ours. Bruno snaps at everyone to shut up because the Zemel faction is claiming the prize and nobody's allowed to object. You can practically feel the clash brewing here, and trust me, the tension is so thick it could armor-pierce the plot itself. Flashback a few hours back, Yuki and the gorgeous Iris are sprawled out in a carriage, just vibing in silence, and yep, you already know carriage scenes hit different. Yuki's got a bold proposal. He'll take watch over the hideout himself, playing it safe like a total tactical Chad. Iris isn't playing nice, she's taking charge herself, because she's the queen and she gets results, no excuses. They kick off a chat about the Eight Kings War and what they're planning, but come on, we're really just holding our breath for the next waifu to drop. Speak of the devil, just then the carriage window lights up, and there she is. Elmira, holy ass, look at that woman's whole vibe. Mommy, sorry mommy. Iris is back to her usual smart girl mode, ranting nonstop about snatching culprits and dodging the trouble that chased her in her past life. Elmira just lounged there, glowing with brutal confidence, because now they've got not one, but two lords in their pocket. They kick off the conversation about the mysterious Black Lord, and I can't help thinking, when are they finally gonna realize our MC is the mastermind under that mask? Like Iris suddenly gets it, and Eureka Spark hits her as she realizes the man she's with is way more powerful than he ever lets on. Elmira's convinced this perfect lord is exactly what Prince Cain wants to add to his collection. She leans in for Yuki's insight, smiling like she's about to melt his resolve and charm him completely. She even drops the bombshell that the prince wants to keep it all for himself, and the way she says it has me completely wrecked. Yuki's face says it all, seriously. We're all sitting there like, wait, what? Because that personal use comment has us completely thrown. They start fawning over Prince Cain, praising his noble blood, and claiming only a kid with his magic talent could ever lord over them. Elmira won't rest until she dives into the darkest corners of Elysian, searching for the strongest lord to seal her prince's fate. Yuki and Iris choose to shut it all down and say nothing, because inviting more trouble is the last thing they want. They finally roll up to this peaceful little village, the kind that screams NPC starter zone the second you see it. The second Princess Iris steps out of that carriage, the villagers completely lose it, like the world just declared, Your Highness is here. Iris nails it, telling the men to stay calm while she clings to Yuki's side like glue. She starts barking orders for formal reports and lodging like she runs the whole operation, because honestly, she pretty much does. Yuki and Odette just tag along, watching the princess blaze ahead like she owns the whole place. They finally reach their room, and for one wild second, it looks like they're about to get comfy for real. Iris finally cracks, she lets out one huge sigh and drops the royal mask for good. Then boom, she flips on a dime and starts freaking out, terrified that Yuki might be hurt, acting like nothing matters except him. She straight up flings an elf at him, sobbing that he carved through a horde of ogres and even the Lord of Beasts. This is pure devotion, boys. We get a fast flashback to the pure, absolute peak, the showdown where they took down the Lord of Beasts. Yuki just ruffles her hair with a gentle head pat and flashes a smile, swearing he'll spill every single thing that happened. They drop into a seat to talk, and Yuki lays it all out, how he managed to snag the jet Black Lord at the ruins of Fira village. More lore on the Torius Count family from Descendants Asterisk, but just look at Iris's face, she's glowing with pride for her man. Odette tells Yuki that his achievements should blow his noble rank up by a whopping 4 whole levels, no joke. But Yuki knows one truth, if his identity ever gets exposed, the fallout will be brutal, and the Magic Guild's greedy enough to make it worse. He can't just toss his legacy to some random researchers, and honestly, I respect the hustle. He tells Iris to prep a secret hangar for the Lord, and she goes right to work like it's her mission. She's the kind of person who takes your Lord's troubles like they're her own, and honestly, that's the exact kind of loyalty we all need in our lives. She's straight up flexing her princess status and bulldozing control of the guild, just to back her man. Odette and Iris immediately start bickering over who's going to team up with Yuki to fight, and it's weirdly adorable to watch. Iris realizes chasing after Yuki isn't easy, but she's got full faith that Odette will handle the fighting. They grab each other's hands and seal a pact, pure cinematic magic to see it happen. Iris is so over the moon she starts offering up her own assets to the debt as a thank you gift, but wait, her fortune, or just everything else she has. I'm confused as hell, yet I can't stop watching. And Yuki's just standing there, totally baffled, wondering what in the world these two are plotting to turn him into. Just like that, Mommy Elmira storms back in, and she looks totally frazzled. She launches into the Magic Guild's faction wars, and honestly, it sounds like the kind of mess that would melt your brain. You've got the Kane faction and the Zemel faction locked in non-stop clashes, always snapping at each other's throats. Yuki and Odette can't stop saying, wow, because the Magic Guild is an absolute disaster, and honestly, I'm right there with them. The Zamel faction moves like an A-rank magic crew, and yeah, no doubt about it, they're the villains lighting up this arc. Iris drops a straight-up bombshell. She claims she's officially with the Kane faction, but the truth hits. She's secretly with the Yuki faction. That's basically my bet. I'm signing up for the Yuki faction too, because bro just pulled up with a whole harem faction. Yuki can't stop wondering what the Zemel faction is truly after. The moment a stranger comes creeping toward the room, the dog explodes into furious barking. It's Elmira again. She's staring like she just saw a ghost right in front of her. Next, she gets a report from the Torius family, and you can tell it's disaster the moment she clamps her breath like she already knows. Bruno from the Zemel faction has officially planted his flag on the Lord of Beasts, claiming it like it's his, and honestly, that's some straight-up snake energy. Yuki and Iris are completely stunned they just snatched it like that, no hesitation at all. Elmira slams out the guild rules, whoever gets the cap owns it, no exceptions. She's straight up sobbing, because she knows that it all belongs to Yuki and Odette, no question. But with the Black Lord's true identity still buried, the Zemel faction comes swooping in like vultures. Elmira drops to her knees and pleads with Princess Iris to make those greedy thieves finally see what they've done. We cut straight to the Torius Castle armory, and the standoff starts to crackle with tension. The guild soldiers have already boxed in the Lord of Beasts, surrounding him from every side. The local lord tries to slam the brakes on it, shouting that the guild has zero right to inspect his armory without permission. He's backing Yuki's hard work to the hilt, but these guild NPCs are too busy ignoring logic altogether. Bruno snapped at him to shut up, swearing their verdict was built on advanced magic knowledge. She basically argues, the Zemel faction is the biggest, so we get first pick, like it's just might making the rules, with fancy words slapped on top. She barks at the soldiers to clear the path, time is slipping away, and they can't waste a second. She's gearing up to mass-produce clones of the lords to steamroll the empire. What kind of insane plan is this girl cooking up? Ophelia stands there taking it all in, and real worry claws at her face. Her sister is panicking too, convinced it's all her fault for getting help in the first place. But then she whips around, and suddenly, boom, her eyes tell a totally different story. Yeah, she flashes this sweet yet scary smile and tells everyone, don't worry, like it's the last thing they'll believe. She just realized the legends they chant about aren't myths at all, they're the real deal. She vowed she'd sing later, a song about the person who spun a brand new legend. But first, she's going to hunt down those thieves and make them pay for trying to steal from her lord. She stares at her bat-shaped cliff and declares, all right, time to move. She's furious and trust me, those quiet ones always hit the hardest. She tells her sister to hunt down their father, while she and Cliff crack the way through an opening. She strides straight into the heart of the standoff, radiating pure, undeniable power like she owns the moment. The guild soldiers are like, who is this tiny girl? And they're about to learn the answer the brutal way. She bursts into song, and for one wild second, it feels like the whole manga is just casually unfolding. Everyone just stands there, totally baffled, staring at the chaos like, why on earth is there a song blasting in the middle of this raid? But that song isn't just music, it's a spell, and the whole atmosphere is starting to twist. Bruno is completely unraveling, demanding to know what kind of song she's even singing. The lyrics scream that you'll never forgive anyone who dares to steal the Guardian's treasures. Ophelia steps straight into Bruno's space and snaps that she has absolutely no right to touch the treasure. She snaps at them to back off, right now, and her presence is so terrifying it makes your blood run cold. Bruno completely loses it and snaps that she's just an ignorant little girl. Then bam, Bruno gets absolutely smashed out of nowhere by some invisible force, absolute cinema. Ophelia just stands there with a chilling stare while Bruno rockets through the air. The bat cliff plunges in to seal it, clamping down on Bruno's face as it bites. Bruno's yelling for her father as a maid, and a bat absolutely wreck her. Right there, no mercy. Ophelia snaps her command to the guards, seize the thieves from the Magic Guild, right now. She leans in and tells Bruno, so insolent, it's actually you. She stands there clutching her bat, looking exactly like the final boss she truly is, so don't you dare underestimate the people of the True Lord, because that right there is 100% a GigaChat moment. This thirsty lady is down on her knees, begging our MC to fix her ZML faction mess, and you can practically see the panic in her eyes, because she knows she needs a real Chad to handle it. Princess Iris is mapping out a straight-up speedrun to Torius Castle, forget horses. She's chasing there with that cheat code magic to smash the clock in record time. A quick gasp at the mountain scenery before the real chaos explodes. We cut to the castle, where a bunch of NPC guards scramble to pin down this green-haired mage, while she struts around like she's the star, and then the truth hits. She's moments away from getting cooked. She's literally bleeding from her nose from sheer pressure, and she keeps yapping about ancient items like she has the riz to actually control one. She's staring at the Lord of Beasts like it's her golden ticket, convinced she can just jump in and drive that massive metal beast like a total gigachad. A voice cuts in from the window and orders her to sit down, swallow her pride, and get humble. It's Yuki and that princess, just hanging out on the ledge like they own the place. Then Yuki drops straight-up facts, telling this mid-tier mage she doesn't even have the mana pool to pull off this ride. The villain is totally rattled. She can't believe they stormed in that fast, and now she's staring at Iris like she just saw a ghost. Cut to a quick flashback so you can see how they nailed it. The older sister was sweating bullets about anyone spotting those inhuman moves, basically begging them, "Don't break the server with that speed." Yuki's answer is wild. He actually ridges up a horse, whispers in its ear to make it his familiar, and boom, it sprints like it's been fueled with straight nitro. And just like that, they vanish from the stable, while the ladies there just keep waving. These two rocket off into the sunset. But here's the kicker: once they were out of sight, Yuki just levitated the horse himself. Bro is straight up flying a horse to save time. Absolute cinema. Back in the present, the princess slams the hammer down, then shouts for the soldiers to snatch that greedy mage right now. Yuki's just standing there wearing that "I told you so" grin, while Ophelia, the pink-haired girl, completely flips out at the pure audacity of. Ophelia breaks into singing and dancing like she's been dropped into a Disney dream, clearing the path for the Great One. The villain is fuming. Just imagine getting arrested while some lowly singer blares a jingle in your face, and she's actually mouthing the words. She takes a wild Hail Mary leap straight at the Lord of Beasts, convinced she's about to turn into some unstoppable, invincible force. Delusion if I've ever seen it. She swings open the hatch. "Wait, is that a dog? I'll spot you $10 if you can guess what's coming next." Her face breaks into pure confusion. She's hunting for a cockpit, only to spot a border collie. She straight up blurts, "Why a dog right in front of an ancient superweapon?" Then Garm, the dog, finally snaps. He's had it with her yapping, and he drives a kick straight into her chest. Then bam, she gets absolutely destroyed by a pup, and honestly, that peak disrespect is exactly what we came for. Yuki drops in carrying Iris like a total Chad, and he immediately thanks his familiar for the assist, while the villain realizes too late that Iris was played like a fiddle the whole time, since he had her distracted. She's crumpled on the floor, sobbing her heart out, because that dog snatched the ancient item before she could. Her dignity's totally in the negatives right now. Yuki just flashes that smug grin like, "Yeah, I'm way better than you." He proudly introduces himself as the Guardian Knight. "Look at that pose. Bro's basically glazing himself, and I'm eating it up." She fights to rise for one last strike, but her body refuses to budge, and she's basically glued to the floor. She's unraveling hard, because the moment she realizes she's basically a human NPC, it destroys her. And Yuki tells her he just used a basic spell, no ancient magic needed at all, because one move was all it took to slam her into the dirt. Soldiers cuff her down while she cries over how a pack of dogs, L+ ratio lady, just crushed her. Iris beams, thanking Yuki for every bit of effort, because the way she's staring at him, it's clear she's totally into him for the night. Yuki wants to smash and bury the robot because it's nothing but hassle, but Iris won't hear it. She's got a sharp eye, and she swears that thing is a real asset. She lays it out: the ZML faction is hunting to make bootleg ancient relics, and honestly, that's peak villain energy, just stealing instead of even trying to innovate. We spot the Count and another mech, and these old-timers are so insanely greedy they're about to blow themselves up. Then we finally get the Kane faction's philosophy: only the worthy earn the cool toys, and everyone else gets shoved out of the way. Yuki's already locked in, obsessing over his rank, because if he climbs up and gets that promotion, he can protect Iris the second her fiancé role becomes an issue-proof promise. Ophelia strides forward and sinks into a deep bow, finally showing real respect to the man who just saved the day. She's pushing hard for a proper, formal thank you, and the air is getting heavy fast. The Count is panicking as she rushes to thank Yuki before the princess. Meanwhile, Yuki's stuck worrying about the whole social ladder, and yeah, dude, as a full-on simp for the rules. But Ophelia snaps back and tells her straight, if Yuki hadn't jumped in, this whole place would have been a crater already. She straight up says he deserves the first thanks, and honestly, she's not even joking, she's spitting pure facts. She's even willing to swallow a punishment for that disrespect. Honestly, that kind of loyalty is unreal. Everyone's drenched in sweat, while Iris stares like a storm's building, eyes dark and heavy. Is she about to snap? She actually looks relieved about it, like, for real happy, and says she doesn't need any punishment at all. The Count is completely thrown off. He just can't believe how unbothered the princess is. Iris strides ahead and thanks Yuki herself, coming off like an absolute sweetheart, but Yuki can feel it immediately. Something's off. That Count is straight up, breaking down over how humble she is. Bro's a full-blown fanboy. Yuki spots that look instantly, because the moment Iris's eyes light up, you know she's plotting something sneaky. He shrugs and goes with the flow. Smart move, because you never want to argue with a girl who's giving you that look. Then there it is, boom, I've got a good idea. All right, here we go. She's determined to hand Yuki a gift as a full-on apology. Yeah, I see what you're staring at, so keep your eyes on the story, not the distractions. She's been dying to hand him something for ages. She leans in and demands Ophelia guide them through town, because this is the moment she's finally making her move. She's hunting for the perfect gift, so she slips out for a quiet stroll, because she's playing the long game, no shortcuts. She blurts out that she's dying to see those breathtaking mountains, and she instantly sets the perfect mood. Yuki snaps to it. He finally realizes what's really going on, and the gift excuse starts to crumble in his eyes. She's dying to see her old home from her past life. My heart can't even handle how wholesome this is. Yuki locks eyes with her, those soft, gentle looks, and it's crystal clear he's starting to fall hard for it. He accepts the honor like it's nothing, pure class, totally gentleman vibes. Iris is basically glowing with pure joy. Seriously, look at that face. She's through the roof, over the moon. She's busting out this tiny little dance, and if that isn't the cutest thing you've seen today, then you're straight up lying. Ophelia's tucked in the corner, already grinning like they're about to run out and buy a ring, and yep, she's been planning the wedding in her head this whole time. The Count orders everyone to rest up for tomorrow's huge shopping run, and he has zero clue he's just set the stage for a date. Ophelia leans in, hisses to Yuki, "Are we secretly dating?" and wastes no time, she's here for the full tea. Yuki stays tight-lipped, hinting at legends and that flawless, smooth move of his, keeping the mystery burning bright. Ophelia's like, "Say no more, I totally get it," but the way she says it, she definitely does not get it. Now she's all in on guarding their secret, and when it matters, she turns into the ultimate wingwoman. She's even gearing up with the perfect clothes for a discreet shopping trip. Every person in that room clocks it instantly. This isn't just a meetup, it's a date, and the tension is hitting like lightning. The very next morning in the castle, birds chirping, and the air somehow smells like pure romance. There's Iris in her slip, brushing her hair like she's got butterflies in her ribs. Mommy, sorry, mommy. She knows exactly what she's doing. And yeah, this is her very first date ever. Quick snap back to her past life. She wasn't just lonely. She was a shut-in monster lord who never once got to live out normal girl dreams. She's straight up bursting with excitement. Her date with her lord is here, and she's completely losing it in the funniest way possible. Ophelia swings in with the outfits, and you can tell she's determined to help her girl close the distance. Iris can't help but feel a little insecure, watching all those other thick waifus hanging around Yuki. She needs to stand out or she'll fall behind. She's wondering if she can make him totally flustered, but seriously, girl, he's already eating out of your palm. She's trembling with nerves, then snaps into focus. Iris, lock it in. She's determined to prove to him, right there, that she's grown leagues since her last life, and honestly, we can see it, girl, we can see it. She stares into the mirror and suddenly realizes she's the same age as her lord, like the world just hit start, because it's game time. All right, gear up, date armor on. Check out those boots. She's about to stomp straight onto some hearts, and there it is, the date outfit. And oh my god, she looks unreal, like the drip is absolutely perfect. She whirls around, admiring every inch of herself. She knows she looks absolutely incredible. Iris slapped her own cheeks, fired herself up, and locked in. Stay focused, Iris. All right, let's get fired up. She's way more pumped for this date than some boss fight. Yuki's posted up outside the door, wearing that smug, "I'm the main character," grin like he owns the whole scene. A bat familiar lurks in the shadows, eyes locked on you, always watching, always. She steps out like royalty, and I'm about to blow your mind. Oh, you think, trust me, this date is going to be legendary. Yo, what's up, my cultured brothers? Today we're jumping back into Yuki's wild life. This dude was once a literal demon king, and now he's out here living his best life in a brand new body. We kick it off at the castle, and right behind those huge doors, the maids are staring like they're about to spill the hottest gossip of the century. Natasha is straight up losing it, because she has to shepherd Princess Iris and Yuki through their secret little stroll. Yeah, and everyone knows that stroll is just code for a high-stakes date. Phalia's just standing there, watching her crumble, quietly guarding the secret that Sir Yuki is actually their real lord, while she's stuck playing checkers, Bro's out here playing 4D chess. Just then, the man of the hour finally shows up, rocking full-on winter gear like a certified Chad, and he's about to whisk the princess out for a night on the town. Look at this squad, fellas. Iris is rocking that cloak like pure perfection. And yeah, mommy sorry, mommy, because that's exactly the vibe. And to top it off, we've got a tiny bat familiar just hanging out on Yuki's hand, chilling like it owns the place. Yuki kicks off his pro-gamer weather forecasting, obsessively reading the wind like he's seconds away from launching a tactical nuke instead of just taking a walk. Dude's got the whole town etched in his brain, clocking where the crowds swarm and where it's dead silent, straight up a walking GPS. Iris is staring at him like, how do you know all this? And yeah, same. The preparation is borderline obsessive, straight up that Demon King grind set. But she's totally startled, and Yuki just flashes her that don't worry about it smile, no panic, no fuss. If some random guy pulled that in real life, it'd be straight up creepy, but because it's the MC, that's pure riz. Turns out my man had his familiars, a dog and a bat, running scout duty all across the city like a legit spy network, and honestly, having a dog as your wingman is absolute cinema. Iris is clocking that with Yuki around, she doesn't even need a royal guard, she's getting all flustered, and yeah, look at that pout, she's down bad. Yuki snaps into a child escort formation. He trained those familiars himself, and Bro's handling the princess like she's a priceless VIP target on a Call of Duty mission. And then, right when you've been holding your breath, he extends his hand like a total gentleman. Take my hand, he blurts, all gigachat confidence. Then he smirks, I'll give you $10 if you can come up with a smoother line than that. Iris is completely short-circuited. Look at that blush. She and her partner are strutting through the market holding hands, and even the NPCs are shouting, what a cute couple. The whole town's buzzing, decked out with flags like they're throwing a victory party, because our boy finally clawed his way out of the friend zone for once. The market's buzzing like crazy, and you just no asterisk you're about to stumble onto some real culture in those stalls. Iris is buzzing with excitement, eyes blazing like she just discovered a treasure, and honestly, it's the funniest thing, like she's never laid eyes on a cabbage in her life. Classic princess energy, and we're eating it up. She asks Yuki what he wants, probably hoping for something sweet and romantic, yet he's thinking with his stomach and not his heart. Yeah, probably dried foods, he says. Bro, are you serious? You're on a date with a literal goddess and you're asking for cooked beef jerky. He's absolutely cooked. He starts geeking out over seafood the second he realizes the territory is basically right by the sea, while Iris stares at him like, is this really my lord? And yeah, the disappointment hits hard. Then he pitches hand cream for the maids, better, sure, but his mind keeps slipping back to his harem at home, while Iris insists he gets something that feels straight out of a dream. Yuki's stuck trying to pin down what dreamy even means, throws out Katsura flowers as the answer, but they won't grow anywhere near the capital, so Bro straight up fails the vibe check. Then he turns into a full beta and starts rambling about how the hoses and sickles in this era have evolved. Bro, you're on a date, just talk like a normal person, and the audacity of it. Iris is busting her butt to stay supportive, but you can practically hear her breaking inside. Handing a girl farming tools is basically a one-way ride straight into the just friends shadow realm. Finally, she snaps and blurts everything out, then drops the wildest idea yet. How about a ring? At this point, she's basically proposing to herself. Yuki plays it cool like he just had that thought too. Nice save, bro, but we all saw you glaze in those sickles just 2 seconds ago. The maids start chiming in, insisting the market only carries trashy deals for commoners, basically tagging Yuki as a broke boy, but he shrugs it off and doesn't care. They rush to a jewelry stall, and Yuki plays the perfect gentleman, letting the princess grab whatever she wants without a single thought about the price. Just look at all those shinies. Any waifu's heart would skip a beat instantly. Iris is in heaven, staring at all those adorable little accessories like a kid who just walked into a candy store. Yuki's eyes snag on a lapis stone pendant, simple as can be, but it screams, I'm secretly a legendary treasure. Flashback, he remembers gifting Ramilia something just like it for her wedding, and boom, Bro's straight up recycling presents from his past life. That stinginess is legendary. He spots the low purity, winces at the cost, then shrugs, because it's still just cheap enough to fit his budget, the real deal man who thinks like the rest of us. He waves the shopkeeper over, ready to shell out his money for that pendant. But Iris bursts in and orders TWO of them. No way is he slipping out of this that easy. Yuki's like, wait, why am I paying? When it's actually his gift, but she can't help smiling because she gets matching gear. We're shoved back into the past again, And man, Remilia is 100% a Damie mommy type, just look at her. That's why Yuki still remembers the pendant. Back in the present, Yu grabs the necklace, feeling its weight, and gets ready to slip it on. Alright fellas, this is peak cinema. He slides that necklace onto her, and the air is so tense it might as well be sliced with a blade. It looks flawless on her. Seriously, Iris is out here rocking the straight-up 10-10 look. Yuki tells her it suits her perfectly, and while she's distracted, the maids in the back start simmering with jealousy, each of them begging for their turn. Get in line, ladies. The entire squad keeps marching together, straight up looking like a legendary RPG party on their way to wipe the next boss. They finally hit the Southern Plaza, the town's ultimate chill zone where everything slows down. From right here, the view blows your mind. You can see the entire mountain range stretching out like it's right in front of you. Iris freezes, stares at the mountain where Old Village once stood, and you can practically feel the emotional blow slam into her. They plop down to catch their breath, and suddenly the whole air turns thick with nostalgia. She stares at her hometown, close enough to taste, far enough to break her heart, and it hits like a straight shot to the feelings. Yuki swears she'll take her there the right way someday. Meanwhile, bro's been piling up future, I'll do it next time promises like a stack of time bombs. Then he digs into a paper bag. Yuki, what's in there? Please tell me it's another sickle. Nope, those are homemade baked sweets, and our boy can cook for real. He crafted them using Benerililla flowers he dug from her old home's garden, and bro still trekked back to the ruins just to hunt ingredients for a snack. Now THATS Gigachad dedication. He even straight up admits he plucked them from the garden of Alice Carmine's past life self. Iris can still see herself planting those flowers, like a promise pinned to the future, because their wedding cake is gonna happen one day, and she's been absolutely gone for him for 1,000 years. She takes one bite and boom, flavors explode everywhere like fireworks, because homemade treats hit way harder than anything packaged. She's the first girl in this whole era to bite into his sweets, and that tiny victory has her strutting like she's officially won the waifu war. She tilts her head onto his shoulder, and honestly, these wholesome boys just hit peak levels. Then he casually says he fed some to the maids for a taste test first. Oof, that's a brutal critical hit right to the ego. Iris is pouting so hard she looks like she's about to blow up, and wait, that's a lie, she snaps while glaring like she's the angriest person alive. Ophelia's just vibing, her heart's practically bursting because she snagged the MC's cookies, and yeah, she's absolutely winning. Night drops and it's finally time. An epic party bursts to life in the castle as everyone celebrates the victory over the Lord of Beasts. The Count is out here playing the ultimate hype man, turning the whole scene up to full volume. The hall screams rich, chandeliers blazing, everything polished to perfection, and yeah, that's exactly where the budget vanished. Yeah, everyone's stuffing their faces and sipping drinks, but Yuki's staring like he's got a whole other mission up his sleeve. The party's in full swing, but our boy S about to vanish, like the universe just hit the disappear button. He slips out into the hallway while the rest of them are getting absolutely hammered. The security's totally slack right now. Those guards are probably already 5 beers deep, and they couldn't stop a breeze. Yuki bursts into the woods, and right then, she summons the Nosferatu Lord. Just look at this absolute unit, part Gundam, part Beetle, and now picture rolling up to the club in it. He's blasting back to Fira Village at Mach speeds, using it to soar through the sky like a rocket. He snaps his hand out and summons Iris to his side. She drops in looking windswept, but at least her clothes actually made it through the teleport this time. Progress. They finally reach the village ruins. Everything looks beat up and abandoned, but the memories still hit like it was yesterday. A storm of bats sweeps in to greet them. Yuki's loyal familiars flit around like a perfectly timed welcome crew. Yuki brings Iris to her fellow comrades, and even the bats can sniff out how close she is to the familiar masters. They're perched above the wreckage, staring down at the ruins in stunned silence, peaceful, breathtaking, and way too quiet. They stumble on an ancient tree planted in the village square, and folks whisper it's straight up legendary. Iris can't help but remember, this is exactly where her father got down on one knee and asked her mother to be his. Then the story slams into a flashback. Her dad, Lyle, kept popping the question at least 50 times until she finally said yes, pure persistence, a real-life Chad who never once took an L. Iris stares at her pendant, decides she'll do exactly that, and locks onto her target for the chase. Yuki just stands there, zoning out like he's already planning his next batch of dried seafood. Iris steps in, closing the distance fast, and the height gap makes it feel like straight-up shoujo manga magic. Please be my husband, she says. Finally, she does it, and she drops the B word like it's a bomb. Yuki just smirks and goes, yeah, I know. dude, no joke, that might be the most savage one-liner comeback ever. He tells her, "I'm not leaving you behind," and you can practically hear him signing the contract in real time. Then he straight up calls her precious family, like she belongs to the family itself, and that crushes her way harder than it ever did when it was just a friend. Even so, Iris is still smiling. But listen, girl, you've gotta earn that family label first. Yuki claims she's way too unpredictable to be left alone, and he basically shrugs like, "Guess you're stuck with me as your permanent babysitter." She swears she'll become the perfect lady, so he'll finally look at her like a woman. And yeah, the grind doesn't quit. Another flashback to her dad, and this guy was the king of making proposals. Yuki watches her race through the village, moving like she's been turned back into a kid. He summons the Lord of Nosferatu once more, then sets off fast, because he won't let them get missed. He lets her linger a little longer, sends her off to explore on her own, and yeah, that's a real gentleman right there. Iris barrels through the ruins, hope blazing in her heart. They slip back into the castle without a sound, mission complete, no alarms, no witnesses. She flashes him a grateful smile, thanking him for the best day ever, an absolutely perfect ending to an absolutely perfect date. But hold on, Yuki suddenly spots something, and when she pulls her hands back, they're smeared with dirt. He's totally baffled. She's just wandering around, right? So what on earth is she digging for? The very next day, Yuki rockets back to the village to dig into what's really going on. He digs through the dirt and uncovers a stone tablet buried deep in the earth. It says, "My lord and Alice Carmine are engaged right here," and she straight up carved that engagement into a rock, proving she's totally her father's daughter. And honestly, the level of down bad is basically genetic. Yuki just shrugs it off and laughs, then he leaves it there, letting the bats stand guard. He's totally satisfied with the trip. He got to the village, saw it for himself, and confirmed one thing with zero doubt. His princess is absolutely head over heels for him. Alright, time to roll back to the capital and see what fresh chaos we can stir up. Stay classy, boys. Yo, what is up, my cultured kings and absolute deans? Your boy is back with another banger. Our MC, S, finally leveling up after dragging his team through a literal war zone, and now we're rolling straight back to the capital. And yeah, the vibes are immaculate, because he's got two top-tier wafers posted up right beside him. First, we gotta bid farewell to the local talent. Just look at Natasha and Ophelia waving goodbye, like, seriously, leaving these assets behind is basically a crime, but hey, for a man of culture, the grind never stops. Seriously, look at that pure waifu energy. I'll give you $10 if you can meet their eyes for more than 5 seconds without immediately looking down, but we both know you're down bad. Odette S over here putting on a serious face in those high boots, but we both know she's just thrilled to be in the MC's exclusive club, because she's been officially pulled into the Yuki faction, and honestly, can you blame her? The girls are already throwing their own victory party like they just hit the jackpot, because they get to keep hanging out with our boy. It's basically a harem rampage in progress, and I'm fully locked in for the absolute cinema. Back at the capital, our MC's trying to pull a classic hustle. He fakes being sick just to dodge work, acting all slumped over like, "Oof, my stomach," just to stay away from the king, and honestly, that's peak beta energy. But Martha, the resident mommy, refuses to take any of that. Look at those twin tails, she's not amused. "I'm not mad. Wait, is that disappointed face mommy energy? S-mommy." She catches him in 4K the second it happens, because she can smell a fraud from a mile away. Then bro realizes he's done, drops the whole sick act, and admits it because you just can't lie to a woman that cultured. To smooth things over, he whips out some hand cream he snagged as a souvenir, because this man's got that accidental riz, buying gifts for the help just to keep her sweet on him. Martha's loving it, bragging about how smooth her fingers feel now. Meanwhile, that little fox girl darts in, runs my jumps for head pets, because every once in a while the MCs. Our boy is still grumbling that he has to march to the palace and meet the king. He'd way rather grab the loot and stay home like a real gamer, but plot doesn't care because he's the main character. Martha has to warn him that NPCs will get jealous if he doesn't show off his wins, because if he keeps dodging, everyone starts praising 1 minute and hating the next, convinced he's cooking up some shady scheme behind the scenes. He finally clicks. Turns out the king doesn't need him for talent at all, just for PR, so the kingdom can pretend they've got real skills, and honestly, this whole thing is one massive political chess match, with our boy as the key star piece. Then he slams down the smoothest line of the century, telling Martha to come to the palace with him, like he's really out here inviting his maid to a royal audience and acting like an absolute Chad. He leans in and tells her straight up, it's because she's the one who guards the place he always comes back to, and I swear, this man's riz is unreal. He has the maid blushing like she just got caught in full sunlight. Martha's jaw drops at the sheer audacity of this guy's charm, She's already been paid just for hearing his name, but you can bet she's about to stick right by his side. Time to head to the big house. This royal palace is dressed to impress, shining like never before as they proudly announce the arrival of Baron Glossaria's son and the Duchess's daughter. Look at the walk-in guys. Those towering high-heeled boots on Odette are carrying the whole vibe. Now we're stepping into the throne room in full, dramatic style. Odette's serving straight-up noble eye candy, and our MC is scrambling to pretend he actually belongs, tensions crackling, but the drip is even louder. The peanut gallery of NPCs is already hissing in whispers that these two are only 13, and yet they're pulling off more than most adults could dream of, and the salt in the room. Oh, it's real, and I'm loving every second of it. There he is, the king himself, perched in his massive chair, staring as fresh talent bursts to life across his kingdom, and now the official glaze session is about to kick off. This room is absolutely massive, like you'd have to haul your feet forever just to hear, "Good job," and me, I'd just plead for a Zoom call and call it a day. And look who's standing right by Princess Iris. She's glowing like a full-on goddess today, and beside her is Prince Cain. For once, he actually looks like a decent guy. Our duo drops to one knee because even if you're god tier as a mage, you still bow to the crown. Now it's time for the king to start raining down rewards. The king snaps, "Raise your heads," and you can tell he's genuinely impressed. He never gets to see kids this unhinged at the game every day. He starts praising Yuki up and down for his massive contributions to the Torius territory. Bros, getting a 5-star review like the highest authority in the land, is handing it to him personally. Quick flash hits us. Our MC straight up obliterates Lord Beast, and after dumping so much mana he can't even move, like that's the purest definition of clutching a 1v9. The king realizes that without Yuki, the whole territory would have been wiped out, and now, oh now, the good part hits. The rewards are finally within reach. Prince Cain strides up and declares that the Magic Guild is officially naming Yuki a C-rank mage, and for a 13-year-old, that kind of jump is downright unreal. They even dive into the Lord, how he crushed that ancient relic, while the kingdom rakes in some serious new tech, all because of our boy's hard work. Now the king drops a huge choice in his lap: either climb the ranks and take over his dad's baronial house, or strike out and build a brand new house from scratch. One decision, and his whole life flips. Yuki pauses for a beat, and you can practically see the cogs spin in his head. What's the move? Risk it with that wild new house, or grab the safe family buff and play it smart. He glances at his family NPCs. Aw, they're smiling, just happy to exist, and honestly he's relieved as hell that he no longer has to foot the bill for the MC's snacks. He decides to level up his family's home into a Viscount house, pure bro energy, turning his entire family into rich, unstoppable power instead of boosting just himself. The king smirks like, if that's what you want, it's yours. No second thoughts, just a straight-up royal decree. Yep, it's official. Baron George is about to level up into a Viscount, and the Glossaria family is packing up and moving straight into the gated community's boys. Princess Iris stands there, grinning like she just snagged a dream husband, because that smile says it all. She knows she picked the one, and the chemistry is practically exploding, folks. While the other nobles thunder applause, you can still hear the haters in the back, some cranky old geezer sniping that he's an upstart. But hey, stay mad, grandpa, your era's over. Yuki feels the jealousy hit the second it starts, and he knows he has to stay on guard, because once you're on top, everybody's rooting for your downfall. Alright, now it's Odette's moment. Prince Cain calls her out for steering the familiars and helping crush the beast, and you can feel it. She's finally getting the credit she earned. She gets slotted in as a quasi C-rank mage. She's not fully C-rank like our boy yet, but it's a massive leap from being an absolute NPC. Her eyes are practically bulging out of her skull. She did not see this much credit coming, and watching her get this rattled is honestly kind of adorable. The palace explodes into applause once more. Yeah, they might be acting, but the hype is still absolutely electric. MC lights up for her, and it's so refreshing to see him finally ditch the beta, label, and genuinely cheer on his teammates' success in. They don't just get the titles, boom, they're handed a mountain of gold and the honor to guard the palace where Iris lives, and bro straight up snagged a mansion right next to his favorite princess. Absolute win. The crowd reaches the end with zero big drama. Honestly, that's a miracle for this kind of story. Usually, some assassin would have burst out by now. But the prince isn't finished. He drags the squad into a private room for the real talk, and once that tea starts pouring, you know the whole lore bomb is about to hit. And now boom, the Elite Four: Yuki, Odette, Iris, and Cain. This is the moment the real plot kicks into gear, so lock in, homies. Prince Cain drops a terrifying bombshell. Every ancient relic across the world is about to have its seal shattered, and the world's ultimate superweapons are getting ready to wake up. The girls look terrified, and they have every right to be, because if those ancient items all start working again, the whole world's power balance is about to get flipped upside down. They dug up intel in the enemy hideout that basically screams, yeah, they already know. And now it's all but certain the bad guys are already loading up their own stash of culture and weapons. Kane breaks it down. Turns out their kingdom barely has any ancient relics, so they're basically showing up to a nuke fight with a knife. If the leftovers from the Elysium Temple are loaded with those items, the kingdom is done for, like, totally cooked. The air in that room is so tense you could slice it with a sword. And Yuki's been thinking about it too. He's not just some pretty face, his big brain energy is working overtime. He's convinced that after the Great War, the survivors bolted north, grabbed every prize they could, and crowned themselves an empire, still camping on the best gear like they've been doing it for centuries. Back then, the items were locked away tight so they couldn't trigger the end of the world. Now the seals are cracking, and it's chaos season. Picture the chains snapping, then that ancient power comes roaring back into the world, and chaos explodes everywhere. That enemy is about to turn into a force so brutal it could erase them off the map, so they'd better move right now, because this is pure endgame boss energy. Our boy's got that deadly serious look. He knows he's the only one with real plot armor strong enough to survive this kind of mess. The War of the Eight claimed no winner, everything shattered mid-fight, so now they're gearing up to restart the battle with full health bars. But Kane already has a countermeasure. He's not just standing there looking pretty, he's got a plan locked in to save their skins. The squad is hanging on every word, so tell us, Prince, what's the plan? How do we dodge those ancient laser beams and not get turned into paste? He's rallying the whole Magic Guild to storm Elysium, basically a giant dungeon dive to grab the loot first, before the bad guys beat them to it. They're ripping off every restriction. Normally you're stuck with the fourth floor, but now they're letting everyone descend all the way to the bottom. It's a straight-up abyss of danger. Iris and Odette are freaking out, because plunging into the deepest part of Elysium is basically a death wish for most people, but for our MC, it's just another Tuesday. He's hunting down hidden ancient magic and untouched relics to finally level the fight, because this is a race against the clock, and the pressure is off the charts. Yuki realizes this isn't a joke anymore. He came for a vacation, but fate just grabbed him and shoved him into a world-saving expedition. By flinging the dungeon wide open to everyone, the hunt for legendary legacies skyrockets. It's basically a full-on server-wide event, and the top-tier rewards are staring you right in the face. The guild's motivation is about to explode. Everyone's craving that ancient loot and the rewards that come straight with it. Det still can't shake her fear. Elysium is known for killing people, no joke. She's basically got that "I'm way too young to die" panic, and honestly, it's completely fair. Kane tells them they're finally splitting up into teams. This isn't some send the pawns and watch them get wiped plan. They're stacking everyone into proper squads. And here's the real kicker. C-rank mages and higher are the ones getting put in charge, and Yuki finally clicks. Now he knows why his promotion came so fast. He stares Kane down like, "So you actually played me, huh?" And just like that, Kane gets the title, because now he's been shoved into the most dangerous mission in history. Kane just shrugs, hits him with, "I'm the prince, deal with it," and grins like it's all under control. Honestly, that guy's a total gigachad for mapping this out way ahead of time. He steps up and officially hands Yuki the lead for the exploration team, and this is the exact moment the MC stops hesitating and embraces his destiny. A long, dramatic silence slams the room. Everyone holds their breath, praying his answer lands the way they need. He just locks eyes on the prince's hand, like, is he about to grab it, or is he about to tell him to kick rocks? He flashes that little smirk. Yeah, you know he's itching for the adventure, especially once rare magic enters the picture. He signs on the dotted line, no backing out. It's official. Our boy just became the leader of the Suicide Squad. Now we're rolling. Kane honestly can't believe he said yes that fast. He was ready to throw down more gold, or at least bargain with another waifu to get the deal sealed. The girls aren't even a little shocked. Everyone knows Yuki's a total sucker for ancient treasures and power-ups. He's basically a loot goblin wearing a noble's skin. Kane leans in and warns him this trip is going to be deadly, offering one last chance to walk away, but our boy doesn't even know what quit means. He insists it's no big deal because that request genuinely hooks him, looking all cute and innocent, sure, but make no mistake, there's a sneaky motive lurking behind that smile. He's determined to uncover what that ancient civilization was really trying to accomplish, because of course, he's the type who lives for science and culture. He's convinced they were trying to save humanity, and if luck's on his side, he might crack the secret to immortality. Now we're talking. He stared at the lords like they were evidence of the truth, because they were already crafting giant mechs and super soldiers, pushing past every human limit they could. Driving monsters into a frenzy, they were literally blasting through the sky, like they were playing a whole different game back then. He's pretty sure they were only pretending to live brave, because deep down they absolutely didn't want to die. And honestly, same, for a truly cultured man, chasing immortality is the whole damn dream. But for now, that's all it is, his own theory, and he's keeping every secret tucked tight, like he doesn't plan to spill a single card yet. If he cracks that immortality magic, Iris and Martha won't ever die. He's basically building a lifelong harem that never ages, and bro, that is straight up absolute cinema. He's taking the long route to uncover even more loot and crank his title up higher than ever, because the bigger the grind, the more brutally tasty the rewards are getting. He's also hunting for relics that can make life ridiculously easier, like a magical Roomba or an auto cooker, definitely top tier on his wish list. Still, Kane can't shake the feeling that he agreed way too fast, but a deal's a deal. The mission's already locked in, and the next chapter is about to go absolutely feral.